In the realm of Xianhuang, within the eastern province of Xian, lies the Chu kingdom and the elusive Piamiao sect. Under the blazing sun, Zhang Heng toiled in a wheat field, sweat drenched upon his brow. Crack! I can't go on any longer. He leaned against his aching waist, reclining onto a bamboo chair. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he opened the system interface. The host may accept disciples, immediately activating the hundredfold return mechanism. The host can only accept disciples designated by the system. Gazing at the unchanging information window that had remained the same for 2 decades, Zhang Heng slumped in his chair. Having traversed into this fantastical world with a disciple collecting system for 20 years, he had once saved an elderly man who, in gratitude, bequeathed him the position of the sect leader before passing away. Initially, he believed himself fortunate, only to discover that within the entire sect, he was the sole inhabitant. The sect was comprised of a dilapidated hall and a protective formation, with everything else utterly barren, save for a cluster of graves at the back mountain. To make matters worse, the Piamiao sect bore enmity towards nearby sects. Fortunately, the protective formation allowed him to survive for 2 decades, living a life akin to that of a primitive man. Perhaps I will perish in a few months. This protective formation has grown increasingly unstable when the enemies invade. I, a mere mortal, would be but fodder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight mirrored Zhang Heng's despondent spirit. Suddenly, the long static system interface flickered to life, startling Zhang Heng, who rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Discovered target disciple. Location: Xuanxian Ancient Path. Confirming he was not mistaken, Zhang Heng's heart raced with exhilaration, and he sprang from his seat. Finally, my precious disciple has arrived. He promptly set off. The Xuanxian Ancient Path lay nearby. Exiting the sect meant losing the protective formation, yet he could not linger in a place where death was inevitable. A venture into uncertainty seemed preferable. He donned a flowing azure robe, his handsome visage giving him the appearance of an ethereal being. On impression, he sought to leave upon his prospective disciple. Stepping out of the mountain gate, he traversed the overgrown, rugged path toward the Xuanxian Ancient Path. Thankfully, his 2 decades of self-sufficiency had endowed him with reasonable stamina, preventing him from collapsing in exhaustion. My dear disciple, I am on my way. He strode confidently to the designated location, where he beheld a breathtaking young woman clad in white, wielding a long sword as she deftly evaded the sword energy assailing her from behind. 2 men on flying swords pursued her relentlessly. Yi Qingxiu, you have offended the young master. Do you think you can escape? Being noticed by the young master is a blessing. How dare you reject him? As they spoke, a wave of sword energy struck, creating a massive crater. The girl, unable to withstand the onslaught, was sent flying several hundred meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling, she plunged her sword into the earth, desperately trying to regain her footing. Watching his disciple being pursued, Zhang Heng's heart raced with anxiety. What should I do? My disciple is in peril, yet I am but a mortal. Zhang Heng racked his brain for a solution. The 2 middle-aged men eyed the girl with greedy delight, their laughter echoing. Ha ha ha! Yi Qingxiu, your meager cultivation level is no match for us. Surrender and return with us to the young master, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Yi Qingxiu clenched her lips, her gaze icy and defiant as she faced the 2 men. As a mere body refinement realm cultivator, she was outclassed by the 2 opponents, both of whom were at the palace realm 2 entire realms above her. Despite her efforts, she knew she could not contend with them. Unwilling to accept her fate, she thought bitterly of her unfulfilled vengeance, having come to the Piamiao sect in search of opportunity, only to find herself in such dire straits. I can only fight to the death, she resolved, gripping her sword tightly. The 2 men approached with mocking expressions. Little beauty, no one can save you today. You must submit to our young master. Suddenly, they noticed a young man approaching, clad in a resplendent azure robe, unblemished and with a calm demeanor. The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances. Who is this person? Why can we sense no hint of cultivation? Yi Qingxiu turned swiftly, and upon seeing the young man, she was struck by his extraordinary handsomeness and ethereal aura, as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. What a remarkable figure! I cannot detect any trace of his cultivation. Both parties froze, staring at Zhang Heng, attempting to discern his abilities. In this desolate wilderness, the presence of such a distinguished individual could not belong to an ordinary mortal. He must possess unfathomable power that eluded their perception. "Why do you disturb my tranquility?" Zhang Heng inquired coolly. Upon hearing this, the two men panicked and immediately bowed in deference. "Senior, this girl is a traitor from the Wang family of Yanwu City. We were sent to apprehend her. We apologize for interrupting your meditation. The Wang family will certainly offer ample recompense to make amends." Notably, they emphasized the Wang family, hoping Zhang Heng would spare them for the family's sake. Zhang Heng remained unfazed, turning to Yi Qingqiu at his side. "And you, young lady?" Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingqiu recalled the words of her elder sister, the Peach Demon, about the myriad powerful beings in the world, each with distinct temperaments and behaviors, some preferring to walk among mortals. Now, in a desperate situation, if this senior were to assist her, she could surely escape this calamity. Junior Yi Qingqiu pays respects to the senior. She bowed earnestly to Zhang Heng and then recounted her plight. "I am not a traitor of the Wang family," she related her story in full. Zhang Heng listened with an impassive expression. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen. The two men from the Wang family were drenched in sweat, cautiously monitoring Zhang Heng's reactions. Yet, his demeanor remained as unyielding as ancient stone, which only heightened their anxiety. In truth, Zhang Heng was not some inscrutable figure. He was merely an ordinary mortal, adorned with a touch of charm and a reckless attitude, which made him appear as an extraordinary being. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt a twinge of nervousness. Should his ruse be discovered, he would be doomed. With the Piaomiao sect lacking any resources for cultivation and himself being an utterly unremarkable mortal, no rational person would choose to be his disciple. He had to don fine garments to entice this young girl into becoming his apprentice, while also deceiving the enemy into aiding his escapeat was an arduous task. However, once he successfully accepted a disciple, the hundredfold return would alleviate his fears regarding the two cultivators before him. If death is to come, let it be swift. Better to face it than to languish in waiting. Steeling his resolve, Zhang Heng spoke. "Little girl, I see great potential in you. I, having traversed the myriad realms for countless ages, seldom encounter a promising talent such as yourself. Would you be willing to take me as your master and thus resolve your current predicament?" His tone was calm, avoiding eye contact with Yi Qingqiu, as though he were indifferent to the matter. The two men tensed, never expecting Yi Qingqiu to catch the attention of this esteemed senior now. The unfortunate ones were they, caught between a rock and a hard place. Yi Qingqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she raised her delicate face, contemplating if this was the opportunity her sister had spoken of. "Master, I humbly bow before you." Without hesitation, she knelt to perform the bowing ceremony of apprenticeship. Disciple accepted successfully. Hundredfold return mechanism activated. The disciple's cultivation progress and insights will be returned to the host a hundredfold. Congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple Yi Qingqiu. Reward: Palace Realm Cultivation. Reward: a common instant kill item card, allowing for a single strike to eliminate cultivators below the Dharma realm. Reward: profound and unfathomable. If you do not voluntarily reveal yourself, none can discern your true capabilities. Zhang Heng felt a wave of refreshing sensation envelop him, as the spiritual energy within him surged, bringing forth a euphoric feeling akin to soaring into the heavens. "Good disciple, you have succeeded. Ha ha ha." Zhang Heng's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. At that moment, a resounding shout echoed from afar. "What are you doing? Why the delay in capturing a mere girl?" Accompanying the thunderous voice, an elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared above the crowd. Upon seeing him, the two men promptly bowed in respect. "Elder Jiu, Yi Qingqiu is now the disciple of this esteemed individual." One of the men pointed towards Zhang Heng and proclaimed. The white-haired elder fixed his gaze upon Zhang Heng. "What nonsense! This is merely the inept and unskilled sect leader of the Misty Sect. To be deceived by a mortal, you two good for nothings. Why haven't you dispatched him yet?" Chapter 2. The enigmatic master. The white-haired elder was a master of the Fate Wheel realm, an esteemed elder of the Wang family. His words instantly left Yi Qingqiu and the two male cultivators in shock. This elegant and lofty elder turned out to be merely a mortal. It was no wonder they could not discern his cultivation level. He possessed none. particularly the two male cultivators, who were well aware of Zhang Heng and Appo's notorious reputation as the infamous sect leader of Chu, who had survived for 2 decades solely due to the protective array of his sect and the popularity of 2 sensational novels, felt humiliated to have been deceived by such a mortal while bowing in deference. Rage surged within them. So it was you. How dare you insult us? Today, we will ensure you cannot live nor die. They snarled through gritted teeth. Yi Qingqiu and Appo's cold, delicate face now reflected her panic as she stared at the master she had just pledged herself to. She could hardly believe that her master was a mere mortal. Although she had never heard of Zhang Heng's name before, the words of the Wang family members led her to deduce that he was indeed just an ordinary man. A tumult of emotions washed over her. She had thought she had found a savior, only to discover a charlatan. Just as the flicker of hope ignited within her, it was extinguished once more. However, upon reflection, she recognized that her seemingly fraudulent master, despite being immortal, had risked everything to pose as a high-ranking figure to rescue her. Regardless of his wisdom, she could not bear to let his kindness go unappreciated. Clenching her teeth and gripping her sword tightly, she stepped forward to Zhang Heng and whispered, "Master, you should leave. I will do my utmost to hold them off." She then turned her gaze toward the 3 cultivators of the Wang family. "You seek to capture me. Do not involve the innocent." Zhang Heng observed the young girl standing defiantly before him, and his heart stirred. This young lady understood his mortal nature, yet still chose to call him master. Willing to protect him. With a sense of warmth, he smiled. "It is not the way of a disciple to shield their master. Your filial piety is duly noted." He gently patted Yi Qingqiu's shoulder. Yi Qingqiu turned, puzzled, meeting Zhang Heng's handsome face, which remained calm and composed. "You should withdraw. These adversaries are beyond your current capabilities," he advised. But Yi Qingqiu found herself at a loss for words, unable to voice her thoughts. What could a mere mortal like him possibly change? "Ha ha." One of the male cultivators erupted in laughter. "You, a mere mortal, wish to protect others? How utterly ridiculous." At that moment, the white-haired elder grew impatient. "Kill Zhang Heng, and I will personally capture Yi Qingqiu." With that, he summoned a chain-like artifact imbued with a sinister aura, exerting immense pressure. Seeing this, Yi Qingqiu's expression turned grave. The elder was 3 major realms above her, and she was certain her demise was imminent. Yet, her master remained unfazed. Suddenly, her sword slipped from her grasp and flew into Zhang Heng's hands. Yi Qingqiu gasped in astonishment. "Isn't he immortal? How can he take my sword?" Zhang Heng, with a calm demeanor, replied, "Use your sword to vanquish your foes." In truth, he possessed no weapon of his own, but at his current cultivation level of the god-knocking realm, he surpassed everyone present, rendering him fearless. Engaging in close combat would only tarnish the grand image he had just established for his disciple. Although he could employ a lethal item, that would be a waste. The white-haired elder and the 2 cultivators dismissed Zhang Heng's ability to wield the spiritual sword. "You still wish to pretend? Prepare to die." The 2 male cultivators charged forward, while the elder and Appo's chains lunged toward Yi Qingqiu. "Return my sword!" Yi Qingqiu cried out in panic. Buzz! The spiritual sword in Zhang Heng's grasp suddenly erupted with terrifying spiritual energy, radiating a blinding azure light that shook violently. Yi Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Zhang Heng gracefully unleashed a wave of sword energy, which surged like a vast ocean toward the 3 adversaries. The trio from the Wang family was taken aback. "What?" The elder and Appo's eyes trembled as he sensed the impending sword energy, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He cried out internally, "Flee!" In the next instant, the sword energy pierced through his body, continuing onward, creating a deafening roar as it carved a massive chasm into the ground, cleaving the mountain before them in half with a smooth incision, akin to slicing through an apple with a knife. Subsequently, the bodies of the 3 cultivators split apart, meeting their end on the spot. Moments later, tranquility returned. Yi Qingqiu stood frozen, watching as Zhang Heng returned her sword. "It is resolved," Zhang Heng said leisurely. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingqiu snapped back to reality, turning to see the 3 dismembered corpses. One strike. No, merely a simple wave of sword energy. And he has slain 3 men, one of whom was a master of the Fateful Realm. My master. Truly a formidable force. Is this the fortune my sister, the Peach Demon, spoke of? Yi Qingqiu's heart trembled, her mind racing with disbelief. Observing the astonishment on his young disciple's face, Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wielding a sword indeed embodies the demeanor of a true master. Yet, while I have saved her life, the path of cultivation requires a guiding mentor. Will she willingly continue to recognize me as her master? With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Yiqingqiu suddenly knelt on one knee before Zhang Heng. Thank you for saving me, master. I, Qingqiu, shall repay you and follow your lead. Zhang Heng's heart swelled with joy, pleased that his disciple understood the importance of gratitude. Rise, I seek no repayment. Just remember to diligently cultivate and become a formidable force in the future, so as not to bring shame upon our lineage. Your growth will also elevate my own. Yiqingqiu nodded resolutely, proclaiming, I shall not disappoint you, master. Now, that is the spirit. A disciple with ambition is indeed a worthy pupil. Trust level of disciple Yiqingqiu increased. Reward. A recovery pill, restores injuries, revives severed limbs. There are rewards as well, Zhang Heng mused, astonished. He then noticed the injuries on Yiqingqiu and Apos' body and retrieved a pill from his inventory. The pill appeared unremarkable, resembling those crafted by mundane alchemists, devoid of any spiritual essence. Although Zhang Heng was not well versed in alchemy, the pill and Apos' ordinary appearance left him feeling disheartened. This seems rather subpar. I am almost embarrassed to gift this to my disciple, he thought. This is a healing pill. Take it, he said, uncertain whether such a mediocre pill could truly heal her wounds. Yiqingqiu accepted it without hesitation. Though she noted its inferior quality, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. She had resolved to follow Zhang Heng. Whatever he offered, she would not disdain. Without delay, she swallowed the pill, and a wave of comforting warmth enveloped her entire being. A powerful yet gentle energy coursing through her limbs. Yiqingqiu and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment as her body trembled uncontrollably. What kind of pill is this? She felt her physical form being nurtured, all her injuries swiftly mending, the sensation akin to soaking in a divine elixir in a hot spring. Not only that, but it seemed as though invisible hands were reaching into her chest, gently caressing her damaged Dao bones, and soon, a tremendous energy restored them to their pristine state. No. It could be said that they had been reborn. Yiqingqiu was left utterly astounded. Even the Peach Spirit Sister was powerless against this matter. Yet it was astonishingly resolved by a single elixir from my master. Chapter 3. The sect of returning to simplicity. Yiqingqiu was once a prodigy of the esteemed Dongshin Yi clan, born with a natural talent for the Tao. Recognized as the foremost young genius of Dongshin continent. By the tender age of 10, she had reached the pinnacle of the spirit concealment realm. Yet, she fell victim to a treacherous scheme orchestrated by her cousin, who maliciously stripped her of her Dao bone. Furthermore, her cousin and Apos' faction ruthlessly annihilated her entire family. Her grandfather sacrificed his life to protect her, leading her to a desolate refuge where they encountered a mysterious Peach Spirit Sister, allowing her to narrowly escape death. Tragically, her grandfather succumbed to a withered soul, returning to the cosmos, leaving her powerless as she watched him perish. On that fateful day, her tears ran dry. And from then on, the sole obsession in her heart became the desire for revenge. The lineage of the Yi family was left with only her, while her cousin faced no repercussions, usurping her position as the young master of the Yi clan, becoming the most illustrious genius of Dongshin continent, basking in glory. In stark contrast, she endured years of suffering due to the backlash from the loss of her Dao bone, her cultivation plummeting back to that of an ordinary person, forcing her to begin her arduous journey of recultivation. She toiled day and night, and after several years, barely attained the body refinement realm, while her cousin, empowered by her Dao bone, flourished into a formidable young warrior. The disparity between them was insurmountable, yet despite the faint glimmer of hope, she clung to her aspirations of vengeance. Since the day her grandfather died before her eyes, she had not shed a single tear, no matter the agony she endured. However, today, upon meeting her master and consuming a medicinal pill, it seemed that her parched tears had finally returned, cascading down her cheeks like crystalline droplets. Gradually, she found herself weeping audibly, as if all her grievances were being released at that moment. Zhang Heng, witnessing Yiqingqiu's tears, was momentarily taken aback, quickly feeling a pang of anxiety. Could it be that my medicinal pill was so distasteful that it drove her to tears? What kind of rubbish did the system send me? What if I scare my disciple away? With no experience in comforting women, he was at a loss. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in with notifications. The great disciple and Apos' realm has elevated to the spirit concealment realm. Your cultivation is returned 100-fold. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to mid-god knocking realm. The great disciple has advanced to significant realm. Reward, 1 level 1 training room. The host may designate a room to become the training facility. Zhang Heng was once again stunned. filled with confusion about how such an upgrade occurred. Suddenly, Yi Qingqiu knelt, her forehead striking the ground heavily. "Thank you, Master, for your life-giving grace. From now on, I am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for you, unafraid of death." Seeing her forehead bleed from the impact, Zhang Heng hastily urged, "Please rise." He quickly helped her up, and gazing at her tear-streaked face, he couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Surely she doesn't attribute her advancement to my medicinal pill. Although the pill was somewhat subpar, Zhang Heng couldn't and oppose. T voiced that. Otherwise, what would happen if she left? He maintained a serious demeanor and said, "No matter how good the pill, it merely assists. True strength must come from within, enabling one to navigate this world and vanquish all enemies." Yi Qingqiu bit her trembling lip and nodded resolutely. Master knows everything. The Peach Spirit Sister had mentioned that this place held her fortune. But she never anticipated it would be so profound, allowing her to regain her natural talent and hope for revenge against her cousin and Appos, as faction. As she felt Zhang Heng wiping her eyes, she realized she had indeed cried, her fingers tracing the damp corners of her eyes in disbelief. She never expected to shed tears again. Zhang Heng, captivated by her beauty in this moment, was also momentarily entranced. Yi Qingqiu possessed an ethereal beauty that remained striking even in tears, as if she had stepped out of a delicate ancient painting, graceful and delicate. With skin as smooth and flawless as pure jade, her tear-filled eyes evoking profound sympathy. This disciple is almost excessively beautiful. Any man who beheld her would surely be enchanted. However, I possess a system. Who would dare to harm my disciple? After a brief interlude, Zhang Heng noted that Yi Qingqiu and Appos' emotions had calmed slightly. "Your injuries have healed. Let us return to the sect." "Yes, Master," she replied obediently, now fully trusting Zhang Heng. Before departing, Zhang Heng exerted his strength to obliterate any evidence of their presence, then leaped into the air, stepping lightly as he guided Yi Qingqiu away towards the Piaomiao sect. As Yi Qingqiu observed her master's imposing figure, her mind wandered. What kind of blessed realm would such a powerful master inhabit? Her heart brimmed with anticipation. Previously, she had lived in a small village, a barren land with scarce spiritual energy, making cultivation arduous. She longed for a sacred place of cultivation to accelerate her growth. Aware that the gap between her and her nemesis was vast, and any moment of complacency could widen it further. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, with his back turned to Yi Qingqiu, felt a sense of trepidation. "My humble sect has nothing to offer. I hope I don't scare my disciple away." Before long, they arrived over a mountain range, the very domain of the Piaomiao sect. The environment was serene and picturesque, yet the density of spiritual energy left much to be desired. They soon reached a square before a dilapidated palace. Surveying the surrounding disarray, Yi Qingqiu felt no disappointment. A place inhabited by great beings must harbor hidden wonders. Zhang Heng continued to lead her to the sect's rear mountain, where a modestly sized house stood. Having been renovated over the years under Zhang Heng's care, it was presentable. "Please stay here for now," he indicated a room, which was simply decorated yet clean and tidy. Yi Qingqiu gazed at the furnishings within, feeling a wave of comfort. Her own room back home was quite similar. "Master is incredibly strong and perceptive. He must know my background, which is why he thoughtfully arranged this room." Zhang Heng was astonished. Why did this beautiful disciple show no reaction? To him, Yi Qingqiu and Appos' aura and appearance suggested she hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, and she would surely find his humble abode lacking, especially after consuming such a mediocre medicinal pill. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu finally spoke. "Master, where is the training room in our sect? I wish to begin cultivating immediately. I bear a deep-seated grudge and cannot afford to be idle." Her words left Zhang Heng momentarily speechless. "A training room? Our sect lacks even the most basic resources. I grow my own food." Naturally, Hikuden and Appos' voiced these thoughts. "Patience. The time has not yet come," he replied mysteriously, internally pleading, "System brother, please grant me some gold coins to create a training room." Yet, the system offered no response. Must I wait until Yi Qingqiu's realm improves before being rewarded with a training room? Zhang Heng pondered, but for now, he could only wait. Yi Qingqiu paused. Accustomed to cultivating in places with thin spiritual energy, yet Shikuden and Appos' helped but express, "Master, I carry a deep-seated grudge. I am of the Dongshin Yu clan. Yao Tian stole my Dao Bone and exterminated my kin. With my Dao Bone in his possession, he possesses unparalleled talent. And the gap between us widens with each passing moment." In her eyes, such a powerful master could not possibly lack even a common training room. Yi Aotian had access to all the resources of the mighty Dong Xinyi clan, and the vast disparity often left her feeling despondent. She dared not allow herself a moment and amp, Appos, as complacency. Hearing Yi Qingxiu and amp, Appos, as tale, Zhang Heng felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, he could not conjure a training room out of thin air. I understand your urgency. I empathize with your feelings, but the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Master. Very well, we shall speak of this matter another day. I have my own tasks to attend to. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best course of action. Zhang Heng swiftly retreated into his chamber, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. He immersed himself in his cultivation, as his master was engaged in tranquil meditation and preferred not to be disturbed. Zhang Heng remarked. Yi Qingxiu stood dumbfounded before the closed door, her heart aflame with anger and sorrow. Why? Why does my master deny me the opportunity to cultivate at once? She could not comprehend her master's intentions, pondering where she had erred or if there were other reasons for his refusal. Standing there in deep contemplation for an extended period, she ultimately resolved to abandon her fruitless musings. Though the spiritual energy here was somewhat sparse, it was still preferable to the desolation outside. She promptly entered her own room to commence her cultivation. Meanwhile, in his own chamber, Zhang Heng paced restlessly, as agitated as an ant upon a hot stove. Yet he soon regained his composure. Never mind. What can be done? There is no other recourse at present. Perhaps a brief slumber would suffice. Zhang Heng lay down upon his bed and drifted into sleep. This was the preparation for his life. When faced with monumental challenges, one must remain calm. For panic serves no purpose. One must eat and drink as needed. That is fundamental. Since the system had not responded, he would simply wait for Yi Qingxiu to advance in her cultivation and see if the system might yield some rewards thereafter. Time slipped away, minute by minute. As evening fell, Yi Qingxiu suddenly emerged from her chamber and stood before Zhang Heng and amp, Appos, S door. Master, Yi Qingxiu called out with a melodious voice. Zhang Heng and amp, Appos, S heart tightened. Surely, she is not here to bid me farewell. Chapter 4. The disciple who enjoys imagination, what is it? Zhang Heng steadied his emotions and replied nonchalantly. Master, I realize my mistake, came the response from outside the door, spoken by Yi Qingxiu. Zhang Heng was utterly perplexed. What exactly did you do wrong? Where lies your fault? Unable to comprehend her words, he directly inquired. I should not have been so impatient and eager for success, burdened by a great enmity. I became overly hasty and forgot to cultivate my mind. Instead, I relied on brute force in my training, failing to gain any insights. My efforts yielded only half the results for double the work, ultimately harming myself. Your words have enlightened me. It is indeed unwise to rush in cultivation. You observed that I remained oblivious, hence you said, go cultivate on your own, again emphasizing calmness. Just as I hastened my practice, I felt a subtle pain within my organs. My cultivation had not progressed even a fraction. Yet, upon calming my mind, my training became far more enjoyable. Today, I finally understand why Sister Tao Yao did not impart this wisdom to me before. It was because I previously needed the fury and hatred to resist the backlash of the Dao Bone. Now, with my Dao Bone reborn, I cannot continue to employ my old methods of cultivation, for that would only lead to my own demise, rendering any hope for revenge futile. As Yi Qingxiu concluded her words, Zhang Heng heard the sound of her kneeling. I thank you, Master, for your guidance. At that moment, Zhang Heng's system chimed with a notification window. The host has guided disciple Yi Qingxiu out of her mental predicament, enhancing her state of mind. Reward, spiritual cultivation, method 5 elements, nourishing technique. What? Zhang Heng stood there in disbelief. What kind of miraculous disciple is this? I did nothing. And she gained enlightenment on her own. Excellent, excellent. Is this how it is? Zhang Heng felt both joy and frustration. He was delighted that as his disciple grew stronger, so too would he, yet he was frustrated by the existence of such talented individuals in the world while he struggled to even attain the body tempering stage. It was indeed lamentable. Nonetheless, joy outweighed frustration. No matter how gifted one might be, diligent cultivation remained essential. Comfortably, he thought, as long as he had a disciple, he could level up effortlessly. Clearing his throat, he rose from the bed, opened the door, and beheld Yi Qingxiu kneeling before him. A child worth teaching. Rise. As Yi Qingxiu stood, Zhang Heng approached the entrance to her chamber. In all matters, haste breeds confusion. Seeing that you have awakened, it is time for formal cultivation. Zhang Heng spoke with feigned gravity. He then gestured towards the room, revealing an exquisite array inscribed upon the floor. The spiritual energy here transformed, becoming extraordinarily dense, while mysterious golden runes shimmered and pulsated. He had placed a first-level cultivation chamber obtained from the system in this room. Yi Qingqiu gazed in astonishment at the scene. Master merely pointed lightly, and this room transformed into a top-tier cultivation chamber. My Yi family, as one of the foremost powers in Dongxian Prefecture, boasts countless strong individuals. Yet we possess very few such cultivation chambers. Noticing his dazed disciple, Zhang Heng felt a twinge of guilt. She was a genius, and providing her a first-level cultivation chamber felt somewhat inadequate. However, he resolved to continue painting a bright future for her. Though this cultivation chamber may be of a lower tier, fret not. In the future, as your realm increases, I shall provide you with a superior place for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu felt a tremendous wave of emotion. A cultivation chamber of such caliber, yet in her master's eyes, it was merely the lowest grade. She quickly rationalized it, understanding that her master, being so powerful, would regard such treasures as trivial. I shall not disappoint Master S' expectations, Yi Qingqiu declared earnestly. Seeing his disciple so sincere, Zhang Heng was deeply moved. His eldest disciple was truly filled with filial piety. He then retrieved the 5 elements nourishing technique from the system. The cover of the book was quite worn and appeared to be of ancient origin, causing Zhang Heng to wonder from where the system had acquired such an archaic text. After some contemplation, he decided it prudent to caution Yi Qingqiu. This technique is rather basic. If you possess a more advanced method, it would be wise to refrain from practicing this one. The disciple understands. Yi Qingqiu nodded respectfully as she accepted the technique and entered her room. Zhang Heng watched her retreating figure with furrowed brows, silently pondering. Does she truly comprehend? The name and Appos, nourishing technique and Appos, sounds rather unimpressive. In the realm of immortality, is there even a need for nourishment? He mentally scoffed at the system. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that Yi Qingqiu, being so astute, would not be foolish enough to practice his technique. At that moment, sensing something amiss at the core of the protective array, he flew towards the dilapidated grand hall. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yi Qingqiu hastily opened the 5 elements nourishing technique, and upon glancing at it, she was left astounded. 5 elements nourishing, life, and continuity. This was indeed a technique that cultivated the 5 organs simultaneously. The spiritual cultivation realm primarily focuses on the human body's 5 organs, which correspond to the 5 elements. Due to their opposing nature, simultaneous cultivation is exceedingly difficult. However, this technique utilized the generative interactions of the 5 elements to cultivate the 5 organs at once, achieving a remarkable efficiency and imbued with the essence of perpetual life. Thus, the cultivation achieved in the spiritual cultivation realm would be stronger than that of others, laying a foundation far superior to her peers, offering boundless benefits for future cultivation. The challenge of mastering this incredible technique lay in the necessity for a tranquil mind. Only then could the 5 organs be cultivated simultaneously, or else one risked falling into madness. Thus, Master S' earlier words were indeed a reminder to me. It is imperative to ascertain whether I can truly calm my mind. Otherwise, I am unworthy of practicing such an extraordinary technique. As this realization dawned upon her, her master and Appos, S' imposing figure grew even more majestic in her heart. Rest assured, Master, Qingqiu has awakened. Furthermore, with your guidance, I have no fear of revenge. With that, she immediately sat down to cultivate, this time with patience and meticulous attention to every detail, abandoning her former impatience. Simultaneously, Zhang Heng arrived at the dilapidated grand hall. Standing before the core of the protective array, which appeared ancient and weathered, its surface marred by countless cracks devoid of any brilliance. The protective array is nearly depleted. Thankfully, I took on a disciple in advance, otherwise, in my mortal form. Suddenly, the core emitted a golden radiance, brilliant and resplendent. What is this? Zhang Heng was taken aback by this unprecedented occurrence. He beheld the golden light coalescing as if flowing water, gradually forming a golden human silhouette, adorned in flowing robes, exuding an otherworldly aura, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Descendants of the floating mist sect, my ancestral master left behind the burial array of immortals, which is about to vanish and can no longer shield you from the tribulations of the Tao. Henceforth, you shall face your own tribulations, should you succeed. You shall ascend to the Tao, should you fail, your soul shall scatter. I trust you are prepared. As the golden phantom concluded its words, its hollow gaze seemed to hold a spark of life as it turned towards Zhang Heng. Strange. Why have you only just entered the divine realm? Zhang Heng stood in shock for a considerable time. The ancestral figure of the floating mist sect had appeared inexplicably. And what was this talk of tribulations? Ancestral master. What is this about tribulations? Zhang Heng asked. The ancestral figure sighed deeply. Alas, my floating mist sect has ultimately declined. As the protector against tribulations, I have only just entered the divine realm. There is no hope. With that, the golden phantom vanished, leaving Zhang Heng in a daze. What is happening? Tribulations? What tribulations have I faced? I am not ascending. Damn, could it be that having just accepted a disciple and seen a glimmer of hope, the heavens are coming to punish me? At that moment, the system displayed a message. The host has inherited the karma of the mysterious sect and sensed that the great thunder tribulation will descend in 30 days. The host must possess at least the cultivation level of the divine passage realm to have a chance of overcoming it. A task has been triggered. Please elevate Yi Qingxiu and Appo's realm to the Fate Palace realm before the thunder tribulation arrives. Upon reading the system and Appo's task, Zhang Heng was taken aback. To elevate from the spirit concealment realm to the Fate Palace realm in just 30 days, how could that possibly be achieved? The spirit concealment realm comprises 5 minor realms, each corresponding to the cultivation of the 5 internal organs of the human body. Typically, it takes ordinary cultivators several years to advance through each realm. As far as Zhang Heng knew, the most gifted individual in the state of Chu, Wang Ming, took 5 years to cultivate within the spirit concealment realm. Yet, the system has allotted Yi Qingxiu merely 30 days. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng realized he must undertake the task. Only by facilitating Yi Qingxiu's ascension to the Fate Palace realm can he attain the cultivation of the divine passage realm in return. However, upon further reflection, Zhang Heng felt a sense of calm. My disciple possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Surely, he can accomplish this within the given time. Chapter 5. Unintentionally enlightened again, he leisurely returned to his residence and found Yi Qingxiu meditating in deep concentration. She seemed so absorbed that she did not notice Zhang Heng and Appo's arrival. Waves of energy emanated from her, and she glistened with fragrant sweat, her fair complexion utterly captivating, which stirred a profound sense of awe and admiration within Zhang Heng, a young man of virtue. Indeed, strive diligently, my disciple, my life depends upon you. The door was left ajar during her practice. Was this an invitation for mischief? Zhang Heng cautiously closed the door for her and then reclined comfortably on a bamboo chair, gazing at the picturesque sunset. That's not right. If I were to take on a second disciple, the cultivation of both would return to me 100-fold, greatly increasing my chances of survival. No suitable candidates for discipleship have been found yet. Just as I suspected, this is utterly unreliable. Time passes. It is time for dinner, he mused to himself. Thus, Zhang Heng rose to prepare the evening meal. Soon, he had finished, and the night had fallen, with a luminous moon suspended high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that enveloped the entire Piaomiao Peak in a milky sheen, soft and dreamlike. Zhang Heng conveyed a message to Yi Qingxiu within the room. Dinner is ready. Surprised, Yi Qingxiu took a moment to respond, astonished that her master would cook for her. Master, I wish to cultivate a little longer. Look at you, so eager. Zhang Heng replied. Despite facing the peril of a thunder tribulation, he refrained from pressuring his disciple. Having experienced the overwhelming stress from his own parents in a previous life, he understood that while a certain level of pressure might be beneficial, excessive pressure could have adverse effects. And for Yi Qingxiu, a dedicated scholar with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he needed to encourage a balance of work and rest. After a brief while, Yi Qingxiu emerged from her room and bowed to Zhang Heng in apology. Master, I was wrong. This time. She was no longer in a rush, but was deeply captivated by her cultivation practice, lost in its allure. In an instant, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What? My mental energy has been depleted to such an extent. Had it not been for my master calling me out in time, I might have fainted. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Her master had summoned her to prevent her from succumbing to excessive mental strain. Truly, my master is unfathomably profound, omniscient, she thought with admiration. Soon after, the two sat outside under the moonlight, enjoying their meal. Yi Qingxiu gazed at the sumptuous spread before her, and having expended so much energy in her practice, her appetite surged. She eagerly sampled the dishes, her eyes sparkling with delight. Master, this is delicious. Zhang Heng smiled at his disciple's approval of his culinary skills. The once desolate courtyard, cold for 20 years, was now alive with harmony and warmth. After dinner, Zhang Heng retired for the night. Despite the looming threat of tribulation, He maintained a serene disposition and fell into a deep slumber, as usual. Time passed, though he was unaware of how long. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, and terrifying energy erupted in the night, engulfing his small abode in flames. Zhang Heng jolted awake, finding himself amidst the ruins, lying on a charred floor. What happened? My home is gone, he exclaimed in shock. Even more alarmingly, several plots of land had been affected, their crops reduced to ash. The home and fields that had accompanied him for 20 years were destroyed. Zhang Heng felt a pang of sorrow as he turned to see Yi Qingxiu sitting on the ground, steam wafting from her body, her clothes singed, revealing patches of her snow-white skin. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, awakening to the devastation surrounding her. Spotting her master watching her with a hint of anger, she hurriedly bowed in apology. Master, I encountered a mishap during my practice and destroyed the house. Please punish me. Observing her sincere contrition, Zhang Heng's anger quickly dissipated. It's merely a small house. I care not for it, he said, though a tinge of pain was evident on his face. Yi Qingxiu, puzzled, widened her beautiful eyes and quickly realized something. Her master was not grieving the loss of the house, but rather lamenting her inability to swiftly master the profound techniques bestowed upon her. She felt remorseful for failing to meet his expectations. Despite having access to exceptional cultivation methods, she struggled to break through to minor success, her internal organs still unrefined. Master has treated me with such kindness, yet I cannot succeed, she expressed her guilt. Zhang Heng, noticing her distress, quickly reassured her, do not dwell on it. It was just an old house. Out with the old, in with the new. Boom. As Yi Qingxiu processed his words, a thunderous realization struck her. As if she had been struck by lightning. She understood, cultivating the 5 elements nourishment technique required simultaneous refinement of the 5 internal organs, which corresponded to the 5 elements. To continue her practice, she must first eliminate impurities. Ordinary cultivation methods focus on refining one part at a time, allowing impurities to be expelled automatically. By adhering to conventional wisdom while practicing the 5 elements nourishment technique, she had inevitably failed, causing the explosive backlash of her accumulated spiritual energy. She hastily reversed the flow of the 5 elements nourishment technique, expelling the impurities from her internal organs. In an instant, waves of heat radiated from her body, followed by a warm aura bursting forth. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, Yi Qingxiu has achieved minor success in the 5 elements nourishment technique. Understanding returns 100-fold. The host automatically reaches perfection in the 5 elements nourishment technique. The 5 spiritual reservoirs harmonize, enhancing physical strength and providing an unceasing flow of spiritual energy. Zhang Heng felt a surge of vitality, as if he had regained a decade of youth, his energy levels peaking. Bewildered, he thought. Why am I the one guiding her again? What fanciful ideas is this beautiful disciple concocting? Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I am dull-witted and needed your reminders twice to awaken. Failing to honor your teachings, Yi Qingxiu expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. In that moment, she finally comprehended. Her master was so powerful that he could not allow her to destroy the house. He merely wished to enlighten her through this incident. The host utilized a simple wooden house, successfully guiding Yi Qingxiu. Items return 100-fold. The host receives a luxurious loft. Zhang Heng was astonished to see a miniature model of a grand loft materialize on the system panel. This can be returned too? He marveled. However, having a new house was certainly pleasant. Otherwise, he and Yi Qingxiu would have to sleep under the stars. Excellent, your comprehension is commendable. Zhang Heng and Appos, as heart swelled with joy. With such extraordinary talent, his disciple might have a chance to survive the tribulation in a month. Yi Qingxiu felt warmth from Zhang Heng's praise and beamed with a radiant smile, but then her gaze fell upon the surrounding ruins. Master, what shall we do about this house? Should I descend the mountain to hire craftsmen for a new one? There is no need for that, Zhang Heng replied, waving his hand toward the debris. Suddenly, a magnificent tower rose from the ground, illuminated by a beam of morning sunlight, shimmering like a divine abode. Yi Qingxiu was left in awe. Her master could conjure structures from thin air. Such astonishing abilities were beyond her comprehension. Zhang Heng, sensing the admiration in his disciple and Appos' eyes, felt elated. All right, you have trained through the night. Let us descend the mountain for a meal. Zhang Heng always adhered to the principle of balancing work with leisure. Yet, this time, he also intended to address the grievances that had lingered for 2 decades. The nearby Lingbo sect was responsible for his 20-year exile, forcing him to live like a hermit on the mountain. 20 years ago, when he had just assumed the position of the Piao sect's master, No one knew his true identity, and he frequently ventured down the mountain for supplies. However, due to the betrayal of a woman, the Lingbo sect discovered his status as the sect leader, forcing him into seclusion. Now, at last, he could descend the mountain with honor. Casually venture to explore the reality of Lingbo Gate, to ascertain whether my status as a deity-seeking cultivator is sufficient for vengeance. Chapter 6. The Reincarnation of the Starving Ghost. Yiqingqiu Zhang Heng escorted Yiqingqiu to Fengping City. As they strolled along the bustling streets, Zhang Heng observed the myriad of goods with great interest. When they passed by a brothel, his pace involuntarily slowed, captivated by the alluring gestures of the courtesans vying for patrons. He instinctively touched the pouch at his waist, sighing inwardly at his poverty. Having traversed into this realm for 20 years, devoid of any adult entertainment, he had nearly perfected the pure young boy cultivation technique. Now, possessing the strength to descend the mountain, he lamented that Yiqingqiu might abscond, compelling him to maintain his lofty persona, even if he had the means. It would be challenging to indulge, not to mention his utter lack of funds. Fortunately, 2 decades prior, he had collaborated with the affluent Fong family in the city to pen a sensational cultivation novel, which had enjoyed considerable popularity. However, before he could collect his earnings, he was ensnared on the mountain by the disciples of the nearby Lingbo sect for 20 years. The protective array of the Miao Miao sect was a significant temptation for Lingbo sect, and Zhang Heng remained oblivious to the fact that the elderly man who had handed him the sect master's token seemed to harbor significant grievances with Lingbo sect, ultimately leading to his own misfortune. Alas, thankfully, he finally had a disciple, which activated the system. He planned to first retrieve his manuscript fees from the Fong family bookstore and then settle Yiqingqiu within the sect while he ventured to Lingbo sect to assess the situation. Should he discover no one of higher cultivation than himself, he would annihilate Lingbo sect once and for all. Had he foreseen such destitution, he would have been more prudent in dispatching those who pursued his senior disciple, opting for less lethal force. Zhang Heng sighed again, recalling that it had been his inaugural engagement, obliterating them into nothingness. Turning to glance at Yiqingqiu, who obediently followed by his side, he noted her enchanting beauty, which drew the attention of numerous passers-by. This girl appeared exceptionally astute. How could he procure funds without compromising his esteemed image? Zhang Heng fell into contemplation. Master? What is it? Yiqingqiu suddenly noticed Zhang Heng's gaze upon her, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. Zhang Heng quickly turned away, clearing his throat. Qiu, you are yet unable to fast, so you must be hungry, correct? Yiqingqiu nodded in affirmation. Soon after, Zhang Heng led her into the most opulent tavern in the city, to uphold appearances and preserve his lofty image. He endured the pangs of his empty pockets and entered the most expensive private room. Once seated, he observed Yiqingqiu's graceful and proportionate figure with relief. This little girl surely wouldn't consume much, he thought. At that moment, a waiter approached. Esteemed guests, would you like to order? Zhang Heng sat up straight, feigning nonchalance as he turned to Yiqingqiu. Qiu, feel free to order whatever you desire. A pure, sweet smile blossomed on Yiqingqiu's fair face. Upon witnessing her smile, Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety. Master, can I truly order anything? Indeed. Zhang Heng nodded, albeit reluctantly. Waiter, bring us your finest dishes. Yiqingqiu raised her delicate hand, spreading her fingers. Dear guest, would you like 5 portions? The waiter chuckled. Yiqingqiu's cheeks flushed as she cautiously glanced at her master, quickly bending 3 fingers. Just 2 portions will suffice. Zhang Heng felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Could it be that this girl was the reincarnation of a starving ghost, consuming so much? That would amount to dozens of tales. Very well, esteemed guest. All our exquisite dishes, 2 portions each. The waiter eagerly dashed back to the kitchen. Master, did I order too much? Yiqingqiu asked shyly, looking at Zhang Heng. Not at all. Cultivators are meant to eat more than mortals. Zhang Heng forced a smile, knowing this meal would deplete his savings accumulated over 20 years. Before long, an array of sumptuous dishes was served, filling the expansive table and drawing the awe of onlookers, who gasped in admiration. Which wealthy patron ordered such a feast? Can they possibly finish it? That girl is stunning, like a celestial maiden. As they observed, Yiqingqiu devoured the food with an insatiable appetite, disregarding her image entirely, her mouth glistening with grease as she polished off plate after plate, seemingly without limits. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, halting their own meals to witness her extraordinary feast. Zhang Heng was equally astonished, his appetite vanishing. Goodness, can I sustain such a glutton in the future? Even more bewildering was Yiqingqiu's unabashed consumption of alcohol, behaving as boisterously as a robust man. Gradually, her peculiar behavior sparked murmurs among the patrons. Could this young lady be a demon of gluttony? She eats so much. Nonsense. Demons of gluttony specifically abduct beautiful maidens. How could she, being a girl herself, possibly be one? Indeed, with Lingbo sect-esque cultivators in the city, demons would only dare to roam at night, not during the day. Alas, it was reported that last night a demon abducted 3 maidens again. When will they finally eradicate this menace? What are those cultivators doing? The demons run rampant in the city. Do you want to die? How dare you speak of them? Zhang Heng listened with curiosity. Having never heard of this demon before, Yi Qingqiu also caught wind of the conversation and turned to the mortals. Esteemed elders, could you elaborate on this demon for me? The crowd detailed the situation to her, concluding with a serious warning. Little girl, you appear to be from out of town. With your looks, you must remain exceedingly vigilant at night. That demon particularly favors maidens like you. Yi Qingqiu nodded, then turned to Zhang Heng. Master, I wish to slay that demon, to rid the city of its scourge. Another time, the moment is not right, Zhang Heng replied dismissively, his thoughts focused on reclaiming his manuscript fees. Yi Qingqiu, upon hearing this, nodded dejectedly. Master must be above such mundane matters. Alas, how many maidens have suffered? She longed to rid the world of the demon but felt compelled to heed Zhang Heng's words. At that moment, 2 uniquely dressed men ascended to the private room on the 2nd floor. The patrons present swiftly averted their gazes, fearing to look upon them, and silence enveloped the area. Zhang Heng noticed their attire was that of Lingbo sect disciples. Both were at the body refinement stage and posed no threat to him. Fair maiden, what is your name? I am a disciple of Lingbo sect. How about spending a delightful night with me? One of the cultivators approached Yi Qingqiu, speaking brazenly, entirely disregarding Zhang Heng's presence. Begone, Yi Qingqiu replied coldly. The cultivator was immediately incensed. As cultivators in Fengping City, they could act with impunity, yet they had been rebuked by a mere girl. The patrons, hearing Yi Qingqiu chastise a cultivator, were filled with trepidation. Many hastily dropped their coins and fled the scene. The cultivator reached for Yi Qingqiu's neck, attempting to seize her. However, she reacted swiftly, spinning around to deliver a kick that sent him flying. Senior brother! The other cultivator shouted in alarm, drawing his sword and charging at Yi Qingqiu. Yi Qingqiu remained composed, delivering another kick that sent him sprawling. The 2 cultivators staggered to their feet, staring at Yi Qingqiu in terror, realizing she too was a cultivator. They gritted their teeth and fled the scene. Following this brief altercation, Yi Qingqiu resumed her meal. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the 2 cultivators had yet to return for revenge. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that a hidden powerhouse from Lingbo sect might come to settle scores with him, and given the crowd in the tavern, he could not simply silence them. When the dishes on the table were cleared away, the waiter approached to settle the bill. Dear guest, your total comes to 23 taels of silver. What? 23 taels? Zhang Heng was astonished. He had only 50 taels on him, impoverished to the extent that he possessed nothing but his cultivation. With tears in his eyes, he paid the bill. Subsequently, the 2 continued their stroll through the streets. Having satisfied her hunger, Yi Qingqiu grew impatient, frequently inquiring when Zhang Heng would return to their sect to cultivate. Qingqiu, look, you and Amp, Oppos, getting anxious again, Zhang Heng deflected her questions. At that moment, he was racking his brain, contemplating how to retrieve his manuscript fee. Most importantly, there were certain inappropriate elements within the novel he had penned, and should his beautiful disciple discover that he had once been an ordinary man, making a living through writing frivolous tales, it would utterly shatter the grand persona he had so painstakingly constructed. Surely he wouldn't want his disciple to learn that he had authored such lewd literature. Zhang Heng eventually devised a clever plan. He led Yi Qingqiu to an inn. How many rooms would you like, dear guest? The innkeeper inquired. Zhang Heng intended to seize the opportunity to sneak out and collect his money while Yi Qingqiu was sound asleep. Just as he was about to request 2 rooms, Yi Qingqiu spoke up. 1 room. Zhang Heng's heart sank. Could it be that my plan has been exposed? Is this girl intending to keep tabs on me by insisting on a single room? However, having reached this point, Zhang Heng could only proceed cautiously. Fortunately, the room was equipped with 2 beds, otherwise he might have succumbed to temptation. As night fell, he constantly probed with his spiritual sense to ascertain whether Yi Qingqiu was truly asleep. However, to his astonishment, Yi Qingqiu remained wide awake, tossing and turning in bed with a smile on her face, lost in thought. By the deep of night, she had even seated herself in a meditative posture, engaging in her cultivation. Zhang Heng cursed under his breath, finding the situation excruciating. He had no opportunity to slip away. Damn it. I refuse to believe you can go an entire night without sleep. Zhang Heng endured a torturous night lying in bed, biding his time with Yi Qingqiu. Yet, as dawn approached, the moment when one is most drowsy, Yi Qingqiu was still awake. Zhang Heng felt despair wash over him. Suddenly, the paper window emitted a sound, and a hollow bamboo stick thrust through, releasing a cloud of black poison. Yi Qingqiu opened her eyes, her expression growing cold as she gazed at the bamboo pipe. In an instant, she drew her sword and swung it toward the window, resulting in a piercing scream. Yi Qingqiu sprang up, shattering the window paper, and emerged outside, where she spotted two cultivators from Lingbo sect, the very same ones she had encountered in the tavern the previous day. Seeking death, Yi Qingqiu declared coldly. The two cultivators, terrified, turned to flee, but Yi Qingqiu pursued them relentlessly, soon slaying them both. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by, who emerged from their rooms, horrified to witness the bodies of the two Lingbo sect cultivators sprawled in the corridor. Panic ensued throughout the inn. Zhang Heng felt a throbbing headache. Killing two cultivators from Lingbo sect meant that he could no longer remain in Fengping City. Yet, he could not forfeit the money, lest his disciples starve. For Yi Qingqiu had yet to break her fast. Thus, he took Yi Qingqiu back to the tavern where they had dined the previous day. This time, he finally concocted a flimsy excuse. Once Yi Qingqiu had ordered her dishes, Zhang Heng sensed the moment was ripe and promptly said, "Qingqiu, I seem to have lost my money pouch, likely along the way here. Would you be so kind as to retrace our steps and search for it?" He intended to take advantage of her absence to dash to the Fong family bookstore. Listening to her master's words, Yi Qingqiu was filled with admiration for him. Such a powerful figure could still maintain noble virtues in the mortal realm, never looking down upon others simply because they were ordinary. However, she found it puzzling. She herself possessed spirit stones, each worth a significant sum of money in the mortal world, yet her master insisted she not pay. Nevertheless, she kept her thoughts to herself. She promptly rose and exited the tavern, retracing her steps to search diligently. Before long, she arrived back at the inn, where she suddenly spotted two Lingbo sect cultivators attending to the bodies of the two she had slain. She quickly concealed herself, pondering whether she should eliminate them as well, lest they disturb her master. At that moment, she observed the two cultivators carrying the corpses away and quietly followed behind them. Chapter 7. The master must have profound intentions. Yi Qingqiu stealthily followed them to an opulent mansion. Should they intend to harm the master, I shall strike preemptively. The master, embodying great benevolence, would not hold it against you, but should you insult my teacher, I shall exact vengeance. Yi Qingqiu mused darkly. She believed her master's mind transcended worldly concerns, fortified by immense power. Being humiliated by mere insects would not provoke him. Otherwise, she felt that Lin Hua would not have survived to this moment. The master is truly magnificent. Yet, why does he refrain from eliminating that monkey demon? This perplexed her greatly. She continued her pursuit, leaping onto a rooftop to conceal herself and discreetly observe the actions of the two individuals. She witnessed them laying corpses upon the ground, and shortly thereafter, 3 other cultivators from Lingbo sect emerged from within the house. Who could have slain them? A somewhat older man, presumably their leader, displayed astonishment upon seeing the two bodies. This entire Fengping city belongs to the Lingbo sect. Who would dare act with such audacity to murder them? According to the surrounding commoners, the two were slain by a beautiful maiden with a single sword stroke. One of the returning cultivators remarked, "A maiden? A single sword stroke? How could that be? Could she be a master of the spirit concealment realm?" The leader cultivator was taken aback. "Report this matter to Elder Chow, and we shall return to the sect with these furnace cauldrons immediately. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes. We are merely in the body refinement realm and cannot contend with her. Let Elder Chow stall her while we seek assistance from the sect," the leader insisted. The surrounding cultivators nodded in agreement. Eavesdropping from the rooftop, Yi Qingqiu's attention was piqued upon hearing the term furnace cauldron. Moments later, she observed cultivators emerging from the house, each carrying 6 bulging black sacks, evidently filled with contents. Connecting this to the earlier mention of furnace cauldrons by the leader cultivator, Yi Qingqiu and Appo's entire being jolted. Enhanced by the 5 elements nourishing technique, her perception sharpened, and she discerned that the sacks contained living beings. A maiden, a monkey demon, furnace cauldrons. Yi Qingqiu suddenly understood. These Lingbo sect cultivators were precisely the so-called monkey demons spoken of by the populace. Ironically, it was these very cultivators who hunted the monkey demons. A clear case of guarding against oneself. perpetuated for over a decade, leaving countless young women victimized. A furnace cauldron refers to individuals from whom cultivators siphon essence. Generally regarded as expendable, once their essence is depleted, they are discarded like refuse. As this realization struck her, Yi Qingxiu felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to eliminate these fiends, a sudden flash of enlightenment illuminated her mind. So that was it. I understand now. I have wronged the master. Guilt washed over her, mingled with frustration at her own ignorance in failing to grasp her master and Appo's intentions sooner. Yi Qingxiu, you are such a fool. The master must be deeply disappointed in you. Now she comprehended why her master had sent her to retrieve a lost money pouch. In truth, the master had not lost it at all. How could someone of such strength possibly misplace a simple pouch? Surely he did not deceive himself into seeking it due to a lack of funds. The sole truth was that the master wished for her to encounter these nefarious dealings through this very method. The forgotten pouch symbolized the lost women of the common folk. The master did not wish to assist because he sought to train her. I nearly faltered again. The master has often remarked that I am too hasty and must cultivate a steady mindset. Had I acted impulsively just now, the young women previously abducted by the Lingbo sect would never return. Now enlightened to her master's profound intentions, she resolved to continue following these individuals into the Lingbo sect to rescue more victims. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, seizing the opportunity while Yi Qingxiu sought the money pouch, hastened to a renowned bookstore in the city named Tianchun Garden, a property of the affluent Fong family. 20 years prior, he had befriended the Fong family's daughter, which afforded him certain privileges. In this bookstore, he had crafted a novel titled The Immortal Descents, inspired by the popular Xianxia novels of his previous life. Zhang Heng understood that regardless of the era, sensational novels were the most profitable, and this world lacked stringent censorship, making the inclusion of inappropriate content unavoidable. Upon entering the bookstore, he immediately spotted The Immortal Descents displayed prominently, evidently a bestseller. Zhang Heng held no reverence for cultivators, so he infused the narrative with both enjoyment and imaginative flair, delivering a striking blow to the literary landscape of this realm. He summoned the shopkeeper and presented the contract he had brought along since descending the mountain. Upon examining the contract, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock. The contract was authentic. The Fong family had presumed Zhang Heng to be deceased, only to discover he had resurfaced after 2 decades. The profits from selling the book were substantial, and should the contract be honored, the Fong family would incur significant losses. Shortly thereafter, Butler Fong stormed into the bookstore with a group of enforcers, exuding an intimidating presence as he bellowed at Zhang Heng. You little rascal, are you attempting to swindle the Fong family? Are you tired of living? Upon catching sight of Zhang Heng, Butler Fong was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that Zhang Heng's appearance had not altered in the slightest over 20 years. Only cultivators possess such agelessness. Nevertheless, Butler Fong was undeterred, confident in the protection of the Lingbo sect. I am Zhang Heng. Do you not remember me? Zhang Heng addressed the butler. Who are you? Don't try to get chummy with me. You can either leave on your own, or we'll force you out, Butler Fong threatened, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Are you attempting to renege on the agreement? Zhang Heng retorted, seething with indignation. And if I do? What will you do about it? Go report me to the city lord. Butler Fong scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Zhang Heng. Very well, Zhang Heng replied grimly, waving his hand, sending Butler Fong and his henchmen flying. A cultivator. It's a cultivator, someone exclaimed in panic. Butler Fong scrambled to his feet, staring intently at Zhang Heng. So what if you are a cultivator? My Fong family has immortal masters. If you have the ability, don't run away. Wait here for me. Butler Fong spat defiantly before hastily retreating with his entourage. I will be right here waiting for you. Zhang Heng angrily seated himself on a chair, propping up his legs, anticipating what means the Fong family would employ against him. He merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. Furthermore, he spoke the truth. He had taken very little. The silver of these mortals was inconsequential to him now. It was merely a matter of pride. Had he remained a mere mortal today, he would not only have returned empty-handed, but would likely have faced dire consequences at their hands. Before long, Butler Fong returned, accompanied by a young cultivator clad in the garb of the Lingbo sect, exuding an air of superiority as he strutted in with his head held high. Who is this wild cultivator, daring to bully me? The young cultivator snorted disdainfully. Chapter 8. Defamation. Observing the young cultivator of the 6th layer of the refinement stage before him, Zhang Heng could not suppress a chuckle. Is this truly your savior? You, young man, should temper your arrogance and taste the edge of my sword. The youth lunged at Zhang Heng with his blade. Zhang Heng, with a cold smile, casually lifted a finger to meet the tip of the sword. In that fleeting moment, onlookers believed Zhang Heng was doomed, certain his finger would be severed. Yet, to their astonishment, his finger remained steadfast against the blade, unmoving. Confused, Steward Feng inquired, "What is happening with Master Du? Quickly, slay this madman." The young cultivator, drenched in fear with beads of sweat forming on his brow, found himself powerless to budge Zhang Heng's finger, as if he were attempting to shift a mountain with mere steel, woefully overestimating his own strength. "Have you not eaten? Do exert yourself," Zhang Heng taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. The young cultivator, caught off guard and without hesitation, sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to Zhang Heng. "Forgive me, esteemed elder. I was ignorant and foolish to strike at you. I am but a disciple of Lingbo sect. I implore you to spare me, considering the reputation of my sect." Witnessing the respect shown by their formidable ally, a true immortal master, the crowd was left in disbelief. "Bow down and knock your head thrice, and I shall let you go," Zhang Heng spoke softly. The young cultivator froze. Could he truly kneel before another in front of all these witnesses? "Elder, do not be overly cruel. There are strong individuals within Lingbo sect as well." Zhang Heng chuckled coldly, replying, "Indeed, you possess spirit, but that may only lead you to your demise." The youth felt an overwhelming dread as he sensed Zhang Heng's suffocating murderous intent. Realizing Zhang Heng would undoubtedly act on his threat, his defiance evaporated. Without a moment's pause, he knelt and bowed his head to Zhang Heng. "Please spare my life, I beg you." The crowd was utterly stunned. Their protector was now beseeching Zhang Heng for mercy. "It is over," Zhang Heng muttered. In the next instant, the young cultivator and Apos' head exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The onlookers turned pale with terror. Steward Feng, witnessing the demise of his protector, felt his heart drop. He had never imagined that Zhang Heng was not just a cultivator, but one of terrifying strength. Suddenly, Zhang Heng and Apos' cold gaze fell upon him, nearly causing him to lose his wits. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground in submission. "Immortal master," he stammered, paralyzed by fear. Zhang Heng regarded Feng's plea with no trace of compassion. "You just threatened to sever my hand, did you not?" Boom. A stream of yellow liquid soaked through Feng's trousers. He had lost control of his bladder. "Immortal master, I," he stuttered, unable to articulate his fear. Zhang Heng fixed a steely gaze upon him. "One of us must lose a hand, do we not?" Understanding the implication, Feng immediately grasped the situation. "Immortal master, I will do it myself." With that declaration, he gritted his teeth and severed his own hand with a blade, agony tearing through his nerves as he writhed on the ground, howling in pain. The surrounding crowd recoiled in horror. Moments later, Feng fainted from the pain. Zhang Heng observed the unfolding scene with indifference. In the past, lacking strength, he had endured humiliation in silence. Now that he possessed power, to allow others to trample upon him would not be an act of virtue, but rather a sign of disgraceful submission. He rose leisurely, casually pocketing several hundred silver coins from the shop, while the onlookers remained silent, too intimidated to speak. "Tell the Feng family to cease selling my books from now on," Zhang Heng proclaimed before departing. After a considerable time, Feng awoke, injured, and hastily returned to the Feng estate to report the incident to Lord Feng. "Master, we must swiftly inform Elder Chow to eliminate that beast Zhang Heng." Feng gritted his teeth through the pain. Lord Feng, his face contorted with rage, kicked Feng down. "Incompetent fool, how did you provoke such a powerful cultivator?" "But, master, we have Lingbo sect as our backing. Even if they falter, we need not fear when the young lady returns." "Simpleton, do you not understand? One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but the thief cannot be prevented for 1,000 days. At this, Feng fell silent. "Bring Feng Wen home," Lord Feng commanded. Feng Wen, the second son of the Feng family, had a past acquaintance with Zhang Heng. Lord Feng wished to prepare for both contingencies, to send word to Elder Chow of Lingbo sect, and to have Feng Wen ready a token of apology. Awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between Elder Chow and Zhang Heng. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng returned to the tavern, glancing at his previous seat. Relieved not to find Yi Qingqiu returning, it would be awkward if his beautiful disciple discovered his lack of funds. He waited for a long while. "Where's that girl? It seems I must learn more about the art of finances. Otherwise, I might not even realize when my disciple has fled." He continued to indulge in delectable food and fine wine while awaiting the return of his lovely disciple. Surely she isn and Apos. Foolish. If she cannot find the purse, she will return, right? At the City Lord's manor, City Lord Wu Chui was embracing a beautiful woman while drinking with Elder Chow of Lingbo sect. Are you satisfied with this year's furnace cauldron? Wuchui inquired with enthusiasm. Acceptable, Elder Chow replied dismissively. Elder Chow, what about the Lingzong cultivation technique? Wuchui cautiously poured wine for Elder Chow. Upon hearing this, Elder Chow halted his movements, glaring at Wuchui with ire. You still have the audacity to speak? The furnace cauldron this year was utterly lacking in beauty, and I was berated by the sect master. Wuchui stood frozen, after more than a decade. He still had not acquired the Lingzong cultivation technique, his anger boiling over. Seeing this, Elder Chow shifted his tone, painting a brighter picture for Wuchui. However, the quantity was satisfactory. We can assess next year. One of our elders is nearing the end of their lifespan. You might just secure their position. Haha. I appreciate Elder Chow and Appo's guidance. Wuchui promptly shifted his demeanor, continuing to flatter Elder Chow. At that moment, two cultivators entered the room. Elder Chow regarded them with annoyance. What brings you here? Reporting to the elder, someone has slain our people, one of the cultivators announced. What? Elder Chow was taken aback. Who would dare kill members of Lingbo sect in Fengping City? On the opposing side, there may be a powerful presence, possibly a Lingzong cultivator. We dare not act recklessly and have come to report to the elder for your decision. The disciple elaborated on the situation. You mentioned it was a stunning young woman? Elder Chow's interest piqued. Indeed. According to witnesses, she is as beautiful as a celestial being, with an ethereal grace, a rare beauty of a century. Excellent. Excellent. Elder Chow laughed with excitement, immediately dispatching others to search for her whereabouts. Hearing the prospect of gaining Elder Chow's favor, Wuchui eagerly chimed in, Rest assured, Elder Chow. As long as they remain in this city, I will unearth them, even if it requires delving 300 feet underground. Consequently, Wuchui, under the pretext of hunting down the simians, mobilized all available personnel to locate Zhang Heng and Yi Qing. Instantly, Fengping City was locked down, chaos erupting. After nearly an hour, they finally located their targets in a tavern, Zhang Heng being one of them. Elder Chow and Wuchui led a throng of individuals into the establishment. News of the capture of the simians spread, drawing many curious onlookers. And soon the tavern was packed with people. A disciple of the Lingbo sect exclaimed, Yuan Ma, at last, I have found you, as he shouted towards Zhang Heng. Chapter 9. Annihilation of the clan in the dungeons of Lingbo sect. 3 cultivators carried 6 black burlap sacks into the cell. They opened the bags and rudely tossed out the unconscious girls inside. One girl, disheveled and trembling, cowered in the corner, her vacant gaze fixed on the newcomers. It was a pity for those beautiful young girls. Enough chatter, let us leave quickly. Only the elders can enjoy these. We, the errand runners, should not hope for such things. The trio grumbled as they departed from the dungeon. In the next moment, Yi Qingxiu's figure appeared. She surveyed the grim cells, her heart aching for the tormented girls confined within. Gritting her teeth, she noted that nearly 20 girls, all under the age of 14, were imprisoned here. These were merely the ones not yet selected as dual cultivation vessels. Recalling what the tavern patrons had said about the Lingbo sect capturing young girls for their practices for over a decade, she could only imagine the multitude of victims and shattered families left in their wake. Lingbo sect, one day, I shall eradicate you, Yi Qingxiu declared, raising her sword to sever the chains binding the cells. Yet, the captives within merely stared at her numbly, too afraid to escape. Hurry, why are you still dawdling? Yi Qingxiu urged. They shook their heads, paralyzed by fear. Sister, you must flee. If the Immortal Master arrives, you will be captured too, one girl kindly warned her. Immortal Master? I am the Immortal Master. I have come to rescue you, Yi Qingxiu proclaimed, her sword glowing with spiritual energy. The radiant white light sparked a flicker of recognition in the girl's hollow eyes. Yes, a benevolent Immortal Master has come to save us, a brave girl exclaimed, emboldening the others. Follow me, Yi Qingxiu commanded. Just as she prepared to lead them to freedom, voices echoed from outside the door. Third Elder. The recent acquisition of a cultivation vessel is quite to your liking. Excellent. You have done well, and will be prioritized for elixirs in the future. Thank you, Third Elder. Where are the guards? Seeking death indeed. How dare they not welcome the Third Elder? With a loud crash, the dungeon door was kicked open, revealing 3 disciples flanking a short, stout elder. They were met with the sight of 2 corpses on the ground, the guards of the dungeon. Enemies! One disciple screamed in terror. Suddenly, a sharp gash appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. The remaining disciples and the Third Elder were paralyzed with shock. Who goes there? The Third Elder shouted in fear. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to see his sword piercing through him. This, he muttered in disbelief, before the blade was withdrawn, leaving him lifeless. The other disciples fell one by one. In the doorway, backlit by white light, Yi Qingqiu stood with her sword, her eyes like stars, coldly observing the fallen bodies. The girls in the cells instinctively recoiled in fear. "Quick, come with me," Yi Qingqiu called out. The girls finally realized that this icy sister was there to rescue them. They bravely rushed out of the cells, emboldened by the knowledge that the third elder had been slain. Yi Qingqiu led them out of the dungeon, but their escape was quickly noticed by the Lingbo sect. Dozens of body-refining cultivators surrounded them. "Demoness, where do you think you're going?" With a swift motion, Yi Qingqiu brandished her sword, her figure flickering amidst the obstructing crowd. In mere moments, the cultivators fell one by one, their cries echoing through the air. More and more cultivators rushed to the scene. Unfazed, Yi Qingqiu had no intention of sneaking away. She would slay as many as came. "Everyone attack! Kill the demoness!" A man from the 15th layer of body refinement shouted. Yet the next moment, he found his throat pierced by her sword, his body collapsing without a hint of resistance. The onlookers gasped in shock, retreating in fear. "Demoness, you dare invade Lingbo's sect and slay our disciples? You seek death." A booming voice rang out as a white-haired elder descended upon them, surveying the chaos. "You, vessels, return to the dungeon at once, or I shall eradicate you along with this demoness," he proclaimed arrogantly. The girls, freshly escaped from the dungeon, recoiled in terror, some even scurrying back inside. "Sister, you must save us," one girl cried out in despair. "Ha! The Grand Elder has arrived. Grand Elder, kill her. With the Grand Elder here, demoness, you cannot escape." The disciples cheered with excitement. Yi Qingqiu fixed her icy gaze upon the elder, her expression brimming with rage. "Little girl, I shall give you a chance. Assist this elder in dual cultivation, and I shall spare your life," the Grand Elder called down to her. "Is this the Grand Elder of Lingbo sect?" Yi Qingqiu replied softly. "Are you afraid? I am a 5th-tier master of the spirit concealment realm, invincible beneath the palace of life. Surrender now, and you may yet live. Seeing as you too are of the spirit concealment realm, why not become my disciple? It is far better than following some wild master." The Grand Elder, not only desiring Yi Qingqiu and Appo's beauty but also her talent, was suddenly met with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from her. "To insult my master? Accept your death," Yi Qingqiu declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. The Grand Elder was astonished. Where did she go? He looked up in alarm, only to see a multitude of sword shadows materializing in the sky. What sword technique is this? The next moment, the sword shadows descended like autumn leaves, piercing through him. Amidst the onlookers' horror, the Grand Elder was impaled by 1,000 swords, his wails reverberating throughout Lingbo's sect. Ultimately, silence fell, leaving behind only bones. His flesh splattered like mud on the ground. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Lingbo sect disciples, rendering them immobile. At that moment, another thunderous voice echoed. "Demoness! Arrogant!" A bald man descended, the master of Lingbo sect. "Demoness, your spiritual energy is depleted. Prepare to die." He hurled his flying sword at Yi Qingqiu while charging forward for a physical confrontation. Yet, halfway through his assault, countless sword shadows shot toward him, forcing him to block with great difficulty, fear etched upon his face. How do you still possess such abundant spiritual energy? Suddenly, Yi Qingqiu appeared behind him, striking down with her sword, severing one of his arms. The master of Lingbo sect's expression turned to one of sheer terror. As a beginner in the Palace of Life realm, he could not comprehend how a practitioner of the spirit concealment realm could so easily disarm him. "I do not believe it. Your spiritual energy must be waning. You are merely a dying ember," he roared. The battle escalated fiercely, the disciples below unable to intervene in such a clash. Initially, he had intended to slay Yi Qingqiu while she was weakened. However, he was horrified to discover that her spiritual energy seemed boundless, even surpassing his own as a master of the Palace of Life. What was happening? Gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage, his body accumulating more and more wounds. Before long, the fight transformed into a one-sided pursuit. Yi Qingqiu cornered the sect leader into a dire predicament. "Fairy, spare my life." The leader of Lingbo's sect knelt before Yi Qingqiu, pleading, "I am willing to relinquish my position as the head of Lingbo's sect to you, if only you would grant me mercy." With a swift motion, a sword cleaved through the leader's neck, and in the next instant, his head tumbled to the ground, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yi Qingqiu observed the scene with an impassive expression. She cultivated the 5 elements nourishing technique, her spiritual power formidable, yet She had not anticipated that her prowess would surpass that of an early-stage life palace cultivator. Truly, it was a testament to the supreme technique bestowed by her master. A level of mastery that even her Yi family did not possess. Contemplating this, her conviction for vengeance grew ever stronger. Turning to the crowd, she noted that many disciples had fled, while the rescued maidens erupted into joyous cheers. She seized an elder, instructing him to coordinate with the cultivators to escort the young women safely home. In Foaming City, within a bustling tavern, cries of "Kill him! Kill the ape demon!" echoed through the air, stirred by the incitement of city Lord Wu Chuyi. The common folk, inflamed with rage, hurled insults at Zhang Heng. Xiao Jia, observing the young man leisurely sipping his drink at a table, felt perplexed. Surely I have not made a mistake. How can he be merely immortal? At that moment, a disciple approached. Elder, this individual is also a cultivator. He has slain our people at the Fong family, and they demand his death. At these words, Xiao Jia smirked coldly. No, I want him alive. Capture him. We must interrogate him regarding the whereabouts of the female cultivator. That is my true objective. Understood, Elder. Immediately, 5 disciples armed themselves and advanced toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng regarded the Lingbo sect cultivators before him, their levels of cultivation evident to his discerning eye. How can they all be mere trifles? The highest among them is only at the spirit concealment stage. Is this a trap? He extended his consciousness outward, sensing the surroundings within 100 miles, discovering not a single entity posed a threat to him. Safe. He slowly lifted a cup of wine and suddenly splashed the liquid toward the advancing 5, his spiritual power saturating the drink. The droplets transformed into meteoric projectiles, hurtling toward the 5 with astonishing speed. With a series of piercing sounds, tiny holes appeared across their bodies, as if silver needles had punctured paper. Blood splattered onto the floor. In an instant, the 5 cultivators collapsed stiffly before the eyes of the onlookers. At this sight, the entire venue fell into an abrupt silence, with the crowd collectively gasping in disbelief. What has transpired? Chapter 10. The discovery of the money bag. Wu Chuyi and Xiao Jie stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 5 cultivators at the body refinement stage had been vanquished in an instant by the opponent. Xiao Jie, although aware of his own prowess at the spirit abode stage, recognized he could never achieve such a feat. Was this individual a formidable force from beyond? Wait, it's Zhang Heng. Xiao Jie suddenly recognized Zhang Heng's identity, perhaps due to the overwhelming tension that heightened his awareness, revealing the identity of this person, who was wanted within their sect. It was understandable that he hadn't recognized him at first. The Lingbo sect had issued a bounty for Zhang Heng. He was merely a mortal, having concealed himself within the Miao Miao sect for over a decade. Those who sought to capture him had gradually given up in their attempts. How could a mere mortal possess such formidable strength? Even if he were exceptionally gifted, 20 years would not elevate his realm beyond mine. He must have employed some secret technique, which surely came at a great cost. Now, he feigns calmness, attempting to intimidate me. I cannot be deceived. Xiao Jie burst into laughter, slowly approaching Zhang Heng. So it and Oppos. You young lad. I almost didn't and Oppos. Recognize you. Zhang Heng turned to face Xiao Jie. Is that so? It seems I've gained quite a reputation. As for you, who are you? A nameless nobody, of whom I am entirely unaware. Xiao Jie, filled with rage, felt the veins on his temples bulging. You, a base author of sensational novels, have no idea who you are addressing. I am a great cultivator of the spirit abode stage. Speak. Where is the female cultivator who followed you? Xiao Jie's shout reignited the fighting spirit among the crowd, who, upon learning that this individual was the renowned novelist Zhang Heng, known as the Yuan Demon, quickly connected the dots. Truly, as one's literary quality reflects one's character, Zhang Heng's sensational plots in his novels implied that in reality, he was indeed the Yuan Demon, notorious for abducting and tormenting virtuous women. With Xiao Jie's provocation, the crowd became increasingly incensed. Master Immortal! Kill him! Master Immortal! Do not let him escape. Rid the world of this menace. Where is my daughter? Hand her over, Yuan Demon. Zhang Heng regarded these ignorant souls with a hint of amusement. Possessing the cultivation of the god-knocking stage, he viewed them as mere ants. Yet, he felt a surge of anger at the baseless accusation of being the Yuan Demon. Had he committed such acts, it might have been acceptable, but he had not. Others had enjoyed themselves while he bore the blame. Silence. Zhang Heng suddenly rose, his voice booming, instantly silencing the room. Who gave you the audacity to shout at me? The crowd was momentarily stunned, and even Xiao Jie was taken aback. This insolent brat dared to disregard him. Zhang Heng, I am asking you, where is the girl who was with you? Speak, and I might spare your life. Chao Jie bellowed. With Chao Jie's words, the rabble found their courage once more, and Wu Chui seized the opportunity to rally them. Fear not. With Master Chao here, the Yuan demon is surely doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chui's lackeys chimed in eagerly. Yes, let us slay him, for the vengeance of our daughters. Witnessing the resurgence of these ignorant individuals, Zhang Heng could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, is this truly your only source of confidence? With that, Zhang Heng suddenly reached out toward Chao Jie. Chao Jie's face turned pale with terror as he saw the speed at which Zhang Heng moved. He helplessly watched as Zhang Heng seized his throat, unable to react in time. Seeking death, Chao Jie shrieked, raising his sword to strike at the hand that grasped him. In a flash, an arm fell to the ground. The crowd assumed it was Zhang Heng's doing, yet the hand still held a dagger. Then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. Ah, my hand! Chao Jie cried in agony. The onlookers were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, leaving only the sound of Chao Jie's wails echoing throughout the venue. You, who are you truly? Chao Jie gasped through the pain. Zhang Heng sneered. The one who will end your life. With that, he crushed Chao Jie's neck, and a gory head rolled from the second floor to the first. The crowd turned pale with fright. Chao Jie, overwhelmed by terror, realized that in aiding Chao Jie, he had provoked a Grim Reaper. Among the onlookers was Fong Wen, the second son of the Fong family, who, upon witnessing the scene, lowered his head and understood the fate of the 2 boxes of gold and spirit herbs he carried. Not only that, but he also needed to prepare an even grander gift. Otherwise, his family's century-old legacy would be obliterated. For Zhang Heng was capable of dispatching even the elders of Lingbo sect. He quickly dispatched someone to retrieve more valuable offerings. Little did he anticipate that this former mortal, from 20 years past, had now become a powerful cultivator. Meanwhile, Wu Chui, paralyzed with fear, turned to flee, desperate to avoid Zhang Heng's gaze. With Chao Jie dead, his only option was to escape. The raucous commoners, now petrified by Zhang Heng's might, stood frozen, unsure of what to do. They yearned to reclaim their women, to avenge them, yet they felt utterly powerless. Thinking of fleeing? Come back, Zhang Heng called out, extending his hand. An invisible force locked onto Wu Chui, pulling him before Zhang Heng. Ah! Wu Chui screamed in terror. Slap! Zhang Heng struck Wu Chui with a resounding smack. You were the loudest just now. Come, keep shouting. With that, Zhang Heng delivered another slap, leaving Wu Chui's face swollen like a pig's head. Desperate, Wu Chui fell to his knees. Master Immortal, I was foolish. I deserve to die. Please spare me. I will do anything. Even if you desire all the women in the city, I will provide them. Slap. Another resounding slap rang out. Unrepentant. Go to your mother. Zhang Heng retorted. Yes, yes. I will get my mother, Wu Chui stammered. Zhang Heng returned to his seat, calling for the waiter to bring forth fine wine. As he savored the drink, he addressed Wu Chui. Tear your own mouth apart. Wu Chui hesitated momentarily but, upon meeting Zhang Heng's gaze, began to comply, forcefully pulling at the corners of his own mouth. And you all, you were quite vocal earlier, come here. Join your city lord, Zhang Heng commanded, pointing at Wu Chui's lackeys. One, filled with terror, turned to flee, but a chopstick flew from behind and pierced his skull, causing him to collapse. Silence enveloped the room, a deathly hush. The remaining lackeys, seeing the fate of their comrade, dared not flee, obediently approaching to inflict harm upon themselves. Zhang Heng, sipping his wine, relished this performance art, feeling immensely satisfied. Where is my beautiful apprentice? Why hasn't she returned? I hope she hasn't gone back to the Miao Miao sect, he pondered anxiously, fearing that if she absconded, his impending tribulation would spell disaster. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out like silver bells. Master, I have returned. Through a gaping hole in the tavern's roof, Yi Qingxiu descended on her sword. Master! Master! Yi Qingxiu exclaimed with excitement, causing dust to settle into Zhang Heng's wine glass. Alas! My precious wine. Why doesn't this silly girl use the front door? Master! I found the lost money back. Yi Qingxiu joyfully announced as she ran up to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was momentarily bewildered. What? My wallet is not lost. How did you manage to find it? Chapter 11. Reluctantly bearing this great merit, Zhang Heng could not help but touch his purse, discovering it still intact. How could it be that his beautiful disciple had retrieved a purse that was not his? Surely she hadn't seen a similar one and resorted to taking someone else's by force. Master, I am indeed foolish. I failed to grasp your meaning at once. Yi Qingxiu remarked, her lips curving in a knowing smile. Upon seeing this, Zhang Heng felt a surge of anxiety. Did she realize I am without funds? Does she comprehend my intent? Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Are you suggesting that my master is testing my resolve? Surely, you are aware of everything." As Yi Qingxiu spoke, her gaze shifted to Wu Chui, who was kneeling on the ground, tearing at his own mouth. This so-called Yuan demon was merely a fabrication concocted by the city lord and Lingbo sect, a rumor that had led me astray, making me misinterpret my master's reluctance to rescue those innocent girls. Yet, you, master, are fully aware. You simply knew I would become anxious, which is why you uttered those words. We shall speak of it another day, as a reminder to remain calm. However, witnessing my ignorance, you feigned the loss of the purse, allowing me to observe the schemes of the Lingbo sect's disciples firsthand, prompting me to follow them into their sect. Rescue those girls, and eradicate the source of the calamity. I am deeply grateful, master, for your benevolence in saving them. Yi Qingxiu bowed respectfully to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng listened, utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Wait, did she just say she eradicated the Lingbo sect? What on earth has transpired? Am I dreaming? At that moment, a group of cultivators entered the tavern, leading a dozen young women, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. My child, you have returned. You are alive. Parents who had lost their children rushed forward, embracing them, tears streaming down their faces. Thank you, esteemed immortals. Thank you, revered masters. People knelt in gratitude before the disciples of the Lingbo sect. A woman in a red dress stepped forward. Everyone, rise. It was not us who saved your children, but him. She pointed at Zhang Heng, seated beside the elegant box on the second floor. The crowd was perplexed. How could the villain, the Yuan demon, have become their savior? After all, the city lord and Master Chao had both suffered at his hands. Father, mother, it was indeed that immortal who rescued us. He sent that fairy sister to the Lingbo sect to save us. We were captured by their people. The girls recounted the truth to their parents. The crowd stood in shock, realizing that the very Yuan demon they had sought to kill was, in fact, the savior of their loved ones. Overwhelmed by shame, they regretted having insulted and wished harm upon their benefactor. In an instant, they all bowed to Zhang Heng, expressing their gratitude with fervent sincerity. Zhang Heng gazed at the scene in utter confusion. Gradually, he began to piece together the events. The girls had been captured by the Lingbo sect, and in deceiving Yi Qingxiu to search for the purse, she had fortuitously witnessed the Lingbo sect's nefarious actions, followed them to their stronghold, rescued the girls, and inadvertently destroyed their sect. Was all of this truly his accomplishment? The woman in red ascended to the second floor, approaching Zhang Heng, leading her disciples in reverence. Former elder Chen Hongyun of the Lingbo sect pays homage to you, esteemed master. Thank you for assisting us in cleansing our sect and restoring peace to our land. From this day forth, all remaining disciples of the Lingbo sect are at your service. You have displayed great benevolence by eliminating a significant threat to the world, and we hold you in the highest esteem. As she spoke, Chen Hongyun bowed deeply to Zhang Heng, her disciples following suit. In that moment, the tavern transformed into a sanctuary of worship, with Zhang Heng revered as a deity. Yi Qingxiu stood quietly beside Zhang Heng, resembling a guardian spirit, casting furtive glances at him, visibly satisfied with her actions, seemingly eager for her master's praise. This matter is not mine, but entirely my disciple's merit. There is no need for such reverence towards me, Zhang Heng said, feeling uncomfortable with the adulation directed at him, especially since he was still alive. Master, you are being humble. You possess the power to traverse heaven and earth, already aware of the collusion between City Lord Wu Chui and the Lingbo sect's leader. You sent Fairy Yi to eliminate the leader while you personally apprehended Wu Chui and dealt with Chao Jie and the other cultivators, awaiting our arrival here. Chen Hongyun articulated astutely. Chen Hongyun now viewed Zhang Heng with great admiration, believing him to be an unparalleled hidden master, possibly even a legendary immortal. For how else could he have authored that celestial tome? In the past, Zhang Heng had appeared as an ordinary man, simply choosing not to engage with them. Master, I understand now. I shall never again be so foolish. I will contemplate your words carefully and grasp their deeper meaning before acting, Yi Qingxiu declared earnestly, gazing at Zhang Heng with awe. Very well, this is how it shall be. Zhang Heng thought helplessly, realizing that this imaginative disciple of his was quite formidable, and he could only accept the merit bestowed upon him with bemusement. Indeed, Chiuer, this was a test for you. Although you did not initially comprehend my intent, your subsequent actions were commendable, and I am quite pleased. Zhang Heng sat calmly, adopting a demeanor of a sage as he insincerely praised his disciple. Yi Qingxiu's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Her master had acknowledged her efforts, and she was determined to continue striving. Her delight radiated from her face, blooming like a vibrant peach blossom, sweet and full of life. Wu Chuyi. Yi Qingxiu called out to the trembling figure still kneeling on the ground. Wu Chuyi was instantly terrified. He had schemed for so long, seeking advancement in the Lingzong realm, only to have Zhang Heng dismantle everything, once merely immortal. He now found himself kneeling before Zhang Heng. Chen Hongyan, understanding the situation, approached and seized Wu Chuyi by the shoulder, swiftly breaking his limbs before tossing him to the first floor. He is one of the principal conspirators who harmed your women. He is now rendered powerless. You may take justice into your own hands and end him. The crowd, fueled by rage and emboldened by Zhang Heng and his companions, gathered the courage to confront the now incapacitated Wu Chuyi. With one person daring to strike, others followed suit until they surged forward in unison. Wu Chuyi's cries of despair echoed throughout the tavern as the townsfolk bore witness to the scene. The pent-up resentment of the populace was released, and Wu Chuyi, along with his subordinates, was torn apart by the collective fury of the crowd. Watching from the side, Fang Wen was horrified, drenched in sweat. Once an ordinary mortal, Zhang Heng had now transformed into a formidable master who had vanquished the Lingbo sect. He hastily commanded his men to bring forth 2 boxes towards Zhang Heng. Greetings, Master Zhang. Fang Wen, it has been a while. I see you are still alive. Zhang Heng teased upon recognizing the familiar face. However, Fang Wen trembled at these words, feeling the piercing gazes of the surrounding cultivators as if they wished to tear him apart. He quickly knelt before Zhang Heng. Master, I am uncertain of my transgressions. Please allow me to understand my fate. He felt certain that death was imminent. Zhang Heng, bewildered, wondered why everyone seemed eager to kneel before him. What are you doing? Rise. I have no intention of harming you. Surviving the ordeal, Fang Wen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He struggled to stand, bowing humbly and respectfully to Zhang Heng. Esteemed master, I have come to offer my apologies. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly, attempting to seize your funds. Once again, I offer my sincerest apologies to the Celestial Master, bringing forth tenfold the wealth stipulated in our agreement. The celestial texts penned by the Master have descended upon the mortal realm. At these words, Zhang Heng was instantly struck with dread. Silence. Chapter 12. The collapse of persona. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's admonishing voice, Fang Wen was so frightened that he knelt down once more. Great Master, please spare me. The Fang family would never dare to privately appropriate the profits from the Celestial Book. No, from this moment forth, the entire Fang family belongs to the Celestial Master. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. How could this fellow not grasp his meaning? If his beautiful disciple were to discover that he had authored such a book, would and Appos, that ruin his carefully crafted persona? He felt as though he was ensnared in one of life and Appos' most dismal moments. Stealing a glance at Yi Qingxiu, he noticed her eyes brimming with fury. What to do? This is disastrous, Zhang Heng thought to himself. You dare to embezzle my master's wealth? Yi Qingxiu exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, Zhang Heng exhaled in relief. Thankfully, her concern lay with this matter, indicating she likely had not read that book. However, just as one storm had passed, another brewed. Suddenly, Chen Hongyan, beside him, knelt down unexpectedly. Master, the one who benefits most from your celestial book is actually Lingbo's sect. For it is Lingbo's sect that has disseminated the celestial book throughout the entire Great Chu. What? The entire Chu kingdom? Zhang Heng nearly gasped in shock. He had initially contemplated destroying the already sold copies, yet now that seemed impossible. He finally understood why he had gained such notoriety. Even the Wang family, with their faithful cultivators, recognized him, and strangely, they knew not only his pen name, but also his true identity. Ahem. Zhang Heng cleared his throat. The celestial book is not of my creation, it merely belongs to a friend of mine. Fabricating a friendship out of thin air, he hoped to disassociate himself. Yi Qingxiu, wholly convinced, developed an interest upon learning it was a friend of her master who had penned it. Fang Wen and Chen Hongyan trembled in fear, utterly perplexed as to why their master would deny authorship. No one knew better than Fang Wen, who had personally participated in the custom of the celestial book. It was undeniably authored by Zhang Heng. Could there be some undisclosed reason for this denial? They dared not voice their thoughts, nor question further. Perhaps you should sell fewer of those books in the future. Such base materials are detrimental to both body and mind, Zhang Heng advised, fearing they might continue selling them. If the books were sold beyond the borders of Chu Kingdom, his entire legacy would be obliterated. Yes, they replied in unison. Master, should we issue a decree forbidding everyone from selling them? Chen Hongyan quickly offered her loyalty. Yet, this remark struck a chord with Zhang Heng. Could such a prohibition even be enforced? There were no copyright protections in this world, and undoubtedly, many would transcribe and sell copies. The only recourse now was to completely deny authorship. Do not inquire of me. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Heng hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. Indeed, Chen Hongyan quickly affirmed. Listening to Zhang Heng's words, Yi Qingxiu grew increasingly curious about the nature of the novel that could elicit such a reaction from her master. Zhang Heng sensed something amiss in Yi Qingxiu's demeanor. Could it be that she wanted to read it? If he forbade her, would that only pique her curiosity further and confirm his authorship in her mind? He was caught in a dilemma. If she were to encounter the scandalous content, would she suspect his character, thinking him a lecherous man with ulterior motives toward her? With no options left, Zhang Heng resigned himself to fate. His beautiful disciple had an affinity for overthinking, and the more he said, the more erroneous her conclusions would be. He quickly redirected the conversation. Has Lingbo's sect disbanded? Returning to Master, we have followed Yi Fairy and Amp, Apos, S wishes and disbanded. The remaining members now serve at your command, Chen Hongyan replied. Zhang Heng turned to Yi Qingxiu, whose cool, delicate visage radiated a sense of accomplishment. Ah, what a filial disciple I have. Your master is grateful, he acknowledged, glancing back at Chen Hongyan. Recall the fleeing disciples. If there are no significant transgressions, let bygones be bygones. Lingbo sect shall continue to exist, and you shall be its leader, managing all affairs henceforth. Understood. Chen Hongyan promptly dispatched disciples to execute the command. Yi Qingxiu was somewhat confused as to why her master wished to retain the notorious Lingbo sect. Zhang Heng discerned her concerns and explained, without the constraints of a sect, those individuals may devolve into unstable rogue cultivators, potentially veering toward the demonic path, posing a greater threat. Zhang Heng was no benevolent figure. He did not seek to perform charitable acts for the world, but aimed to exploit the resources of Lingbo sect. Some of their techniques could be beneficial for him, preparing for the tribulation that awaited him in a few dozen days. He was willing to explore any means to enhance his chances of success. Master is wise, Yi Qingxiu acknowledged, impressed by her master's foresight. Fengwen. With the city lord deceased, what shall become of Fengping City? Who will manage it? Zhang Heng inquired. Master, following Wu Chui's death. It won't be long before the court dispatches a new official, Fengwen replied. Zhang Heng nodded. The royal family of Chu also engaged in cultivation, governing the common folk. Yet their authority was merely nominal in areas where sects existed, particularly those of considerable size. And your elder sister? Zhang Heng continued to question. She was taken away by the Wang family's celestial master from Yanwu City, Fengwen answered. At this, Zhang Heng's nerves tightened. Would she expose his pen name and true identity? Damn, that woman, and to think I treated her so well in the past. Once all matters were arranged, Zhang Heng brought Yi Qingxiu back to the mysterious Cloud sect. Along the way, Yi Qingxiu gazed at Zhang Heng with admiration, causing him to feel uneasy. He feared his beautiful disciple might stumble upon the book he had written. Upon returning to the sect, Yi Qingxiu resumed her usual practice in her chamber. Observing this, Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. With time on his hands, he wandered around the mountain gate in search of treasures. The protective array had vanished, and the golden ancestor that had appeared at the array's center led Zhang Heng to believe the mysterious Cloud sect possessed a remarkable history, though it had since fallen into decline. To his dismay, the sect had no inheritance whatsoever, aside from a dilapidated mountain gate. It would only bring down tribulations upon him. He soared into the sky, releasing his divine sense to scour the entire sect, hoping to unearth some treasures. Yet, he found nothing but empty graves, each marked by a nameless tombstone. Zhang Heng pondered whether the lack of coffins was due to age or if none had ever been buried there. Meanwhile, the Lingbo sect, under Chen Hongyan's leadership, gradually regained order as the fleeing disciples returned. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Yi Qingxiu, visited under the pretext of dining, seizing the opportunity to inspect Lingbo sect's assets. However, he was sorely disappointed. Lingbo sect had no properties of its own, with all medicinal pills, weapons, and talismans acquired from larger sections. They merely engaged in the cultivation of spiritual herbs and executed tasks assigned by major sects, a truly lamentable state. Chiao and Apos, make sure to learn various skills during your free time, Zhang Heng advised. Once you master them, I shall return the favor 100-fold. Master, I understand. While one must specialize in a particular path, it is essential to be well-versed in others. Only then can one truly know oneself and the opponent in battle. Yi Qingxiu replied earnestly. Precisely. That is what I meant, Zhang Heng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His casual remarks had been interpreted by his beautiful disciple as profound wisdom. Thereafter, during her training, Yi Qingxiu began to learn a variety of miscellaneous subjects at Lingbo sect. However, one day, Zhang Heng was abruptly awakened from his reclined position. Congratulations, host. Your esteemed disciple, Yi Qingxiu, has delved into the novel The Immortal Descends and has gained a fleeting insight into the sword path. As a reward, the host receives a first-level sword technique, the River's Severance sword art. What? Zhang Heng was utterly bewildered. After regaining his senses, he gazed at the system notification window, nearly ascending in disbelief. How could my beautiful disciple have come into contact with such material? This is troublesome. I should have warned Feng Wen and Chen Hongyun beforehand not to give the book to my lovely disciple, and certainly not to disclose that I authored it. Alas, my eldest disciple has encountered something she should not have. Zhang Heng was drenched in sweat, his mind racing with vivid images of his beautiful disciple leaving. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. What a disgrace to be a mentor. I would rather perish than be your disciple. To think you would seek to cultivate with your disciple. How shameless. Do not seek me out again. I fear my new master may misunderstand. No. The snowflakes danced, and the northern wind howled. Zhang Heng shivered uncontrollably. This cannot stand. I must speak with her and resolutely deny any connection to the writing. Chapter 13. The master is indeed an immortal. Zhang Heng hastened to Yi Qingxiu and Appo's chamber, consumed by urgency to the point of neglecting the customary courtesy of knocking. He pushed the door open, only to find Yi Qingxiu seated by the window, engrossed in a book, oblivious to his presence. The cover of the book bore the title The Immortal Descends to the Mortal Realm. Zhang Heng and Appo's heart sank. He wished he could vanish into thin air, clearing his throat. He gently coughed twice to rouse the engrossed Yi Qingxiu. Startled, she instinctively tucked the book away in her storage ring, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she turned to face him. Master. Witnessing her reaction, Zhang Heng felt an odd kinship, reminiscent of being caught watching an inappropriate film by one and Appo's parents. Yet, the current situation was far more peculiar. The very book she had been reading was written by him, akin to her watching a personal narrative where the protagonist was none other than her master. Silence enveloped the room as they exchanged awkward glances. Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words to explain the novel. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxiu appeared anxious about being reprimanded for neglecting her cultivation in favor of reading. Master, do you have any instructions? She inquired, her mind inadvertently conjuring the plot of the book, intertwining the handsome master with the inexplicable tale of his female disciple. Bored over the past few days, she had sought out Chen Hongyun and Feng Wen to borrow several books, unintentionally uncovering events from 20 years prior. At that time, her master had traversed the world as a mortal, crafting a celestial narrative, yet for reasons unknown, he had secluded himself on a mountain ever since, never to descend for 2 decades. However, her master denied authorship of the celestial tome, hinting at hidden truths that piqued her curiosity, prompting her to read it clandestinely. To her astonishment, she found that her master was indeed an immortal. I accidentally perused your work, she confessed, her gaze averted from Zhang Heng. Boom. Zhang Heng felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, his mind nearly unraveling. Xiu'er, do you believe me? A rosy hue blossomed on Yi Qingxiu and Appo's delicate cheeks as she nodded obediently. I believe in master. Xiu and Appo's. You must not heed the words of outsiders. Those books were not penned by me. I understand, she whispered. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, questioning whether she genuinely believed him, perplexed by what thoughts lingered in her beautiful mind. What do you know? He probed. Master, you are an immortal, aren't you? Zhang Heng's expression morphed into a question mark. Utterly mystified. However, it seemed that her interest lay beyond the salacious narratives within the novel, granting him a moment of relief. After a brief contemplation, he asked, Why do you say that? Master, I have seen the contents of the celestial book, the grandeur of the tale, where the immortal's every gesture can obliterate the myriad realms. Such astonishing narratives can only be crafted by an immortal. Hence, Master, you are indeed an immortal. Yi Qingxiu gazed at him in awe. You must have grown weary of the deceptions in the celestial realm, descending to live among mortals. Master, as she spoke, her eyes glistened with emotion. You have forsaken your mortal existence for the sake of your disciple. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Master, your boundless kindness merits my life in return. Listening to her fervent self-praise, Zhang Heng was rendered speechless, nearly questioning his own identity as an immortal. Merely bereft of memory. Very well said, my beautiful disciple. I have resorted to writing frivolous tales to make a living. Yet you have concocted such a magnificent persona for me in your mind. Zhang Heng marveled inwardly, increasingly enamored with this disciple, whose beauty, kindness, and sweet words could effortlessly restore his reputation. Chioer, your understanding brings great comfort to my heart. With that, Zhang Heng feigned profundity, gazing upwards. Oh no. At the ceiling, with an expression imbued with melancholy and depth, as if he had witnessed the desolation of the world. Let the past remain in the past, Chio and Apos, henceforth. It is best to refrain from mentioning my history. Seeing him in such a sorrowful light, Yiqingxia was astonished, convinced that her master must be an unparalleled being who had endured countless epochs, forsaking his immortal identity to dwell among mortals, truly a supreme immortal. What kind of tribulations must her master have experienced to abandon all splendor and retreat into this mortal realm? Yiqingxia pondered. Yes, master, I shall remember. Gazing into the earnest eyes of his beautiful disciple, Zhang Heng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Splendid. Another successful ruse. Elated, he realized it was time to take his leave to avoid any further missteps. Chioer, I came here to present you with the sword technique. With that, Zhang Heng extended his finger, touching Yiqingxia's snowy forehead, infusing her consciousness with the essence of the sword technique. Yiqingxia stood in stunned silence. Overwhelmed by the profound and powerful nature of the sword technique she had never encountered before. If this technique were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed across the entire eastern Xian continent. Master, you truly are an immortal. Endowing me with such a formidable sword technique suitable for my cultivation at the spirit concealment stage. Yiqingxia was astounded. Zhang Heng observed his dazed disciple with trepidation. Could it be that the sword technique was too trivial, not befitting his immortal persona? Your current cultivation is adequate for mastering this level of sword technique. Do not be greedy. Yes, master, Yiqingxia replied earnestly. Zhang Heng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had successfully navigated this encounter. His beautiful disciple appeared somewhat naïve. Having made his preparations to depart, he couldn't resist imparting one last piece of advice. Devote yourself diligently to your cultivation. And avoid those sordid novels, they are detrimental to your mind and body. With that, Zhang Heng hastily exited the scene. Yiqingxia remained rooted in place, contemplating Zhang Heng's parting words, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Not only had she read her master's celestial book, but she had also indulged in the salacious novels penned by mortals, such as The Plum and the Golden Vase. She felt a wave of shame wash over her. Master knows everything. He must have realized I was reading such novels. Oh no, how am I to face him now? Yiqingxia lamented internally. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng reclined on a bamboo chair, basking in the sunlight, utterly perplexed. Did his eldest disciple truly believe in his persona? The techniques he provided seemed rather lackluster. Nonetheless, he sought not to dwell on such thoughts, hoping the system would yield more exceptional items. Otherwise, if his beautiful disciple were to leave, it would spell disaster. Now that the enmity with Lingbo sect had been avenged, he felt a sudden void, as if there was little left for him to do. Apart from preparing meals for his disciple, he found himself with ample free time. Lacking any understanding of cultivation, he could not guide Yiqingxia, lest he inadvertently lead her astray. Fortunately, Yiqingxia possessed remarkable talent and did not require his guidance. Otherwise, he would surely be exposed. Thus, his daily duties revolved around cooking, a task his beautiful disciple enjoyed, granting him a sense of small achievement. Despite having accompanied her to the Lingbo sect for meals, he chose to cook for her personally to motivate her cultivation, for it pertained to his own tribulation. One day, Yiqingxia approached Zhang Heng, sword in hand. Master, although I comprehend the essence of the broken river sword technique, I am unable to break through the initial barrier. Please, master, guide me. How could I possibly understand? Even you, a scholarly genius, seem perplexed. I am even less capable, Zhang Heng mused. Despite his grumbling, he had to contemplate how to engage his disciple. The essence of swordsmanship lies in comprehension. He must reflect upon it diligently. Zhang Heng feigned profundity as he spoke, an utterance akin to proclaiming that one's lack of wealth stems from insufficient effort, mere vacuous rhetoric devoid of substance. Yiqingxia stood silently, gazing into the distance. Noticing her stillness, Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, I did not err in my words. It appears I must resort to riddles in the future, or perhaps recite verses from my past life. Allowing her to infer meaning as some immortal emperor might, should she grasp it, I am brilliant. Should she falter, that is her shortcoming. Master, I comprehend. Yiqingxia declared before making her way to her chamber. Zhang Heng sighed in relief. Deceiving such a striking disciple daily weighed on his conscience. After a considerable time, Zhang Heng was roused once more. The host, through immortal descending, has guided the eldest disciple, enabling her to perceive the essence of sword intent. Initial comprehension phase. The realms of sword intent are categorized as follows: initial comprehension, minor success, major success, perfection, divine understanding, and transcendence. Comprehension yields a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for attaining divine sword intent. Every movement now embodies the essence of the sword, akin to divine illumination. Upon reading the system's notification, Zhang Heng was taken aback. This girl, instead of diligently practicing, has been engrossed in that rather inappropriate novel. Yet, to extract sword intent from literature is truly remarkable. He mentally commended his beautiful disciple. At Lingbo sect, a magnificent flying chariot descended from the heavens, encircled by 4 resplendent female cultivators. The onlookers below gazed at the chariot with curiosity, murmuring amongst themselves. It was evident that such a chariot was reserved for individuals of significant stature. Accompanied by 4 exquisite maidens, the occupant inside must possess an extraordinarily noble status. As the crowd continued their speculations, one of the maidens at the forefront of the chariot stepped forward, transmitting her voice to the assembly below. The master of Lingbo sect, come forth to pay homage to the arrival of the esteemed 7th elder of the Yinwu City Wang family. Chapter 14. Fishing as Chen Hongyan cultivated in her cave. She was startled by a sudden telepathic message. It was from the Yinwu royal family. The Wang family of Yinwu City stands as one of the foremost cultivation powers in the state of Chu, boasting countless formidable warriors and a terrifying legacy. It is said that even those at the Fate Wheel realm must serve as ordinary elders within the Wang family, while those below the Fate Palace realm are merely considered common members. In other realms, cultivators of the Fate Palace realm are capable of establishing their own sects, highlighting the overwhelming strength of the Wang family. For such a formidable force to seek out her, a mere disciple of the Lingbo sect, was alarming. She hurried outside to greet them. "I have met the esteemed ones," she said, bowing her head in respect to those in the flying carriage. To her dismay, she noticed that the 4 breathtaking maidens surrounding the carriage were all at the Fate Palace realm, while she was merely a lowly spirit concealment realm cultivator. Any one of them could easily obliterate her, let alone the influential figures inside the carriage. A casual strike from them could wipe out her entire Lingbo sect. The individuals in the carriage remained silent, as one of the maidens approached Chen Hongyan and unfurled the scroll. Chen Hongyan looked up to see a stunning portrait of the exquisite Yi Qingqiu. "Have you seen this person?" the maiden inquired. Chen Hongyan's mind raced, but she quickly shook her head. "I have not." Understanding the ill intent behind their visit, she dared not speak the truth. As a mere spirit concealment realm cultivator, she could not afford to offend either side. Yi Qingqiu, though only a disciple, possessed the power to slay early Fate Palace realm cultivators. Her master, Zhang Heng, was even more unfathomably powerful. She could not risk choosing a side. "Since you have not seen her, I shall send all your disciples to search for her. If found, my master will reward you handsomely," the maiden declared. The occupants of the carriage remained silent. After the maiden finished speaking, she flicked her finger, causing a multitude of scrolls to fly out from her storage ring, landing in the hands of the disciples below. "Whoever finds her first shall be allowed to cultivate in Yinwu City with the Wang family," the maiden announced loudly. Chen Hongyan's heart raced with dread. It was over. Sure enough, a bold disciple raised their hand and shouted, "Esteemed one, I have seen her." Upon hearing this, several disciples echoed their agreement, claiming they too had encountered her. Listening to the clamoring voices below, the maiden's gaze fixated on Chen Hongyan. She felt as if she were suffocating, trembling in fear. The maiden grasped her neck, demanding, "Where is Yi Qingqiu?" Blood trickled from Chen Hongyan's mouth as she faced an immense inner turmoil. After a fierce struggle, she chose to remain silent. As an insignificant ant, choosing either side would mean certain death. Thus, it was wiser to align with the one who had shown her kindness. After all, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu had made her the sect leader. Seeing her silence, the maiden prepared to crush Chen Hongyan's skull with a single blow. At that moment, the influential figure within the carriage finally spoke. "Spare her life. She is undoubtedly connected to Yi Qingqiu." Instantly, the maiden understood. They could use this person as leverage against Yi Qingqiu. Soon, they learned from the traitorous disciples that Yi Qingqiu was in the mysterious Cloud sect. Consequently, the master of the flying carriage led the 4 maidens, binding Chen Hongyan, and flew towards the territory of the mysterious Cloud sect. The Yulon Lake. A vast and shadowy expanse within the Jianyan path of the state of Chu is said to harbor dangerous man-eating monsters at its depths, deterring anyone from approaching. Joer, shall we prepare to catch some grilled fish today? Zhang Heng said, carrying a fishing rod as he brought Yi Qingxiu to the Yulon Lake. Master, why fish when we could simply dive in and catch them? Yi Qingxiu asked, perplexed. She too carried a fishing rod, as Zhang Heng had insisted she join him in this endeavor. Ah, you do not understand. I am not fishing for fish. I am fishing for life, Zhang Heng replied. Fishing for life? Yi Qingxiu contemplated deeply, struggling to grasp the profound meaning behind her master's words. Zhang Heng observed her earnestness with delight. It is correct that you do not understand, neither do I. The two of them boarded a small boat and rowed to the center of the lake. Now, let me teach you how to fish. Remember, you must not use spiritual power. Doing so will rob you of much of the joy. Yi Qingxiu nodded, somewhat understanding. There must be a deeper meaning behind Master teaching me to fish, she mused internally. Zhang Heng instructed her on how to bait the hook and cast the line. Initially, she fumbled, but she quickly learned with practice. They cast their lines and waited in serene silence. The tranquil environment allowed them to relax. And Zhang Heng felt a sense of contentment. After being confined to the mountains for 20 years, he was finally able to fish. And he was doing so with his beautiful disciple, which made it all the more enjoyable. Chiao and Appos. Allow me to show you my prowess. Although not an expert angler in his past life, he believed he could outperform Yi Qingxiu, the novice. He envisioned the moment he would catch a large fish. Basking in the admiration of his stunning disciple, suddenly Yi Qingxiu's fishing rod twitched. With an instinctive grace, she reeled in a sizable fish, struggling against her efforts. Clearly weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Master, I caught a fish, she exclaimed, presenting it before Zhang Heng. Confused by Zhang Heng's intent in bringing her fishing, she sought his approval. However, to Zhang Heng, it seemed like a display of her achievements. Humph, merely a novice's grace period, he thought dismissively. Well done, keep it up. He replied casually. Yes. Yi Qingxiu felt a pang of disappointment, chastising herself for not understanding her master's intentions. Before long, she exclaimed, Master, I caught another fish. Once again, she pulled a large fish from the water, yet Zhang Heng remained unresponsive. Good, keep fishing, he replied perfunctorily. Oh, Yi Qingxiu remained puzzled. Master, here is another big fish. Excellent. Master, I caught yet another. Very good. Yi Qingxiu continued to reel in fish after fish, while Zhang Heng remained silent. Master, why have you not caught a single fish? She queried, bewildered. Zhang Heng was drenched in sweat. Her words pierced his heart like silver needles. How is it that you have not caught a single fish? He struggled to maintain his composure. My dear disciple, I am fishing for something grand, which requires patience, he declared, feigning calmness. Internally, he pleaded, please, grant me just one big fish. I would trade 10 years of my life for it. Yi Qingxiu and Appos, S.I. sparkled as she deemed her master and Appos, S words to hold profound significance, convinced he was imparting wisdom. Suddenly, Zhang Heng and Appos, S fishing rod began to shake violently. He had hooked a massive catch. His hands trembled with excitement. Finally, it's here. However, the fish was heavy, and without using spiritual power, he couldn't pull it up. Yet, he did not want to embarrass himself before his beautiful disciple by breaking the rules. He swiftly employed his fishing technique, the 18-dragon fishing method. A veil of invisible sword intent flowed from his hands, transforming the fishing rod into a sword. The fish thrashed violently beneath the surface, and Zhang Heng waited for the right moment to strike. Chiao, watch closely, he thought, eager to impress. Seizing an opportunity while the fish was distracted, he swiftly lifted the rod, pulling the enormous fish from the water. The sight of a fish, as large as a small boat, leaping into the air was breathtaking. Zhang Heng was astounded, never expecting to catch such a magnificent fish. He hastily enveloped the creature with his magical powers, encasing it in a water sphere to keep it alive. Under the glow of the setting sun, the scales of the fish shimmered with iridescent hues, a sight to behold. Ha! A surge of elation coursed through Zhang Heng, though he struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. Chiao, what do you think? He inquired. Master, I have attained enlightenment, replied Yi Qingxiu. Under the guidance of the host, Yi Qingxiu has made a breakthrough in the broken river sword technique. 100-fold return. The host automatically masters the broken river sword technique at its pinnacle. Zhang Heng and Appos, S face was a canvas of confusion. What just happened? What exactly did I do? Chapter 15. The Royal Stronghold. Also my admirer, as the saying goes. Comparison breeds envy. Yi Qingxiu inexplicably reached an epiphany, while Zhang Heng, consumed by envy and jealousy, suppressed his feelings and feigned calmness as he gazed at her. What have you comprehended? Share it with your master, he prompted. Forgive my ignorance. Master, I am indeed slow-witted, requiring your repeated guidance to grasp the essence of the and Appos, Duanha sword technique and Appos, Yi Qingxiu replied earnestly. Initially, when I first sought your counsel, you emphasized the importance of comprehension in the way of the sword and advised me to study the immortal text to discern the sword's intent. Later, seeing my struggle to master the sword technique, you brought me here to fish, a guise for teaching. The Duanha sword technique is a grand and magnificent martial art, akin to the vast lake below. By bringing me here, you intended for me to feel this immense power. Here, the foundation of the sword technique is laid. But to truly enter its realm, one must channel spiritual energy, remain fully focused, and patiently pry at it to catch the big fish, thereby manifesting the true Duanha sword technique. Otherwise, like me, though frequently catching small fish, one will never land the big catch. Thank you for your guidance, master. Yi Qingxiu bowed in admiration to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, suppressing a smirk, thought to himself, as long as you're happy, indeed, you are correct. That's exactly how I feel. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Being an underachiever alongside a prodigy, and having to pretend to be a scholar teaching the genius how to learn. It felt precarious. One misstep, and the grand image of the master would crumble. Indeed, my disciple is worthy of praise, Zhang Heng commended, maintaining his persona. Yi Qingxiu blushed with joy. Receiving her master's praise was the pinnacle of her happiness and sense of achievement. The master, being a peerless stronghold, recognized her talents, affirming her innate gift. Let us depart. It is getting late. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand sour fish soup for you, Zhang Heng declared, looking at the large fish he had caught. This fish, indeed, was a remarkable specimen from the realm of cultivation, extraordinarily large. What of your scholarly prowess, Chioer? You still lost in fishing to your master? He gleefully mused as they returned to the mysterious sect. The mysterious sect remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of protective formations, resembling a long-abandoned realm. The pair entered the kitchen with the fish, preparing to cook when Zhang Heng sensed an approach at the mountain gate. This humble sect shouldn't have anything worth stealing, he thought, dismissing the intruder as merely passing by. However, the visitor landed before the pavilion. Yi Qingxiu sensed it too. Master, someone is here. Let us go and see. Zhang Heng replied, leading her out of the kitchen. Before them hovered a flying chariot, surrounded by 4 beautiful women and 1 Shenhongyan bound in chains. This does not bode well, Zhang Heng muttered. He was not afraid, merely weary of complications. All he wished was to quietly teach his disciple and survive tribulations, aspiring to transcend into immortality, far removed from conflict. What do you want? Release Shenhongyan at once. Yi Qingxiu brandished her sword, her gaze fierce, stepping forward unflinchingly. Despite facing opponents of higher realms, Yi Qingxiu, you were quite elusive, hiding in this pathetic sect. A booming voice emanated from the chariot. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Qingxiu inquired, puzzled. Injured and weary, Shenhongyan lifted her head to gaze at Yi Qingxiu and Zhang Heng, speaking with great difficulty. Master, Yi Fairy, they are the stronghold of the Wang family from Yanwu City. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed. The Wang family? They were chasing my beautiful disciple a fortnight ago. Yi Qingxiu, surrender willingly to avoid suffering. Our young master is a paragon of the Chu kingdom. Follow him, and you shall soar to greatness. Why not seize this opportunity? The man in the chariot spoke coldly. A mere lecher does not deserve to be my partner, Yi Qingxiu asserted, her tone resolute and filled with disdain. Yunchun, teach her a lesson, and then bind her, the arrogant man commanded. Understood. A beauty clad in a light green dress approached, conjuring 2 small daggers as she advanced toward Yi Qingxiu. Zhang Heng and Appos, as profound aura continued to veil him, appearing as an ordinary mortal, causing the Wang family and Appos, as cultivators to overlook him entirely. Stop, Zhang Heng declared sternly. My disciple is not someone you can lay hands on. The Wang family members frowned, incredulous that this mere mortal dared to speak, even claiming to be Yi Qingxiu's master. Ha ha ha. A mere mortal dares to boast. I shall take your life first. Yun Chun sneered, lunging at Zhang Heng to end his life. Yi Qingxiu stepped forward, sword drawn, rushing toward Yun Chun. You insult my master. You seek death. Yun Chun scoffed, brandishing her twin daggers to meet Yi Qingxiu's sword. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming force and was sent flying several meters away, landing with a look of astonishment. Yi Qingxiu, merely a fledgling cultivator, wielded her sword with such strength that even a seasoned practitioner like Yun Chun could not withstand it. As Yi Qingqiu charged again, her movements were graceful yet oddly fluid, making it impossible for Yun Chun to evade, as though swept away by an unrelenting tide. The Wang family members exchanged puzzled glances, witnessing Yun Chun falter, entirely unable to retaliate. Yun Chun, what are you doing? Eliminate Yi Qingqiu at once. The man in the chariot commanded. The sounds of clashing blades echoed, as energy ripples swept dust across the surroundings. Yun Chun's expression soured as she sustained numerous cuts. Master. Her sword is far too powerful. Yun Chun gasped, struggling to articulate. Yi Qingqiu, employing her newly acquired Duanhe sword technique against Yun Chun, was astonished herself. This exquisite technique utterly overwhelmed her opponent, rendering her incapable of resistance. Zhang Heng watched his disciples battle with admiration. Truly a genius. Challenging those above her rank is as effortless as drinking water. You must be Zhang Heng, the man in the chariot addressed him. Zhang Heng's heart raced. How does he know me? You are known by all who recognize the name of the Xian, the man replied. What? That's just my pen name. How could he possibly know that? Zhang Heng pondered, perplexed. Your imagination is commendable, envisioning an immortal from the strength of a mortal. I have read your works and found much inspiration. Come with me to the Wang family, and continue writing your tales of immortals descending to the mortal realm. The man declared. As he finished speaking, the Wang family's female cultivator, Yunxia, approached Zhang Heng, clearly intent on killing him should he refuse. Zhang Heng trembled at the words. Ha ha ha, now you fear, don't you? Obey my master, and you shall remain unharmed, the alluring Yunxia taunted. Convinced that Zhang Heng was quaking in terror. Sir, I bear you no grudge. Why must you wrongfully target me? Zhang Heng lowered his gaze, his tone somber. The Wang family members seemed indifferent to Zhang Heng's words. Slowly, he crouched down, picking up a small stone. Yunxia gazed at Zhang Heng's actions and let out a derisive laugh. Little brother, do you intend to strike your sister with that stone? Zhang Heng stared at her. His expression inscrutable, and then abruptly flung the stone from his hand. In an instant, the stone pierced through Yunxia and Appo's skull, continuing its trajectory, stained with blood. Towards the man inside the flying chariot. Chapter 16. Alchemy within the flying chariot, the man gazed in horror at the rapidly approaching stone, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. A chilling sense of dread enveloped him, seeping in from the ground beneath his feet. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a tempest of spiritual energy, causing the chariot to shatter into fragments, furious at the audacity of the ambush. At that moment, he noticed the stone, encased in a flickering sword shadow. With a sharp sound, the stone effortlessly pierced his forehead, emerging from the back of his skull and soaring towards the distant mountains. Boom! The mountains erupted in a violent explosion, the sound reverberating through the air, shaking the earth, and echoing for ages untold. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Heng. The remaining two female cultivators from the Wang family, and Yi Qingqiu stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the swirling dust in the distance. Realization dawned upon Yunqiu and Yundong of the Wang family as they turned to behold a lifeless body on the ground, once their master. A formidable figure of the Wang family in Yanwu City, now reduced to a mere corpse, slain by nothing more than a small stone. Fear washed over them, leaving their faces ashen as they trembled uncontrollably. Just then, Zhang Heng materialized beside them, sending chills down their spines, their hearts racing, and beads of sweat rolling down their backs. I ask you, were those two books penned by me? Zhang Heng and Appo's low voice resonated in their ears, akin to silver needles piercing their hearts. The two women, with trembling lips and terror-stricken eyes, glanced at the stone that had felled the man but could only shake their heads in mute fear. Seeing their frightful demeanor, Zhang Heng nodded with satisfaction. Very well. You exhibit wisdom. I shall spare your lives. The ominous aura surrounding him dissipated, and the two women instantly felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground in supplication. Their foreheads pressed to the earth as sweat dripped around them. Yi Qingqiu, who had already dispatched Yun Chun, surveyed the scene with profound astonishment. My master is truly formidable. I cannot fathom when I might reach such heights. Perhaps I shall never catch up with him. Chen Hongyan was left dumbfounded, relieved she had not chosen betrayal. Otherwise, her demise would have been certain. She gasped for breath, grateful for her narrow escape. Zhang Heng, surveying the wreckage of the chariot, felt a twinge of regret. What a loss. This would have been akin to a luxury vehicle in my past life. I've squandered a tool of ostentation. Qiu'er, these belongings are yours. With a flick of his spiritual energy, he summoned the storage rings of the three corpses, sending them to Yi Qingqiu. Thank you, master, she replied. Elated as she accepted them, Zhang Heng watched her receive the rings, awaiting a response from the system. However, none came. What is happening? He wondered, puzzled. Last time. My dilapidated house returned 100-fold. Why not this time? Item return requires the host to successfully guide their disciple while using the item to trigger the return. Damn it. This feels like a scam. Zhang Heng grumbled inwardly. He had no notion of how to mentor a disciple. His reliance on his beautiful pupil's imagination meant that the return of items hinged entirely on luck. With a sigh, he turned to the two kneeling maidens. Do you wish to live or die? Upon hearing this, the two women bowed repeatedly. My lord, spare us. We wish to live. If you desire life, then pledge your allegiance to my sect, swearing never to betray us or face dire consequences. Zhang Heng replied in a grave tone. Thank you for sparing us, my lord. We vow to follow you for life, they echoed in unison, bowing once more. Master. Master? At their words, Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety, glancing at Yu Qingqiu, who was now observing him intently. Oh no, I must not tarnish the image I hold in my lovely disciple's eyes. Clearing his throat, he added. No need to address me as master. Simply refer to me as sect leader. From now on, you are members of the Piamiao sect. Yes, sect leader. They responded in unison, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He retained the two women to serve as sparring partners for his enchanting disciple. As a teacher utterly ignorant of cultivation, he could not afford to refuse should his pupil request training. Furthermore, allowing them to return to report to the Wang family would jeopardize his safety, especially if they sent someone stronger than him. With arrangements in place, Zhang Heng stretched leisurely. Chioer, tidy up a bit while I prepare some fish. With that, he entered the kitchen to prepare the fish, slicing open the large catch he had reeled in, only to encounter something hard within its belly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a white pearl. What is this? A pearl? How did it end up in the fish's stomach? He mused. At that moment, Yunqiu and Yundong approached from behind. What are you two doing here? Zhang Heng inquired, perplexed. The esteemed teacher sent us to assist the sect leader in cooking, Yunqiu replied. The esteemed teacher referred to Yu Qingqiu. Although the two women were now members of the Piamiao sect, they stood leagues below Yu Qingqiu in status. Suddenly, Yundong's eyes lit up as she marveled at the pearl in Zhang Heng's hand. Sect leader, you possess a white spirit pearl. This is the finest cultivation resource for those in the spirit concealment realm. Wow. Sect leader is truly indulgent with esteemed teacher. The white spirit pearl is exceedingly precious in the entire Chugwa cultivation world, reserved only for the young prodigies of grand factions, Yunqiu added. Listening to their words, Zhang Heng frowned. Could they be flattering me? Is this pearl truly so extraordinary? I merely went fishing and stumbled upon a treasure? Skeptical, he dismissed the notion, considering it mere exaggeration from Yunqiu and Yundong. After washing the pearl, he casually tossed it into the pot, treating it like an egg to be boiled. Yunqiu and Yundong watched in shock as he carelessly discarded what was considered a priceless treasure, coveted by powerful beings, into the cooking pot. They dared not question or comment on his actions. By the way, you should have a variety of seasonings, right? Zhang Heng turned to them. Presuming that having served the elder of the Wang family, they would possess culinary skills and a stock of cooking spices in their storage rings. The two women exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his intent. As cultivators of the Fate Palace realm, they had long since ceased eating and could not possibly carry cooking supplies. Thus, they decided to empty their storage rings completely. Sect leader, take whatever you desire. Yunqiu offered eagerly. Zhang Heng perused the eclectic assortment of items they produced, casually sifting through until he found what he sought. This is cilantro, this is ginger. Ah, this is fine wine. It smells delightful. After gathering the necessary ingredients, he set about preparing a delectable fish soup, delighting in the process. Meanwhile, the two women behind him felt their hearts bleed. The items Zhang Heng had taken were all precious spiritual herbs and wines they had painstakingly collected. Yet, for the sake of their lives, they dared not utter a word. Suddenly, a golden glow began to emanate from the large pot, truly shimmering and not merely reflecting light. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. What is this? Why is it glowing? Moments later, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yunqiu and Yundong were left speechless. It turned out that the sect leader was concocting elixirs. Chapter 17. The extraordinary spirit storage pill. Yunqiu and Yundong were utterly astonished. This esteemed master of the sect was truly enigmatic. Without the aid of a cauldron or spiritual fire, he managed to concoct elixirs with merely a large black pot. Moreover, the pill in question was the spirit storage pill crafted from the white spirit pearl, resplendent in color, exuding a delightful aroma, and radiating brilliance far surpassing the concoctions of the alchemists from the Wang family. They marveled at the prowess of such an unparalleled master. Initially, they believed that leaving the Wang family would lead to a dismal future in their cultivation. However, witnessing this scene, they felt exceptionally fortunate to be in the presence of such a remarkable being, which offered far greater prospects than remaining at the Wang family. Is it safe to consume this luminescent fish soup? Zhang Heng turned to inquire of Yun Qiu and Yun Dong, uncertain if this glowing concoction was edible. He feared inadvertently creating a nefarious dish, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong were momentarily taken aback. The master had concocted such a potent pill, yet he was not satisfied? The two girls instantly recognized Zhang Heng's perspective as being incomparably lofty, a realm they could not hope to attain. Master, your work is impeccable and beyond reproach, Yun Qiu affirmed. Yun Dong nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng felt reassured. Both Yun Qiu and Yun Dong were cultivators of the Fate Palace realm, far more knowledgeable than he, who was entirely inexperienced in the ways of cultivation. All right, come and lend a hand. Let us prepare for the meal. Shortly thereafter, a sumptuous feast was laid out on the large table in the courtyard. Night had fallen, and the gentle moonlight bathed the scene. Yet the golden glow of the fish soup eclipsed the moonlight, illuminating the small courtyard with a mesmerizing radiance. Yi Qingqiu and Chun Hongyun gazed at the luminescent fish soup with expressions of astonishment. Come, fish soup is highly nourishing. Master Chun, especially you, should indulge a bit more. It will aid your injuries, Zhang Heng suggested. He noticed the appreciative glances from his beautiful disciple, which filled him with joy regarding his culinary skills. Shen Hongyu was touched. This esteemed master even showed concern for someone as insignificant as herself. She felt fortunate not to have betrayed him, for otherwise, she might have become a cold corpse by now. Here, Qiu, this is for you, Zhang Heng said, picking up a white pearl drenched in golden soup. This is the egg of the great fish, the most nutritious. It is perfect for you as you are still growing. Zhang Heng was unsure if fish actually laid eggs. But in the realm of cultivation, anything was possible. Yun Qiu, Yun Dong, and Shen Hongyan gazed at the white pearl, no, the white egg, with sparkling eyes, filled with envy. Even though Chun Hongyun was not versed in alchemy, she could readily discern the egg's value. Yi Qingqiu paused momentarily. In her youth at the Yi family, she had learned a bit about alchemy. The egg described by her master, both in hue and fragrance, surpassed any top-tier spirit storage pill she had ever encountered. Such an exquisite resource was typically reserved for the favored scions of the most powerful factions. Yet now, she was receiving treatment exceeding that of her cousin. Thank you, master, Yi Qingqiu said, rising to respectfully receive the egg from Zhang Heng's hand. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, wondering if such formality was necessary for merely receiving an egg. Had the bond between master and disciple grown distant? He preferred a more relaxed rapport, where his disciples regarded him as a friend. Qiu, there is no need to be so formal. Feel free to be a bit bolder, Zhang Heng encouraged. However, to Yi Qingqiu and the others, this sentiment appeared as a selfless dedication from Zhang Heng, nurturing his disciple without seeking anything in return. The eyes of Yun Qiu and the other two girls shimmered with envy as they admired Yi Qingqiu, longing to be Zhang Heng's disciple themselves. Yet lamenting their lack of talent, Yi Qingqiu nodded in acknowledgement and promptly consumed the spirit storage pill. Zhang Heng watched in astonishment as she swallowed it whole. Closing her eyes, she entered a meditative state, exuding waves of heat and glistening with fragrant sweat. Whether it was the moonlight or something else, her skin radiated a silvery glow, enveloping her in a halo, making her appear divine and sacred. Shen Hongyun and the others were spellbound. The potency of the medicine was evident. Yi Qingqiu had gained tremendous benefits. Zhang Heng was equally astounded. Has my disciple just ascended to immortality? She even emanates multicolored light. How impressive. Great disciple Yi Qingqiu 5 Elements Nourishment Technique achieved mastery. Congratulations, host. You have come one step closer to your goal, 100-fold return. Host ascends to the late stage of the divine connection realm. Zhang Heng had grown accustomed to the system, realizing that this talented disciple would occasionally experience unexpected breakthroughs. Yi Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, smiling. Master, thanks to your egg, I am on the verge of advancing to the Fate Palace realm. Does it truly have such an effect? Zhang Heng pondered, recalling Yun Qiu and Yun Dong as praises. It seemed likely that the egg had provided some inspiration for his imaginative disciple. He resolved to try his luck again tomorrow. The time for tribulation was approaching, and he needed to expedite her cultivation progress. Indeed, I shall strive for an early ascension to the Fate Palace realm. Zhang Heng took credit for this achievement, hoping to prevent his disciple from overthinking, as the second egg might not yield the same results. Yes, Yi Qingxiu nodded earnestly. After this brief interlude, everyone began to enjoy the fish soup. Zhang Heng took a few bites, and his eyes instantly lit up. Did I really make this? It's incredibly delicious. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxiu and the others were sweating profusely from their indulgence. Yi Qingxiu devoured bowl after bowl, while Chen Hongyun and the others felt somewhat restrained. They greatly enjoyed the nourishing spirit fish soup, yet hesitated to eat more, fearing it might deprive Yi Qingxiu of her share, leaving them in a state of internal conflict. Did the Wang family come solely to capture Qiu and Apos? Zhang Heng inquired, directing his question to Yin Qiu, who had been speaking more frequently. Returning to Master. It is not just that. Our mission this time is not only to apprehend the esteemed gentleman, but also to investigate the cause of the death of Elder Wang Jiu. Yun Qiu explained. Elder Wang Jiu? Was he not one of those pursuing Qiu? Zhang Heng remarked. Upon hearing this, Yun Qiu immediately grasped who had slain Elder Wang Jiu. It was the enigmatic powerhouse before them. Indeed, we must first track down the esteemed gentleman. For Elder Wang Jiu perished while pursuing him, his life token shattered. I see. It appears the Wang family will not let this matter rest, Zhang Heng concluded. He felt unperturbed, knowing that once Yi Qingxiu ascended to the Fate Palace realm, he himself would possess the cultivation of the Divine Connection realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong remained silent, fully aware that with this Master's capabilities, he could effortlessly concoct top-tier spirit storage pills, rendering the Wang family unable to contend with him. The following day, Zhang Heng led Yi Qingxiu, along with Yun Qiu and Yun Dong, to the Yulan Lake for fishing, aiming to procure the white spirit pearl from the white spirit fish to enhance Yi Yuer's cultivation. As the saying goes, in deep waters, darkness prevails. This vast lake appeared black, its depths unknown, sometimes eerily silent. Yun Qiu and her companion were astonished to discover that the Jingyun path contained such a large lake harboring the white spirit fish. Why not simply dive down to catch the white spirit fish? Yun Qiu inquired. Though they are elusive, surely Master possesses the ability to do so. Zhang Heng also yearned for success, yet upon probing with his spiritual awareness, he found himself unable to discern the depths of the lake. The conditions within remained a mystery. Should there be a formidable beast lurking beneath, he could not ascertain if he possessed the strength to confront it. You fail to comprehend. It is not that the Master is incapable, but rather that he chooses not to. The myriad entities of heaven and earth follow their own paths, and the Master is merely willing to engage with those who are inclined to do so, Yi Qingxiu remarked. Splendid. Truly, my disciple, you have provided a magnificent excuse. Zhang Heng thought, his heart swelling with joy. He now found that having a disciple with a penchant for imaginative reasoning was not altogether a misfortune. Indeed, let us fish and immerse ourselves in the natural wonders of this world, Zhang Heng declared with a sense of tranquility. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong, only partially understanding, felt that their revered leader was exceedingly profound. Thus, the quartet commenced their fishing endeavor, with Yun Qiu and Yun Dong relying entirely on Zhang Heng's guidance due to their lack of experience. However, these cultivators displayed commendable insight, swiftly mastering the art of fishing. What incited Zhang Heng's envy was that they, much like Yi Qingxiu, frequently hooked fish, while he remained devoid of any activity on his line. The esteemed leader must be employing an advanced fishing technique. Despite the protracted wait, not a single ordinary fish has graced my hook. It appears he has effectively repelled them. Yin Qiu praised, having fished for a couple of hours in such a bountiful area. They pondered how it was possible that no fish had yet taken the bait without the application of some profound method. The Master's realm is beyond your imagination, Yi Qingxiu proclaimed with pride. Yin Qiu and Yun Dong nodded in admiration. Zhang Heng, maintaining his facade of composure, remained silent, yet internally he lamented. Why are the fish not biting? If I fail to catch anything, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Even more vexing is the fact that I cannot even reel in an ordinary fish, especially after Yin Qiu and Yun Dong have boasted so. Chapter 18 The arrival of the second disciple. Another hour passed, and Zhang Heng remained in silence, as if every fish had intentionally evaded his hook. Alas, it seems today's endeavor will yield no catch. Zhang Heng felt a wave of discontent wash over him. It appeared that his previous success in catching the white spirit fish had been nothing more than a stroke of luck. This time, fortune did not favor him. He was on the verge of giving up, contemplating other means to enhance Yi Qingxiu's cultivation. Just then, Zhang Heng's fishing rod trembled violently, jolting him awake from his near slumber. With a swift motion, he cast his line, and a magnificent fish adorned with vibrant scales broke the surface of the water. It was indeed the white spirit fish. What a magnificent white spirit fish! It must contain a white spirit pearl. Yun Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Qingqiu and Yun Dong turned their gazes towards him, their faces filled with admiration. Truly, the esteemed sect leader had successfully caught a white spirit fish. It was their first experience witnessing such a feat. The white spirit fish was notorious for its incredible speed and elusive nature, possessing the ability to become invisible, making it exceptionally difficult to capture. Yet, this sect leader had managed to catch such a precious fish as if he were an ordinary angler. The sect leader is truly remarkable, Yun Xiu shouted. Zhang Heng and Appo's expression remained composed, projecting an aura of control over the situation, yet internally, he was elated. Success. Success. His reputation was preserved at last. As he basked in the adoring gazes of the three beautiful women, he felt as if he were soaring among the clouds, overwhelmed by a delightful sensation. Who dares to fish on the territory of the Qingshan sect? A reprimanding voice suddenly echoed from afar. Four cultivators approached, led by a young man piloting a moderately sized flying vessel. The youth was clad in opulent attire, adorned with numerous defensive spiritual treasures, clearly of noble status. Flanking him were two middle-aged men of the Life Palace realm, evidently his bodyguards. The fourth individual was a handsome youth, dressed plainly and bearing a subdued expression. Standing cautiously at the rear, his cultivation pitifully low at merely the 6th level of body refinement. Zhang Heng's eyes flickered as he scrutinized the handsome youth. Detected potential disciple target. Name, Su Qingyu. Special trait, Heart of Emptiness. Zhang Heng's heart raced. He had finally encountered a new disciple. This is unclaimed territory. When did it become the domain of your Qingshan sect? Yun Qiu retorted disdainfully at the noble youth. I declare this is the territory of the Qingshan sect. Hence it is. The youth responded obstinately, showing no regard for Zhang Heng and his companions, looking down upon them from their elevated position. Young sect master. They have actually caught a white spirit fish. One of the men beside the noble youth pointed at the fish Zhang Heng had just caught. Upon hearing this, the noble youth's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the white spirit fish and brazenly declared, hand over the white spirit fish. All treasures of Yulan Lake belong to my Qingshan sect. Zhang Heng frowned. Who is this arrogant second-generation heir attempting to seize my fish? Yun Xiu and Yun Dong rose, their spiritual power surging as they glared at the individuals above them. Dare to take the sect leader's belongings? Are you seeking death? Yun Xiu hissed coldly. Seeking death? Yun Dong echoed. You. The noble youth's fury ignited, and just as he was about to strike, he was restrained by one of the men beside him, who discreetly conveyed a warning. Young sect master, calm down. Those two women are formidable, both in the Life Palace realm, and that transcendent gentleman, we cannot gauge his cultivation. The noble youth, upon hearing this, hesitated to make the first move. He was not foolish. He had heard that the Qingshan sect was dominant in the Chu state. Yet he recognized the potential strength of the two formidable Life Palace cultivators, likely outsiders. The two parties stood in a tense standoff. Suddenly, a melodious voice, like the tinkling of silver bells, broke the silence. Oh dear, it's about to escalate. What should I do? I'm only at the body refinement stage. I'll surely be the first to perish. But those siblings are so beautiful, dying at their hands wouldn't be so bad. No, I shouldn't think that. I might get beaten. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Heng, feeling increasingly anxious, swept his spiritual sense across the vicinity. Yet he could not locate the source of the voice. He was certain it was not conveyed through sound transmission, nor was it a mental message. He had not seen anyone speaking. Who could it possibly be? Such an uncanny situation could only imply one thing. The speaker's strength surpassed his own. Oh no. What should I do? I don't wish for this. I beg you, young sect master, please don't strike me. The voice continued. Su Qingyu. Silence. The noble youth bellowed. With that, the noble youth produced a whip from seemingly nowhere and struck Su Qingyu's face. I'm sorry, young sect master. I can't help it. Su Qingyu quickly knelt, bowing his head in apology to the young sect master Lin Yang. It hurts. It hurts. Please don't hit me. I can do anything. Su Qingyu's voice rang out again, though this time he did not open his mouth. Zhang Heng suddenly understood. Could this be his inner voice? How unfortunate for this child. Moreover, how peculiar. Despite being a boy, his inner voice sounded feminine. Forgive the intrusion, the man beside Lin Yang bowed to Zhang Heng and his companions. Indeed. Yulan Lake is rightfully the property of my Qingshan sect. Humph. You might as well claim that the entire Jingyun Dao belongs to your Qingshan sect for convenience's sake, Yin Xiao interjected coldly, dismissively. The Qingshan sect is but a small sect before the Wang family, and our sect leader surpasses them in strength. What worth is the Qingshan sect? Seeing that the other party showed no signs of retreat, the man found himself at a loss. Young sect master. Very well, I understand, Lin Yang replied. His displeasure evident, yet he had no recourse. It was highly likely that these individuals were outsiders. He was well aware of the Qingshan sect's insignificance within the entire Chu state cultivation scene. To our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, my Qingshan sect shall extend its hospitality. You may fish at your leisure, the man stated. Oh no, it's time to work. If only I had a water avoidance pill, Su Qingyu's inner voice lamented. A water avoidance pill? You think you deserve it? Such a precious item is not for someone like you, Lin Yang scolded. But I might drown, Su Qingyu protested. Get lost. If you were to die, you would have done so long ago, Lin Yang scoffed. Su Qingyu lowered his head, too fearful to speak. Yet his inner voice continued to cry out. But it feels so awful. Enough of your nonsense, Lin Yang commanded, gesturing to the man beside him. The man, understanding the cue, swiftly cast a rope to ensnare Su Qingyu. Please, no. I don't want to go into the water. Su Qingyu's thoughts wailed in despair. What are you planning to do with him? Yi Qingxiu interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. The treatment of this youth by his supposed comrades reminded her of her own painful memories of betrayal. She despised seeing fellow disciples inflicting harm upon one another. Ha ha. What else could we possibly do? Naturally, we are here to fish. Lin Yang chuckled. At that moment, the man beside Lin Yang hurled Su Qingyu into the lake. Chapter 19. The Unconventional Thoughts of the Second Disciple Ah. Su Qingyu screamed in terror. Boom. The surface of the lake beneath him suddenly dipped, seemingly avoiding him deliberately. Then, the ropes binding Su Qingyu were severed by an invisible force, and he was propelled toward Zhang Heng's small boat. The entire process transpired swiftly, leaving both Su Qingyu and the cultivator from Qingshan sect momentarily stunned. Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, Su Qingyu's thoughts wailed in despair. At that moment, a delicate jade hand grasped his wrist. Don't be alarmed. We are here to save you, Yi Qingxiu reassured him, observing Su Qingyu's bewildered expression. Sister, you truly want to kill me? Su Qingyu implored, his voice laden with vulnerability. Yi Qingxiu nodded firmly. Rest assured, we are all good people. Really? They said the same before, echoed Su Qingyu's thoughts. On the flying boat, Lin Yang, witnessing his bait being seized, erupted in fury. Return him to me. What is the meaning of this? The elder beside Lin Yang glared fiercely at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng regarded them with indifference. I wish to take this person. Would you kindly relinquish him to me? He wishes to use me as bait for fishing. How unfortunate I am, lamented Su Qingyu inwardly. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's thoughts, Zhang Heng clarified, Fear not, young man. I shall not employ you in such a base manner. My master would never resort to such lowly tactics. Yi Qingxiu chimed in to support her master's explanation. They refuse to let me fish. Do they desire my body instead? He has a penchant for dragon yang. Alas, woe is me, Su Qingyu's thoughts continued to spiral. Zhang Heng's expression darkened as he covertly glanced at Yi Qingxiu, concerned she might misconstrue his intentions. How could this prospective disciple possess such unsavory thoughts? My lord, do not overstep. This individual is a disciple of Qingshan's sect and, moreover, a servant to our young sect master. How could he possibly be given to you? Elderly Gui beside Lin Yang asserted vehemently. And what if he is a disciple of yours? He should be free to follow whomever he chooses, especially since you have so cruelly mistreated him. Such a despicable sect. He has no desire to remain, but you have coerced him, Yi Qingxiu retorted coldly. The atmosphere once again became tense. Ha, Su Qingyu. Speak for yourself. Do you wish to defect from Qingshan's sect? Lin Yang shouted at him. I do not wish to betray the sect. Su Qingyu quickly knelt, pleading with Lin Yang. If I leave Qingshan's sect, my master and the young sect master will surely kill me. I beg you, do not take me away. His thoughts were filled with dread. Do you see? My lord, does he not wish to stay in Qingshan's sect? Will you still forcefully take him? Elderly Gui laughed. Old fool, it is clearly your coercion. Yi Qingxiu seethed, raising her sword and pointing it at Li Gui. Su Qingyu and Appo's thoughts were unmistakable. He was indeed a victim. Too frightened to leave Qingshan's sect, Zhang Heng clenched his fists, angered by the bullying of his disciple. If not for the pressing need to transcend his tribulation, he would have avenged his prospective disciple. However, he was wary of the strong cultivators within Qingshan's sect and knew he needed to tread carefully. Yet today, he was resolute in claiming this disciple. This young man, I hold great affection for. Should you refuse my request? I shall have no choice but to take him by force, Zhang Heng declared in a low tone. You, how dare you steal my bait? Lin Yang shouted in rage. Do not think Qingshan sect is without its champions. Attack. At his command, two elders erupted with powerful aura and leapt from the flying boat, charging at Zhang Heng. Seeing this, Yun Xiao and Yun Dong prepared to intervene, but a fishing line suddenly shot forth, targeting the two elders of Qingshan sect. The elders, sensing the terrifying force of the incoming line, were struck with alarm and quickly attempted to defend themselves. Whoosh! A crisp sound resonated. The protective gear of the two elders shattered as the fishing line struck them decisively, the shockwave obliterating their internal organs. They immediately spewed blood. Their bodies flung several hundred meters away, crashing down onto the lake's surface and creating a massive splash. The cries of agony echoed through the air. Lin Yang aboard the flying boat turned pale, stunned that a mere fishing line had vanquished two elders. Could it be a powerful cultivator from the fateful realm? He was utterly shaken. Su Qingyu was equally astonished, his thoughts racing. This person is incredibly strong. He claims to like me. I wonder what he intends to do. Father, mother, I am doomed. He wept silently in his heart, his lamentations inadvertently audible to others. Yi Qingxiu, hearing his thoughts, displayed anger on her beautiful face. My master is saving you out of kindness. How can you still accuse him? Why, yes, I shall not dare again, Su Qingyu hastily admitted, lowering his head in submission. Seeing his response, Yi Qingxiu's ire subsided slightly, yet Su Qingyu's thoughts nearly made her choke with indignation. This beautiful sister is rather fierce. She seems like a villain. Yi Qingxiu was rendered speechless. She had never encountered such an absurd individual. His thoughts were alarmingly transparent. If hers were the same, she could hardly fathom how to face her master. Li Gui and another elder, both severely wounded, struggled to ascend from the lake, hastily making their way back to the flying boat. Young sect master, we must leave at once. That person is undoubtedly a fateful realm cultivator, Li Gui urged. And as he spoke, he coughed up blood. Damn it. Lin Yang clenched his fists, seething with rage. What is so impressive about that? He pointed accusingly at Zhang Heng. You bully the weak. What skill is that? Just wait. We have strong cultivators in Qingshan sect too. Do not insult my master. Yi Qingxiu soared into the air, confronting Lin Yang. We are of the same generation. Dare you accept my challenge? Humph. You dare challenge me? Are you not afraid of your master intervening? Lin Yang retorted furiously. Ha ha. Zhang Heng laughed heartily. Li Gui and Elder Wang Feng immediately grew anxious, fearing Zhang Heng might kill them. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's laughter, Lin Yang's realization struck him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he truly provoked Zhang Heng, he might very well perish today. Forgive us, esteemed one. We shall depart at once, Li Gui hastily asserted. I offer you a single opportunity, Zhang Heng declared. Lin Yang and the others were taken aback, wondering what Zhang Heng intended. Did he plan to silence them? Zhang Heng continued. I grant you a chance to compete against my disciple. Should my disciple lose, I will not only return Su Qingyu to you, but also present a white spirit fish. However, if you lose, Su Qingyu becomes mine, and should Qingshan sect dare to intervene thereafter, do not blame me for being ruthless. That is what you propose, Lin Yang exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Now that he had reached the fifth realm of the spirit repository, he had opened all spiritual reservoirs and stood just a step away from the Fate Palace realm. He felt invincible below that stage. He really likes me. A peculiar person with a penchant for Dragon Yang. Alas, Su Qingyu and Appo's thoughts echoed once more. At Zhang Heng and Appo's words, he nearly toppled into the lake. This foolish lad, how can his thoughts be so unhealthy? Am I truly that kind of person? The crowd disregarded Su Qingyu and Appo's musings. My lord, do not go back on your word, Li Gui cautioned, convinced Lin Yang would not falter. I speak with conviction. My words are not mere wind. Zhang Heng replied with a smile. How absurd. My grand disciple is a genius. He has slain those in the Fate Palace realm. Why should we fear a mere spirit repository cultivator? This competition is a guaranteed victory. Zhang Heng merely wished to avoid overtly resorting to force. He preferred to bide his time. The tribulation was approaching, and he sought to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 20. The tragic Su Qingyu. With a cold chuckle, Lin Yang addressed his opponent. Little sister, allow me to grant you 10 moves. If I am compelled to retaliate within those moves, then you shall be deemed the victor. His confidence was unwavering, for he had discerned Yi Qingxiu's cultivation level. A mere first stage of the spirit concealment realm, while he stood at the fifth stage. Even if they were of equal standing, he was certain of his superiority, let alone the fact that his level far surpassed hers. Humph. I have no time for idle chatter, Yi Qingqiu retorted, a disdainful scoff escaping her lips as she charged toward Lin Yang with her sword, unleashing the river-severing sword technique. The swordplay seemed to contain the immense power of a surging river, as unfathomable as the depths of the Yulon Lake below. Feeling the terrifying strike approaching, Lin Yang's pupils constricted in shock. What kind of sword technique is this? The imminent threat of death rendered him unable to maintain his composure. Activating his defensive spiritual treasures, he brandished his own spiritual sword, bracing himself for the incoming assault. With a thunderous crash, Yi Qingqiu's sword descended upon Lin Yang like a deluge, shattering his defenses as if they were mere tissue paper. In the next moment, Lin Yang coughed up blood, helplessly watching as her blade cleaved toward his left arm. The sword and Appo's speed appeared slow, yet he found himself incapable of evading it. A sickening sound echoed as his left arm was severed, revealing white bone and mangled flesh. Ah! Lin Yang shrieked in agony. Stop! Li Gui and Wang Feng cried out, rushing to Lin Yang's side to shield him from the remaining force of Yi Qingqiu's strike. Both were gripped by a sense of dread, feeling an overwhelming helplessness in the face of an opponent who was merely at the spirit concealment realm. That's enough, Qiu'er, Zhang Heng said calmly. Yi Qingqiu halted, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Lin Yang. You thought you could let me have 10 moves? I could end you with a single strike. Sweat dripped from Lin Yang's brow as he glared at Yi Qingqiu, his teeth clenched in rage. He yearned to tear her apart on the spot, never having experienced such humiliation. Yet, out of fear for Zhang Heng's prowess, he dared not utter a word. He believed that Yi Qingqiu's victory was only possible due to Zhang Heng's covert assistance. Otherwise, how could he possibly lose? Fine. Just you wait. With a grimace, Lin Yang spat out his threat, and, under the protection of the two elders, fled the scene on a flying vessel. Yi Qingqiu returned to Zhang Heng's side. Master, that person was so weak. Zhang Heng mused, noting the pride in his beautiful disciple's tone. Such arrogance can lead to downfall. Then, he spoke leisurely. You still have much to learn, Qiu'er. Do you understand that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals out there? Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Yi Qingqiu paused, taken aback by his words. Could it be that her master was truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? A sense of awe overwhelmed her. Observing his dazed disciple, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, pondering if he had inadvertently shaken her confidence. How troublesome, he thought. I was never a teacher in my past life. And instructing students is quite challenging. He reached out and gently ruffled Yi Qingqiu's hair. Nonetheless, achieving this level at your current stage is commendable. Yi Qingqiu bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded obediently. Oh dear, these two are indeed in a master-disciple relationship, and yet it seems so morally ambiguous. How terrifying. Oh no. They caught wind of my thoughts. Su Qingyu, do not let your imagination run wild. Su Qingyu's inner voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu's face reddened further as she lowered her head, too shy to meet her master's gaze. Zhang Heng, too, found himself in an awkward position, retracting his hand stiffly and diverting his gaze elsewhere to prevent Yi Qingqiu from dwelling on such matters. Yin Xiu and Yun Dong also dared not look at Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu, fearing Zhang Heng's wrath. Cough, cough. Zhang Heng cleared his throat, casting an irritated glance at Su Qingyu. You come here. Please, great sir, spare me. I am still so young. Su Qingyu implored, her eyes red-rimmed. This esteemed individual must surely desire my form, possessing qualities akin to Long Yang's. Su Qingyu could not help but think. Zhang Heng was rendered speechless, contemplating whether he should even take Su Qingyu as his disciple. A person with transparent thoughts was quite alarming, all her wicked imaginings laid bare before others, unable to conceal her intentions. How handsome. Su Qingyu's inner voice chimed. It seems you are somewhat perceptive. Thus, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Zhang Heng thought with a hint of delight. My dear child, do you know why I chose to save you? Zhang Heng inquired. Yi Qingqiu and the others turned their attention, equally curious as to why such a profound and enigmatic figure would choose to rescue someone so transparent in thought. Su Qingyu stared blankly at Zhang Heng, her mouth closed, yet her thoughts raced. Is it because he wants me to catch the white spirit fish? No. He said he likes me. Just thinking about it makes me ache. But he is truly so handsome. Surely, I can endure this. Zhang Heng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Could this child be inclined towards the same sex? Her inner voice bears the tone of a girl. She might be a man who fantasizes about being a woman. Yes, a crossdresser. She must be considering me as a furnace. Su Qingyu continued her musings. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as Zhang Heng and Apos, as hand struck Su Qingyu and Apos, as head. Stop your fanciful thoughts. I am not the person you imagine me to be. Su Qingyu clutched her head, her expression one of pitiful innocence, her eyes brimming with tears, her legs bending as if she wished to kneel in apology. I was wrong. I was wrong, her inner voice lamented. Zhang Heng utilized his spiritual power to prevent her from kneeling, letting out a deep sigh. What kind of torment has this child endured at the Qingshan sect? She instinctively desires to kneel before anyone she encounters. Alas, child, do not be afraid. I rescued you because I wished to take you as my disciple. Zhang Heng spoke gently. I see potential in you. You are a fine candidate for cultivation. And my intentions are purely sincere. Yi Qingqiu and the others were momentarily taken aback. This peculiar individual had indeed caught Zhang Heng's eye. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and kneel to pay your respects to the master. Yi Qingqiu urged, snapping back to reality. My master is an unparalleled powerhouse. By becoming his disciple, you will have the means to seek vengeance in the future. She empathized with Su Qingyu, seeing parallels in their fates. Su Qingyu gazed at Zhang Heng with a mixture of confusion and disbelief, unable to fathom why such a formidable figure would take her as a disciple, rendering her momentarily speechless. If you command me to kneel before you, then I shall do so, Su Qingyu suddenly declared. Zhang Heng was taken aback. This child appears to have been so bullied at the Qingshan sect that she has developed psychological issues. Go ahead and kneel, Zhang Heng replied with resignation. Su Qingyu promptly knelt. Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. Yet, her inner voice conveyed a different sentiment. Su Qingyu, it's all right. It's merely a change of tormentors. Everything will be fine. Listening to her thoughts, Zhang Heng and the others fell into silence. This child was truly pitiable. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the second disciple, Su Qingyu. Reward for the host, Level 1 Sect Construction. Reward for the host, the Supreme Body Refining Technique Dao Tian Shen Shui. Reward for the host, Exclusive Level 2 Healing Technique Ling Yuan Fu Ti Shu. Usable only once on the second disciple. Due to the second disciple's psychological issues, a task has been triggered. Task details. Please resolve the second disciple's psychological issues. Success will restore her cultivation talent. Failure will render her forever a waste. Current psychological issue level of the second disciple, 100. Please reduce it to below 10. Chapter 21. Crafting a grand sect with bare hands today as fishing expedition has borne fruit. Let us return, Zhang Heng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he ushered the others back to the Piamiao sect. Su Qingyu kept her head bowed, her mind racing with curiosity. Her thoughts incessantly murmuring about the wonders of the Piamiao sect. Such a formidable new master, surely the sect is grand. I am willing to do anything, so long as I am not harmed. I have yet to find my mother. My new master is quite handsome. Being a furnace for him wouldn't be a loss. But Su Qingyu, you are a boy. Zhang Heng, upon hearing these thoughts, wished he could cover her mouth, but alas, it was futile. Her thoughts were spoken in the heart. Before long, they arrived at the Piamiao sect. The scenery was enchanting, with overlapping mountains and lush greenery, yet the sect, as a place of cultivation, appeared rather shabby, consisting of only a dilapidated palace and a small pavilion. Is this really the Piamiao sect? Su Qingyu wondered internally, feeling disheartened by its stark contrast to the Qingshan sect. She longed to grow stronger to search for her mother, but hope seemed bleak. Oh dear. Junior brother, do not dwell on such thoughts. Our master is an extraordinary figure, and being accepted as his disciple is our greatest fortune, Yi Qingqiu remarked, defending her master upon sensing Su Qingyu's doubts. Indeed, senior sister, Su Qingyu replied meekly, not daring to argue. The group landed on the worn square before the main hall, where the stone bricks were riddled with cracks and weeds had overgrown, suggesting it had been abandoned for centuries. Dare you disdain my sect? Prepare to be astonished. Zhang Heng thought to himself, ready to impress with the newly acquired first-level sect architecture from his system. Qiu'er, what do you think of our sect? Zhang Heng inquired, turning to Yi Qingqiu. Master, our sect is a sanctuary for those who seek to return to their true selves, Yi Qingqiu praised, though she privately acknowledged its dilapidation compared to other sections. Yet, she believed that under their master's guidance, the Piamiao sect could transform into the most luxurious place in the world, as he had the ability to create wonders from nothing. Yunqiu, Yundong, what are your thoughts? Zhang Heng asked the two sisters. Master, we share the same sentiment as the esteemed master, Yunqiu replied. Yunong nodded in agreement. Yes, we feel the same way. Such hypocrisy. This place is clearly quite modest. Su Qingyu thought, attempting to flatter Zhang Heng, yet unable to rein in her true feelings. Junior brother. You simply have limited experience, Yu Qingxiu expressed her discontent. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly. Hearing his laughter, Su Qingyu was drenched in sweat. Fearing she had offended her new master. Do you have a fondness for grand houses, junior disciple? Zhang Heng teased. Master, I do not. Su Qingyu stammered, her voice trembling. Fear not, I shall not devour you. Since you desire a grand sect, I shall conjure one for you, Zhang Heng declared. Conjure? Su Qingyu repeated, incredulous. Yunqiu and Yundong exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Could their master truly possess such powers? Here, this is a gift from me to you, Zhang Heng said, gently ruffling Su Qingyu's hair. Su Qingyu, being rather petite, remained still, her head bowed, allowing Zhang Heng to stroke her head. Lift your head and behold, Zhang Heng instructed. Slowly, Su Qingyu raised her gaze. With a grand gesture, Zhang Heng unleashed an extraordinary energy from his hand. Boom. The surrounding space trembled, the ground beneath them shaking violently. A wave of energy radiated from his palm, causing weeds and dust to vanish, revealing shimmering golden apparitions that transformed from ethereal to tangible, akin to an oil painting. Majestic structures materialized from thin air, the once dilapidated hall rejuvenated, and the cracked stone square solidified into a smooth floor. Yu Qingxiu and the others stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked as a lavish, pristine sect manifested before their eyes, as if an ancient hidden sect had suddenly re-emerged into the world. The sect was now complete with all essentials: a martial arts arena, training rooms, a transmission hall, an alchemy chamber, medicinal herb fields, and spirit beast mountains. The entire territory of the sect expanded exponentially, extending outward as the ancient path for seekers was adorned with layers of rustic steps, leading to a towering stone gate inscribed with the words Path of Seeking Immortality. With a thunderous noise, a colossal barrier began to envelop the entire sect from a single point in the sky, forming a new protective array. The concentration of spiritual energy within the sect surged hundreds of times, transforming it into an ideal place for cultivation. Everything was renewed, and Yu Qingxiu and her companions felt as though they had entered a new world. Well? Zhang Heng asked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the dazed Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu seemed too overwhelmed to even think, her thoughts momentarily silenced. Yu Qingxiu regained her composure and lightly patted Su Qingyu's shoulder. Our master is impressive, is he not? She praised, though a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. How unfair it felt that their master bestowed such a grand gift upon the junior disciple. Su Qingyu, upon hearing her words, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, before suddenly dropping to his knees before Zhang Heng. Master, please teach me the true arts. I am willing to do anything, your gender matters not to me. Zhang Heng's smile faded somewhat. Why does this boy persist in such thoughts? Do I appear to be that kind of person? I ask for nothing from you. Merely that you practice diligently and do not disgrace the sect. He reiterated his previous stance. Su Qingyu's eyes glistened with fervor as he nodded vigorously. If I can learn the true arts from my master, I will surely find my mother. While Su Qingyu recognized Zhang Heng's prowess, his intentions in other matters remained uncertain. Come, follow me. I have something to do, Zhang Heng said casually. Here it comes. Su Qingyu thought in alarm, hoping it would not be too painful, for he had never experienced such a thing before. Upon uttering this thought, Yu Qingxiu and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhang Heng. Yu Qingxiu had no impure thoughts. An esteemed master of such grandeur could not possibly engage in such trivialities. However, Yunqiu and Yundong speculated that their master might indeed have peculiar inclinations, for although Su Qingyu was male, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a delicate girl. His petite figure and exquisite features reminiscent of a fragile young maiden. Feeling the three pair their eyes with dubious intentions, Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine. What wretched thoughts these people harbor, he thought, unwilling to explain himself. Let us go, he commanded, making his way toward the small pavilion. Su Qingyu kept his head bowed, trailing behind. It's all right, he continuously reassured himself in his thoughts. Zhang Heng turned to see Yu Qingxiu and the others lagging behind. What is the meaning of this? Do you truly believe I have an interest in this little foe girl? He shouted in exasperation. Come, all of you. Yunqiu and Yundong's imaginations ran wild, envisioning even more unspeakable scenarios. Is our master truly so indulgent as to invite us to witness such antics? Yu Qingxiu and the two others, filled with curiosity, followed Zhang Heng and Su Qingyu to a quaint courtyard. Zhang Heng turned to glance at the timid Su Qingyu, who paused for a moment before hastily removing her garments. Chapter 22. The sole heirloom of my mother. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Su Qingyu beginning to disrobe. The sight of her delicate alabaster shoulders and her pitiful expression, with lips gently bitten and cheeks flushed, made her appear as an enchanting young maiden. "What are you doing?" Zhang Heng inquired, bewildered. "This little pretender is rather appealing," he mused inwardly. Su Qingyu blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. "Master, don't I need to undress?" she innocently asked. Zhang Heng's fists clenched tightly, wishing he could strike her down. What if his eldest disciple misinterpreted this situation? He glanced at Yi Qingqiu, who was staring wide-eyed with curiosity at the unfolding scene. Ahem. Zhang Heng cleared his throat, attempting to regain his composure. "Don and Oppos, kneel, sit up and meditate." Su Qingyu complied without a hint of complaint. "It's fine, as long as Master likes it. I can endure," she thought to herself. Though she was strikingly beautiful, her lack of strength had subjected her to various humiliations at Qingshan's sect. However, this particular incident was unprecedented, leaving her somewhat anxious. Zhang Heng, overhearing her thoughts, felt speechless. "Don and Oppos, be so tense. I am assisting in your healing." Su Qingyu was taken aback. "Healing? ISN and Oppos, this something else?" Her thoughts pondered. Zhang Heng's fist tightened again. His second disciple was rather indiscreet. "Indeed, it is healing," he affirmed, placing his hand upon her head. Currently using the Ling Yuan recovery technique to treat disciple Su Qingyu. A radiant golden green light emanated from Zhang Heng's palm, enveloping Su Qingyu in a gentle glow. She closed her eyes tightly, her heart racing. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of comforting warmth surged into her mind, spreading throughout her limbs. The tension in her body unconsciously melted away, leaving her feeling as if she had returned to her mother's warm embrace. "Mother," her heart whispered. Yi Qingqiu and the others observed from a distance, feeling the soothing aura, and were astounded by Zhang Heng's remarkable healing abilities. The abrasions on Yi Qingqiu's hand from swordplay healed without a trace, while the hidden injuries of Yun Qiu and Yun Dong also silently mended. It dawned on them why Zhang Heng had summoned them. He intended to heal them all together. Su Qingyu's injuries, regardless of their severity, vanished entirely, and her body felt as fresh as that of a newborn. Suddenly, Yi Qingqiu and the others gasped in astonishment as they witnessed a dramatic transformation in Su Qingyu. Her hair began to turn white and lengthen, and fox-like ears sprouted atop her head. Her previously flat chest began to swell, and from her spine, a long, fluffy white tail emerged, reminiscent of a fox's, each hair pristine and beautiful. "What?" Yi Qingqiu exclaimed in shock. "Can Master S healing alter one's race and gender?" Zhang Heng, who was still pressing his hand on Su Qingyu's head, was equally startled. "Am I hallucinating? How did a fox spirit come into being?" He looked down to find Su Qingyu's hair long and her body displaying unmistakably feminine characteristics, her clothing straining against her burgeoning form. Good heavens! Has this pretender truly transformed into a genuine maiden? "System, your healing technique is flawed. Treatment successful. Su Qingyu's injuries and disguise have been removed." At that moment, a small, snow-white orb floated from Su Qingyu's forehead. "What is this?" Zhang Heng wondered. The orb ascended slowly, revealing a stunning, ethereal figure, voluptuous and alluring, adorned in a garment trimmed with white fur. Her exquisite face radiated charm, her eyes filled with seduction, and she bore fox ears and 3 fluffy tails. Her fur is white as snow, closely resembling Su Qingyu. "Mother!" Su Qingyu cried, yearning to embrace the apparition, but her arms passed through, unable to grasp her. "Mother!" Tears welled in her eyes as she trembled, years of suppressed grievances erupting in a torrent of sobs. "Mother, where have you gone? I've been searching for you." The ethereal fox spirit looked at Su Qingyu with kind eyes and smiled. "Little you have grown so much." Upon hearing her mother's response, Su Qingyu stifled her tears and asked, "Mother, where are you now? I want to find you." The fox spirit paused, tenderly caressing Su Qingyu's forehead. "Be good, little you. Do not seek your mother. Remember, just live well." "Why?" Su Qingyu asked, perplexed. "Little you, time is short. You must resent me for hiding your identity and allowing you to endure such hardships. Mother is sorry." "Mother." The fox spirit extended her finger and touched Su Qingyu's brow. An overwhelming drowsiness swept over her, her eyelids heavy as lead. She fought to speak, but the heaviness engulfed her consciousness, and she succumbed to slumber, collapsing to the ground. The fox spirit gazed sorrowfully at the sleeping Su Qingyu, tears streaming down her ethereal visage. Zhang Heng stood nearby, utterly perplexed. How did I inexplicably acquire a female fox spirit as my disciple? At that moment, the fox spirit turned to Zhang Heng, bowing graciously. "Thank you, kind sir, for healing my daughter." Zhang Heng felt a surge of anxiety. He had to maintain his composure for the sake of his eldest disciple. Steadying himself, he assumed an air of nonchalance. "You are too kind. It was merely a trifling effort. Kind sir, I am the daughter of the former demon emperor of Illusory Spirit Mountain. My father was slain by treacherous foes who usurped his throne. Su Qingyu is my daughter. If those who murdered my father discover that his bloodline endures, they will surely come to eliminate her. I implore you to protect her and keep her identity a secret, allowing her to live as an ordinary person. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as the white orb shattered into powder, losing its luster, and the fox spirit vanished. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. Utterly clueless about Illusory Spirit Mountain or the Demon Emperor, and it was his first encounter with a fox spirit. He looked down at the sleeping Su Qingyu, feeling utterly helpless. Now, his male disciple had transformed into a female disciple. Xiaoer, please take care of your junior, or rather, your junior sister. Reluctantly, he summoned Yi Qingxiu to tend to her, given the societal norms surrounding gender. Yi Qingxiu and the others, still in a state of bewilderment, snapped back to reality upon hearing Zhang Heng and Apos' words. Nodding, Yi Qingxiu approached to carry Su Qingyu inside. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly. Can I retract the second disciple? What is this about a demon emperor? I'm just a weakling. What if they come after us? Shaking his head, he resigned himself to the situation. After all, a teacher is a lifelong guardian. Su Qingyu was now his disciple, and if anyone dared to harm her, he would fight to the end. Master, you are truly remarkable. Yun Xiao and Yun Dong gazed at Zhang Heng in admiration. Master, this second disciple is actually a fox spirit, one that is transformed at the body refinement stage, a feat only achievable by those of the Demon Emperor's bloodline. Indeed, Yun Xiao and Yun Dong praised. How could those inept individuals at Qing Shan sect squander such a rare talent? Zhang Heng felt somewhat speechless, and with a hint of exasperation, he replied, Indeed. I simply could not bear to see such a magnificent talent go to waste. Master is truly exceptional. Yun Xiao and Yun Dong exclaimed in unison, Indeed, truly impressive. A bitter feeling welled up within Zhang Heng. Chapter 23. Embracing a new identity on the bed, the petite Su Qingyu lay soundly asleep. Mother. She murmured softly in her dreams. Hearing her speak in her slumber, Yi Qingxiu felt a pang of compassion as she gently caressed her head. What cruel experiences has this child endured? With the bloodline of a demon emperor, she hails from a distant land, and her mother fled here with her. Yi Qingxiu was curious about Su Qingyu's origins. Su Qingyu slept peacefully, her silvery hair cascading around her delicate round face, rendering her utterly charming. Yi Qingxiu remained vigilant by her side until she finally awakened. Senior sister. Su Qingyu blinked her eyes open, and her gaze fell upon Yi Qingxiu, who was waiting beside her. You are awake, Yi Qingxiu greeted with a gentle smile. I am not dead, I am still alive. But where is mother? Where has she gone? Su Qingyu's thoughts echoed within her. Junior sister, your mother did not come in person. That ethereal figure was merely a remnant of her presence. Yi Qingxiu sighed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu lowered her head, and tears began to fall. Suddenly, she noticed the silvery hair cascading over her shoulder and was seized by panic. My hair has turned white. Am I going to age and die? Yi Qingxiu found herself at a loss for words. Her young junior sister was being overly sensitive. Calm down, junior sister. This white hair is actually your true color, she reassured, taking hold of Su Qingyu's hands. Su Qingyu's face flushed. Sister, we shouldn't be so close. Junior sister. What are you saying? You are a girl too. Yi Qingxiu chuckled softly. Su Qingyu looked at Yi Qingxiu in confusion. I am also a girl? She noticed Yi Qingxiu pointing at her chest with a slender finger. Looking down, she was startled to see two ample mounds of white. I am indeed a girl. Recalling her mother's words, she understood that this transformation was a means of protection, enabling her to become an ordinary human man. Moreover, you are of the fox demon lineage. Yi Qingxiu withheld certain truths, not revealing to Su Qingyu that she was a demon emperor's descendant. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu climbed out of bed and caught sight of the tail behind her. Confirming her identity, her thoughts resounded, I am a fox demon. Will my new master not want me anymore? Do not misunderstand your master. He holds great affection for you. He created a grand sect out of thin air for you and healed your wounds. How could he disdain your identity as a fox demon? Yi Qingxiu comforted her, gently stroking Su Qingyu and Apos' head. The petite girl appeared as though she were Yi Qingxiu and Apos' younger sister. Su Qingyu and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Does my new master really like me? Given her transparent thoughts, she had always been scorned and bullied, labeled as a freak. Yi Qingxiu nodded resolutely. Rest assured, your master is the kindest person in history. He saved my life, and I have received abundant resources for cultivation. While you were unconscious, it was he who kindly allowed me to care for you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu began to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, you all have been so good to me. She wished to embrace Yu Qingqiu but hesitated, retracting her hand. Observing this, Yu Qingqiu immediately pulled her into an embrace. Focus on your cultivation and strive to become a formidable practitioner, so you may repay your master's kindness. Do you understand? I understand, senior sister, Su Qingyu responded, her voice trembling. Your master treats me so well. The only way I can repay him is by giving myself to him. Yu Qingqiu was taken aback by Su Qingyu's thoughts. Junior sister wishes to become my master-esque consort? How scandalous. Suppressing her indignation, she admonished, do not think such thoughts. Focus on your cultivation. Forgive me, senior sister. I cannot control my thoughts, Su Qingyu quickly apologized, sensing Yu Qingqiu's displeasure. Is she harboring the same thoughts towards our master? Yu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, her fists clenching in response. With a swift motion, she playfully tapped Su Qingyu on the head. Su Qingyu covered her small head, looking pitiful as she quickly admitted her fault. Sister, I was wrong. Yu Qingqiu was speechless. Her junior sister's transparent thoughts revealed everything. Yet, how could she harbor such indecent thoughts? With a sigh, she led Su Qingyu to the newly appeared spiritual spring for a cleansing bath. Initially, Su Qingyu was shy and reluctant to enter the water, prompting Yu Qingqiu to undress her, compelling her to acknowledge her current identity before safely bathing. Sister, I often fantasized about being a girl in the past, Su Qingyu confessed. Yu Qingqiu was surprised. How could a boy fantasize about being a girl? Why? Because my thoughts sound like a woman's voice, and I resemble a girl. Others fear I am neither male nor female, bullying me for it. And I also felt like a monster, Su Qingyu said, her sobs growing heavier. Seeing her pitiable state, Yu Qingqiu felt as though her heart had been pierced. She embraced Su Qingyu tightly. Junior sister, no one will bully you anymore. I will protect you, and your master will protect you as well. In Yu Qingqiu's embrace, Su Qingyu listened to her words, stunned for a moment, then whispered with trembling lips, yes. Junior sister, do not move too much, it tickles. Your fox ears are a bit slippery, Yu Qingqiu exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, who was preparing dinner, suddenly received a notification from the system. Su Qingyu's psychological issues have decreased by 10. Current issue value. 90. Glancing at the notification, Zhang Heng felt perplexed. How could his second disciple's psychological issues diminish? Upon waking, she discovered she had transformed into a girl. Shouldn't she be in turmoil? How could she feel better? Could it be that she had always dreamed of being a girl, and now that dream had come true? Oh no, this is complicated. How do I help my second disciple, a peculiar one, with her psychological issues? Zhang Heng was quite troubled. Just then, Yu Qingqiu arrived with Su Qingyu at Zhang Heng's side. Turning to look, Zhang Heng was captivated by Su Qingyu in her feminine attire, his heart melting like candy. She was truly beautiful in women's clothing. She was indeed a fox demon. Chapter 24. Tail-fishing. Su Qingyu donned the immaculate white dress of Yu Qingqiu. Given her stature, slightly shorter than Yu Qingqiu, the garment draped loosely and trailed along the ground. Her delicate hands were concealed within the sleeves, revealing only the tips of her tender fingers, while the hem of the dress swept the floor. Behind her, it seemed Yu Qingqiu had designed the outfit meticulously, allowing her tail to peek out, swaying back and forth like a playful puppy. Ah, foxes are also members of the canine family, Zhang Heng mused. Thank you, master, for saving me. Su Qingyu earnestly attempted to extend her hands from the sleeves, performing a gesture of respect. With her mouth slightly agape, revealing 2 small fangs, she spoke with utmost reverence. Her voice, soft and melodious, seemed capable of melting one's very bones. Zhang Heng felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. It's a mere trifle. This belongs to your mother, Zhang Heng said, producing a vial containing the powdered essence of the illusory spirit pearl. Confused, Su Qingyu took the vial, opened it, and gazed at the white powder within. Mother, mother, I have yet to find you. Why have you left first? Her heart cried out, beautiful tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his second disciple's intellect was lacking, mistaking the powder for ashes? Little you. This is merely the powder of the treasure your mother engraved upon you, Zhang Heng clarified gently. Su Qingyu stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. Really? Truly? Indeed. Su Qingyu pursed her lips, her expression pure. Please, you may leave now. Dinner will be ready shortly, Zhang Heng urged, eager to dismiss them. For he believed that the more he spoke, the more complications would arise. Following the steps from the previous night, Zhang Heng resumed preparing the fish soup. unexpectedly refining a top-tier spirit concealment pill. Unbeknownst to him, as he simmered the white spirit pearl, the organs within him faintly glimmered, resonating with an intangible spiritual rhythm that flowed into the pearl. Coupled with the ingredients willingly provided by the Yunqiu sisters, the fish soup soon radiated a golden light. At the dining table, Zhang Heng picked up the spirit concealment pill. Yi Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with delight. Master truly cares for me the most. Su Qingyu, unable to resist, inhaled deeply. It looks so delicious, I wish to eat it. Her thoughts echoed. Zhang Heng was momentarily torn. If he denied the second disciple, would her psychological issues worsen? Yet, if he granted it to her, what of the first disciple? It was a dilemma where both sides were dear to him. Master, I have already eaten. Please give it to my junior sister, Yi Qingqiu said, sacrificing her own desire. Having bathed with Su Qingyu at the spirit spring, she was acutely aware of her junior sister and Appo's, as tragic past, losing her father at a young age, her mother missing, and being forcibly taken to the Qingshan sect by a female elder who had taken a liking to her due to her appearance. Her nightmare began as she endured daily torment from that elder and bullying from other disciples. Moreover, her transparent thoughts revealed that any resentment she harbored against her tormentors would lead to more severe consequences. The tragedy of her plight stirred Yi Qingqiu's heart, prompting her to extend more compassion to her junior sister in hopes of helping her emerge from the shadows. My senior sister is so kind to me. How could I take her things? Su Qingyu's thoughts surfaced. Witnessing her understanding demeanor, Zhang Heng felt a pang of affection. Elevating the first disciple's cultivation was paramount, as it would ensure her success during the impending tribulation. Very well, Zhang Heng smiled. Your senior sister is at a crucial juncture in her breakthrough. I shall compensate you in the future. Su Qingyu nodded earnestly. Yi Qingqiu was deeply moved. Her junior sister had willingly offered her the precious pill. Junior sister, I vow that once I break through to the Fate Palace realm, I will take you to the Qingshan sect to seek vengeance for you. She accepted the pill, consuming it whole without peeling the shell, as she had done previously. Zhang Heng watched in concern, fearing that her method of consumption might upset her stomach. Yet, to allow Yi Qingqiu to continue her imaginative thoughts, he chose to remain silent. After consuming the pill, Yi Qingqiu exhibited the same extraordinary effects as before, prompting Su Qingyu to marvel at her beauty. Senior sister is so lovely, like a celestial being. Congratulations. Host. First disciple Yi Qingqiu is just one step away from breaking through to the Fate Palace realm. 100-fold return. Host's cultivation ascends to the pinnacle of the God-knocking realm. Splendid. It appears that with another pill, my first disciple shall ascend to the Fate Palace realm. Zhang Heng rejoiced. Thank you, Master. Yi Qingqiu rose, respectfully bowing to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng feigned profundity, nodding. You are merely a step away. Tomorrow, I shall catch another white spirit fish, and you will ascend. Understood, Yi Qingqiu replied. Su Qingyu gazed at Yi Qingqiu, her thoughts involuntarily surfacing. So this pill aids my senior sister. I almost took it from her. Su Qingyu, how wicked you are. Hearing Su Qingyu's innocent thoughts, Yi Qingqiu smiled warmly, reaching out to ruffle her head adorned with 2 animal ears. Little sister, your senior sister will protect you. Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed with warmth. Observing the harmonious interaction between his 2 disciples, Zhang Heng smiled contentedly. He realized that sometimes transparency of thought is not a detriment, especially for those of pure heart. It reveals true kindness rather than mere pretense. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Heng summoned Yi Qingqiu, reminding her to care for Su Qingyu and to provide her with abundant love. This was, of course, for the sake of their mission. If he could accomplish 2 tasks before the impending tribulation, he would ensure his success. Sure, Zhang Heng called just as Yi Qingqiu was about to leave. I know you will not neglect your responsibilities, but do not let it hinder your cultivation. In all matters, strength is paramount. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu paused, realizing that her master was aware of everything. He was subtly indicating that to seek vengeance for her junior sister, she must first ascend to the Fate Palace realm. Yes, disciple understands. Good, depart now. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Just please do not come seeking me, Zhang Heng thought. Yes. Yi Qingqiu exited. Zhang Heng collapsed into bed, glancing at the system panel. The tribulation will descend in 8 days. Time was of the essence. He must catch the white spirit fish tomorrow and provide his first disciple with another pill. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqiu, leaving Zhang Heng's room, contemplated for a moment before approaching Su Qingyu's door and gently knocking. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from within. Who is it? Who is it? What should I do? Is it my former master come to capture me? Su Qingyu's panicked thoughts rang out. Listening to her, Yi Qingqiu sighed, then spoke softly, "Junior sister, it's me. Your senior sister." Upon realizing it was her senior sister, Su Qingyu wondered what she wanted. No, she must have overheard. Was she going to harm her like her previous senior sister? Su Qingyu's mind filled with dread. Yi Qingqiu resolutely pushed the door open. Su Qingyu jumped back in fright, her eyes wide with terror. As senior sister, is there something you need? She trembled, fear flooding her. Her thoughts consumed by memories of being bullied by her former senior sister. Yi Qingqiu stepped forward, and as Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, resigned to her fate, she suddenly felt a warm embrace that brought her immense comfort. Looking up, she met Yi Qingqiu's gentle, kind face. "Little sister, I cannot sleep alone. I wish to sleep with you." "All right." Su Qingyu instinctively agreed. Yi Qingqiu released her grip and strode towards her bed. Su Qingyu and Amp, Oppos, as thoughts immediately began to race. Could it be that my senior sister has taken a liking to me? But I am a woman now. Upon hearing Su Qingyu's inner voice, Yi Qingqiu halted her steps, instinctively clenching her fists, yet she relaxed them moments later. "Junior sister, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to share a bed with you." Yi Qingqiu returned to grasp Su Qingyu's hand, gazing at her with a gentle smile. "Trust me, junior sister, come and have a chat with me." For reasons unknown, Su Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over her, her nose tinged with emotion as she began to sob softly. She murmured. The following morning at Yulon Lake, Zhang Heng had arrived early with the others to fish. Su Qingyu felt a surge of anxiety, her thoughts racing once more. Surely, Master would not cast me into the water to fish, yet the white spirit fish is something my senior sister desperately needs. Without warning, Yi Qingqiu gently tapped Su Qingyu on the head. "Do not be foolish, Master cares for you deeply and would never let you enter the water." Hearing this, Su Qingyu quieted down. As everyone began to fish, Su Qingyu mimicked Zhang Heng and Oppos' actions. Hours passed, yet no one had caught a single white spirit fish. Zhang Heng remained as unlucky as ever, failing to catch even the most ordinary of fish, a true embodiment of the sky and Oppos' misfortune. Su Qingyu and Oppos' anxiety grew palpable. "Master, throw me into the water. I wish to fish for senior sister." Zhang Heng felt a pang of reluctance, knowing that his second disciple already carried emotional scars. And throwing her into the water would only exacerbate her suffering. "Junior sister, do not fret. Master will catch one." Yi Qingqiu comforted her, stroking Su Qingyu's head. Yet, a sense of distress lingered within Su Qingyu. "Master and senior sister treat me so well, yet I have nothing to repay them with." Zhang Heng found himself at a loss. If he refrained from letting her enter the water, she might feel guilty, worsening her psychological trauma. However, allowing her to plunge into the depths was not an option either. Lost in thought, he soon devised a solution that could satisfy both sides. "You need not enter the water. Simply dip your tail in." Zhang Heng stifled a laugh as he spoke. "Is that truly possible?" Su Qingyu asked, scratching her head in confusion. "Trust your master." "All right." Su Qingyu promptly settled at the edge of the boat, letting her pristine fox tail dangle into the water. Zhang Heng, glancing at her, Kuden and Amp, Oppos, helped but chuckle, recalling an image from his past life of a cat using its tail to fish. In that moment, Su Qingyu resembled that very scene. Her tail swayed gently in the water, creating an illusion that she was indeed fishing. Yet, how could the white spirit fish be so easily caught? Yi Qingqiu, Yun Qiu, and Yun Dong regarded the notion as unlikely, believing it to be merely Zhang Heng's way of comforting Su Qingyu. "Master is truly kind," Yi Qingqiu thought, touched by his tenderness. Su Qingyu stared at the placid lake surface, doubting her own ability to catch a white spirit fish with her tail, especially since she had once been cast to the lake and Oppos' depths, nearly drowning before Lin Yang managed to catch a white spirit fish. Is it really possible? Is Master deceiving me? Her thoughts echoed. Chapter 25. Reporting to the Master, the fluffy white fox tail gently swayed in the water as Su Qingyu intently gazed at the lake, patiently waiting for an extended period. Suddenly, enormous ripples erupted on the surface, as if some colossal creature were about to surge forth from below. "Ah!" Su Qingyu shrieked, feeling something clamp down on her tail. The onlookers turned their attention toward her. Zhang Heng, possessing a keen perception as a deity, discerned that the entity gripping Su Qingyu's tail was, in fact, a white spirit fish. Incredible! The little white cat has truly used her tail to catch a fish. Without hesitation, he swiftly struck the water with his palm, causing a massive wave to rise and ensnaring the white spirit fish in a watery sphere. "It's a white spirit fish." Yunqiu exclaimed excitedly. As expected of our esteemed master. Indeed, second master has caught a white spirit fish with his tail. Master is truly remarkable. Yi Qingqiu expressed her admiration for Zhang Heng, while simultaneously thanking Su Qingyu. Junior sister, thank you. Yi Qingqiu and the others, including Su Qingyu, were astonished that they had genuinely succeeded. As she listened to her senior's gratitude, Su Qingyu, cradling her slightly sore tail, beamed with a radiant smile. It is the master who has been assisting me from the shadows. Otherwise, how could I possibly have caught a fish with my tail? Su Qingyu mused, attributing it all to Zhang Heng's efforts. Xiaoyu, I did not assist you. All of this is your merit, Zhang Heng replied, a serene smile gracing his lips. Master is too kind to me. I truly did nothing, Su Qingyu reflected inwardly. Yi Qingqiu gently patted Su Qingyu and Appo's head. Junior sister. Master has said it's all your achievement. While I believe Master played a decisive role, you also contributed and deserve encouragement. As Su Qingyu absorbed the praises from her master and senior sister, her cheeks flushed with a bashful hue, and she obediently nodded. Secondary disciple and Appo's. As problem value decreased by 10, problem value remaining at 80, observing the system notification, Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy. Just then, his gaze sharpened as he sensed a group of individuals approaching. Before long, a contingent of cultivators appeared in the distance, one of whom could even tread the air. Yin Xiu and Yun Dong were taken aback. It and Appo's, S.A. Fate Wheel Realm expert. Accompanying them were 5 Fate Palace Realm cultivators and 20 Spirit Concealment Realm cultivators. It's them. It's them. Su Qingyu nervously nestled into Yi Qingqiu's embrace. They've come to capture me. Please don't let them find me. Don't let them find me. Hearing Su Qingyu's anxious words, Yi Qingqiu deduced that these individuals must be from the Qingshan sect. She tightened her hold on Su Qingyu and glared at the approaching cultivators, her tiny fist clenched. You scoundrels from the Qingshan sect. How dare you bully my junior sister? I shall annihilate every last one of you. Zhang Heng's consciousness swept over the Qingshan sect cultivators. The highest among them was merely at the initial stage of the Fate Wheel realm, hardly a cause for concern. He continued to fish, curious about their intentions. Elder. It is that demoness who severed the young sect masteress' arm and snatched Su Qingyu, our bait. Li Gui pointed at Yi Qingqiu, addressing Elder Lin Yin. Lin Yin regarded the 5 individuals on the boat with disdain, his gaze lingering on Zhang Heng. Humph. To conceal one's cultivation at the Fate Wheel realm. How laughable. It's amusing to think that those of the same realm would hide their prowess. With this thought, his contempt for Zhang Heng deepened. Li Gui and Wang Feng had mentioned that this individual was merely a Fate Wheel realm cultivator, having employed a special secret method to mask his strength. If he were truly a powerful figure above the deity realm, he would undoubtedly be renowned. How could he possibly be present here? Sir, your disciple has harmed our young sect master and taken away his servant. How shall this matter be resolved? With that, Lin Yin unleashed a formidable aura characteristic of a Fate Wheel realm expert. A Fate Wheel realm cultivator has harmonized the 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians within their body, granting them the ability to comprehend the principles of the universe. With a mere flick of their hand, they could obliterate a city, genuinely deserving of the title of stronger. The disparity between their realm and lower realms is immense. Yi Qingqiu and her companions felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to standing before a mountain, compelled to look up. Although Yi Qingqiu could defeat Fate Palace realm cultivators, she found herself utterly powerless against the Fate Wheel realm, her body trembling instinctively, causing her sword to quiver in her grasp. Su Qingyu, possessing keen spiritual awareness, recognized that her senior sister could not contend with the elder. In a flash, she bounded to Zhang Heng's side, crouching behind him like a small cat. Master is incredibly strong. He will surely protect me, Su Qingyu's thoughts echoed. Seeing Su Qingyu's adorable demeanor, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling as if he had adopted a little cat. You are correct, Xiaoyu. I shall protect you, Zhang Heng smiled, reaching out to stroke Su Qingyu's head. Upon brushing against her fluffy fox ears, and its course through his hand, prompting him to scratch her head playfully. Master, that tickles. Please stop, Su Qingyu's thoughts chimed in. While she felt the ticklish sensation, it also brought her comfort, and she endured the itch, allowing Zhang Heng to continue his affectionate gestures. Little brat, so, you've been hiding here, and have taken on a new master. A female cultivator from the Fate Palace realm yelled at Su Qingyu. This female cultivator was none other than Su Qingyu's former mentor, Xiaoran. You wretched creature. Truly a freak. After betraying the sect, you don women's clothing and don the guise of a demon race. When we return, I shall flay your skin to teach you the consequences of treachery. Xiaoran spewed venomous insults at Su Qingyu. Please, I don't want to go back. It's terrifying. I don't want to go back, Su Qingyu whimpered, covering her head, her thoughts trembling with fear. Little wretch, why don't you come over here on your own? Xiaoran roared menacingly. Yi Qingxiu could no longer endure the incessant insults hurled at her junior sister. Old hack. Seeking death. How dare you insult my junior sister? With that, she charged recklessly toward Xiaoran. As Yi Qingxiu rushed forward, Lin Yin and the other cultivators grinned broadly, delighted that the young lady was coming straight to them. How exquisite she was. Capturing her for dual cultivation would be a delightful endeavor. Just as they were about to seize Yi Qingxiu, a fishing line suddenly shot forth, ensnaring her and pulling her back. The act was executed by her master. Master Yi Qingxiu was bewildered as she was yanked back onto the boat, fuming. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoran's confidence swelled further. You little wretch. No one can protect you today. Your new master is nothing but a facade, ha ha ha. Su Qingyu's complexion paled, her small hands clutching Zhang Heng's robe tightly. Master, please don't send me back. I beg you. I promise to behave. I don't want to go back. Listening to her sweet, trembling thoughts, Zhang Heng smiled gently and patted her little head. Do not worry. You are now my disciple, and no one can take you from me. With that, Zhang Heng slowly rose to his feet, looking down at Su Qingyu. Shall you come and report to your master? Have any of these individuals bullied you? Chapter 26, The Virgin Mary? Non-existent. Upon uttering these words, the members of the Qing Shan sect erupted into laughter, with the Grand Elder presiding over them. Even if their adversaries possessed 100-fold courage, they would never dare to assault them. I. Su Qingyu gazed at those who had tormented her in the sky, rendered speechless by her terror. Sensing her trembling form, Zhang Heng sighed deeply. The psychological scars on this child were far too profound. Suddenly, he enveloped Su Qingyu in his embrace. Xiaoyu, speak boldly. Your master will stand for you. His gentle and patient words reached Su Qingyu's ears, and as she felt the warmth of his chest, an image of her mother flashed in her mind. The ache in her heart intensified, her body trembled more violently, and hot tears streamed down her face, blurring her vision. Woohoo! Su Qingyu cried out, clutching Zhang Heng's garment tightly, her tears cascading down and soaking his chest. Observing the weeping Su Qingyu in his arms, Zhang Heng sighed inwardly, mourning for the child. Dare to harm my second disciple? You shall pay dearly. His eyes turned cold. The Qing Shan sect members, upon hearing Su Qingyu's cries, remained utterly indifferent, laughing unabashedly. What a pathetic creature, still daring to weep. Do you truly believe your master can protect you? Mocked Xiaoran. Zhang Heng clenched his fists, unleashing his spiritual energy, and reached out into the air as if grasping something. Instantly, an invisible force seized Xiaoran by the throat. Cough. Xiaoran gasped for breath, her face turning crimson, eyes bulging in terror. With a swish, she was yanked onto the boat, standing before Zhang Heng. Fear-stricken, she stammered, Why you? Slap. Zhang Heng delivered a resounding blow, causing blood to spew from her mouth as she was sent flying, crashing into the water, her body suffering grievous fractures, rendering her immobile. Bring her back, Zhang Heng commanded in a low voice. Yun Qiu immediately dove into the water to retrieve Xiaoran. The members of the Qing Shan sect were taken aback. Apart from the Grand Elder Lin Yin, all instinctively took a step back, hastily silencing themselves, fearing they would be next. Su Qingyu blinked her tear-streaked eyes, horrified at the sight of Xiaoran and Appo's wretched state. The person who had once tormented her was now battered and bleeding, half her face stripped of flesh, revealing gaping wounds and exposed bone. Xiaoran, pulled from the water, wailed incessantly, G Grand Elder, save me, help. Lin Yan's expression darkened to an extreme. You dare to injure my Qing Shan sect's members before my very eyes? Refusing to drink the toast, you shall face punishment. Today, you shall not leave unscathed. The members braced themselves, brandishing their treasures, prepared for battle. Zhang Heng disregarded their actions, focusing instead on Su Qingyu. Xiaoyu, who else? With her round, tear-filled eyes, she stammered. Master, I. Gathering courage from an unknown source, she pointed tremblingly at 3 spiritual concealment realm cultivators in the sky. And them. Good. With that, Zhang Heng abruptly flicked his fishing rod, and the line shot forth like an arrow, piercing the chest of the named individuals. You dare. Lin Yin bellowed. Zhang Heng ignored him. One by one, the 3 individuals were impaled and dragged into the water, their cries echoing as they struggled. Are you truly intent on becoming enemies with my Qing Shan sect? Lin Yin roared. I have warned your young sect master. if you trouble me again. It will be your demise, Zhang Heng replied coolly. Kill him, Lin Yin commanded. Just as the members prepared to strike, a sudden cold snort from Zhang Heng silenced them. Humph. In an instant, all spiritual concealment realm cultivators collapsed, expressions of agony etched on their faces as they fell into the water, akin to dumplings being dropped. What kind of power is this? Lin Yin exclaimed in terror. The cultivators behind Lin Yin suddenly contorted in agony, howling, no, it hurts. My soul is being torn apart. Lin Yin realized, with dawning horror, that this was a mental attack, a feat achievable only by those of transcendent strength. The weak stood no chance of resistance. This person is not merely a... He widened his eyes in fear. Heavens, I have provoked such a formidable figure. Predecessor. I am blind to your greatness. Before he could finish, a torrent of water surged towards him, accompanied by the sound of a sword's whistle. The water column pierced Lin Yin and Appos' head, shattering his soul, claiming his life on the spot. The four cultivators, witnessing their pillar, the esteemed Grand Elder, being slain instantaneously, turned pale with terror, their screams stifled as they momentarily forgot their pain. On the boat, Xiaoran was so frightened she wet herself. We are doomed today. The five cultivators shared a collective thought. In the sky, the four cultivators knelt in unison, disregarding their previous noble status. Predecessor, spare us. We are willing to follow you. No matter the peril, they pleaded hastily. Follow me? Do you deem yourselves worthy? Zhang Heng sneered, then launched a droplet of water towards the four. Imbued with terrifying sword intent, mercilessly killing three of them. As the droplet neared Li Gui, he hastily cried, Predecessor, wait. I have also bullied Su Qingyu. Desperate to survive, Li Gui resorted to this plea, recalling that those who had tormented Su Qingyu were spared. In truth, he had only encountered her the day before. The water droplet halted before his brow, then an invisible force seized his throat, dragging him onto the boat. Thank you, Predecessor, for your mercy, Li Gui said, bowing deeply. Believing he had narrowly escaped death, Zhang Heng regarded him coldly, observing his pitiful demeanor, then turned his gentle gaze to Su Qingyu. Xiaoyu, these individuals are yours to vanquish. To help Su Qingyu overcome her psychological trauma, he spared their lives solely for her to take them herself. Zhang Heng casually handed her a sword, presenting it before her. Su Qingyu stared at Zhang Heng in disbelief. Master, She found his request both cruel and terrifying, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. As if cradled in her mother's embrace, Zhang Heng nodded encouragingly. Xiaoyu, eliminate them with your own hands. Realizing his impending doom, Li Gui summoned his courage to flee. But a powerful force pinned him to the deck, the sound of cracking bones resounding. He cried out in agony. Su Qingyu grasped the sword, gritting her teeth, her heart racing with fervor. Master, I can finally avenge myself. Mother, those who bullied me shall perish today. With trembling steps, she approached Li Gui, lifting the sword to point at his head, glancing back at Zhang Heng, who nodded in encouragement. She tightened her grip on the hilt. Li Gui panicked. No. Please don't kill me. I am an elder of the Qingshan sect. Spare me. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced through his head, silencing his pleas. After slaying Li Gui, Su Qingyu trembled all over, staring at her hands in disbelief. Yi Qingqiu stepped forward to help her withdraw the sword. Junior sister, there are still 4 more. She resolutely nodded, brandishing her sword as she approached the incapacitated Xiaoran. This once revered master had subjected her to countless torments, humiliating her and forcing her to kneel in submission. Yet now, the fate of this individual lay solely in her hands. Disciple, I am your master. Do not kill me. Have you forgotten how I guided you through your training? I once treated you so well, Su Qingyu. Surely, you do not wish to bear the stigma of slaying your own teacher. Xiaoran pleaded, her face awash with terror, even daring to bow her head in supplication. Witnessing her former mentor's pitiful state, countless tormenting memories surged within Su Qingyu's mind. A glint of cold resolve flashed in her beautiful eyes as she thrust her sword through Xiaoran's skull, the latter barely having time to let out a cry before succumbing to death. Following the execution of Xiaoran, Yi Qingqiu swiftly and decisively eliminated the remaining 3 adversaries, showing no mercy whatsoever. She gazed at the bloodied sword in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. Then, she turned her attention to the lifeless bodies of her foes. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration flooding her heart, compelling her to scream with joy. Ha ha! An eerie laughter escaped her lips, and her eyes unexpectedly glowed with a crimson light. In the next moment, however, a pang of sorrow struck her heart, the crimson glow dissipating as an overwhelming sense of grievance surged forth, filling her eyes with tears that cascaded down. She laughed and cried simultaneously, her thoughts unvoiced, lost in a tumult of emotions. Zhang Heng sighed softly. Alas! Though vengeance had been served, the scars of the past remained indelibly etched in memory, impossible to erase. Chapter 27. The abnormal second disciple Su Qingyu came back to her senses, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Heng. Master! She cast aside her sword and dashed toward Zhang Heng, her youthful and charming face marred by still-drying blood. Her hands, her dress, and her delicate feet were all stained with the crimson remnants, yet she beamed with a radiant smile, akin to a little demon emerging from a blood-soaked abyss. This little imp, with an innocent expression, lunged toward Zhang Heng. She embraced him tightly, lifting her pretty face to gaze up at him. Master, thank you. You did well. Little you. You must practice diligently in the future and not always rely on your master. Do you understand? Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, seizing the moment to encourage Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu responded affectionately. Zhang Heng then raised his hand, using pure spiritual energy to cleanse her of the grime. At that moment, the system and Appo's voice echoed. Congratulations, host. With your assistance, the second disciple is growing healthily. Current problem value, 30. The second disciple can begin cultivating Daodian divine refinement. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. Is this what you call healthy growth? She has turned into quite the little pervert. Her problem value had not yet dropped below 10, indicating that her enemies were not entirely eradicated. Once I ascend to the divine realm and transcend my tribulations, I shall resolve all her issues. Qing Shan's sect, prepare for annihilation. His eyes burned with intensity. Yi Qingxiu observed the intimate interaction between Zhang Heng and Su Qingyu, feeling an inexplicable pang in her heart. Suddenly, the thought of the white spirit fish seemed less appealing. She too longed for Master's affection, yet she lacked the boldness to act as freely as Su Qingyu did. Let us dispose of these corpses. Then we shall return to the sect. Zhang Heng instructed Yunqiu and Yundong, leaving the two sisters behind. Aside from their aesthetic appeal and serving as sparring partners for his disciples, they could assist with the laborious tasks at hand. Understood. The two women cast all the bodies into the lake to feed the fish, collecting all the spoils. The relics of that elder from the Fate Wheel realm contained quite a few valuable items. Once everything was settled, they embarked on their journey back to the sect. Throughout the journey, Su Qingyu clung to Zhang Heng's arm, her inner voice surprisingly quiet, which left Zhang Heng feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon returning to the sect, Su Qingyu continued to grasp Zhang Heng's arm, seemingly wishing to hold on forever. Little you, we are home now. You need not cling to my arm any longer. Realizing her lapse, Su Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly released her grip. Master, what are you doing, Su Qingyu? You are not a child any longer, her inner voice resonated. Zhang Heng smiled lightly. Go practice. Su Qingyu obediently nodded, yet she remained rooted in place, staring blankly at Zhang Heng. Suddenly, a playful punch landed on Su Qingyu's head. Ow! She yelped, baring her little tiger teeth in distress. What are you dawdling for? Come practice with me. Is this younger sister harboring any inappropriate thoughts about Master? Yi Qingxiu fumed, lifting Su Qingyu, whose petite frame dangled in the air, her fair legs flailing playfully. Master is my second mother. I must practice diligently to protect Master in the future, echoed Su Qingyu's inner voice. Seeing this, Yi Qingxiu's anger dissipated significantly. Thank goodness she doesn't have that idea. If she did, I would have to put an end to it, she thought. Watching the two disciples bicker, Zhang Heng smiled warmly. With the arrival of the second disciple, the first disciple's demeanor had become more vivacious, a stark contrast to her previous coldness. This second disciple indeed possessed a filial heart, claiming she would protect him. He felt appreciated but wished not to be regarded as a maternal figure. Then, an idea struck Zhang Heng, prompting him to call out, Qing'er, bring little you over. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu grabbed Su Qingyu and brought her closer, unwilling to release her for fear that the little fox might return to cling to Master. Master, is there something you would like little you to do? Su Qingyu inquired, desperately attempting to signal Zhang Heng with her eyes for permission to be set down. However, her inner voice inadvertently betrayed her. Master, my senior sister is a bad person. Please let her spare me. Listening to Su Qingyu's thoughts, Yi Qingxiu's fists clenched in frustration. I care for you so much, and you dare to call me a bad person. Junior sister, you cannot blame me if I let you down. What if you run off to be lazy? Yi Qingxiu retorted, intentionally pulling a bit harder, causing Su Qingyu to wince. Ouch! Senior sister is indeed a bad person. She must think I want to steal Master away. Humph. I merely see Master as a mother figure, Su Qingyu's inner voice lamented. Yi Qingxiu was taken aback. Her usually cool demeanor flushed with heat. She had never entertained such thoughts about Master. He was a figure she revered, beyond reproach. Yet Su Qingyu's thoughts made her fear being misunderstood by Zhang Heng. Master, I didn't, she stammered, struggling to explain but unable to articulate her thoughts. Oh no, Master will surely misunderstand me. What if I am expelled from the sect? She dared not meet Zhang Heng's gaze and suddenly dropped to her knees. Both Zhang Heng and Su Qingyu were taken aback. Zhang Heng not only felt confused but also alarmed. This can't be the degradation of master-disciple relations, can it? How could my first disciple harbor such sentiments toward me? What if she truly thinks that way? Zhang Heng was at a loss, having spent his previous life engrossed in study and work, without a single girlfriend. Now, faced with romantic entanglements, especially in this unconventional master-disciple dynamic, his mind momentarily short-circuited. Senior sister, you truly wish to become my master's wife? I was merely speculating. Su Qingyu and Appo's thoughts rang out, filled with astonishment. Hearing Su Qingyu and Appo's thoughts, Yi Qingxiu and Appo's fists tightened, her expression darkening as she yanked Su Qingyu down to kneel beside her. With a thud, her fist struck Su Qingyu and Appo's head. Ouch! Su Qingyu cried out. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will cut off your tail. Yi Qingxiu warned sharply. Su Qingyu trembled in fear. Master, senior sister, I said nothing. That was merely my uncontrollable inner voice. You wouldn't think that way if you truly didn't mean it, would you? Yi Qingxiu retorted, gripping Su Qingyu's head firmly. Zhang Heng, perplexed, could only watch the two bicker, unsure how to intervene. Senior sister, I was wrong. I will never think such things again, Su Qingyu pleaded. If you have those ears, I will be cutting them off too. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please spare me. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Heng began to understand. It seemed Su Qingyu had misinterpreted Yi Qingxiu's intentions. With this realization, he exhaled in relief, albeit with a tinge of regret. I suppose I have become somewhat abnormal. Ahem. Zhang Heng cleared his throat, prompting both disciples to cease their quarrel at once. All right, Qinger, please be more understanding of your junior sister, Zhang Heng interjected, striving to mediate. Both were his cherished disciples. He could not allow discord to arise among them. Yes, master. Yi Qingxiu regained her composure, reassured that someone as great as master would not misinterpret her intentions. Both of you rise. As fellow disciples, you must love and support one another. Do not engage in conflict with each other. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action, Zhang Heng declared sternly, exuding an authoritative aura to intimidate his two disciples. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingxiu and Su Qingyu both shuddered, startled as it was their first encounter with their master's anger. We will remember, master, they replied in unison. All right, let this matter be put aside. Shall you? Come here. I have a technique to impart to you. With her head bowed, Su Qingyu obediently approached, and Zhang Heng gently touched her forehead, transmitting the Dao Tian Shen Shui into her mind, where profound knowledge flooded her consciousness. This is a refining technique for the body cultivation realm. Dedicate yourself to its practice, and do not disappoint your master's expectations. Suddenly, Su Qing's alabaster form radiated golden light, nearly blinding Zhang Heng. What is happening? He wondered, perplexed. Under the guidance of the host, the second disciple Su Qingyu successfully comprehended Dao Tian Shen Shui. Su Qingyu has entered the preliminary stage of Dao Tian Shen Shui, advancing to the 10th level of the body cultivation realm. Hundredfold return. The host's cultivation remains unchanged. Dao Tian Shen Shui has reached perfection, with all limbs and bones purified, untouched by the dust of the world. Zhang Heng shuddered, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if he had become immensely more powerful. What kind of divine disciple is this? With just a transmission of knowledge. She comprehends instantly. And when did I ever guide her? Perhaps she had been suppressing herself for too long, and now it had erupted all at once. Alas, another prodigy has emerged, putting my own status as a mediocre learner in jeopardy, he mused inwardly. Master, this technique is rather profound. I do not understand it. Su Qingyu blinked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Zhang Heng's heart sank. Second disciple, what do you truly wish to achieve? Have you discerned my lack of skill? Although he had mastered Dao Tian Shen Shui, he understood little of its intricacies. With a sigh, Zhang Heng playfully tapped Su Qingyu's head. Do not be so eager. One cannot overreach. You have already entered the preliminary stage, so return and contemplate it well. Oh, Su Qingyu replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Zhang Heng felt at a loss. She had already entered the initial stage, yet here she was asking for more. Show her. Take your junior sister to practice, he instructed, eager to relieve himself of her incessant queries. Yes, master, Yi Qingqiu replied, promptly leading Su Qingyu away. Watching them depart, Zhang Heng released a sigh of relief and turned to the kitchen to prepare fish soup. After a session of replication, the exquisite spirit storage pill was once again refined. At lunchtime, Zhang Heng called everyone to the table, still offering an egg to Yi Qingqiu. Su Qingyu gazed longingly, drooling at the sight. Yi Qingqiu, receiving the dish, proudly lifted her head. Master still treats me slightly better. At that moment, Su Qingyu's pitiful inner voice echoed, I wish I could have some. But this egg is of great importance to my senior sister. Su Qingyu, you mustn't eat it. Hearing Su Qingyu's sincere thoughts, Yi Qingqiu smiled gently. Sometimes, this girl isn't so bad after all. Zhang Heng observed his two lovely disciples, feigning profundity and remaining silent, fearful of disrupting his eldest disciple's imagination. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Before long, Yi Qingqiu swallowed the spirit storage pill, and after a brief moment of transformation, her eyes shot open. Master, I feel a breakthrough coming, she exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Zhang Heng nodded approvingly. Go ahead. Yi Qingqiu swiftly made her way to the training room, closing herself off for deep meditation. Watching her depart, Zhang Heng felt a swell of anticipation. Eldest disciple, my life depends on you. You must succeed. 7 days remain until the calamity descends. Chapter 28. Ascending to the realm of divine powers, Su Qingyu gazed enviously at the closed door where Yi Qingqiu was in seclusion. Her heart filled with a bittersweet longing. Master is so kind to senior sister. Do I still remain so unlikable? Zhang Heng shivered slightly. Damn it, this foolish girl. Does she think I favor her less? Yet, he found himself helpless, for his system was devoid of any means to compensate her. He could only let it be. Su Qingyu's cultivation level was far too low. Even if she advanced to the spirit storehouse realm and returned 100-fold, it would not elevate her to the divine powers realm. He could only place his hopes on his eldest disciple. After his seclusion, the eldest disciple seemed to inspire the second disciple to seek Zhang Heng's favor, and thus she began to earnestly cultivate. Zhang Heng again found himself in a leisurely state, deliberately avoiding Su Qingyu at all times, except during the day when he went fishing for white spirit fish or during meals, fearful that she might come to him with questions. One night, he prepared white spirit fish to eat, accompanied by the exquisite spirit storehouse pill. Little you, come. This pill is for you. Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Higi, with senior sister in seclusion, all these treasures are mine now. Thank you, master. She cheerfully accepted it, ready to swallow it whole, when Zhang Heng quickly intervened. Wait a moment. He reached out to retrieve the pill. Master. Su Qingyu looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Master truly does not like me. This pill must be saved for senior sister when she emerges. Hearing her thoughts, Zhang Heng cooed and amp. Oppos, tea help but facepalm. Why is my second disciple so naive? I merely wish to help you peel the shell. Little you. If you eat it all at once, you will surely upset your stomach. Su Qingyu was confused. But, senior sister ate it that way. Zhang Heng nearly lost his grip on the pill at her remark. You are still young. You cannot consume it that way. He then proceeded to peel the shell off. Wow, this shell is surprisingly tough. All right, you can eat it now. Handing her the peeled pill, Su Qingyu was instantly touched, her heart brimming with joy. Master helped me peel the pill. Senior sister never had such treatment. She was immensely happy. Meanwhile, Yun Qiu and Yun Dong, who were watching from the side, were nearly left speechless at the sight. The master is truly formidable. With just 2 hands, he managed to separate the violent energy of the spirit storehouse pill. Otherwise, if the second disciple had consumed it whole, her body would have been unable to withstand the immense energy, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Both cast adoring gazes at Zhang Heng. Truly worthy of being the master. Su Qingyu delightedly consumed the spirit storehouse pill, savoring it as if it were a chicken egg, taking small bites as if afraid it would disappear. Zhang Heng smiled at this sight, finding his second disciple quite amusing. However, he was somewhat disappointed that she lacked the imaginative ability. After consuming the white spirit pill, she did not exhibit the remarkable effects that the eldest disciple had. In this regard, Zhang Heng preferred the eldest disciple a bit more. Days passed swiftly. One day, while Zhang Heng was in the main hall avoiding Su Qingyu, he received a visit from Chen Hongyan. Master, I have dealt with all the informants. Zhang Heng recalled the previous incident where an elder from the Wang family had approached the Misty sect, which was due to the betrayal of some disciples from Lingbo's sect. He nodded. Master, Some outstanding disciples wished to join the Misty sect, Chen Hongyun continued. Zhang Heng was not fond of having too many people, but he considered that a properly functioning sect should gradually nurture its disciples. Furthermore, as the sect grew stronger, it would attract formidable individuals to assist in teaching his disciples, which was indeed a prudent idea. Otherwise, he feared that one day his own lack of talent would be exposed. Approved. Whoever can pass the path to seek immortality may join the Misty sect. He had no intention of accepting any worthless individuals. And since the sect had a place for entrance trials, it was best to utilize it. Understood. Chen Hongyun responded before taking her leave. As Zhang Heng watched her depart, he fell into deep thought. What I need most now is for powerful individuals to join and help expand the sect, enabling me to better confront the impending heavenly tribulation. Zhang Heng was uncertain whether the heavenly tribulation would occur only once or repeatedly, but he was sure that strengthening the sect was essential. At the very least, if his disciples faced danger in the future, they would have additional strength to aid them. Time flew by swiftly in the realm of cultivation, drawing closer to the day of the tribulation. Only 2 days remained. Zhang Heng pondered that if Yi Qingqiu did not break through by the next day, he would have to take the risk of annihilating the Qingshan sect to complete the second disciple's task and see if the system would yield any good rewards. Suddenly, he heard Su Qingyu's voice from behind. Master, I do not know how to break through to the great perfection stage of the divine essence refinement. Zhang Heng, who had been practicing calligraphy in the study, felt a jolt. Damn it, I and Appos, V been caught. You ask me, who am I to ask? Su Qingyu bounced over to his side. Master, what are you doing? She curiously peered at the paper on Zhang Heng's desk, noting the beautifully written characters. Master's handwriting is so beautiful. Zhang Heng continued to feign profundity, adding more characters to the paper. Soon, the word comprehend appeared elegantly. Comprehend, Su Qingyu murmured, her eyes lighting up, but suddenly she seemed to be blocked by something, her brow furrowing as a dull ache spread in her mind. She felt as though she was on the brink of an understanding, but could not grasp it. Master, go on, reflect on it yourself, Zhang Heng said nonchalantly. Su Qingyu left in disappointment, her thoughts racing. What is wrong? Master must be pretending to be profound. I feel utterly lost. As Zhang Heng listened to her departing thoughts, he nearly lost his balance. I truly want to strangle this silly girl. Why can't she be like her senior sister and just figure things out on her own without exposing me? Zhang Heng felt like crying, missing his eldest disciple. If only my eldest disciple were here, she would surely say, Master, I understand, and look at me with admiration. Autumn is the best, Zhang Heng mused. At that moment, a notification from the system arrived. Congratulations to the host. Eldest disciple Yi Qingqiu has broken through to the Fate Palace realm. 100-fold return. Host ascends to the Divine Powers realm. Congratulations to the host for elevating Yi Qingqiu's cultivation to the Fate Palace realm before the tribulation, completing the task. Reward, Divine Power, Great Wilderness Captivation Finger. Reward, Divine Power, Great Sun Divine Splendor. Reward, Level 1 Training Room. Reward, Level 1 Thunder Avoidance Talisman. Reward, Level 1 Spirit Sword, Starfall Sword. Reward, Special Ability, when a disciple is in peril, Master can swiftly arrive at the scene. As Zhang Heng beheld the flood of rewards and his elevation in cultivation, he could not help but clench his fist in ecstatic joy. My autumn, indeed the finest. A broad grin spread across his face, reaching his ears. While others required 5 or 6 years to cultivate to the Spirit Storehouse realm, his eldest disciple not only completed it but also broke through to the Fate Palace realm in less than a month. How delightful. My 2 disciples possess extraordinary talent. Could they be the children of destiny? As their master, I merely need to relax. Cough. He chuckled halfway through when he suddenly coughed. Sensing the approach of his eldest disciple, he hurriedly restored his enigmatic master demeanor, picked up his brush, and pretended to write on the paper. With a resounding thud, Yi Qingqiu pushed the door open, her expression radiant and her steps light. Master, I have broken through to the Destiny Palace realm, she announced. Approaching Zhang Heng from behind and bowing respectfully, her excitement was palpable, her voice trembling slightly. She had not anticipated such a swift breakthrough. During her time in the Yi family, as their foremost prodigy, it took her 2 years to open 5 spiritual repositories while cultivating in the Spirit Repository realm. Yet now, under her master's guidance, she had achieved the Destiny Palace realm in less than a month. Cultivators in the Spirit Repository realm not only spent considerable time perfecting their 5 repositories, but also required even more time to ascend to the Destiny Palace realm. Her master was indeed her great benefactor. Overwhelmed with emotion, her feet trembled with anticipation. Yes, very well, but do not become complacent. You must continue to strive. Zhang Heng said, suppressing his own excitement, his tone calm. Yi Qingxiu felt a jolt of astonishment. Her rapid progress was unparalleled throughout the eastern Xianzhou. Yet in her master's discerning eyes, it still appeared mediocre. She nodded earnestly. Yes, master, I shall remember your words. Go now, attend to your duties, Zhang Heng urged, his nerves causing him to fumble his words as he feigned calmness while continuing to write. However, the characters on the paper looked as if they had been scrawled by a chicken's foot. Oh, Qiu'er, please do not scrutinize my handwriting. He feared that if his eldest disciple lost her imaginative reverence for him, his esteemed facade would crumble. Yi Qingxiu paused, then her expression turned fierce. I understand, master. With that, she respectfully departed. Once she was out of the study, Zhang Heng exhaled a sigh of relief and couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. Good Qiu and Appos. Strive diligently. And I shall find you a beautiful teacher as a bride in the future. Yi Qingxiu sought out Su Qingyu, who was currently engaged with the ghostly sisters, Yun Qiu and Yun Dong. Ah, senior sister, what brings you here? Su Qingyu exclaimed, startled. A thought surged through her mind. Surely she doesn't know about master peeling the shell for me. Her controlling nature might provoke her anger. Hearing Su Qingyu's candid thoughts, Yi Qingxiu's cheeks flushed, and she clenched her fists. With a resounding thump, she struck her unusually perceptive junior sister on the head. Ouch. Senior sister, you're bullying me. Su Qingyu pouted, covering her head. Speak another word, and I shall cut off your ears, Yi Qingxiu warned. Fearing her sister might again entertain thoughts of her becoming a teacher and Appos' wife. Yes, senior sister, I see my error, Su Qingyu replied with a pitiful expression. Seeing this, Yi Qingxiu's anger dissipated. All right. She steadied her emotions and looked earnestly at Su Qingyu and the Yun sisters. Master has granted us permission. Junior sister. I shall now take you to Qingshan sect to seek vengeance. Su Qingyu was taken aback. She had not expected such kindness from her senior sister. Thank you. Senior sister. She yearned to eliminate all who had tormented her. Thus, Yi Qingxiu led Su Qingyu along with Yun Qiu and Yun Dong towards Qingshan sect. After a considerable time had passed, Zhang Heng, who had managed to stabilize his earlier joy, stepped out of the study. However, upon glancing into the courtyard, he was struck dumb, hastily probing his surroundings with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, the entire mysterious mist sect was deserted, leaving him utterly alone. What? Where is my disciple? Where is she? Was it all merely a dream? Did I never take on a disciple at all? Chapter 29, Visiting the Qingshan sect. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxiu and her companions finally arrived at the territory of the Qingshan sect. The Qingshan sect resembled a magnificent imperial city from a distance, bustling with numerous disciples who occasionally soared through the air on their swords, entering and exiting the grand mountain gate that stood majestically at the mountain's peak, extending tens of thousands of steps down to the foot of the mountain. As the muffled sound of a bell resonated through the misty mountain range, its grandeur was undeniable. Yi Qingxiu, however, regarded the Qingshan sect with disdain, believing her own sect, the Miao Miao sect, to be superior. Junior sister. Write down the names of all those who have bullied you, she instructed, handing Su Qingyu a piece of paper and a pen. With a vengeful glint in her eyes, Su Qingyu angrily scribbled the names of her enemies, including Lin Yang, the young master of the Qingshan sect. Behind them, Yun Qiu and Yun Dong wore solemn expressions. The Qingshan sect was not a minor sect, as powerful practitioners resided within its walls. The four flew to the entrance of the Qingshan sect, where two disciples on duty immediately lit up at the sight of the four enchanting women. Du Santong, one of the disciples, eagerly approached them. Fair maidens, how may I assist you? Suddenly, Su Qingyu pointed at Du Santong. Senior brother, this person has bullied me. Du Santong was taken aback, bewildered as to when he had ever bullied such a beautiful girl. Just as he pondered, a sword sliced through the air with lightning speed, severing both his legs and spraying blood everywhere. Du Santong fell to the ground, wailing in agony. The other duty disciple stood frozen, unable to believe that someone would dare to harm a disciple of the Qingshan sect at its gates. What are you doing? He shouted in disbelief. Yi Qingxiu turned to him, her voice icy. Get lost. Her powerful aura immediately intimidated him, causing him to collapse in fear. You. He stammered as Yi Qingxiu tossed him a piece of paper. Tell your sect leader to surrender everyone on this list, or we shall annihilate your Qingshan sect. Terrified, he grabbed the paper and hurriedly rushed inside the sect without daring to look back. Meanwhile, Du Santong attempted to crawl away, But Yi Qingqiu unleashed a blade of sword energy that swiftly severed his hands. "Spare me, fair maidens. It must be a misunderstanding. I have never bullied anyone," he pleaded. Su Qingyu approached him, her expression innocent. "Senior brother, do you not remember me?" Her voice was sweet, almost playful, entirely at odds with her intentions of revenge. "I do not know you. I have done nothing," Du Santong cried in terror. "Do not worry, senior brother Du. I will help you remember everything." Su Qingyu, who had once been a victim of his cruelty, unsheathed a gleaming dagger, ignoring his pleas, and swiftly dispatched him. Observing Du Santong's lifeless body, Su Qingyu felt a rush of exhilaration, free from the heartache that had previously burdened her. They deserved their fate, and she bore no guilt. At that moment, a group of cultivators flew from within the sect, led by an elder of the Ming Palace realm. "Who dares to kill my Qinshan sect disciples?" he bellowed. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong felt a wave of anxiety and moved protectively beside Su Qingyu, who remained unfazed, her eyes alight with vengeance. Yi Qingqiu, her expression unchanged, spoke in a low, chilling tone. "Surrender those on the list, or today your Qinshan sect shall face devastation." The disciples of the Qinshan sect froze in fear at Yi Qingqiu's overwhelming aura. The elder scoffed, arrogant. "You think a few of you can destroy my Qinshan sect? Attack them." As the disciples rushed towards them, Yi Qingqiu remained calm. "You seek death." With a serene expression, she swung her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that decimated her foes. The attackers fell lifelessly to the ground, their bodies severed in an instant. Those who hesitated to join the onslaught displayed terror, while the elder began to panic, realizing that Yi Qingqiu and her companions were formidable. "Three Ming Palace realm experts," he exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out. He urged his disciples, "Quickly report to the sect leader." At this moment, Su Qingyu pointed to two disciples within the crowd. "Senior sister, those two." Yi Qingqiu nodded and, without hesitation, flew over, capturing the two disciples before the eyes of all and throwing them down at Su Qingyu's feet. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, trembling at the spectacle. "Senior brothers and sisters, do you remember me?" Su Qingyu asked, her voice sweet yet ominous. You are Su Qingyu," they stammered. "Please, spare us. We were wrong. It was all Elder Zhao's doing." "Su junior sister, I kneel before you. Please forgive me," they cried, hastily begging for mercy. With a chilling smile, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with a terrifying resolve. Ignoring their pleas, she swiftly ended their lives with a few precise strikes. Suddenly, the Qinshan sect rang with the urgent sound of bells, signaling the arrival of a formidable enemy. Moments later, the sect leader, Gu Yun, arrived, accompanied by several elders. "It is them. They are the ones who severed my arm," Lin Yang shouted furiously from the group. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Just days prior, the Grand Elder had led 5 Ming Palace realm elders to the Yulon Lake, only to mysteriously perish. They suspected that the Grand Elder's demise was linked to these 4 women. Gu Yun surveyed the area anxiously, aware that Lin Yang had mentioned one of them was a powerful practitioner. After scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of the individual he sought, filling him with disappointment. Today, a significant figure had come to the Qinshan sect. If only the powerful practitioner were present, they could have sought assistance to capture these intruders and eliminate all future threats. The esteemed one is beyond the Mingwu realm. Whoever arrives today shall meet their end. Gu Yun declared dismissively. "Where are your elders? Bring them out to face justice. Who do you think you are to intimidate us?" He sneered. "The one you seek is a powerful practitioner," Yun Xiu warned anxiously. Su Qingyu's heart raced with concern for her sister's safety. "Sister, perhaps we should flee. That sect leader is a Mingwu realm expert." Though she yearned for revenge, she did not wish to put her sister's life at risk. Yi Qingqiu's expression remained unchanged, her voice cool. "What of the Mingwu realm? Surrender those on the list." "Haha, arrogant little girl, this is not a place for you to act recklessly." Gu Yun laughed, casually signaling the 3 elders beside him to attack Yi Qingqiu. Yun Xiu, feeling anxious, urged, "Senior sister." "Unnecessary." Yi Qingqiu replied with a cold snort and unleashed her sword technique. Falling leaves sword technique. As she wielded her sword, countless sword shadows emerged around her. This technique, taught by her sister, was sufficient to deal with the 3 adversaries without requiring the skills imparted by her master. In an instant, Yi Qingqiu vanished, and several blades of sword energy suddenly appeared in the air. As 3 elders found themselves in a state of perplexity, a sudden, searing pain gripped their chests. Upon glancing down, they beheld a gaping hole where their hearts once resided, their lives extinguished in an instant. A swift execution, 1 against 3, and yet, all within the same realm. Gu Yun was taken aback. "Young lady, remarkable indeed. However, You have chosen the wrong adversary. By slaying an elder of the Qingshan sect, you are undoubtedly sealing your own fate today. Gu Yun bellowed, summoning a massive bell that surged toward Yu Qingxiu with lethal intent. As a mid-stage fate will cultivate her. He deemed it trivial to deal with a mere palace of fate maiden. Surely she could not transcend realms to vanquish him? The sound of the bell reverberated with immense force, hurtling toward Yu Qingxiu like a meteorite. Master! Both Yun Qiu and Yun Dong cried out in unison. Sister! Su Qingyu and Apos. S concern was palpable. As the colossal bell approached, Yu Qingxiu stood resolute, not flinching nor evading. Protect my junior sister, she conveyed to Yun Qiu. Then grasped her longsword tightly. A flash of sword light illuminated her mind, conjuring the image of her master fishing. She murmured inwardly, channeling a formidable power that surged through her sword, causing it to resonate ominously, as if on the verge of detonation. The bell drew near, and in that critical moment, she unleashed her sword technique. It was as if the assembled crowd could hear the terrifying sound akin to a tsunami. The sword sang a long, piercing note. The bell's toll echoed thunderously. The collision erupted with a resounding roar, sending shockwaves that repelled the onlookers. In the next heartbeat, the bell abruptly dimmed, careening backward and crashing into distant buildings, reducing them to rubble. Yu Qingxiu was thrust back several hundred meters, pain etched upon her face. As she coughed up a mouthful of blood, Sister! Su Qingyu exclaimed in panic. Chapter 30, Do not harm my disciple on the other side. Gu Yun's face twisted in rage as he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The crowd gasped in disbelief, witnessing a formidable Wheel of Fate warrior engaged in battle with a Palace of Fate practitioner. How could he be injured? Truly a Wheel of Fate expert. I am still too inexperienced to contend with him, Yu Qingxiu murmured to herself. She believed that if she could cultivate the broken river sword technique to perfection, she would surely triumph over her opponent. Gu Yun and Apos, S eyes widened in terror. What kind of monster is this? I am in the mid-stage of the Wheel of Fate. Yet she has managed to wound me. What a disgrace. His face contorted with rage. You little girl. Today, I will surely slay you. Yu Qingxiu remained unfazed, spitting blood from her mouth and retorting coldly. Hand over the list of names. Just as the two were about to clash once more, a resonant voice echoed through the air. This girl is quite remarkable. I shall take her. As the voice resonated, everyone looked up to see a rugged man, swirling several iron balls in his hands, striding elegantly through the air. Gu Yun and the elder from the Qingshan sect bowed in respect. Honorable patron. An invisible wave of oppressive force surged towards Yu Qingxiu and her companions, causing their hearts to race in terror as they regarded the newcomer. Akin to facing a monstrous sea creature in a vast ocean, with only one thought in their minds, escape. Yu Qingxiu could not discern the visitor's realm. A being above the Wheel of Fate. She gritted through her teeth. With a swift motion, the rugged man appeared before Yu Qingxiu. Little girl, your talent is commendable. If you join my ranks today, I may spare your life. Quan Shuishan Zhu, Chen Hong, the patron, Yun Qiu gasped in shock. Chen Hong turned to Yun Qiu, a smirk gracing his lips. Ah, young lady, you possess quite the knowledge to recognize my name. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong felt a chill run down their spines. Chen Hong was a patron of Ling Wei's sect, a figure of terrifying strength, one of the top experts in the kingdom of Chu. How could such a prominent individual be present here? Even if they were to sacrifice their lives, they could not protect Yu Qingxiu and Su Qingyu. Yu Qingxiu's body stiffened, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. I am a patron of Ling Wei's sect. Countless prodigies aspire to be my disciples. And for me to take notice of you today is an immense fortune. Chen Hong continued, his gaze fixed on Yu Qingxiu. Yu Qingxiu remained undeterred. I already have a master. You are unworthy. Haha, unworthy? Chen Hong chuckled, unfazed by her defiance. In this kingdom of Chu, who could stand against me? That so-called master of yours could be slain with a mere flick of my hand. Such an ugly man, boasting so much. Just wait until my esteemed master arrives. You will be left in disgrace. A voice echoed in her mind. Chen Hong's smile froze as he turned his gaze towards Su Qingyu. Suddenly, the air seemed to solidify. Su Qingyu hastily covered her mouth, feigning innocence, yet her thoughts resounded again. Bah, old fool, dare to lay a finger on me, and my master will ensure you suffer. Upon hearing this, Chen Hong let out a cold laugh. Oh, your esteemed master? I shall kill you now, and see if your so-called master can save you. Junior sister. Yu Qingxiu cried in alarm. Chen Hong reached out, seizing Su Qingyu by the throat, lifting her off the ground as she struggled desperately. Second master. Junior sister. Yu Qingxiu and the others charged towards Chen Hong, attempting to rescue Su Qingyu. However, a powerful shockwave erupted from Chen Hong, sending the three flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Chen Hong's gaze bore down on Su Qingyu. Try insulting me again. Su Qingyu dared not speak, yet her heart remained defiant. Ugly monster. Very well. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Chen Hong declared, preparing to strike down Su Qingyu. Yi Qingxiu, witnessing her junior sister's imminent demise, cried out in desperation, Master, junior sister is in danger. Please save her. Haha, little girl, even if your useless master is nearby, he wouldn't dare show himself. Chen Hong laughed, his grip on Su Qingyu glowing ominously, ready to crush her skull with a single motion. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a booming voice resonated from above. Do not harm my disciple. In an instant, Su Qingyu and Yi Qingxiu vanished from sight. The crowd looked up, startled, towards the source of the voice. Lin Yang's eyes widened in terror. It is him. In the air, a strikingly handsome young man appeared. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, dressed in white garments that exuded an ethereal aura, like a celestial being descended to earth, reclining lazily upon a bamboo chair. He supported his chin with one hand, gazing down at the crowd with an air of serenity. Master! Esteemed master! Yi Qingxiu cried, embracing Su Qingyu as they soared to Zhang Heng's side. Su Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears, looking up at Zhang Heng with adoration, her thoughts echoing repeatedly. Esteemed master is so handsome. He loves me the most. He has come to save me. Yi Qingxiu's eyes reddened, yet she smiled. Master is testing us. He would never allow us to perish. With their master present, they felt invincible against any threat. Zhang Heng offered them a gentle smile, appearing calm and collected, though internally he was bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't I just napping in my chair? How did I end up here? Activation of my disciple is in danger complete. Congratulations, host, on having taken in your disciple. Oh, I see. This skill is indeed quite useful. Otherwise, my little disciple would have been lost. How did these two get entangled with such a powerful sect? Zhang Heng mused, feeling helpless. Earlier, while he was at the Pianmiao sect, the system had detected the fragments of the divine calamity, objects that could aid him in resisting the heavenly tribulation. He had not expected that during his absence, his two disciples would nearly meet their demise. He surmised that his eldest disciple had sought revenge for the younger one, leading her to the Qinshan sect, only to be beaten to the point where even her master was almost unrecognizable. Ah, my two disciples are too reckless. If only I could have a more cautious disciple. Zhang Heng lamented, his gaze suddenly sharpening as it fell upon Chen Hong, igniting his fury. Dare to harm my precious disciple? You seek death. Haha. Chen Hong burst into laughter, looking at Yi Qingxiu and Su Qingyu in the air. Is this your master? What a farce. Concealing your strength with secret arts. Thinking you can deceive me? Boy, you should inquire about my identity. He had already learned from Gu Yun and Lin Yang that Yi Qingxiu's master, this extraordinary young man, was merely a slightly stronger practitioner of the Wheel of Fate. He, however, was a formidable expert at the divine knock, capable of annihilating his opponent with a single strike. A mere practitioner of the Wheel of Fate. Chen Hong sneered. Do you dare reveal your name? I do not slay nameless individuals. Zhang Heng regarded the arrogant Chen Hong with a cold snort. Humph. Spare me your prattle. You have harmed my disciple. Great wilderness prison sky finger. Boom. The sky darkened abruptly, a terrifying power filling the atmosphere. Suddenly, the very earth trembled. A colossal finger, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, slowly emerged, radiating a fierce golden light akin to the blazing sun. The overwhelming pressure descended, enveloping the entire Qinshan sect. The crowd gasped in terror, eyes wide in disbelief, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Chen Hong's mouth dropped open in shock, nearly unhinged. What is this? Chapter 31. The Master's Fury Divine Pearl. Chen Hong howled with a heart-wrenching scream, his visage twisted in anguish. Under the suffocating pressure, he resembled a dying patient, exerting every ounce of strength to gasp for one last breath. With all his might, he hurled the divine pearl, the immense recoil shattering the ground beneath him, creating a chasm that plunged several yards deep, akin to a cannonball striking the earth. The divine pearl radiated a crimson glow, slicing through the air, stirring up monstrous waves as it descended towards the enormous golden finger looming in the sky. Yet, the brilliance of the divine pearl paled in comparison to that colossal finger, resembling a firefly next to the bright moon, utterly feeble. Quickly activate the protective formation, Guyan bellowed. The Qinshan sect and Apos' protective formation was initiated, forming a vast barrier that enveloped the entire sect. Buzzing, the formation trembled violently. Everyone stood transfixed, their eyes locked on the gigantic finger above. the terrifying pressure rendering them immobile, as if confronted with the apocalypse, with no escape in sight. Boom! The divine pearl collided with the colossal finger. In an instant, the pearl shattered into fine powder, as if it had never existed at all. Despair washed over Zhang Heng. The members of Qing Shan's sect were shaken to their core. In the next moment, the giant finger descended upon Zhang Heng, the terrifying force fracturing the ground and unleashing a power that radiated for miles, the earth erupting in chaos. The thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Before the giant finger even touched Zhang Heng, he was crushed like paper, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh upon the ground. Zhang Heng was dead. The protective formation of Qing Shan's sect crumbled, and the entire territory was transformed into a wasteland. The giant finger plunged into the earth, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. The earth shook violently. The giant finger vanished, leaving behind a gaping abyss. Silence enveloped the scene. The blue sky and white clouds re-emerged, revealing the ruins of Qing Shan's sect. The survivors stared vacantly at the devastation surrounding them, devoid of any joy at having survived. Yi Qingxiu and her companions, awestruck by the sheer destructive power, found themselves rendered speechless. Su Qingyu's thoughts fell silent, leaving only shock in their wake. Was this truly the might of the sect master? The Yun sisters exchanged incredulous glances, having encountered powerful beings before, but never one as formidable as their sect master. The senior members of Qing Shan's sect, including Gu Yun, could hardly fathom that they had provoked such a powerful entity. The revered Zhang Heng, once exalted in their eyes, had been obliterated in a single stroke. "Spare us, my lord," Gu Yun shouted in astonishment amidst the wreckage. The survivors instinctively knelt before Zhang Heng, who loomed above them like a deity. Seeing Zhang Heng's silence, Gu Yun, drenched in sweat, urgently grasped the surviving Lin Yang, pleading for forgiveness. "My lord, Lin Yang is here. It is all this beast's fault. I shall tear him apart to atone." Lin Yang, consumed by fear, struggled desperately. His rationality evaporated, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. Gu Yun raised his hand, poised to crush Lin Yang's skull, when Zhang Heng chuckled softly, "To harm my disciple. Is it so simple to escape retribution? Not a chance." In an instant, the skies darkened, ominous clouds gathering. A blinding white light illuminated the area, casting a pale hue over the surroundings. As the light faded, a thick, twisting bolt of lightning writhed within the clouds. Boom! The earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated, shaking the very souls of the onlookers. The members of Qing Shan's sect were left dumbfounded. The lord is enraged. Yi Qingxiu and her companions turned pale with fright, with Su Qingyu leaping into Yi Qingxiu's embrace. The current demeanor of their master was terrifying. Yi Qingxiu's heart raced. The Yun sisters dared not raise their gazes towards Zhang Heng. Below, the crowd of Qing Shan's sect bowed in desperation, tears streaming down their faces. "My lord, spare us. Please, let us do anything to appease your wrath." In their plea for survival, they begged fervently. Zhang Heng and Appo's gaze was cold as he surveyed the supplicants below. Impressive. This thunderstorm has certainly created a dramatic spectacle. Suddenly, a system alert flashed before him. "Warning! Warning to the host. The heavenly tribulation has arrived prematurely. Please prepare accordingly." "What?" Zhang Heng exclaimed in shock. The heavens were not assisting him in his display of power. They intended to strike him down. How infuriating. So swift was the arrival. Was it perilous to flaunt one's prowess? Without time for further contemplation, he channeled his energy and sent a forceful push toward Yi Qingxiu and her companions, propelling them away from the impending tribulation. Boom! The thunder rumbled once more. Crash! A furious bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the dismal surroundings. The members of Qing Shan's sect gasped in horror. It was over. Despair enveloped them. The Lord's wrath was upon them. "Ah!" Wails echoed through the ruins of Qing Shan's sect, resembling the end of days. Zhang Heng produced a lightning avoidance talisman, invoking the divine art of the great sun's radiance. In an instant, he radiated brilliance, akin to a blazing sun. "You harmed my treasured disciple, and today I shall bring forth this heavenly tribulation to annihilate you all." Zhang Heng advanced slowly, each step resonating with thunderous echoes. The sight of Zhang Heng, glowing like the sun, left the members of Qing Shan's sect in a state of shock. Heavens! Is that a deity? An immortal? In the next moment, the oppressive thunderclouds tilted ominously, unleashing the lightning storm. In an instant, the world was bathed in light. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded like pale blades, pouring down in torrents. Boom! The territory of Qing Shan's sect was engulfed in the tempest, the ground erupting as if boiling water were unleashed in a violent explosion. From a distance, Yi Qingxiu and her companions watched in stunned silence, witnessing the cataclysmic scene that resembled the apocalypse. This is the wrath of our master. In a heartbeat, a great sect was reduced to rubble, its existence turned to dust, leaving behind mere charred craters. The thunderstorm abruptly ceased, yet the clouds remained. Finally, Yi Qingxiu and her companions caught sight of Zhang Heng hovering above the ruins. Surrounding him was a radiant aura, divine and transcendent. "Qiu, behold this sword." A familiar voice echoed in Yi Qingxiu's ears, the unmistakable sound of her master. She lifted her gaze to see Zhang Heng conjuring a sword from thin air. Then, she heard a low rumble, reminiscent of distant floods. In the next moment, she beheld Zhang Heng swing the sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the somber sky. In that instant, silence reigned supreme. No, perhaps at that moment, Yi Qingxiu heard nothing at all. The sword energy sliced through the dark clouds, as if the sky had been rent asunder. A cascade of white light poured through the fissure, showering down upon Zhang Heng. Bathed in divine radiance, he appeared sacred and pure. In unison, Yi Qingxiu and her companions exclaimed, "The heavens have been split." As the clouds parted, the earth was once again illuminated. Silence. An expanse of tranquility enveloped the desolate land, where Zhang Heng stood unblemished in midair. Chapter 32. Receiving a mount, Yi Qingxiu and her companions gazed at Zhang Heng's silhouette, their hearts brimming with admiration as the earlier trepidation dissipated. "My master is so handsome, so magnificent, so commanding." Su Qingyu's inner voice echoed. A rosy hue graced Su Qingyu's delicate face, her fox ears twitching animatedly, and her pristine tail wagging exuberantly, akin to a puppy welcoming its owner home. "Master!" Su Qingyu exclaimed, leaping from Yi Qingxiu and Appo's embrace. However, lacking the ability to fly, she found herself falling, bewildered, until a gentle hand grasped hers. Yi Qingxiu smiled at her, and Su Qingyu, feeling sheepish, scratched her head and playfully stuck out her pink tongue. "Oh, thank you, senior sister." Yi Qingxiu pulled her up, guiding her as they soared towards their master. Amidst the ruins, Zhang Heng surveyed the desolation below, employing his spiritual sense to find no signs of life, which stirred a pang of guilt within him. "I did not intend to annihilate all of you." What is that distant aura of another deceased god-contacting realm cultivator? It seems the original host was slain by someone's sword chi, leaving no trace behind. How cruel. Surely, it must not be related to me. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of unease. His previous strike was merely a defense against the final heavenly tribulation, intended to demonstrate to Yi Qingxiu, hoping she would glean insights from it. Given her extraordinary talent, he believed she had certainly gained much. Looking skyward, he inhaled deeply. "I almost failed to transcend this tribulation. Surely, I should be safe now. Congratulations, host, on overcoming the heavenly tribulation." Seeing the system's notification, Zhang Heng felt a sense of relief wash over him. "The next lightning tribulation will arrive in 81 days. Please prepare accordingly." The host's Dharma aspect realm offers a chance to endure the heavenly tribulation, due to the host's entanglement with the Misty sect's karma, facing the Tao's retribution. The heavenly tribulation will intensify. The host must swiftly elevate their realm in preparation for the tribulation. Gazing at these system notifications, the tranquility he had just attained was once again overshadowed by concern. What a troublesome Misty sect. Truly, the sins of the ancestors are suffered by their descendants. Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming urge to curse the sect's lineage, but restrained himself to maintain his dignified image. "Master!" A voice called from behind, and soon, Zhang Heng saw Yi Qingxiu and the others approaching. He nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. "Master, I am incompetent, unable to single-handedly vanquish the Qingshan sect." Yi Qingxiu bowed and expressed her remorse, feeling deeply inadequate for requiring her master's assistance to eliminate such a minor sect. Zhang Heng regarded her, slightly speechless. His eldest disciple had concealed her actions from him, leading her junior sister into conflict with another sect. While her strength was still lacking, her achievements thus far were commendable. She should continue to cultivate diligently. Rather than scold her, he opted to encourage her, urging her to work hard and strive for improvement. Indeed, Yi Qingxiu felt a surge of motivation, responding earnestly. Observing her spirited demeanor, Zhang Heng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Children required encouragement. "Congratulations, host. Through your efforts, the second disciple's psychological issues have been resolved, now reduced to below 10. Congratulations, host, on completing the task." Reward: 1 level 1 mount, Thundercloud Sparrow. Reward: Illusory Technique Myriad Flower Spirit Realm. Reward: Special Ability, Enslavement Contract. can enslave those who willingly submit to the host. Once contracted, the target will never betray the host. Reward, special item, Heart Soul Jade. Can conceal the heart's clarity. As Zhang Heng beheld the rewards, joy surged within him. He longed to lift Su Qingyu in celebration. Now I possess a mouth. This is truly the hallmark of a cultivator of great renown. With so many benefits, he decided to promptly reward his second disciple, Xiaoyu. Upon hearing her master call her name, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she sensed what he was about to bestow upon her. Zhang Heng smiled gently, producing the Heart Soul Jade from the system and presenting it before her. This item can conceal your innermost thoughts. You shall no longer need to fret over your thoughts being transparent. Staring at the jade, Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Her nose tinged with emotion, her eyes reddening, and she burst into tears. Wah, Master, you are too good to me. You are like my mother. Upon hearing the word mother, a chill ran down Zhang Heng's spine. This mischievous girl. I am not your mother. Touched, Su Qingyu accepted the Heart Soul Jade, which swiftly transformed into a pendant adorning her neck. She caressed the jade, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, akin to a flower in full bloom. After a moment of silence, she turned to Yi Qingxiu. Senior sister, can you hear my thoughts? Yi Qingxiu shook her head. No, junior sister. Your thoughts have successfully been concealed. Wonderful. Su Qingyu replied gleefully. Master treats me the best. Senior sister received nothing, when I elevate my cultivation. Will you still dare to bully me? Her light-hearted remarks left Yu Qingxiu, Yun Qiu, and Yun Dong puzzled. They had assumed her previous statement was her inner voice. Yet they had clearly seen her speak aloud. Zhang Heng, too, was perplexed. Had the jade failed to function? Su Qingyu, noticing Yu Qingxiu's confusion, wore a smug grin and inadvertently spoke again. Senior sister must be jealous of me. She entered the sect before I did, yet I have surpassed her. Realizing this was Su Qingyu's spoken words, not her thoughts. Yi Qingxiu's expression darkened as she grasped Su Qingyu's snowy fox ear. Little junior sister, you are being mischievous again, aren't you? Ouch. Senior sister, why are you pulling my ear? Su Qingyu squealed in distress. Humph. This naughty junior sister. I shall certainly repay you in kind someday. Yet her ears ached even more. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she quickly covered her mouth. Senior sister, that was my inner voice. Do you believe me? Do you think I would believe you? The treasure master bestowed upon you cannot shield you from your lewd thoughts. Perhaps you should return it to master, Yi Qingxiu retorted angrily. Standing nearby, Zhang Heng began to comprehend the situation. The jade indeed functioned, but perhaps due to unfamiliarity. His Navi's second disciple inadvertently vocalized her thoughts. It seemed her peculiarities were beyond remedy. Never mind, that and Appo's, a matter for another day. I must hasten to locate the fragments of the divine tribulation to withstand the forthcoming heavenly trial. The next tribulation will be even more formidable, and I must not falter. He opened the system, examining the recorded location. Chu State, Fongjin Dao, Tianyang City. Through some text from the Lingbo sect, Zhang Heng learned that Tianyang City was a bustling metropolis where cultivators from across the realm congregated for trade and commerce, far grander than Fengping City. I shall first return my disciples to the sect, then proceed, Zhang Heng contemplated, surveying the surroundings with his spiritual sense and finding no signs of life. He prepared to lead his disciples back. This time, having just acquired his steed, he was determined not to return in such a disgraceful manner as he had previously. Gazing at the animated image of the thundercloud lark within the system, Zhang Heng could not help but let a smile grace his lips. It was time for him to display his newfound prowess. Chapter 34. The eccentric Zhang Heng. It is time to return, Zhang Heng remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu was about to take flight on her sword when Zhang Heng raised his hand to halt her. You have just experienced a fierce battle. It is unwise to exert yourselves further, he said, suppressing a smile that threatened to break free. If you all take to the skies, there will be no opportunity for me to showcase my prowess. Master, Yi Qingxiu felt a surge of gratitude. Although she bore some injuries, they were not severe enough to prevent her from flying. Her master was truly kind-hearted. Yun Qiu and Yun Dong, overhearing Zhang Heng's words, were filled with curiosity. Did he possess a flying vessel of sorts? They had not seen any such crafts at the Miao Miao sect. Zhang Heng then gently raised his hand. Suddenly, a crackling thunderclap echoed, and before their eyes, a small purple bird materialized in his palm. With a sudden burst, the bird soared from his hand, growing larger as it flew, revealing its magnificent form adorned with sleek, glistening purple feathers crackling with violet lightning. Cheep! The thundercloud sparrow let out a resounding cry. its voice clear and piercing. The four gazed in awe at the creature, its wings spanning 100 feet, and Su Qingyu, frightened, instinctively clung to Yi Qingqiu. "It is the thundercloud sparrow," Yi Qingqiu exclaimed in astonishment. This ancient and rare species was known for its ferocity and difficulty in taming. Yet it possessed formidable innate abilities, able to ride the lightning and fly at unparalleled speeds, making it an exceptional mount. "It is a being of the fate wheel realm," Yun Xiu noted, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. The mount of their sect master was more powerful than they were. Observing their reactions, Zhang Heng felt a sense of satisfaction. This was not merely for self-indulgence, but to uphold the image of a magnificent master. "Master, you have actually tamed a thundercloud sparrow." Yi Qingqiu gazed at Zhang Heng with admiration. Su Qingyu, still trembling at the sight of the creature, clutched Yi Qingqiu and Appo's sleeve tightly. Seeing Su Qingyu and Appo's timid demeanor, Zhang Heng chuckled softly. "Come, everyone, mount it." He then leapt onto the back of the thundercloud sparrow, almost losing his balance on its smooth feathers before settling down, feigning meditation to rest his eyes. Surely no one witnessed that, he mused. Yi Qingqiu and the others carefully climbed onto the sparrow, each cautious not to provoke the majestic creature beneath them. "Let us depart," Zhang Heng announced slowly. In the next instant, the thundercloud sparrow flapped its wings, enveloped in purple lightning, and with a whoosh, the surroundings blurred and retreated at an incredible speed. Throughout their journey, Su Qingyu continuously fawned over the divine jade gifted by Zhang Heng, chattering incessantly. Zhang Heng, somewhat exasperated, thought, such a delightful young lady. Yet she never stops talking. Presently, Su Qingyu was indeed devoid of any inner thoughts but had transformed into a chatterbox, flaunting the jade before Yi Qingqiu, perhaps intending to provoke her. "Senior sister, do you think my jade is beautiful? Look, it even glows, warm as Master's hand." Yi Qingqiu, meditating, felt a series of vexations rise on her forehead, wishing she could silence this overly talkative junior sister. Noticing Yi Qingqiu's distress, Zhang Heng felt a pang of guilt. He pondered that he could not favor one over the other. Hence, upon returning to the sect, he decided to gift her a first-tier spiritual sword from the system. Half an hour later, they returned to the Miao Miao sect. Back so soon? Yi Qingqiu and the others were astonished. Yi Qingqiu recalled that their journey from Miao Miao sect to Qingshan sect took half a day. Yet they returned in merely half an hour atop the thundercloud sparrow. Indeed, the thundercloud sparrow was a dream mount for cultivators, excellent for both escape and combat. Yi Qingqiu mused. Upon their return, Zhang Heng stowed the thundercloud sparrow back into the system. The four women were left curious about where he had hidden such a magnificent creature. "Master, where has my large sparrow gone?" Su Qingyu asked innocently, gesturing with her hands. "Could it be within your body? Your form is truly unfathomable." Hearing her words, Zhang Heng clenched his fist. This silly girl was too incorrigible. "Master, I shall go cultivate now," Yi Qingqiu said, bowing to Zhang Heng before turning to head to the cultivation chamber. This experience had been somewhat disheartening for her. Despite having learned such top-tier techniques under her master, she still could not single-handedly dominate Qingshan sect, leaving her feeling unworthy as his disciple. "Wait a moment." Zhang Heng suddenly called out, retrieving the Starfall sword from the system and pushing it toward Yi Qingqiu with his spiritual energy. The sword was long and shimmered with a star-like glow, immediately captivating the attention of the four. "Take it. This sword will benefit you," Zhang Heng stated. His expression remained calm, but internally he felt a twinge of insecurity. Yi Qingqiu was no ordinary disciple. She hailed from a prominent family. He worried that this first-tier spiritual sword might seem too trivial, hoping she would rationalize its worth and not think he favored Su Qingyu. Yi Qingqiu stared at the spiritual sword in her hands, her heart racing. This is a high-grade Xian-tier spiritual sword. In this world, cultivators categorized spiritual treasures by rank, from high to low: heaven, earth, Xian, and spirit. A high-grade Xian-tier treasure was something only powerful beings at the law manifestation realm could possess. Such a precious sword was freely given to her by her master. Yi Qingqiu felt deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. But guilt washed over her as she thought Zhang Heng believed her strength was insufficient, thus providing her this sword for protection. With that thought, her expression turned somber. "Thank you, master, for the sword. I shall cultivate diligently," she said before turning and walking toward her cultivation chamber, clutching the sword. Zhang Heng stood there, momentarily stunned. A first-tier spiritual sword was still too lowly. Sighing inwardly, he worried that his eldest disciple would be too heartbroken. as the second disciple had received a treasure that concealed her thoughts, while she had merely received a first-tier sword. Would she retreat to her chamber and weep in secret? With this thought, Zhang Heng felt a pang of sorrow. "Chiu'er, you." Yi Qingxiu turned back, her face a portrait of melancholy. "Master, I understand," she replied, stepping into her cultivation chamber and closing the door. Observing her retreat, Zhang Heng felt at a loss. He comprehended his eldest disciple's feelings, although she was the first. The arrival of a junior had shifted his attention, leaving her feeling neglected. How could she not be saddened? "Master, I sense that senior sister is about to cry," Su Qingyu stated bluntly. Zhang Heng nodded in resignation. "This cannot continue. My eldest disciple is gifted and imaginative. If I lose her, who will come to my aid in the future?" Zhang Heng resolved that when he visited Tianyang City, he would take his eldest disciple along for some leisure to strengthen their bond. With a glance at Yi Qingxiu's retreating figure, Zhang Heng sighed softly before turning to Yun Xiu and Yun Dong. "Come with me." He led the two sisters to a secluded room, scrutinizing the two beautiful women before him, deep in thought. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's gaze, Yun Xiu and Yun Dong flushed. Could it be that the sect master desires us here? As this thought crossed her mind, Yun Xiu hesitated no longer and boldly declared, "Sect master, we are willing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's face lit up with joy, internally exclaiming, "Excellent." Chapter 35. Slavery. "Come here." Zhang Heng beckoned to the two women, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting behind his back. Yun Xiu donned a refreshing light orange dress, while Yun Dong appeared ethereal in a cool white gown. Although the two women lacked the striking beauty of Yi Qingxiu and Su Qingyu, they would still be regarded as breathtaking in the eyes of the world. Yun Dong and Apos S cheeks flushed deeper than Yun Xiu and Apos S, revealing her greater shyness. The thought of uniting with the formidable sect leader today filled them with both anxiety and exhilaration. Indeed, the sect leader could command two women at once, Yun Xiu mused. Breathless, they approached Zhang Heng gracefully, shedding their outer garments as they drew near. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you doing? Why are you undressing? Do I appear to be some lecherous rogue? This is the sect. If my esteemed image were to crumble before my two female disciples, it would be utterly disastrous." It was not that he desired such actions. It was simply unacceptable within the confines of the sect. After 20 years of restraint, he thought, a little more patience would not be too burdensome. "Apologies, esteemed sect leader. We shall dress immediately and then allow you to undress us." Yun Xiu and Yun Dong hurriedly put their clothes back on, sensing that Zhang Heng might prefer a more self-sufficient approach rather than their proactive undressing. Zhang Heng felt a mix of excitement and anger. Surely, these two women had not been influenced by the overly imaginative notions of the eldest disciple. "I am not the person you envision," he internally scoffed, realizing they had misconstrued his intentions. "I summoned you both to bestow upon you an opportunity. If you pledge lifelong loyalty to me, I shall grant you this chance. Should you refuse, feel free to leave the sect at once. I shall not impede your departure. My word is my bond," he proclaimed with an air of authority. Though inwardly he thought, if either of them dares to leave, I shall not stop them. I would merely eliminate them en route. He intended to imprint the mark of servitude upon the two women. Once bound, they would never betray him, enabling him to venture to Tianyang City with the eldest disciple while leaving the second disciple safely within the sect, thus eliminating any potential threats. He was not biased in bringing only the eldest disciple. Rather, the second disciple was a fox demon, and her presence among humans could incite significant trouble. Yun Xiu and Yun Dong exchanged glances, devoid of hesitation, and knelt before Zhang Heng, pledging their loyalty. "We are willing to follow the sect leader for eternity, unafraid of death." Such a powerful and gentle figure as the sect leader, they reasoned, would surely merit their unwavering devotion. They yearned to bear his children. Seeing their earnestness, Zhang Heng nodded, extending his hands to rest upon their heads. The contract of servitude initiates. Two streams of profound energy flowed from Zhang Heng and Apos S hands into their bodies. The women shuddered as their souls became shackled, knowing that any thought of betrayal would result in immediate demise. Suddenly, a wave of heat enveloped them, their fragrant sweat emanating from their fair skin, intensifying their tremors with a sensation both sharp and pleasurable coursing through them. Their bodies underwent a subtle transformation, as energy surged from the dantian, connecting the meridians, allowing spiritual energy to circulate and resonate. The two women began to moan softly, leaving Zhang Heng perplexed. The contract of servitude is established, and the next moment, both women astonishingly advanced to the initial stage of the destiny wheel realm. Is this possible? Are they particularly sensitive? Zhang Heng thought, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him. They had leveled up with a mere touch. While he had toiled for 20 years without reaching the body refinement stage, he quickly withdrew his hands, wary of any further intense reactions from them. Thank you. Esteemed sect leader, Yun Xiu gasped, her face flushed, as both women bowed fervently in gratitude. We are grateful for the opportunity bestowed by the sect leader, they exclaimed in unison, excitement evident in their voices. Zhang Heng observed their perspiring faces, feigning calmness while nodding slightly. I hope you will not forget the oath made today. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, esteemed sect leader, they replied, fear creeping into their voices as they trembled at his cold tone. With a grunt, Zhang Heng strode out, feeling discontented. I merely misled them with promises of opportunity, yet they genuinely leveled up, he cursed inwardly. Yun Xiu and Yun Dong remained kneeling, watching Zhang Heng depart, their previously suppressed fervor now impossible to conceal. Sister, the sect leader is extraordinary. A mere touch elevated us to the destiny wheel realm. Yun Dong exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, without the sect leader, we might never have broken through. Yun Xiu concurred, throwing herself into Yun Dong's arms as they embraced and wept. The arduous journey of cultivation was only known to those who had endured it, especially as they had once been mere servants of the Wang family, with scarce resources. Their current achievements were solely due to their effort and talent. However, the Destiny Wheel realm posed a significant barrier, necessitating the opening of 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. Without the guidance of a powerful mentor, they would not have been able to ascend. Meanwhile, in Su Qingyu's quarters, she languidly dozed off, pondering the insights imparted by her master regarding the Tao of heavenly divine refinement. No matter how she tried, the concepts eluded her understanding. When she had previously inquired of her master, he remained reticent, which only heightened her frustration. At that moment, the door swung open. Su Qingyu jolted awake, her excitement palpable as she looked up. Master, oh, it's just you, sister. Seeing her sister enter, her expression turned instantly sour. What? Do you dislike my presence? Yi Qingxiu replied, her face betraying a hint of exasperation. She was aware that her younger sister held her in good regard. Yet the mere sight of her ignited an urge to tease. As she spoke, Yi Qingxiu produced a spirit sword recently gifted by their master from her storage ring. Sister, look at this. The sword glows. It appears to be a high-grade spirit sword. Could you verify its authenticity for me? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu noticed the smug smile on Yi Qingxiu's lips and realized her sister was showing off. Humph, I want to pay you any mind. My master will gift me something even better. Though she spoke defiantly, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. Having spent time at Qingshan sect, she was aware of some cultivation fundamentals. The sword gifted by their master to her sister was indeed precious. Observing Su Qingyu's puffed-up demeanor, Yi Qingxiu felt a sense of triumph. Let us see how you flaunt in front of me next time, she thought, amused at her younger sister's antics. Stop napping and focus on your cultivation. Only then will our master reward you with greater gifts. After teasing Su Qingyu, Yi Qingxiu offered a genuine reminder. For they were all disciples of the same sect, and they could not disgrace their master, who was immensely powerful. In truth, Yi Qingxiu had come here to relieve her own frustration after encountering a bottleneck. She had been unable to comprehend her master's previous sword technique, and thus sought to distract herself by teasing Su Qingyu. Sister, I wish I could, but I am at a loss regarding the cultivation method our master bestowed upon me. Su Qingyu lamented. Seeing her sister's woeful expression, Yi Qingxiu advised, reflect deeply. Our master may have already provided you with hints. He is no ordinary teacher. His guidance is rarely direct, often conveyed through subtle suggestions, allowing us to grasp the teachings ourselves, thus enabling us to master them thoroughly. As she spoke, Yi Qingxiu was suddenly taken aback, recalling the words her master had uttered when bestowing upon her this sword. This sword shall be of aid to you. She remembered that her master had wielded this very sword during the legendary strike known as the Sword of Heaven Severance. A realization dawned upon her. Junior sister, thank you. With that, Yi Qingxiu hastily departed from Su Qingyu and Appo's chamber. Su Qingyu, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, gazed at her senior sister and Appo's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a connection sparked in her mind. Instantly, she comprehended. She recalled the words inscribed by Zhang Heng on a sheet of paper. The unity of body and the divine essence of Tao requires not only the refinement of the body, but also profound understanding. The two must intertwine to become one, thus leading to enlightenment. With clarity flooding her mind, she promptly initiated the Taoist divine essence practice. Time swiftly passed, and as evening approached, Zhang Heng stood at the entrance of the courtyard, admiring the breathtaking sunset, when two notification windows from the system abruptly appeared before him. Staring at these notifications, Zhang Heng was utterly perplexed. Chapter 36, Journey to Tianyang City, Congratulations. Host. Under your guidance, your two disciples have achieved breakthroughs. The elder disciple, Yi Qingxiu, has mastered the Duanhe sword technique to a significant degree, her sword intent entering the minor achievement stage, with a 100-fold return. Congratulations to the host for attaining extraordinary sword intent. All things can become a sword, and myriad swords can transform decay into the miraculous, granting profound insights into swordsmanship. The younger disciple, Su Qingyu, has perfected the Daodian divine refinement, advancing to the spirit concealment realm, with a 100-fold return. The host has acquired the pinnacle of Daodian divine refinement, a sacred body, pure and flawless, every movement evoking admiration. Congratulations, host. You have gained a unique aura skill, enhancing your charm. Upon seeing these rewards, Zhang Heng was elated. Having a group of imaginative disciples was indeed delightful. He had done nothing. Yet they automatically envisioned their own upgrades. Zhang Heng's gaze lingered on the final message. An enhancement of charm? Essentially, it meant becoming more handsome. Quite splendid. Though somewhat frivolous, it allowed him to further exalt the image of a towering master. Had he possessed such a physique in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have had multiple wives. As long as he did not marry, it would not be a breach. His second disciple had already reached the spirit concealment realm. She possessed an innate ability to learn quickly. It was the perfect opportunity to pass the Myriad Blossom's spiritual realm to her, thereby providing himself with an additional means of survival. With the ability to disguise his appearance, he could venture into Tianyang City in search of divine fragments. During dinner, Zhang Heng continued to indulge in cooking, alleviating his boredom. Despite having entered a fasting state, he still preferred 3 meals a day. At the dining table, as he observed his two beautiful disciples relishing the meal he had prepared, a profound sense of accomplishment enveloped him. Cooking for his disciples was perhaps the only tangible contribution he could offer, as all other guidance relied on their own imaginative interpretations. After dinner, he commended both disciples, using it as an excuse to present Su Qingyu with the cultivation techniques. Xiaoyu, these 2 sets of techniques are for you. Zhang Heng's finger pressed gently against Su Qingyu's snow-white forehead. With her eyes closed and head tilted back, she appeared to be awaiting a kiss, exuding a charming innocence. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, Su Qingyu has successfully entered the Myriad Blossom's spiritual realm in 5 elements nurturing technique, with a 100-fold return. Host has achieved great perfection in Myriad Blossom's spiritual realm. The 5 elements nurturing technique has been returned to the elder disciple and cannot be returned again. The method of utilizing the Myriad Blossom's spiritual realm imprinted itself in Zhang Heng's mind. He could wield it as effortlessly as moving his hand. Yet he lacked understanding of its underlying principles. Thank you, master. Su Qingyu beamed a sweet smile, glancing mischievously at Yi Qingxiu. Sister, did you see? Master favors me the most. She playfully stuck out her tiny pink tongue at Yi Qingxiu. Yi Qingxiu remained silent, her grip on the teacup tightening as she gulped down the entire cup of tea, the bitterness flooding her mouth. Su Qingyu's keen perception immediately sensed Yi Qingxiu's displeasure and jealousy. Sister, what troubles you? You seem rather unhappy. Would you care to share with your junior sister? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu's forehead creased with veins, and she angrily refilled her teacup, downing it once more, seemingly attempting to drown her sorrows. She felt deep self-reproach, believing that her lack of progress and cultivation was the reason Master had not rewarded her. Ahem. Zhang Heng cleared his throat twice, directing his attention to Yi Qingxiu. Zhou'er, this time I have a special reward for you. At this, Yi Qingxiu's dull eyes instantly brightened. Master, what reward? She inquired eagerly. I shall take you for some external training. You have now reached the life palace realm. You cannot solely rely on hard cultivation. You also need to experience the myriad aspects of the world, Zhang Heng replied with feigned profundity. The so-called training was, in essence, a leisurely excursion. Hearing this, a faint blush crept across Yi Qingxiu's fair face, revealing a somewhat restrained smile. Yes, master. She suppressed her joy, yet her trembling voice betrayed her excitement. The prospect of spending time alone with Master was too delightful. Master, I want to go too. Su Qingyu exclaimed, her smile vanishing, her eyes pleading as she gazed at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng felt a sense of helplessness. He could not possibly take Su Qingyu along. With such a stunning fox demon outside, endowed with exceptional talent, he feared encountering some old pervert, and moreover, Su Qingyu had a knack for attracting trouble. Her thoughts were always on the tip of her tongue, impossible to contain. You are still too weak. Once you have attained the same level of cultivation as your sister, I will consider it, he stated firmly. Oh, Su Qingyu pouted, silently vowing to devote herself to cultivation. Determined to surpass Yi Qingxiu. The following morning, Thundercloud Sparrow stood outside a small pavilion, while Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu sat upon its back. Yunqiu, Yundong, safeguard your second master. Do not let her wander aimlessly. Before departing, Zhang Heng offered his last instructions. Master, I am very obedient. You need not worry. Su Qingyu scratched her head, appearing adorably foolish. Sister, should I discover you doing anything to master, I will not let you off easily. Do not think of becoming my master's wife. She boldly voiced her thoughts. This rendered both Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu, perched on Thundercloud Sparrow, quite uncomfortable. Their fists clenching involuntarily. Thundercloud Sparrow, let us depart. Zhang Heng hastily urged, wishing to escape before he succumbed to the urge to knock that little fox on the head. In the state of Chu, Tiannong City, a magnificent metropolis, resembling a nation within a nation, boasted a population exceeding 1 million, controlled by the renowned cultivation family, the Yangs, encompassing vast territories. Today, countless forces from the Chu cultivation realm had gathered in Tiannong City, accompanied by their young prodigies, to participate in the Yang family and Amp, Oppos, a selection event. Known as the Spiritual Platform Debate. Anyone who passed all trials would become the partner of Yang Ling was not only breathtakingly beautiful, a paragon of grace, but also one of the top 10 prodigies in the Chu cultivation world, having reached the Life Palace realm by the tender age of 20. Most importantly, she was the beloved granddaughter of the current head of the Yang family. Securing Yang Ling meant gaining the entire Yang family's influence, prompting all major forces in the Chu cultivation realm to vie for her. In a desolate wilderness, a group of individuals awaited eagerly. Soon, a Yang family elder at the Life Will realm surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. The first trial is called the Maze of Shadows. As long as you can traverse this wilderness and mountains, you shall pass. Remember, do not forcibly disrupt the Great Formation. You may only utilize the principles of the formation, or you will be eliminated. Having said this, he turned and struck the invisible barrier before him with a palm strike, generating a thunderous sound as a massive light gate appeared. Please enter. As his voice faded, the participants entered one after another, some aboard flying boats, others on swift chariots, and some riding magnificent steeds, each dressed exquisitely. Their status is illustrious. Before long, the wilderness was left deserted, with only the Yang family elder remaining. At this moment, two beautiful women appeared in the air. One of them was extraordinarily stunning, as radiant as spring flowers. She wore a lightweight light blue silk gown, cinched at the waist with a matching belt, accentuating her slender figure. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, exuding an effortless elegance. The Yang family elder bowed to the enchanting woman. Second miss, have you found a young talent to your liking? Yang Ling's expression dimmed as she shook her head gently. These so-called young prodigies are merely ordinary. Just then, two figures approached from the distance. A man and a woman. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being. The woman, adorned in a fitted azure gown, exhibited a chilling beauty and a noble demeanor, akin to a flower blooming on a lofty peak. As Yang Ling beheld the man in white, her eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 37. The enigmatic array. Zhang Heng inquired along the way and finally arrived at the territory of Tiannong City. Xiao, remember, we are here for training. Refer to me as Xixiao. With his fully leveled Wanhua Lingjing, he could now disguise himself as a minor cultivator in the Lingzong realm, allowing him to avoid drawing attention, since his eldest disciple was already in the Minggong realm. It would be foolish for her to continue addressing him as an Oppos, Shifu, and Oppos, while he posed as a mere mortal. Typically, a master's cultivation level surpasses that of their disciple, particularly when the disciple is a prodigy. Thus, having his eldest disciple call him Xixiang would serve to further confuse onlookers. Yes, Shizuan, Yi Qingxiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng turned to glance at her, prompting Yi Qingxiu to quickly amend her words. Xixiang. The title felt awkward on her tongue, as her master was a peerless powerhouse, while she was compelled to address him as an elder brother, which made her uneasy. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. The two walked side by side, advancing leisurely. Zhang Heng was not in haste to search for the shards of the divine tribulation, having brought his disciple out. He naturally wished to indulge her in some exploration. At that moment, they spotted three individuals ahead, one man and two women, whose cultivation levels were entirely transparent to Zhang Heng. As expected of a grand city, encountering a Ming Lun realm expert right upon arrival, he mused. Of course, he could easily vanquish such a so-called expert with a single hand. His attention was instead drawn to the stunning woman clad in blue. The beauty of the city's women was indeed remarkable, rivaling that of his eldest disciple, each possessing their unique charm. He approached Yongling, esteemed lady. May I inquire the way to Tianyang City? Zhang Heng bowed gracefully, resembling a refined scholar, maintaining composure even before such an exquisite beauty. This was largely thanks to Yi Qingxiu and Su Qingyu, who had refined his aesthetic sensibilities, allowing him to face such beauty with ease. Yongling regarded Zhang Heng, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the young man in white, compelling her to draw closer. Coupled with his noble demeanor, her heart stirred with intrigue. She raised her enchanting eyes, curiosity prompting her to assess Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu. What is your relationship? Upon uttering this, her handmaid, the elder, as well as Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu were momentarily taken aback. She herself was startled, realizing she had directly posed such a question to a complete stranger, which suggested she harbored special feelings. He is my Xixiang, Yi Qingxiu replied, somewhat awkwardly. We are heading to Tianyang City, if the lady knows the way. We would be most grateful for your guidance, Zhang Heng added. Are you also here to participate in the Ling Tailuan Dao? Inquired the elder from the Yang family. Ling Tailuan Dao? Zhang Heng had no knowledge of it, but he followed suit. Indeed. Yang Ling and Appo's eyes flickered as she pointed her delicate hand toward the direction of the mysterious array. You simply need to follow this road straight ahead. Thank you. Zhang Heng bowed again and led Yi Qingxiu into the mysterious array. Before departing, Yi Qingxiu glanced back at Yang Ling, her heart filled with suspicion. Could this woman have ulterior motives regarding my Shizhuan? Yang Ling continued to watch Zhang Heng's figure retreat into the distance, her gaze lingering for an extended moment. The elder beside her observed her with bewilderment. Miss, you cannot possibly be interested in that young man. He is merely in the Lingzong realm and hardly worthy of your noble status. Besides, they do not appear to be prominent figures. I am merely curious. Yongling murmured. In the Chuanyu Mountains, upon their entrance, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu encountered numerous cultivators engaged in various activities. Their imposing presence and wealth opening Zhang Heng's eyes to the world of cultivation. So this is what outside cultivators are like. They all appear to possess wealth rivaling nations. However, he thought to himself that if he could relocate his entire sect, they would not be any less impressive. As the sect architecture rewarded by the system was equally grand. Shizhuan, it feels as though we have entered an illusion, Yi Qingxiu remarked, observing the pervasive white mist covering the mountains with growing anxiety. A trivial matter, merely some illusions, Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, with his mastery of the Wanhua Jing. Such illusions were child's play. He continued to stroll leisurely, not forgetting to impress. Chiu'er, as long as one remains calm, illusions will naturally dissipate. Yi Qingxiu nodded, contemplating Zhang Heng's words, sensing a profound meaning within. As they delved deeper into the mountains, they occasionally overheard the complaints of surrounding cultivators. Damn it. Back to square one again. The Yang family of Tianyang City is indeed a family of formations. It seems my abilities alone cannot break through, even with prior preparations. I am still at a loss. Miss Yang must be watching. What to do? Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu paid no heed to the grievances as Zhang Heng gazed upward. Noting that the sky was growing dim, he was a laid-back individual. Even if today were the apocalypse, he would not forget his daily meals. His life experiences from the past taught him that life is fleeting and one should indulge in joy while they can. There is a small village over there. Let us seek lodging for the night. I will follow Xixiang, Yi Qingxiu replied as she trailed Zhang Heng and Appo's footsteps, her gaze fixated on his noble silhouette. Regardless of where her Shizhuan was, he remained calm and composed, instilling her with immense security. As long as he was present, she feared nothing. As they approached the village, they heard a man's furious shout. Old fool, speak quickly. How does one exit this mysterious array? Immortal, we are mere mortals. We truly do not know. Please spare us. A young man with a striking presence brandished a long sword, pointing it at a group of kneeling villagers, the ground still stained with fresh blood. This is the only village in the Chuanyu Mountains. You must know how to get out. If you do not speak, I will slay you all. The young man threatened, raising his sword to strike. The village chief fell at the youth's feet, begging for mercy. Immortal, we truly do not know. Please spare us. The villagers wept, utterly powerless against the cultivators, unable to resist their fate. Stubborn, are we? The youth scoffed, immediately unleashing a sword she aimed at a child, whose mother lunged in terror to protect her offspring. Just as death loomed over them, a figure clad in blue appeared, intercepting the youth's sword chi. The young man stared in astonishment, fixated on the girl in blue, while his attendants grew wary. At that moment, a man in white approached and calmly addressed the youth. "My good fellow, why trouble these mortals?" The youth, taken aback, glared at Zhang Heng, clearly displeased. "Who are you? Dare to block my path. Reveal your name." "I am Su Feng of the Su family from Nanling Dao," the youth proclaimed proudly. "Su family, Su Feng?" Zhang Heng murmured with a frown. "Humph. Now that you know my identity, scram." Su Feng rebuked arrogantly. Zhang Heng smiled nonchalantly. "I have never heard of you." "You." Su Feng seethed with rage, feeling deeply humiliated. Chapter 38. The hypocritical man within a grand hall. Yang Ling, an elder of the Yang family, and a young man were captivated by the images emanating from the maze array. "Miss, this royal figure, Xiao Yuan, possesses remarkable talent and has extensively studied formations. It won't be long before he escapes the maze array. In comparison, the prodigies from other factions are woefully inferior, needing the assistance of their elders to navigate the illusionary array," praised Elder Yang Ding, gesturing towards a young man clad in an ornate python robe within the image. "Second sister, this royal fourth prince is not only handsome, but also boasts impeccable talent and strength. Moreover, he has the backing of the royal family, which is a supreme power. He is truly the best candidate," the young man, Yang Tianhao, urged, watching Yang Ling intently. As the youngest master of the Yang family in Tianong City, he was deeply concerned about his sister's future, knowing that she, a paragon of beauty and talent, must not wed a wastrel. He felt compelled to oversee the trials of the spirit platform personally, unfazed by the comments from Yang Ding and Yang Tianhao. Yang Ling's enchanting gaze remained fixed on the image of a refined young man clad in white. Noticing her focus, Yang Tianhao glanced over and disparaged, "Second sister. That fellow possesses mediocre aptitude, merely a spirit concealment realm cultivator. Though undeniably handsome among all participants, his character is questionable. He previously boasted that Elder San's maze array was child's play, yet he remains trapped inside." The young man in white was Zhang Heng. Moreover, his origins are unclear. He likely hails from some insignificant faction, and utter waste. "Brother, did you tamper with the solution I devised?" Yang Ling turned sharply, glaring at Yang Tianhao. "Unrepentant." Yang Tianhao replied, "Your solution was utterly absurd. If a cunning little disciple were to exploit it, it would tarnish our Yang family's reputation. You cannot simply invite anyone to be a son-in-law." Yang Ling continued to stare at him in silence, and Yang Tianhao, realizing she was genuinely upset, felt a pang of guilt. "Do not worry, second sister. I did not ruin your solution, merely increased its difficulty." Still silent, Yang Ling returned her attention to Zhang Heng's image. She found amusement in the brash young man encountering Su Feng from Nanling Dao. It was rather entertaining. A mere spirit concealment realm cultivator, lacking the support of a formidable faction, dared to play the hero. How ridiculous. "Master, shall I intervene against Su Feng?" After all, Yang Ding began, glancing at Yang Ling, aware that she seemed somewhat fond of that mediocre fellow. If he were to perish within, he would surely incur her wrath, and he needed to deflect any responsibility. "Not necessary," Yang Tianhao scoffed. "If he is killed by Su Feng, it would be his own doing. Our Yang family spirit platform trials are not for just anyone." Yang Ling remained silent, her gaze locked on Zhang Heng. She admired his righteous heart but disdained the reckless and presumptuous. She wished to see if Zhang Heng possessed the strength to resolve the impending crisis. At that moment, the image revealed Su Feng lunging at Zhang Heng with his sword, infused with raging spiritual energy, aimed at Zhang Heng's neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Su Feng was a Fate Palace realm cultivator, while Zhang Heng was merely in the spirit concealment realm. If he did not evade, his demise was certain. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared before Zhang Heng, deflecting Su Feng's sword and retaliating with such speed that it pierced directly towards Su Feng's heart. Startled, Su Feng hastily attempted to block but was instantly overpowered by the tremendous force. "Save me," he cried in terror. The protector behind him in the Fate Wheel realm quickly intervened, pulling Su Feng away and throwing a punch at the incoming sword strike from Yi Qingqiu. "Little girl, you seek death." At the moment of impact, the protector's eyes widened in shock. With a crack, his fist split in two, forcing him to dodge to avoid Yi Qingqiu and Appo's S-blade. The sword and Appo's energy sliced through half of the protector and Appo's shoulder, sending the residual force crashing into a distant hill. cleaving it in two with a thunderous roar. In agony, Su Feng's protector gritted his teeth, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, another wave of ferocious sword energy surged toward him. He hastily summoned a defensive spiritual treasure for protection. With a resounding boom, Su Feng's guardian coughed blood, sent reeling backward by the sword energy. "Old man!" Su Feng screamed in panic. At this moment, he beheld a blue glimmer in his vision, and Yi Qingxiu appeared before him, her sword menacingly poised inches from his face. "Do not kill me," Su Feng pleaded desperately. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Yi Qingxiu showed no sign of halting her advance. Just as she was about to strike him down, a mist enveloped Su Feng, lifting him into the air. A deep voice resonated. "My friend, one should show mercy where possible. This is my family and Appo's spirit platform trial, and we wish to avoid the death of participants, as it would disgrace the Yang family's name." Yi Qingxiu's beautiful eyes glinted coldly as she glared upward. "That person attacked my senior brother. He must die? If you continue to shield him, do not blame me for eliminating you as well." In the Yang family hall, Yang Ding felt a chill at the sight of Yi Qingxiu's icy demeanor in the image. Yang Tianhao and Yang Ling were equally taken aback. The young girl had vanquished a master of the Fate Wheel realm. She must be masquerading. She likely possesses true mastery in the Fate Wheel realm, Yang Tianhao conjectured. At that moment, Yi Qingxiu leaped into the air, aiming her assault at Su Feng. Yang Ding hastily activated the array to protect him. Yet Su Feng still lost an arm. "Ah!" Su Feng's agonizing scream echoed through the hall. Yang Ding quickly turned to Yang Tianhao and Yang Ling. "What should we do? That girl seems unwilling to relent. If this continues, Su Feng is doomed." Yang Ling shook her head as she observed Zhang Heng standing calmly on the ground in the image. "It appears he is merely another reckless scion," she sighed inwardly. Then spoke. "Gentlemen, I am Yang Ling of the Yang family. The spirit platform trial forbids participants from inflicting harm upon one another. Should you insist on killing Su Feng, you would violate the rules and be eliminated." Her voice reached Yi Qingxiu and Zhang Heng above. Yi Qingxiu scoffed disdainfully, prohibiting mutual slaughter? "Why did you not intervene when my senior brother was attacked just now?" Yang Ling was momentarily speechless, realizing her position was indefensible. Simultaneously, she was astonished that by revealing her identity, the young man in white would be inclined to admire her and thus cease the crisis. But his response was contrary to her expectations, leaving her somewhat disappointed. "Very well, in consideration of Miss Yang's standing, we shall spare Su Feng this time," Zhang Heng declared. Yang Ling felt disdain rise within her. She believed Zhang Heng was no different from other men, merely a flatterer, and his only distinction was his handsome appearance. Meanwhile, within the maze array, in a small village, Zhang Heng withdrew his gaze, contemplating. The woman who spoke was indeed the one he encountered on the road. He had previously probed with his consciousness and directly observed those monitoring this situation from the Yang family hall. His decision to forego killing Su Feng stemmed from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, he was the ruler of Tianyang City. With the fragment of the divine calamity yet to be obtained, provoking such a figure would lead to significant trouble. Yi Qingxiu glared fiercely at the writhing Su Feng on the ground, her resolve unyielding. "This time, my senior brother has shown mercy, granting you a reprieve. Should there be a next time, your demise is inevitable. Depart at once." Su Feng's attendants and protectors hastily pulled him away, fleeing from the scene. "We are profoundly grateful for the life-saving grace of the two celestial masters." The village chief, along with the entire village populace, knelt in reverence before Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu. As a model youth in his previous life, Zhang Heng found a sense of accomplishment in helping others, as though he had transformed into their savior. "It was merely a trifling matter, dear villagers. It is nothing to be concerned about. Master, were it not for your intervention, we would have been slaughtered by that malevolent celestial master. How could this be considered trivial? We are at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Please enlighten us." Though the village chief expressed his gratitude, he suspected that Zhang Heng, as a cultivator, would not assist mere mortals without an ulterior motive. In light of this, Zhang Heng gazed upon the kneeling villagers and proposed, "We seek only to stay here for a night, as a means of repayment." The village chief was taken aback, astonished that the request was so simple. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Yang family, Yang Tianhao grew anxious, pointing at Zhang Heng on the screen. "That brat must have discovered the special solution you devised." He then turned to Yang Ling's sister. "You see, I possess foresight. Had that boy found a way to circumvent the challenge, our Yang family, renowned as a lineage of formation masters, would surely be ridiculed by all." Yang Ling furrowed her brows, contemplating the figure of Zhang Heng on the screen, perplexed. Could he be a master of formations? His cultivation seems mediocre. Yet even a master of formations would not be privy to the special solution I set, known only to my elder brother and the third elder. How could he possibly know? Or is it that he simply wishes to assist those mortals? Chapter 39. The Gluttonous Disciple as Night Fell. The villagers of the hamlet killed chickens and slaughtered sheep to honor Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu, sitting by the campfire. Zhang Heng savored the homemade turbid wine while observing his beautiful disciple beside him. Yi Qingqiu, at that moment, held a roasted leg of lamb in both hands, relishing it with abandon, entirely oblivious to her image, resembling a gluttonous child with oil smeared all over her mouth, her small belly seemingly capable of holding an enormous amount. Zhang Heng marveled at the insatiable appetite of his eldest disciple, who would eat anything placed before her without a hint of discrimination. The ethereal image of the enchanting fairy dissipated entirely as he watched her indulge from dusk until darkness fell, and he couldn't help but worry whether she might upset her stomach, regrettably unable to check her belly to confirm. Yi Qingqiu bit into a large chunk of meat, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel. Upon noticing her master watching her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and without a second thought, she extended the roasted leg of lamb towards Zhang Heng. "Master, senior brother, would you like some?" she inquired earnestly. Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback, staring at the bite marks on the leg of lamb, falling into silence. "You should just eat what you have left, you silly girl." However, seeing the seriousness etched on Yi Qingqiu's face, he gently declined. "I've had enough. You enjoy it." "Okay," she replied, reclaiming the lamb leg and continuing her feast, entirely unaware of her master and Appo's displeasure. Watching his gluttonous disciple, a smile crept onto Zhang Heng and Appo's face. Indeed, this eldest disciple is easy to please. No wonder she accepts any subpar techniques I provide her. She simply has no standards. "Esteemed immortal," the village chief's voice interrupted Zhang Heng's musings, prompting him to turn to the chief. "Might I request a favor from you?" "Speak," Zhang Heng responded. "In the mountains of Chuanyi, there resides a talking beast that frequently descends to slaughter people, coercing our village to offer a child to it each year." Yi Qingqiu, still clutching the lamb leg, leaned closer, her anger flaring. "That beast deserves to die," she exclaimed, nearly letting the oil from the lamb leg drip onto Zhang Heng's sleeve. Fortunately, Zhang Heng's immaculate nature prevented his pristine white robes from being soiled. "The fairy speaks wisely. Even though we comply each year, it still descends to feast on us when it feels displeased. We have sought the aid of numerous immortals before, yet none have succeeded. The beast is formidable." The village chief lamented, swallowing a mouthful of strong liquor, sorrow etched upon his face. "Recently, many immortals have arrived here, yet they refuse to assist us, instead seeking ways to harm us, as we are but mere mortals." Tears welled in the chief's eyes as he implored, "Esteemed immortal, could you possibly aid us? If you eliminate that monster, our village would be willing to offer you 10 maidens." Zhang Heng felt speechless upon hearing the chief's last statement. "Do I appear to be that kind of lecherous individual, seeking to maintain 10 child brides? A gentleman's desires should be pursued with propriety." He felt a twinge of indignation at the implication. Before Zhang Heng could voice his thoughts, Yi Qingqiu readily agreed. "Rest assured, chief, my master is benevolent and will not turn a blind eye to this matter." "Hey, you foolish girl, what do you mean by agreeing? When have I ever been that benevolent?" Zhang Heng preferred to remain uninvolved, wishing only to focus on himself. As many had said in his previous life, "What does grand narrative have to do with me? Does it affect my monthly salary of 3,000? Master, you agree, right?" Yi Qingqiu looked at Zhang Heng with righteous conviction. Zhang Heng dared not contradict her. The noble image he had painstakingly built could not be easily forsaken. "Of course," he replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. The next day, under the village chief's guidance, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu ventured into the mountains, where not a single cultivator could be seen. It seemed those practitioners feared the beast's influence on their formations. "Esteemed immortal, esteemed fairy, the beast resides in these mountains. Though we know not where, you will have to find it yourselves," the chief said hurriedly before retreating down the mountain. Yi Qingqiu gazed at the thick fog enveloping the mountains, worry etched on her face. "Master, with such dense fog and the illusions outside, how will we locate that beast?" "Now you realize the predicament," Zhang Heng thought to himself. However, finding the beast would be effortless for him, with his maxed out skills in the myriad floral spirit realm. Ordinary illusions posed no hindrance. "Follow me," he instructed. Yi Qingqiu nodded and trailed behind him into the misty depths of the mountains. Zhang Heng strolled at a leisurely pace, as if on a leisurely outing. The fog in the mountains sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. In his previous life, he had often been preoccupied with his modest salary, never having traveled, particularly not alongside a beautiful companion. Now, accompanied by his lovely disciple, he felt he was finally compensating for that lost opportunity. Interesting, this beast can even utilize illusions, Zhang Heng mused as he observed the faint outlines in the mountains, a smile spreading across his face. Yet, after laughing, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. If a mere beast could master formations, why could he not learn anything himself? Master, is this beast truly that powerful? Yi Qingqiu's anxiety grew. She recalled that beasts capable of human speech were typically at least at the Fate Palace level, and this one could even set formations, indicating its formidable strength. It matters not. The beast that sets the formation is quite ugly, Zhang Heng replied. Yi Qingqiu frowned, unable to comprehend her master's words. What did the beast's appearance have to do with its strength? No matter how hard she tried to think, she felt her understanding slipping away. The two arrived at a steep cliff. Chioer, strike that wall with a sword, Zhang Heng instructed, pointing to a rock face on the cliff. Yi Qingqiu immediately summoned her full strength to execute the river-severing sword technique, eager to impress her master. A burst of white radiance illuminated the surrounding fog, followed by the resonant sound of a sword cry. The overwhelming sword energy crashed into the rock face, splitting it open to reveal a cave within, which had been cleaved in two. Inside lay a massive pangolin, deep gashes marking its armored back, its life force waning. Master, is that the scaled beast? Yi Qingqiu and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement as she swallowed hard. Indeed, go ahead, Zhang Heng encouraged, amused by the gluttonous glint in her eyes. With delight, Yi Qingqiu soared towards the ailing pangolin, delivering a swift strike to grant it a merciful end. She then hoisted its lifeless form and flew back to Zhang Heng. Master, I wish to consume it. Very well, I shall prepare it for you. In the grand hall of the Yang family, Yang Tianhao was on the verge of madness. That brat actually called me ugly. He had been the one to set the protective formation for the pangolin beast. Yet Zhang Heng remained entirely unaffected by his array and had the audacity to insult him as an ugly beast. Yang Ling observed her furious elder brother and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, has your formation regressed so much that it was breached by a practitioner of the Ling realm? But, brother, he insulted the beast, not you. How infuriating. He must have simply been lucky. Yang Tianhao seethed, feeling a burning shame as the boy he had belittled had shattered his prideful formation, leaving him utterly humiliated. He has deciphered your formation and located the armadillo demon beast, which should suffice to demonstrate his prowess, would it not? Subsequently, he received my guidance, acquiring the means to exit this intricate maze. I trust you will not obstruct him. Yang Ling spoke with a grave tone, advocating for Zhang Heng. The unique solution she devised stipulates that upon assisting the villagers in dealing with the mountain's demon beasts, one would earn the key to escape the labyrinth. This is a test of the participant's character. Those of virtuous disposition may take the shortcut. It is her requirement for her future husband, who must not only be a youthful prodigy, but also possess noble character, even if he is slightly lacking in strength. It is of little concern, as she has the resources of the Yang family and her own talents, rendering her less focused on her future husband and Apos' power. Why has he not departed yet? Yang Ling pondered, observing Zhang Heng in the image, who, having received the means to exit the maze from the village chief, did not leave immediately. How intriguing. A smile graced Yang Ling and Apos' lips. Chapter 40. Maintenance in the village. Zhang Heng was preparing pangolin meat. In his previous life, this delicacy was considered a protected species, and consuming it would lead to severe consequences. Thus, he had little experience and decided to employ the method used for cooking soft-shelled turtle. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, drawing the curiosity of the villagers, who gathered around Zhang Heng, showering him with compliments. Truly, the meat cooked by an immortal was exceptionally fragrant. A taste would surely add years to one's life. The enticing scent spread beyond the village, enticing even the most ascetic cultivators, who found themselves salivating despite having already abstained from food. They had been tirelessly deciphering the illusionary array, and the temptation of this aroma was too great to resist. Surely, this fragrance held the key to breaking the illusion. A mere mortal village possessed such a divine delicacy? They felt compelled to investigate. As a throng of cultivators descended upon the village, a sheep effect ensued. Others believed this to be the solution to the array, rushing to join them. However, not everyone could enter. The four most powerful sects of the Chu kingdom were granted entry first, while others had to wait for their departure to avoid confrontation. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, ready to enjoy his pangolin dish, was approached by the village chief. "Immortal, I thank you for ridding our village of the ferocious beast," the chief said, kneeling before him. Witnessing this, the other villagers followed suit, bowing deeply. Zhang Heng found himself somewhat speechless, wondering why he seemed to attract such reverence wherever he went. "Please, rise. My dear villagers, the true credit for vanquishing the beast lies with my junior sister. You should express your gratitude to her." Thus, the villagers turned to worship Yi Qingxiu, who was engrossed in devouring a large bone. Unaware of the sudden attention, she felt flustered as she noticed the villagers kneeling before her. She hastily set down the rib. Her cheeks flushed and awkwardly acknowledged their homage. Observing her embarrassment brought Zhang Heng immense joy. "Qingxiu, now you understand the consequences of meddling," he thought to himself. As Yi Qingxiu hurriedly calmed the villagers, she returned to her meal once they ceased kneeling, completely oblivious to the need to maintain her image, lost in her culinary delight. Seeing her preoccupied, the village chief opted not to disturb her and approached Zhang Heng again. "Immortal," he said, presenting a bamboo slip with reverence. "This was given to me by a celestial being, who instructed me to present it to whoever vanquished the mountain creature." "A celestial being? Was she beautiful?" Zhang Heng inquired with curiosity. Accepting the bamboo slip, he nodded to the village chief as he departed. Zhang Heng scrutinized the slip, attempting to discern any hidden significance. After a long contemplation, he concluded it was merely an ordinary piece of bamboo. "Surely this old man isn't trying to dismiss me with this triviality, claiming it's from a celestial being. Do I appear to be in need of such charades?" Disinterested, he tossed it into the fire, preferring to ignore it entirely. Perhaps it did contain some hidden essence, but he could not comprehend it. As he gazed into the flames, he suddenly looked up. Cultivators were arriving, and he hoped for no conflict. They must not covet his pangolin meat, for his apprentice had yet to satisfy her hunger. Feeling peckish himself, he rose to fetch a bowl and savor the delectable dish. Soon, a flock of cultivators flew overhead. Upon spotting Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu, they were utterly dumbfounded. After all their efforts to decipher the illusionary array, these two seemed nonchalant, feasting on wild game, while the scent of a beast from the realm of life still lingered. They felt deceived, having assumed there was a method to escape, only to be lured by the aroma of cooked meat, wasting precious time. The villagers, upon seeing the newcomers, immediately knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the esteemed immortals." Yet, Yi Qingxiu and Zhang Heng paid them no mind, continuing their meal. Among the cultivators, a young man seethed with fury. He was El Chuan, the chief disciple of the Linguist sect, a figure of immense prestige. Accustomed to being treated with utmost respect throughout the Chu kingdom, how dare these two overlook him? El Chuan unsheathed his long sword, intent on teaching them a lesson. Had it not been for the rules of the Ling-I conference forbidding murder, he would have eliminated these insolent individuals long ago. Just then, Yi Qingxiu sensed his murderous intent and abruptly turned to him. "What insolence is this, disturbing my brother and Appo's meal?" Rising, she summoned her starfall sword. Her imposing aura fixed on the airborne cultivators. "Do you not depart, or shall you face your demise?" The onlookers gasped. This stunning maiden exuded such authority. "Ha ha! What an arrogant girl! Very well, I shall come to quell your arrogance." El Chuan roared, his body surging with fury, the power of his spirit radiating from his blade, causing the villagers below to groan in anguish. Yi Qingxiu remained composed, the cold light of the starfall sword flickering ominously. A battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng continued to eat, unfazed. Despite the need for discretion, he would not retreat if faced with death. His guiding principle was clear: if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they provoke me, I shall strike back. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from above. "Halt! Anyone who dares to act will be immediately disqualified." Startled, El Chuan hastily sheathed his weapon. "None may enter this village except for those two," the voice continued. The crowd was astonished. The Yang family had openly favored those two. What was their true identity? Had the man in white secured Yang Ling's favor? Curiosity about Zhang Heng's identity swirled among the cultivators, but bound by the directive, they retreated from the village. Seeing that conflict was averted, Zhang Heng bowed towards the sky. "Thank you, my lady, for your timely intervention." Through the veil of the illusion, he caught sight of Yang Ling within the grand hall of the Yang family. In the Yang family hall, Yang Ling observed the image of Zhang Heng bowing to her, her delicate brows furrowing. She felt as though he could see her. "Sister, What is it about that young man that captivates you so? Why do you defend him? Yang Tianhao crossed his arms, displeased. That fellow received the bamboo slip you left behind yet could not comprehend it, tossing it into the fire. Clearly, he lacks knowledge of the array. His success in breaking my illusion was mere coincidence. He is nothing but a talentless fool. Young Ling pondered this, perplexed that the man in white had indeed deciphered her brother's array and slain the pangolin, yet could not comprehend the bamboo slip she had left. This is impossible. He must have discarded it intentionally, wishing to avoid clever shortcuts through the maze. My dear sister, cease your fantasies. He is but a fool, reliant on the protection of the life-will cultivator beside him. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Do not let his handsome visage deceive you into harboring affection for him. The road of cultivation is long, brother. Enough. Yang Ling interjected, resolute. I understand my own destiny. Yang Tianhao sighed, but soon realized something, a smile breaking across his face. Sister, with his mediocre talent, unable to comprehend even your bamboo slip, he shall likely fail to pass the maze. Yang Ling and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and strode towards the palace exit. Second sister, what do you intend to do? Yang Tianhao called out in confusion. Chapter 41. Breaking the formation in the village. The village chief knelt before Zhang Heng, accompanied by 10 young girls. Please, immortal, take them in. Zhang Heng was astonished to think they would truly offer them, but alas, they were late. Had they come earlier, he might have considered it. Aware of his own moral shortcomings, Zhang Heng merely feigned the image of a virtuous master before his disciple. Why do you look at me, my eldest disciple? Am I that sort of person? Zhang Heng noticed Yi Qingxiu gazing at him intently. Forget it. Let these children return home. I am accustomed to solitude. He politely declined, and before the village chief could plead further, Zhang Heng signaled to Yi Qingxiu and swiftly took flight on his sword. Immortal, immortal, I implore you to accept them. The village chief shouted after Zhang Heng as he soared away. The parents of the young girls joined in, hoping Zhang Heng would take their children in, for they recognized the virtue of Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu, wishing for their offspring to accompany Zhang Heng in the pursuit of immortality. Yet, Zhang Heng was not swayed. In an instant, he vanished from sight. On the open field, Yi Qingxiu, filled with admiration, remarked, Master, you are magnificent. The parents of those children seem quite willing to let us take them. Qingxiu, the path of immortality hinges upon fate. I share no such bond with them, and they cannot enter my mountain gate. Zhang Heng reflected after a lengthy consideration. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu's cheeks flushed with joy. I am fated with my master, which is why you accepted me as your disciple. This thought led her to reminisce about her escape from the Yi family with her grandfather, nearly perishing before encountering Sister Tao. Perhaps this was the fate her master spoke of. It was truly wondrous. She felt an inexplicable expansion within her heart, perceiving the world anew. In that moment, the energy within her flowed freely, causing a tremor in her life palace, and a profound realization enveloped her mind. Congratulations to the host. Under your guidance, your first disciple Yi Qingxiu's mindset has improved. Yi Qingxiu has advanced to the mid-stage of the life palace realm. With a 100-fold return, the host's realm has similarly improved. Zhang Heng, while soaring on his sword, was startled by the system notification, nearly tumbling from his mount. What have I done to grant her such insight? He felt utterly speechless. However, even with the 100-fold return, his cultivation did not elevate a single tier. It seemed that advancing in the divine power realm was exceedingly difficult and would rely heavily on his disciple's efforts. Qingxiu, well done. A single spark can ignite a fire. He took the opportunity to encourage Yi Qingxiu, urging her to use her imagination more frequently. Yes, master. Brother, she nearly exclaimed in her excitement. The two continued their flight, occasionally passing other cultivators. Yi Qingxiu grew anxious. Master, brother, perhaps you should break this illusionary formation. These cultivators seem trapped within, which greatly disrupts the lives of the villagers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily at a loss for words. Break the formation? My eldest disciple, your thoughts are commendable. Yet I am utterly inept in this art. Were it not for needing the supreme illusionary technique, the blossoming spirit realm, I too would be ensnared like these individuals. Of course, he could use his divine power cultivation to forcefully dismantle the formation, but that would reveal his true strength. Yet, he could not disclose the truth to his eldest disciple. The time is not ripe. Zhang Heng decided to employ a strategy of patience, waiting for the fragments of divine tribulation. Yes, brother, Yi Qingxiu replied thoughtfully. Observing her deep in contemplation, Zhang Heng felt a sense of relief. Having such a perceptive disciple was indeed a blessing. Whatever he said, she would ponder deeply. Qingqiu, let us walk on foot. His swordsmanship was rather rudimentary. While he could manage short flights, prolonged ones would surely unveil his lack of skill. The grand image of the master must not be tarnished, as it served as a source of inspiration for his disciple. Indeed, Yi Qingqiu nodded. They descended to the ground, strolling leisurely forward. This was the correct path to exit the maze formation, where the terrain was rugged, shrouded in dense mist that enveloped the forest. The fog possessed the effect of obstructing perception. Even those of the life-will realm could only sense within a mile. Many had lost their way here, only to be rescued and guided back by the Yang family. To Zhang Heng, however, the mist was inconsequential. He was utterly unaffected, perceiving nothing but a clear and expansive path ahead. Yi Qingqiu, apprehensive as she surveyed the fog-laden woods, found her fears dissipating upon glimpsing Zhang Heng's figure, prompting her to follow closely in his footsteps. As they ventured into the misty forest, a beautiful woman, Yang Ling, arrived just as their figures vanished. Arriving too late, she realized they had entered the misty forest, which was troublesome. She hurried after them, not wishing for Zhang Heng to be eliminated, but unable to disrupt the rules of the Ling Tai discussion, thus she stealthily entered to assist him. Within the misty forest, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu ambled leisurely until Zhang Heng abruptly halted. "Master, what is it?" Yi Qingqiu inquired nervously, inching closer to him. "It's nothing," Zhang Heng replied, turning to face a direction in the mist. "Let us proceed." He walked on, with Yi Qingqiu closely trailing behind. Shortly after their departure, Yang Ling caught up. "What is happening?" "Oh no, they've taken a wrong turn. Does he truly not understand formations? That way leads to a dead end." With no other choice, Yang Ling hastened to follow. In the fog-shrouded graveyard, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu and Apos' figures emerged. "Master, brother, there's a huge monster ahead," Yi Qingqiu exclaimed upon seeing a twisted being, over 100 meters tall, hovering above a mound of graves, emanating a powerful aura that felt as though it had crawled up from the depths of hell. "Intruders in my forbidden land shall perish," the creature roared, its vast maw gaping as it directed its ferocious shout at Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu. Yi Qingqiu quickly drew her spirit sword, ready to engage. "Qingqiu, it's all an illusion. Do not panic," Zhang Heng reassured her. To him, however, there was nothing to see or hear. He stepped forward, and after a moment of hesitation, Yi Qingqiu hurried to keep pace with her master. In Yi Qingqiu's eyes, the creature was roaring, warning them, unleashing a suffocating presence. As they approached the being, she witnessed as her master's form passed right through it, and suddenly, she understood that everything was an illusion. She followed suit, emerging into a pitch-black space filled with coffins exuding a sense of death, causing her to swallow hard as she drew closer to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng suddenly crouched down, surveying his surroundings. "Master, brother, what's wrong?" Yi Qingqiu asked anxiously. "It's nothing," Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. "Wonderful. There is no one nearby. So this spirit sword is mine." In Zhang Heng's view, a magnificent sword was embedded in the ground, its hilt adorned with exquisite decorations, clearly a valuable item. He surmised that it must have been left behind by someone, and as long as no one was around to claim it, he would take it for himself. Immediately, in Yi Qingqiu and Apos' eyes, he saw Zhang Heng lifting a coffin, reaching in to grasp a skull, and pulling the entire skeleton out. With a resounding boom, the ground trembled violently, the surrounding white mist dissipated, and the graveyard transformed into flat terrain, causing all illusions to vanish in an instant. Yi Qingqiu's vision broadened, revealing his master wielding a crimson sword. "Senior brother, you have shattered the illusionary array," Yi Qingqiu exclaimed, his face a blend of admiration and astonishment. "What? Shattered what illusionary array?" Zhang Heng appeared utterly bewildered. At that moment, not far behind them, a stunning woman in blue stared at them in shock. Yang Ling was astounded within, realizing he had not merely escaped the maze but had completely dismantled the entire array. Chapter 42. Yang Ling's insecurity. The enigmatic misty formation had been utterly destroyed. The fog enveloping the vast mountains gradually dispersed, allowing rays of sunlight to pierce through, unveiling the entrance to the next trial. Numerous cultivators stood in stunned silence. The misty formation had vanished. What could this possibly mean? Was it part of the test? Regardless, seizing the opportunity presented by the formation's dissolution, they hastily propelled themselves towards the entrance, each eager to be the first to emerge and gain the favor of the Yang family. Within the formation's grand hall, Yang Ding and Yang Tianhao gazed in disbelief as the participants rushed towards the next gateway. Yang Ding, are you utterly useless? How could you allow that boy to destroy the formation's core? Yang Tianhao bellowed in fury. What shall we do now? Everyone can pass through the misty gate. His anger was palpable, and he was tempted to strike Yang Ding on the spot. Young master, Yang Ding, drenched in cold sweat, knelt down in fear, hastily attempting to analyze the situation. Could it be that the second misinformed him? Otherwise, how could anyone dare approach the formation's deadly gate? Even those unfamiliar with formations would sense the danger, yet they ignored the protective mechanisms I set in place. Had they attacked the mechanisms, they would have triggered them. But instead, they disregarded them entirely and simply removed the formation's core. Damn it! How could my younger sister have fallen for that boy? He is merely handsome. Yang Tianhao's rage intensified as he smashed a nearby table. At that moment, a middle-aged man flew in. What is happening? How has the misty formation been destroyed? Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Ding hurriedly bowed. It was the grand elder of the Yang family, Yang Kuo, the father of Yang Ling. Father, the situation is as follows. Yang Tianhao detailed the events to Yang Kuo. Given Ling O's character, she would not have intentionally destroyed the formation. Instead of guiding that young man through the formation, she might have thought it better to bring him out directly, Yang Kuo deduced thoughtfully. Both Yang Tianhao and Yang Ding were taken aback. Father, are you suggesting he broke the formation himself? He is merely a waste at the spirit storage realm. Yang Ding protested. Indeed, Grand Elder, the Misty Formation is one of our family's most renowned formations. How could it possibly be breached by a mere child? Even a master of formations from the outside could not achieve such a feat so swiftly. That boy, after all, only took 2 days, during which he indulged in food and entertainment, showing no signs of attempting to breach the formation. Yang Kuo fell into contemplation, a wave of unease washing over him. It seems I must inquire further with Ling. In the forest, Zhang Heng was admiring the crimson sword in his hand, his heart brimming with joy, as if he had just acquired a legendary dragon-slaying blade. Congratulations, young master, on breaching the formation, a gentle and melodious voice chimed, reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing the treetops, enchanting him. Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu turned to see a stunning woman clad in blue, performing a graceful bow. Upon recognizing Yang Ling, Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety. Could this sword possibly belong to her? What a predicament! Had I known, I would have asked Qiao to store this sword in her spatial ring. He had no means of carrying a spatial treasure himself, as a renowned master of formations. How could he possess such items? It is you, Yi Qingxiu recognized Yang Ling, recalling their previous encounter. She grew wary, suspecting that this woman harbored ulterior motives towards her master, having followed them all the way here. Who are you? Why are you stalking us? Yi Qingxiu demanded, raising her sword to defend her master, completely disregarding Yang Ling's earlier words. Hearing Yi Qingxiu's accusations, Yang Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had indeed been following Zhang Heng and his companion, intending to assist them in navigating the misty formation. However, they had not only rejected her help, but had also dismantled the entire formation. Now, her presence seemed to cast her as a villain with malicious intent. Yang Ling's beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Heng, her heart racing with astonishment. She finally understood why he had discarded the bamboo slips she had left behind. His prowess in formations rendered her guidance unnecessary. May I ask your esteemed name, sir? Yang Ling blurted out, immediately regretting her words as they did not align with her inquiry. Yi Qingxiu's heart raced, further confirming her suspicions that this woman harbored special feelings for her master. Silence. I see your intentions toward my brother are ill, and if you do not leave at once, beware of my sword's ruthlessness. Yi Qingxiu interposed herself protectively in front of Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, sensing the escalating situation, inwardly lamented. The sword he had found might indeed belong to her. Miss, do you wish to reclaim this sword? He understood the identity of the woman before him. She was not someone to be trifled with in Tianyang City. If a conflict arose, it could jeopardize their chances of acquiring the divine tribulation fragments. However, he would not simply relinquish it without a fair exchange. Could this be a heavenly trap? Zhang Heng pondered. Observing Yang Ling's reaction, he was surprised by her enchanting smile. Young master, you have breached the formation. Therefore, this sword rightfully belongs to you. The Yang family will not demand its return. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, but then a sudden realization struck him. What? I breached the formation? At that moment, the crimson sword felt as scorching as a red-hot iron rod in his grasp. It dawned on him that by wielding this sword, He had inadvertently disrupted the formation set by the Yang family, the rulers of Tianyang City. Miss, I merely stumbled upon this sword and had no intention of claiming it. He attempted to clarify the misunderstanding, wishing to convey that it was not his intention to offend. Yes, such a worthless sword, my brother. Absolutely would not desire it. Please take it and leave quickly, Yi Qingxiu interjected scornfully. Yang Ling was puzzled. The sword at the formation's core was of high spiritual grade. Crafted by a master artificer. How could they possibly show such disinterest? Her curiosity about Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu's identities deepened, along with her admiration for Zhang Heng's noble character. I am Yang Ling, the second daughter of the Yang family in Tianyang City. She introduced herself, hoping that her identity would elicit a more courteous response, especially since those attending the spiritual platform discussions typically sought her favor. Yet, inexplicably, as soon as those words left her lips, she felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. Upon hearing Yang Ling's identity, Zhang Heng felt a wave of apprehension. Caught directly by a member of a prominent family. What a troublesome predicament. Indeed, one should not pick up random items. I did not intend to damage your esteemed family's formation. I hope for your understanding. Yang Ling, perceiving Zhang Heng's indifferent demeanor, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Did he merely come to fulfill an elder's task, rather than for her? During the Yang family's selection event for suitors, even those not seeking the title of son-in-law would send representatives to honor the Yang family. Was she truly so unremarkable? Why was he treating her with such coldness? This proud daughter of the heavens, who had always regarded herself as exceptional, found herself feeling insecure for the first time, all because of Zhang Heng. Young master, the exit is in that direction, Yang Ling said, pointing before swiftly taking flight on her sword, as if fleeing from something. Zhang Heng watched her retreating figure, perplexed. Could it be that Chou'er had frightened her away? Regardless, he decided to return to Tianyang City and return the sword to the Yang family later. He was reluctant to provoke the Yang family. Firstly, due to his ignorance of their true strength, and secondly because the system had only provided a vague location for the fragments of the divine tribulation, necessitating a thorough search within Tianyang City. She should consider herself fortunate. Yi Qingxiu scoffed. Her low cultivation level rendering her aspirations to become my master's wife mere fantasies. Zhang Heng observed Yi Qingxiu's vexation, utterly perplexed by the source of her ire. Chou'er, we must proceed with discretion on this journey. Recklessness is inadvisable, unless we are first provoked. Yes, senior. Brother, she stammered. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. Why did his eldest disciple stumble over her tongue so often, always addressing him as senior? Brother? Let us depart. Zhang Heng guided Yi Qingxiu towards the direction indicated by Yang Ling. The exit of the Mizong Pass led into a profound gorge, where fierce winds surged skyward. A result of the Yang family's wind barrier created through formations. On the opposite side of the gorge stood a dozen elite cultivators from the Yang family, all at the Fate Palace realm, determined to prevent any unauthorized intrusions. This checkpoint was known as the Windforce Pass. Crossing it was a straightforward affair. One merely needed to declare their identity and present corresponding treasures. The Elder Council would assess whether the standards were met before granting passage. However, if a participant possessed sufficient strength, they could forcibly breach the pass. At that moment, the gorge was filled with cultivators emerging from the Mijong Pass. An elder from the Yang family, possessing a fate wheel, descended gracefully and, after bowing to the crowd, elaborated on the rules of the Windforce Pass. Suddenly, a fateful cultivator's sword into view. It was Yang Ding, the one who seized my array sword, stepped forward immediately. You have recklessly disrupted the grand formation and have been disqualified. Should you dare to withhold my sword any longer, do not blame me for being merciless. Yang Ding bellowed at the gathered crowd. That array sword was a high-grade spiritual flying sword, representing a significant portion of his wealth. He was determined to reclaim it at all costs. Chapter 43. Cheaters, depart. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, realizing that the mysterious maze had been breached by a participant, rather than the Yang family intentionally withdrawing the formation to allow passage. Who could it be? A person who disregarded the rules, forcibly dismantling the array and stealing treasures from the Yang family elders. They assumed this individual must have relied on brute force to break the formation, rather than employing the art of arrays, and such a rule breaker would undoubtedly face elimination. Curious glances exchanged among the crowd, all wondering who had committed this act. The third elder believes that such a villain, who completely disregards the authority of the Yang family, ought to be found and executed, proposed El Chuan, the chief disciple of Linghui's sect, to Yang Ding. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in uproar. The powerful factions gathered for the discourse were present. Thus, the one who had destroyed the array must surely belong to a lesser force, one they were unafraid to offend. Kill him. Such a scoundrel is unworthy of pursuing the esteemed Yang Ling. The perpetrator had enraged the Yang family, and death was inevitable. Yang Ding scanned the crowd, desperately searching for Zhang Heng's figure, but after several sweeps, he found nothing. Brat, come out now. Do you truly wish to court death? At that moment, from the rear of the participants, two figures approached slowly, a man in white and a stunning maiden in a green dress. It was Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu. Yang Ding was instantly filled with excitement as he charged angrily towards Zhang Heng, parting the crowd as he did. Upon reaching Zhang Heng, the crowd confirmed the identity of the array destroyer, all displaying expressions of astonishment. How is it possible? The ones who destroyed the formation are these two? Confusion spread among them. One a minor cultivator of the spirit concealment realm, the other a young lady of the Fate Palace realm. Both appeared exceedingly weak. Moreover, they had previously been seen cooking demon beasts in the village, entirely unlike genuine challengers. At this moment, only Su Feng among the crowd felt fear, for he knew well the strength of that maiden. Brat, hand over the flying sword. Yang Ding glared menacingly at Zhang Heng. He dared not harm Zhang Heng due to the second Miss's affection for him, yet the sword must be retrieved, or he would face the ire of the young master. Yang Tianhao, what do you want? What flying sword? Yi Qingqiu stepped forward, glaring at Yang Ding. The sword you took from the array's core, Yang Ding replied. Zhang Heng frowned. He had found the sword, and while returning it was certainly no issue. The attitude was far too abrasive, as if he owed Yang Ding something. What if I refuse? Do you intend to kill me? Yang Ding was momentarily speechless. He truly dared not kill Zhang Heng. Third Elder, stop wasting time with him. Allow me to assist. A booming voice rang out as El Chuan brandished his large sword, charging directly at Zhang Heng. Yi Qingqiu's eyes flickered with intensity as she turned and thrust her sword towards the oncoming El Chuan. The river-breaking sword technique activated, the blade spiraling with overwhelming and tumultuous spiritual energy. El Chuan sensed the powerful sword energy approaching and was taken aback, hastily retracting his large blade to block Yi Qingqiu's strike. A loud collision echoed as the sword tip met the blade, sending a violent gust of wind rippling outwards. El Chuan's hands throbbed with pain as he grimaced. He felt as though his bones might shatter from the impact. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged through him, sending him flying backward, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. With icy determination, Yi Qingqiu leaped forward, pursuing the airborne El Chuan. El True Disciple, cried out El Chuan's two guardians, rushing to intercept Yi Qingqiu's assault. They combined their efforts to push her back, quickly shielding El Chuan, both astonished to find their palms bleeding from sword wounds. This friend of mine has concealed himself well. He even masqueraded as a Fate Palace disciple. One of El Chuan's guardians glared at Yi Qingqiu. He is the chief disciple of Lingyue sect. How dare you harm him? The other shouted angrily. Yi Qingqiu snorted coldly, disdain oozing from her voice. He attacked my senior brother. Not only do I dare to harm him, but I would also dare to kill him. Step aside, or I and Appos, I'll slay you as well. Silence enveloped the scene. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the renowned Lingyue sect, a pinnacle power in the Chu kingdom, was challenged. What forces did these two possess to be so brazen? The two guardians turned pale, astonished by the audacity of their opponent. Although it was 2 against 1, they felt uncertain of their chances against her. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over the two guardians, a sense of impending doom flooding their minds, paralyzing them with fear. What is this? There's a powerful presence. They felt as if their heads might explode from the pressure. Stop. A melodious voice rang out. Instantly, the oppressive killing intent vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, yet they found themselves drenched in sweat. The previous menace had undoubtedly been real. Everyone looked up to see a stunning woman in a light blue gown elegantly descending on her sword. Her breathtaking beauty struck recognition in the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Yang Ling, the second miss of the Yang family. Zhang Heng also turned to Yang Ling, realizing that had she not arrived, he might have lost control and slaughtered El Chuan as guardians without a second thought. All eyes were drawn to Yang Ling. Miss Yang, those two have violated the rules. Please eliminate them at once. El Chuan, having suffered humiliation, shouted in fury. Yang Ling cast a cold glance at El Chuan, ignoring his words, and then flew before Zhang Heng. The crowd began to murmur in anticipation. This individual not only disrupted the rules, but had also allowed harm to come to El Chuan. She would surely be eliminated, perhaps even killed. Such a person without a powerful backing could easily be disposed of. Young master, it is good to see you again, Yang Ling said, her gentle gaze like flowing autumn water as she regarded Zhang Heng. The crowd gasped, bewildered by the scene before them. The revered Yang fairy was addressing that young man with such politeness? What was happening? El Chuan was taken aback, witnessing the woman he admired behaving almost submissively towards someone else. What do you wish to do now? Yi Qingxiu quickly returned to Zhang Heng's side, warily watching Yang Ling. Yang Ling sensed Yi Qingxiu's hostility and felt perplexed. Why was this maiden, a fateful cultivator, so wary of her approach towards this young master? Miss Yang, I recall you stating that your family would not reclaim that sword. Why now do you go back on your word? Zhang Heng spoke in a calm tone. Yang Ling froze, turning to glare at Yang Ding beside her. Yang Ding immediately broke into a cold sweat. Second miss, silence. I have promised to return it to this young master. Do you wish to make me a liar? I apologize to this young master immediately. Yang Ding stood dumbfounded, mouth agape, his face contorted in distress, ultimately bowing in resignation to Zhang Heng. I apologize for my offense. I hope you can forgive me. Young master. Humph, it's just a broken sword. My master and senior brother wouldn't he covet it. We are here merely to return it. You old fool. Did you truly think we had stolen it? Yi Qingxiu scoffed disdainfully at Yang Ding. Well said, my dear disciple. You do indeed serve as my mouthpiece. However, dear disciple, I must confess that I do have a fondness for that sword, Zhang Heng remarked helplessly, wishing to return the sword when suddenly the accumulated resentment within Yang Ding erupted. Second miss. Though I may relinquish the sword, I must insist that you reveal the method to breach the formation to him, allowing him to dismantle my elusive great array. Thus, he has transgressed the principles of the Lingtai discourse. As the examiner of the Mizong Pass, it is my duty to eliminate him. He finds this utterly unacceptable, for he is a renowned master of formations. Not only has his array been shattered, bringing him great disgrace, but now his treasured possessions are also at stake. He simply cannot endure this and must seek retribution. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, casting peculiar glances at Zhang Heng and Yang Ling. They were firmly convinced by Yang Ding's words. It is profoundly unjust that Yang Ling divulged the method to Zhang Heng, indicating a close alliance between them. Most among the crowd had come in pursuit of Yang Ling. How could they tolerate such a rival? If Zhang Heng truly possessed strength, they might begrudgingly accept it. Yet, he is merely a waste of the Lingsong realm. How could he possibly breach the elusive great array and garner respect? Begone! Begone! You shameless cheater, you only succeeded through the aid of the immortal Yang. What sort of man are you? The crowd clamored, eager to expel Zhang Heng, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 44. Authentication. You speak nonsense. My senior brother breached the formation solely through his own strength. A mere illusionary formation is but a trivial matter for him. Yi Qingxiu glared at the crowd, arguing his case passionately. The success of breaking the formation rests entirely on this young master. I have never assisted him, nor does he require my assistance. Yang Ling stated to the onlookers. However, the crowd remained unconvinced, still jeering. How could a young lad in the spirit concealment realm possibly dismantle the elusive great formation that even our elders could not? Facing the crowd's skepticism, Zhang Heng felt inwardly validated. He had not truly breached any grand formation. It was merely a coincidence that he had pulled the opponent and Appo's pivotal sword from the formation. And what was this matter? Had he inadvertently participated in their so-called spiritual platform debate? Enough of this. He had no desire to be embroiled in it and merely wished to proceed to Tianyang City. Everyone, since this is the case, I voluntarily withdraw from the spiritual platform debate, Zhang Heng said with a calm demeanor. Humph, my senior brother does not care for your debate, Yi Qingxiu retorted indignantly. Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu turned to leave. Yang Ling, sensing the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to block Zhang Heng's path. Young master, this is a misunderstanding. You have not violated any rules, she pleaded, believing Zhang Heng was upset and considering withdrawal from the debate. She desperately wished for him to remain. Zhang Heng felt helpless. Miss, if you do not allow me to leave, do you wish for me to make enemies of everyone? Truly, a beauty can be a source of trouble. He bowed slightly to Yang Ling. I apologize. With that, he and Yi Qingxiu circumvented her. Yang Ling stood stunned, anxious and uncertain about how to retain Zhang Heng. Young friend, please wait. A resounding voice echoed, causing pain to the ears of the crowd. They looked up to see a middle-aged man descending from the sky. Upon recognizing him, astonishment washed over the onlookers. It was the grand elder of the Yang family, Yang Kwa, the father of Yang Ling. Yang Kwa landed before Zhang Heng, who questioned, Is there something you require, sir? Cursing inwardly, Zhang Heng had intended to leave discreetly with his sword, but it seemed he had drawn attention. He sensed that this individual was formidable, at the pinnacle of the fate wheel realm, only a single major realm below him. Should the man possess the strength to breach boundaries, Zhang Heng would find himself in a predicament. Young friend, who is your master that you alone could dismantle the elusive Great Formation? Yang Kwa gazed at Zhang Heng with fervent eyes. The young man before him, clad in white, had merely reached the spirit concealment realm, yet had directly breached the Great Formation, suggesting a prodigious talent for formation techniques. What a pity that his realm was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he would make an excellent son-in-law for the Yang family. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief. With Yang Kwa personally vouching for Zhang Heng, they could not dismiss him. Perhaps Yang Ling was attracted to Zhang Heng's appearance, but Yang Kwa was a renowned expert. He could not possibly be as superficial as Yang Ling. His words carried far more weight. The atmosphere fell silent, with all eyes casting strange glances at Zhang Heng. They had never anticipated that a mere spirit concealment realm cultivator could dismantle the Great Formation. I am a disciple of Lu Yuan, Zhang Heng replied. Lu Yuan had been Zhang Heng's homeroom teacher in his previous life, so it was not a lie. Lu Yuan? Which master is that? Yang Kwa inquired, puzzled. My master has long lived in seclusion, so you would naturally be unaware. Such a gifted teacher. I would dearly wish to meet him. Young friend, could you perhaps make an introduction? Yang Kwa had just confirmed from Yang Ling that Zhang Heng had indeed breached the Great Formation through his own prowess. If such a talented disciple existed, one could only imagine the terrifying strength of Master Lu Yuan in the realm of formations. Yang Kwa was immensely eager to meet him. Feigning sorrow, Zhang Heng sighed. I'm afraid my master has transcended and is no longer in this world. Yang Kwa paused, taken aback, and then sighed deeply. Alas, what a pity it is that I could not engage in discourse with your esteemed master. The crowd stared at Zhang Heng in astonishment. His master had passed away, leaving him without support. Regardless of how exceptional his talents may be, without backing, he would be crushed by stronger forces. They could now act without restraint to eliminate Zhang Heng. Yang Ling felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing of Zhang Heng's deceased master, gazing at him with compassion. To remain so dignified and unyielding in the absence of support is truly remarkable, she mused. Yang Kwa, feeling regret, suddenly found joy in the realization that the absence of any backing meant Zhang Heng could seamlessly enter their Yang family without concerns. Thinking Zhang Heng must have come seeking refuge, hence his participation in the spiritual platform debate. My young friend, I have vouched for you. You have not violated any rules. Please continue to partake in the debate, Yang Kwa declared. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, then bowed to Yang Kwa. Thank you. He had already fallen into the trap and could not refuse. He had to continue participating in the spiritual platform debate, lest others suspect he had ulterior motives in Tianyang City. The debate shall proceed, Yang Kwa stated, turning to the elder overseeing the wind force pass. And then he vanished in a flash. The scene fell into silence, with several casting hostile glances at Zhang Heng. Yang Ding was left dumbfounded. It seemed he would never reclaim his sword. Everyone, please proceed with the challenge, the elder at the wind force pass communicated to the crowd. Lu Chuan's team took the lead, arriving at the cliff's edge, presenting various offerings. Lu Chuan, chief disciple of the Lingyue sect, presenting a high-grade spirit treasure and several other items to pass the wind force pass. The gale crackled through the canyon, forming a passageway as Lu Chuan's team flew through, successfully navigating the wind array and reaching the opposite bank of the canyon. He turned back, casting a smug glance at Zhang Heng. How impressive is your talent for formations? Without financial means or backing, you will never pass this barrier, Lu Chuan thought to himself. After Lu Chuan and Appo's team crossed, other participants began to step forward to face the challenge. Zhang Heng watched as they passed, falling into deep contemplation. What a farce this debate was. Reliant on wealth to prevail. He had not a single coin, all of it with his eldest disciple. He could not ask his disciple to pay. That would tarnish his image, and he genuinely did not wish to part with it. Yet, failing to pass this barrier meant he might never enter Tianyang City, leaving him in a dilemma. At that moment, Yang Ling approached Zhang Heng, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, her heart racing. Young master, may I ask your name? Zhang Yin, Zhang Heng replied dismissively. Upon hearing his name, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, her exquisite cheeks flushing crimson. Young master Zhang. Yes? What is it? Zhang Heng continued to respond coldly. Yang Ling felt as if her heart had been pierced, her spirits sinking. Young master Zhang, the rules for the second challenge. Yang Ling began to explain the intricate rules of the wind force pass to Zhang Heng. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Heng's eyes brightened. If he could forcefully breach the challenge, Then it would be no trouble at all. Young master, please accept this storage ring, Yang Ling offered, producing a storage ring and extending it toward Zhang Heng, signaling him discreetly. The elder stationed at the Wind Force Pass pretended not to see, disregarding Yang Ling and Apos' actions. Staring at the opportunity before him, Zhang Heng was astonished. Could this beauty possibly have feelings for me? Alas, you are from the Yang family and wish to ensnare me? He felt an abundance of eyes upon him. Thank you, miss, but I must decline. With that, he turned to Yi Qingqiu. Shower, let us depart. He had no money on him. Thus, he would have to forcefully breach the challenge to pass through the Wind Force Pass. Chapter 45 The Bold Challenge. As Yang Ling observed the retreating figure of Zhang Heng, she glanced down at the storage ring in her hand, a sigh escaping her lips. A man of unwavering determination, yet alas, reality may not align with your desires. Will you yield, or resign yourself to elimination? Shall we meet again? Countless thoughts entwined in her mind, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Zhang Heng, accompanied by Yi Qingqiu, advanced forward. The crowd instinctively parted, their gazes fixated upon him. This individual, favored by the esteemed elder of the Yang family as well as Yang Ling herself, faced the daunting Wind Force Pass. A trial meant for those with both wealth and influence. Even if he possessed a wealth of treasures from his master, would that suffice? The Wind Force Pass tests the financial resources and backing of its participants. Was he prepared to concede defeat? After all, what significance does innate talent hold in a realm where power and influence reign supreme? Without a formidable backing, even the most gifted can be extinguished in their infancy. Unable to flourish, I find myself somewhat admiring him. While Yang Ling wishes to assist him in passing, he seeks to rely solely on his own strength, a notion both laughable and pitiable. What treasures could he possibly present? The crowd buzzed with speculation. The representatives of the four principal factions, the royal family of Chu, Lingwei sect, Luoyun sect, and Fengxian Pavilion, halted on the opposite side of the canyon. Their gazes directed at Zhang Heng. With his disheveled appearance, the notion that he could traverse the Wind Force Pass was laughable. El Chuan sneered. Indeed. This trial demands both financial and political clout. He can only attempt to brute force his way through. Yet this place is guarded not only by the elders of the Yang family but also by numerous elite cultivators, alongside the formidable Wind Gale array. Even a person at the Fate Wheel realm would struggle to succeed, Xianyuan analyzed seriously. The onlookers awaited the spectacle, eager to witness Zhang Heng's disgraceful elimination. No matter how exceptional his array talents might be, the stark reality of the Wind Force Pass dictates that without substantial backing, one cannot prevail. As Zhang Heng arrived at the canyon's precipice, he bowed respectfully to the elder guarding the pass. Elder Guardian, he addressed, the rules are the rules. Please present an item that symbolizes your identity, along with sufficient treasures, to proceed through the Wind Force Pass. The elder's countenance darkened. The crowd chuckled at the elder's words. But the next moment, Zhang Heng's response left them utterly speechless. I would like to confirm, if I force my way through, does that count as passing? Zhang Heng spoke nonchalantly. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. A mere spirit concealment realm cultivator, attempting to force his way past a powerful Fate Will realm guardian, was akin to a fool's dream. The elder of the Yang family was not alone in this endeavor. The four factions scoffed at his audacity. Was this a ploy to feign weakness? Ridiculous. In the Yang family, Yang Ling held no decision-making power. The elder guardian was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure only after a significant pause. Did this young man truly underestimate them? Or was he simply unaware of the gravity of his actions? Of course, it would count as passing, the elder replied sternly. As long as you can navigate the wind array, it would prove your strength, without the need for financial or political validation. However, I would advise you that attempting to breach the Wind Gale array could lead to your demise. Yang Ling stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom Zhang Heng's choice to push forward. Was he angered with her? Such a reckless endeavor could cost him his life. She rushed towards him, her eyes glistening with urgency. Young Master Zhang, do not act impulsively. I apologize. The elder was unaware of my prior promise, which is why he approached you. Please do not attempt to force your way through. It could be fatal. Having finally encountered someone she felt a connection with, she could not bear the thought of losing him. Witnessing Yang Ling and Apos' attempt to dissuade Zhang Heng, envy brewed amongst the crowd. Kid, if you have the guts, then go ahead and force your way through. Don't be a coward. El Chuan shouted from across the way, eager to see Zhang Heng's downfall. Haha. I reckon he's just bluffing. He wouldn't dare to force it, another mocked. Miss Yang, do not be fooled. He is utterly insincere and unworthy of you. The crowd jeered, attempting to provoke Zhang Heng into a fatal decision. Seeing that Zhang Heng remained silent, Yang Ling grew increasingly anxious. Please, do not attempt to force your way through, she whispered, nearly pleading. Zhang Heng smiled calmly. This young lady from the Yang family possesses a kind heart. Thank you for your concern, but alas, this is my only option. Otherwise, I shall face elimination. He shook his head gently. Yang Ling froze, her heart racing. He cares for me. He does not wish to be eliminated. This realization only deepened her anguish. The Ling Tai debate was orchestrated by her grandfather, beyond her control. Young Master Zhang, no matter what, do not risk your life. She gritted her teeth, sincerely imploring him. Zhang Heng smiled at Yang Ling before turning to the elder guardian. I choose to force my way through. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd gasped, astonished that Zhang Heng would truly dare to take such a risk. He is doomed. They mocked. He overestimates himself, hoping to impress Miss Yang, but he lacks the capacity to do so. Very well. I grant you permission. Come forth. The elder guardian bellowed. And in an instant, the wind gale array erupted with ferocious energy, humming ominously as if thousands of blades ascended from the canyon floor towards the heavens. Capable of obliterating all, the elder guardian brandished his flying sword, vigilance directed at Yi Qingxiu. Yang Ling, observing Zhang Heng's composed demeanor, wished to continue her counsel. Yet the words caught in her throat. This was his chosen path. I cannot obstruct him. Young Master Zhang, may you return safely, she prayed silently. Guardians, are you prepared? Otherwise, when I succeed, do not claim it was invalid, Zhang Heng stated confidently. The elder guardian scoffed. Humph. Arrogance. Come forth. Even 100 of you would not prevail. Yi Qingxiu kept her head bowed, suppressing her fury. Had it not been for her masteress' warning, she would have already vanquished all who mocked him. Zhang Heng regarded the elder guardian with a serene smile. Then it is settled. With that, he gestured towards the sky. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Zhang Heng's intentions. The next moment, a colossal beast emerged, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Chirp. The thundercloud sparrow let out a resounding cry. A powerful aura surged outward, instilling terror and awe in all present. Those with mounts felt their steeds tremble in fear, regardless of their faction. They all seemed to witness the very heavens and fled in panic. What is that? A fate wheel realm beast. What an overwhelming presence. Tension enveloped the crowd. The guardians of the past swallowed hard, their bodies quaking. Kid, what manner of beast is this? The elder guardian shouted anxiously. Zhang Heng remained silent, signaling to Yi Qingxiu. And together they leapt onto the back of the thundercloud sparrow. Crackling purple lightning danced around them. The thundercloud sparrow flapped its mighty wings, transforming into a violet arc of electricity that surged toward the wind gale array. Its astonishing speed rendered the guardians incapable of reacting, even if they had. They would not dare obstruct a fate will realm beast. Boom. The violet arc crashed into the wind gale array like a meteor, unleashing a cataclysmic energy. The entire canyon trembled in response. In the next moment, the wind barrier was engulfed and entwined by lightning, and the entire gorge was suddenly illuminated by a purple radiance. In the blink of an eye, the wind barrier was obliterated, and an elder from the Yang family, positioned at the bottom of the gorge, was struck by the backlash of the formation, abruptly coughing up a mouthful of blood. With a swift sound, the figure of the thundercloud sparrow appeared on the opposite side of the gorge. Zhang Heng had successfully breached the wind barrier in an instant, leaving the entire assembly in a state of astonishment. Chapter 46. The enchanting beauty in the secluded bamboo grove of Tianyang City. An elderly man sat alone, engrossed in a game of Go, his countenance heavy with contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, sensing an approaching presence. The barrier above the grove quivered gently as Yang Kuo soared in from beyond, landing gracefully before the elder. Father, Yang Kuo addressed the old man with utmost respect. The figure before him was none other than Yang Yin, the current head of the Yang family, a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the revered god realm. Renowned throughout the Chu kingdom for his prowess and unparalleled mastery of formations. What brings you here? Surely, there has not been an incident. Yang Yin's voice was frail, resembling that of a dying man, devoid of the imposing aura befitting a master of his caliber. As he spoke, he absently placed a black stone on the board. Father, the wind force formation and the mysterious trace formation have been destroyed, Yang Kuo whispered, cautiously observing his father's reaction. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin's hand, poised above the board, froze mid-air. He looked intently at Yang Kuo, his aged brows knitting together in concern. What exactly transpired? Speak in detail. Was it a revered god practitioner who noticed? A flicker of urgency filled his voice, for he understood that failure in this matter could spell doom for the Yang family. It was not an attack by a revered god practitioner. They are still unaware. It was merely a small practitioner from the spiritual abode realm, of unknown origin, yet with remarkable talent in formations, Yang Kuo explained. Producing a specially crafted stone that hovered above the board, projecting images of Zhang Heng dismantling the two formations. After witnessing the images of Zhang Heng's prowess, Yang Yan's expression turned to one of astonishment. Who is this young man, to have achieved such feats at his age in the spiritual abode realm, and accompanied by a spirit companion that instills fear even in the beasts of the four major factions? Yang Yan's words were laced with a hint of trepidation. He claims to be a disciple of the formation master Lu Yuan. I observed him at close range, and he is indeed of the spiritual abode realm. The girl by his side, though in the Fate Palace realm, possesses strength rivaling that of the Fate Wheel realm. If what he says is true, they may very well be seeking to ally with us, and their master Lu Yuan might have connections to our Yang family. Yang Kuo analyzed thoroughly. As Yang Kuo spoke, Yang Yan furrowed his brows deeper. Lu Yuan? In all my hundreds of years, I have never heard of such a figure. Then what should we do? He has no faction to back him, and Ling seems quite taken with him. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to welcome him into the Yang family as a son-in-law. A talent in formations is a rarity, Yang Kuo suggested. Hearing that his granddaughter had found someone she admired, a faint smile broke across Yang Yan's aged features. That would indeed be favorable. But we must ascertain his true identity to avoid any potential risks. Understood, Yang Kuo replied, preparing to leave when suddenly, a ghostly crimson shadow surged through the barrier, materializing behind him in an instant. A chill ran down Yang Kuo's spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hastily turned to pay his respects. Greetings, senior. Before him stood a mesmerizing woman clad in a flowing red gown, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that ignited a fire of desire within Yang Kuo. The woman gazed at him with a bewitching smile. Isn't the Yang family a clan of formations? How is it that a mere boy managed to breach two great formations? Rest assured, senior, Yang Kuo gritted his teeth, bowing his head respectfully. We will promptly re-establish the two formations and ensure that no significant matters are delayed. The woman continued to smile. That is satisfactory. However, regarding that boy who dismantled the formations, you must not harm him, especially his spirit companion. Such a young creature, unaware of the value of wealth, is quite amusing. Yang Yan frowned, discerning the underlying implication in her words. Flower messenger, does that beast have any significance? If possible, we hope you can spare that boy. You may take the spirit beast, but the young man is a talent in formations. Are you cherishing talent? Yang Yan, rest assured, as long as the task is completed. If he remains alive, I will return him to you, she declared, and with that, the woman's figure dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Both Yang Yan and his son wore somber expressions, the bamboo grove enveloped in silence. In the wind-forced pass canyon, tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the sound of the wind howling through the air. A colossal flying beast hovered majestically, drawing the attention of all present. What manner of formidable beast is this, capable of obliterating the wind force formation in a mere breath? The elder guarding the pass marveled. Lu Chuan gaped in astonishment, baring his teeth as he stared at Zhang Heng atop the beast. Yang Ling stood frozen, captivated by Zhang Heng, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. He did it. And he accomplished it with overwhelming ease, without sustaining any injuries. Such a spirit companion could potentially surpass even the elders of various sections. This individual's wealth, solely represented by this spirit companion, eclipsed that of all present combined. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes ablaze with desire as they scrutinized the thundercloud sparrow, wishing they could seize it on the spot. Standing atop the thundercloud sparrow, Zhang Heng bowed respectfully to the elder overseeing the pass. May I inquire, has this been sufficient to pass through? The elder, recovering from his daze, wore a look of resignation. Young friend, had you revealed this spirit companion earlier, you would have bypassed the trial entirely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's heart simmered with anger. Why did you not say so sooner? You made me expose a trump card. Then I shall proceed into the city, Zhang Heng declared, and with a powerful flap of the thundercloud sparrow's wings, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning, vanishing from sight as he soared towards Tianyang City. Yang Ling watched Zhang Heng's retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. What a remarkable man. Yet, a sudden thought clouded her expression with concern. In the final trial, he may find it exceedingly difficult to succeed. After a moment's reflection, She resolved to seek out her grandfather in the bamboo grove, urging him to cancel the final trial and declare Zhang Heng the victor. Her heart raced, a beautiful blush blooming on her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Above Tianyang City, Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu stood atop the thundercloud sparrow, and soon, a practitioner from the Yang family in the Fate-Will realm approached them. Who dares trespass into Tianyang City? I am a challenger from the spirit platform, Zhang Heng replied, relieved that he had disguised this layer of identity. Otherwise, entry into Tianyang City would have been impossible. After confirming Zhang Heng's identity, the Fate-Will practitioner allowed them passage. Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu checked into an inn, and soon, the two set out to explore the city. The vast expanse of Tianyang City felt surreal to Zhang Heng. Its grandeur rivaled that of world-class metropolises from his past life. Here, mortals and practitioners coexisted, with shops offering everything from talismans and medicinal pills to formations and weapons, even establishments selling spirit beasts. The streets bustled with life, vendors calling out their wares, while graceful maidens on balconies flaunted their charms, waving silk handkerchiefs at passers-by. A wide river meandered through the city, where young talents enjoyed leisurely boat rides. Leading Yi Qingqiu to a nearby arch bridge, Zhang Heng found the area thronged with spectators, both practitioners and mortals alike, all gazing intently at the scene before them. Melodious strains of a zither floated on the air, drawing the crowd's attention. There, at the bow of a boat, sat a woman in a red dress, her delicate fingers dancing over the strings of the instrument, eliciting cheers from the audience. That is the newly acclaimed courtesan from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. She is simply breathtaking, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens. If only I could spend a night with her, I would have no regrets, voices murmured in admiration. It is said that the flower fairy sells her art but not her body, patiently awaiting a fateful encounter, while countless cultivators yearn to share a drink with her. Regardless of gender, all gaze in a daze at the courtesan on the boat, skillfully playing the lute. Yi Qingqiu, with a crunch, bites into a candied hawthorn, her expression revealing confusion as she observes the courtesan. Master, senior brother, why is she so popular? She wears a veil. She might be extremely unattractive. The words of the young apprentice brought Zhang Heng back to reality. What do you know, little girl? This is intrigue, an irresistible allure of mystery, a desire to unveil what is hidden, a beauty and blush, merely a skeleton beneath. With another crunch, Yi Qingqiu bit into another candied hawthorn, her face still puzzled. Senior brother, what does this mean? Zhang Heng remained silent, allowing Yi Qingqiu to ponder on her own. Not understanding is precisely the point. I was merely rambling. Master. Senior brother, she is coming towards us, Yi Qingqiu remarked. The courtesan and Apos' boat slowly glided towards Zhang Heng, coming to a halt right before him. A rich fragrance wafted on the gentle breeze, filling Zhang Heng's nostrils and causing his body to shudder involuntarily. What is happening? Could it be that she truly seeks me? Am I that handsome? Chapter 47. Drawing cards. The young lady, Huarlian, gracefully acknowledged Zhang Heng with a bow from the bow of the ship. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, and an air of silence enveloped the scene. The enchanting and aloof flower fairy, rumored to disdain even the esteemed Wheel of Fate practitioners, was now paying respects to a mere junior cultivator. How could this not elicit astonishment? Zhang Heng nodded in return, performing a courteous gesture. Why not come aboard? Allow me to play you a tune, Hualien suggested. Zhang Heng felt his heart stir. Even with half her face concealed, her extraordinary beauty was undeniable, mature, and alluring. Her voice soft and gentle. What man could resist such temptation? Moreover, as a woman of the world, she bore no obligations, and there were no moral constraints of teacher and disciple. How delightful it seemed. However, with his senior apprentice by his side, he pondered the implications of his actions on his own reputation. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Yi Qingqiu, who was indulging in a candied hawthorn. Yi Qingqiu, cheeks bulging with sweets, paid no heed to her own image. She watched Huarlian with a vigilant gaze, determined to scrutinize any woman who approached her master. My senior brother won't go, she declared earnestly. Having read about such courtesans in novels, she knew they claimed to sell only their art. Yet their true dealings were often dubious. She held no disdain for such women, as they too sought a means of livelihood. But she could not allow her master's reputation to be tarnished by association. Isn't that right, master, senior brother? She turned to Zhang Heng with a serious expression. Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine. How could he oppose her? He could not afford to tarnish his image, lest his apprentice abandon him. Forcing a smile, he nodded at Yi Qingqiu. I apologize. I have matters to attend to and cannot stay to listen. With that, Zhang Heng turned and departed. If you wish to hear a tune, do visit the Drunken Immortal Tower, where I shall personally entertain you. Warlian's soft and seductive voice called after him. Zhang Heng quickened his pace. Ah, this temptress is far too enticing. After 20 years of abstinence, must I not indulge? He had endured 2 decades at the Miao Liao sect, isolated from beauty and company, leading a life detached from the world. The absence of any accompanying entertainment rendered those years exceedingly dull. Zhang Heng silently noted the name Drunken Immortal Tower. Warlian, at the ship's bow, gazed with her alluring peach blossom eyes at Zhang Heng's retreating figure. The crowd erupted in a mixture of admiration and jealousy, some even openly cursing Zhang Heng for his lack of discernment. A smile played at the corners of Hualian's lips as she mused to herself, Zhang Yin, such a flawless physique, a natural treasure. You cannot escape. I shall make you yearn for ecstasy. She retracted her smile, resuming her seated position to play the zither, the melodious notes drifting gently over the water. The next day, a grand duel arena stood at the heart of Tianang City, teeming with cultivators eagerly awaiting the Yang family's announcement regarding the final stage of the Spirit Embryo contest. Participants had gathered, each standing with their respective powerful factions, while the 4 corners of the arena were occupied by representatives of the 4 major sections. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they observed these 4 factions, each accompanied by a formidable practitioner of the divine Nok realm. Yet, they noted the conspicuous absence of the Wang family. Why has the Wang family not arrived? Someone inquired. The cultivation world of the Chu Kingdom comprised 5 major factions, and the Wang family was one of them. The crowd was perplexed. All 4 great factions were present, yet the Wang family was missing. They had never heard of any discord between the Yang and Wang families, both being aligned with the righteous path. Although the Yang family ranked second among the cultivation sects, their status was bolstered by their expertise in formations, making them a formidable presence. Any young prodigy marrying Yang Ling would significantly enhance their standing, so the Wang family's absence was puzzling. As the crowd speculated, an elder suddenly appeared above the arena. He bowed to the assembly. Thank you all for your support in attending my granddaughter's spirit platform contest. The arena fell silent, a wave of awe washing over the spectators, many of whom were witnessing the esteemed master of formations, Yang Yin, a divine Nok practitioner, for the first time. For the sake of Yang Ling's future, he had personally presided over the event. In the center of the audience, the direct descendants of the Yang family rose to acknowledge the crowd. Yang Ling scanned the assembly, searching for the one who captured her heart. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her complexion pale, as if she had wept. She had previously approached her grandfather, requesting to directly invite Zhang Heng as her suitor, but he had vehemently refused. If that boy wishes to become my granddaughter's husband, he must prove himself. Our Yang family does not accept the unworthy. Her grandfather's words continued to pierce her heart. She searched the crowd repeatedly, but still could not find Zhang Heng. What is happening? Where is he? Has he given up? The thought caused her heart to ache, her vision blurring with impending tears. The final stage of the contest, known as the Crossing Challenge, had but one rule. Participants would engage in one-on-one combat, and the victor would become my Yang family's son-in-law, to be determined 3 days hence. Yang Yin clarified the rules before signaling the 4 divine Nok practitioners to join him in a private gathering, after which they vanished. A practitioner from the Wheel of Fate realm entered the center of the arena, holding a black box. Participants, please come forward to draw lots. Those who had progressed past the second stage began to approach the box one by one. Yang Ling fixated on the drawing area, watching every individual who passed. There is one participant yet to draw. Please, Zhang Yin, step forward, the practitioner called. Only one lot remained in the box, designated for Zhang Heng. Yet, despite the repeated summons, there was no sign of them approaching. The crowd began to murmur, speculating that Zhang Heng had chosen to forfeit. They all knew he was merely a junior cultivator of the spirit concealment realm, having progressed through the Wind Challenge. What could he hope to achieve against a competitor from a higher realm? It seems he is afraid for his life. He relied on that peculiar spirit pet to pass the Wind Challenge, but in this crossing challenge, spirit pets cannot be employed. One misstep, and he could be killed by his opponent. Strength is paramount. He merely skirted through the previous stages, they jeered. Zhang Yin, if you do not come forward to draw lots, you will be deemed to have forfeited, the Wheel of Fate practitioner announced. Look, sister. The young man you admire is nothing but a coward, Yang Tenhao scoffed. Yang Ling bit her lip and, without hesitation, soared toward the center of the arena. The audience was taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Second miss? Inquired the practitioner holding the draw box, puzzled. Yang Ling extended her fair hand toward him. Please give me the lot for young Master Zhang. I shall draw on his behalf." At this declaration, the arena erupted in a frenzy. Yang Ling, the esteemed second daughter of the Yang family and the beloved granddaughter of the family head, had publicly pledged her affection for a mere junior cultivator of the spirit concealment realm. Many attendees were left in shock, struggling to comprehend the implications of her actions. The participants seethed with rage, vowing to slay Zhang Heng in their forthcoming duel. "Hurry, bring it to me," Yang Ling urged anxiously. Yes, second miss," came the reply. Upon obtaining Zhang Heng's token, Yang Ling swiftly departed the arena. The atmosphere was rife with uproar, particularly among the four major factions, who glared at Yang Kuo from the Yang family, feeling utterly deceived by them. It was preposterous for Yang Ling to publicly assist Zhang Heng in acquiring his token. Such an act would tarnish her reputation, even if she were to wed one of their own prodigies in the future. Yang Kuo repeatedly apologized to the members of the four factions, elaborating on Yang Ling's recent acquaintance with Zhang Heng, which ultimately softened their demeanor. Chapter 48. The delivery of tokens and forgery in the serene bamboo grove of the Yang family. Yang Yin remained engrossed in a game of chess, while Huo Yin sat across from him, a playful expression adorning her face. Without the members of the Wang family present, the desired effect cannot be achieved, she remarked with a smile. Yang Yin paused mid-move, his hand suspended in the air as a chilling glare overtook his eyes. "You need not concern yourself with that," he retorted. "Those mortals hold your Yang family in high regard. Would you truly forsake that?" Silence enveloped Yang Yin as he lowered his gaze, fixated on the chessboard. He was the sole formidable warrior of the Yang family, and with his advancing years, the prospect of his demise loomed ominously. Should he perish, the family would be left vulnerable to division by others. Is it possible that the Wang family has uncovered something? Huo Yin's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness, her earlier nonchalance replaced by a captivating allure. The heavens are unpredictable. However, it is man and Apos' actions that shape destiny. The Wang family has reportedly faced recent adversities, with even a powerful warrior perishing on their journey to the Jingyan Road. Consequently, they have summoned their kin back to Yinwu City. Yang Yin lifted his gaze to meet Huo Yin's. "Do not look at me. My sect would never engage in such folly," she countered, a light laugh escaping her lips. "Then who could it be if not you?" he challenged. "Oh, do not speak of you. You too have become involved?" she chuckled, her figure gradually dissipating like an image erased by an eraser. "This vast city, yet I cannot find it." Zhang Heng sighed in resignation. Having explored with his eldest disciple over the past few days, he had employed his divine sense multiple times, yet the shards of divine tribulation remained elusive. Despite the system's insistence that they resided within Tianyang City, he felt the urge to abandon the search. After all, it was unreasonable to inspect every individual in the city, which housed millions. Observing the carefree demeanor of Yi Qingxiu, who was indulging in food, he contemplated the impracticality of his quest. "Master, is there something on my face?" Yi Qingxiu queried, her cheeks smeared with oil, accentuating her rosy lips. Zhang Heng momentarily faltered, realizing he knew little about this disciple, save for her extraordinary lineage. "Zhou'er." "Someone approaches," he announced. Turning, Yi Qingxiu beheld Yang Ling approaching gracefully. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger crossing her otherwise serene visage. "What brings you here?" she demanded. Yang Ling and Apos' cheeks flushed as her gaze flitted nervously towards Zhang Heng, quickly averting her eyes upon meeting his. "Young Master Zhang, you forgot to retrieve your token," she said, producing a slip inscribed with Zhang Heng's turn in the competition. "I understand your current limitations, but please do not abandon this opportunity. Even in defeat, you must compete, or my grandfather will be quite displeased." She approached Zhang Heng, offering the token with a pleading demeanor. Zhang Heng's heart raced at her words. He was aware that the final stage of the Lingtai discourse was, in fact, the Yang family's selection event. He had no intention of participating in the last phase, fearing it would incite the ire of the Yang family patriarch. After a moment's contemplation, he accepted the token. Yang Ling's face lit up with joy, akin to a girl who had just received a confession. "Young master, this is a high-grade spiritual treasure, the spirit needle hairpin. In battle, even if the judges are unable to intervene in time, it will ensure your survival." She produced the hairpin and presented it to him. Zhang Heng was taken aback. What was this young girl truly after? Yi Qingxiu, witnessing the exchange, was equally astonished, her gaze softening towards Yang Ling. "Miss Yang, you need not part with your life-saving item for my master," she said. "But the duel arena is perilous. What if?" Yang Ling persisted. Concern etched upon her features. Observing Yang Ling's earnestness, Zhang Heng sensed her sincerity. "Miss Yang, the spiritual treasure is unnecessary. I shall enter the arena relying solely on my own strength, winning with honor. Yang Ling sighed, retracting the hairpin, her eyes reflecting admiration for Zhang Heng's determination. Then I shall take my leave, she said with a gentle smile, bowing to Zhang Heng before turning to depart. Master, are you truly going to participate in the competition? Yi Qingqiu inquired, her curiosity evident. Could it be that you have taken a liking to this young lady from the Yang family? Do not entertain such thoughts. Zhang Heng replied, amused by her inquisitive expression. Are you suggesting that I merely deceive her? Yi Qingqiu blinked innocently. No, this is for your benefit. I mentioned earlier that this outing is for your training. You shall meet those young prodigies, and I will assist you with a disguise. Yi Qingqiu's lips parted slightly in surprise, her heart swelling with emotion. Master, you are doing this for me. Zhang Heng nodded with indifference, pleased with her understanding. A day later, the day of the competition arrived, and the Yang family and Appo's duel arena reopened. The spectator area was brimming with people. While the Yang family members occupied the central seats, Yang Ling eagerly awaited the arrival of the duelists. Even if you deliver the token to him, he is merely a coward who will not dare to show up, Yang Tianhao scoffed. Just then, a figure clad in white descended gracefully on a sword, taking his designated seat. He has truly come, Yang Ling exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Yang Tianhao sneered, what of it? A mere spirit concealment realm cannot prevail against anyone. Brother, could you refrain from speaking? Yang Ling shot him a glare, prompting him to sulk in silence. Yang Kwa sat centrally, his gaze fixated on Zhang Heng with intrigue. Isn't he supposed to be with the flower envoy? How did he arrive here? And where is his guardian? His eyes narrowed as he discreetly released a talisman to inform his father, Yang Yin, of the developments. The event was about to commence. And there could be no mistakes. May the participants with the A and B tokens step forward, the referee announced. Two young cultivators ascended to the duel platform, bowing to one another as the duel began. In the waiting area, El Chuan glared intensely at Zhang Heng. You, after your guardian injured me last time, I shall ensure your demise today. Even if you survive, I will render you powerless. Zhang Heng sensed the palpable malice directed at him and turned to face El Chuan. This individual harbored ill intentions towards his master, thus, he resolved to incapacitate him. Zhang Heng was, in fact, a disguise assumed by Yi Qingqiu. Had it not been for his master's instructions against taking lives, she would have undoubtedly eliminated El Chuan in the duel arena. At the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhang Heng leisurely stepped into the opulent world of revelry, and upon his entrance, many young ladies were instantly captivated, flocking towards him. Young master, would you prefer a drink or the company of a lady? Before the madam could approach him, these ladies eagerly offered themselves. Come, let us share a drink. I ask for nothing in return, one lady suggested. Choose me, choose me. We shall serve you together, the others chimed in with fervent enthusiasm. Zhang Heng felt a flush of embarrassment. Was he truly that handsome? It seemed that even a visit to a brothel came without cost, evidently. His charm had indeed increased in value. Elated, he reveled in the thought that after 20 years of restraint, he could finally indulge in pleasure. However, gazing at the eager expressions before him, he found himself in a quandary. Which one should he choose, or perhaps all of them together? At that moment, the enchanting sound of a guqin resonated through the air. On the second floor, a veiled lady in a crimson dress cradled a guqin, her alluring eyes fixed on Zhang Heng below. Young master, you have arrived. Would you care to ascend to the private chamber to enjoy the music? The appearance of Hua Lian sent a wave of excitement through the entire establishment. Nodding in agreement, without a trace of hesitation, Zhang Heng made his way to the second floor, marveling inwardly at the exquisite beauty before him. Chapter 49. Listening to melodies at the drunken immortal pavilion, Zhang Heng ascended to the second floor, approaching Hua Lian. Hua Lian curtsied gracefully before him. Please, my lord. Zhang Heng nodded, his heart ablaze with an insatiable yearning. The fire of desire within him stirred, and he inhaled the fragrance that enveloped Hua Lian. Following her into the private chamber, all patrons of the drunken immortal pavilion, regardless of gender, watched the pair depart, their hearts brimming with envy. As they vanished at the corridor's end, a melancholic air settled among the onlookers. The flower fairy chose that pretty boy. Alas, if this weren't the Yang family's territory, I would undoubtedly slay him and claim her for myself. What a pity. Such a handsome man, and he may never have another chance to serve again. Wait, that pretty boy looks familiar, a cultivator suddenly exclaimed. The companions at his table recalled the name. Isn't that Zhang Yan? The one who broke 2 major formations. How audacious. He dares to attend the Yang family's selection contest and seeks pleasure at the drunken immortal pavilion, even getting close to the flower fairy. They were scattered cultivators from Tianyang City, hired by El Chuan to watch Zhang Heng. Upon seeing him at the duel arena, they had ceased their surveillance and headed to the pavilion for drinks, only to unexpectedly encounter him. They promptly rose and left the pavilion, flying towards the duel arena. In the private chamber, Huarlian closed the door and discreetly activated the formation. With this barrier in place, even if the room were to descend into chaos, no one would notice. Once everything was prepared, she turned gracefully, her bare, fair feet moving elegantly, exuding an alluring charm as she approached Zhang Heng, lightly brushing her sleeve against his shoulder. A gust of wind carrying her fragrance wafted into Zhang Heng's nostrils, compelling him to inhale deeply. His heartbeat quickening and breath becoming ragged, blood rushing through him. Struggling to maintain composure, he thought that if anyone familiar were to call him now, he would surely remain seated. The chamber was adorned with exquisite decorations, the floor covered in luxurious floral-patterned carpets, embellished with intricate designs. Zhang Heng's crimson skirt glided over the carpet as he lifted his gaze to behold Huarlian's voluptuous figure. She moved towards a low table where an ancient guqin rested. Turning gracefully, which struck Zhang Heng and Apos' gaze with overwhelming force. "Please, my lord, allow me to play a tune," Huarlian said softly, settling down with a rich smile. Her enticing eyes sparkling with allure. She placed her delicate hand on the strings of the guqin, plucking them gently, producing a melodious sound that filled the air. As the enchanting notes resonated, Huarlian cast a seductive glance at Zhang Heng, her smile elegant yet concealing a suppressed mirth. "I didn't seek you out. Yet here you are, arriving at my door," she chuckled internally. Having intended to capture him as a furnace for her cultivation, she now saw her chance with this exceptional man. If she could absorb his essence, her ascension to the realm of divine power would be within reach. For this moment, she had practiced a unique technique since birth, intended to consume the essence of a perfect man. However, this innate secret had a flaw. Her own yin essence could not be compromised before she absorbed the yang essence, preventing her from pursuing dual cultivation and stalling her progress for decades. "This desire melody will awaken his passions, allowing me to absorb his yang essence fully." Huarlian rejoiced inwardly, listening to the beautiful music. Zhang Heng felt a tightening in his chest. How delightful! The exquisite performance transported him to the clouds, gazing down at countless breathtaking vistas. Such was the joy of the affluent. This journey was truly worthwhile. As Huarlian strummed the strings, the vibrations emitted waves of sound imbued with a peach blossom energy. Enveloping Zhang Heng, time slipped away, and Huarlian could no longer conceal her expression, revealing a greedy desire, drool escaping the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, Zhang Heng noticed the transparent liquid at the edge of her lips, his heart racing with alarm. What is happening? Is she salivating? Could it be some affliction? Fairy youth. He began, trying to warn her. Huarlian paid no heed to his words, her smile unwavering. She was nearing the end of her piece. The final, lingering note faded away, and she burst into laughter, her joy radiant and unrestrained. She could already envision Zhang Heng, overcome by desire, falling into her embrace, allowing her to ascend to divine power. "Fairy, is something amiss?" Zhang Heng inquired. Huarlian's laughter halted abruptly, swallowing her saliva in shock as she gazed at him. "What is this? He is merely a cultivator of the spirit concealment realm. My desire melody can ensnare even those at the divine knock realm. How is he unaffected? Could it be due to some peculiarity in his constitution?" Regaining her composure, she resumed her elegant demeanor. "My lord, please forgive me. I am simply overjoyed to play this piece for a kindred spirit." Zhang Heng nodded, taking a sip of fine wine. "Fairy, you seem to have." He gestured towards the corner of her mouth. Huarlian instinctively touched it, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "How vexing. If one piece is insufficient, then I shall play another." She delicately wiped away the drool and bowed gracefully to Zhang Heng. "Thank you for the reminder, my lord. It is rare to encounter a soulmate. Shall we enjoy another piece?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. The dual arena battle would not conclude swiftly, and listening to another piece would be of no consequence. His uncontainable charm yearned to take center stage. This mortal beauty was indeed a rare gem. Huarlian began to play again, this time performing the desire melody once more. Zhang Heng, an ordinary man, found the first performance captivating, but the second began to wear thin, lacking the same enchantment as before. He endured patiently, savoring delicacies and sipping wine, though the music felt commonplace. Huarlian remained a vision he could not tire of. This time, Huarlian intensified the effects of the desire melody, her expression more restrained. "Come now. I refuse to believe you won and Apos. T fall under its spell this time." After a lengthy interval, The music concluded. Fine beads of fragrant sweat glistened on Hualien and Apos' fair face. The desire melody was a potent technique, even affecting those at the divine knock realm, and playing it twice had taken its toll. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her beautiful eyes to Zhang Heng, only to find him calmly indulging in food and drink. His gaze, though tinged with greed, lacked any frenzy. Hualien's eyes widened in disbelief. How odd. Why is he unaffected after 2 performances? My lord, this piece was composed by my father. He instructed me that if I encountered a kindred spirit, I should offer myself. Otherwise, I must preserve my chastity at all costs. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. Am I not your kindred spirit? No, my lord, you are indeed the husband I have long awaited. My father's spirit will surely be at peace witnessing this moment. As she spoke, Hualien feigned a gesture of wiping away tears. Zhang Heng was taken aback, excitement coursing through him. Such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, claiming to share a fateful connection with him, could not help but stir one's heart. Even if not enchanted, one would surely feel exhilarated. My lord, might I request another melody? I wish for my father in heaven to witness that I have found my ideal partner. Zhang Heng felt a sense of helplessness within. Not again? Could it possibly be the same tune as before? He recalled her longing for her father and thus granted her request. Please proceed, fair maiden. Consequently, Hualien once more poured her heart into her performance, soon becoming drenched in fragrant perspiration, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Zhang Heng was met once again with a seductive melody. His interest waned entirely, leaving him to idly admire Hualien and Apos' beauty. As the melody concluded, he stifled a yawn. Hualien was left in utter disbelief. How could this be? Even a divine cultivator, upon hearing 3 renditions of the seductive tune, would be gravely affected. Yet he seemed entirely unaffected. Could this be the reason for his perfect young constitution? My lord, let us hear another piece, Hualien urged, her anxiety palpable. More of this? Zhang Heng replied, exasperated as he shot her an incredulous glance. Was the flower fairy toying with him? His patience waned, and he rose to depart. He could not squander more time enduring this discomfort. It would be far better to seek out a more fulfilling diversion. Hualien stood in shock. My lord, she called out urgently. Realizing the tune had no effect on him, she felt compelled to abandon her initial approach, although the outcome was less than ideal. Repeated attempts should yield results. Zhang Heng, puzzled, turned back. What scheme did this woman intend? In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of Hualien shedding her crimson gown, revealing her pristine, delicate shoulders. His thoughts suddenly faltered. Chapter 50, Capturing Infidelity at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Blood. A sword pierced through flesh, and on the dueling stage, Zhang Heng effortlessly drove his blade into the shoulder of his opponent. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The adversary was not only a practitioner of the Fate Palace realm, but also a prodigious talent in cultivation. Yet, Zhang Heng triumphed with ease. Had he not shown mercy, that thrust could have struck the heart, leaving even the judges unable to intervene in time, resulting in certain death. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. Zhang Yin emerges victorious. The judge finally responded, announcing the outcome to the spectators. As the words echoed, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Was Zhang Yin truly only in the spirit store realm? No. He was of the Fate Palace realm, as identified by a god-knocking practitioner who discerned Yi Qingqiu's level. Upon hearing this, the onlookers grasped the truth. Zhang Yin had concealed his true strength. However, this realization led to further questions. If Zhang Yin possessed such formidable power, why had he willingly forfeited the opportunity to ally with the Yang family during the drawing of lots? Yang Chunhao furrowed his brow. A look of disdain etched across his face. What does it matter if his true strength lies within the Fate Palace realm? Without a backing force to support him, he remains a mere waste. He turned to Yang Ling. Sister, I warned you about this boy's dubious intentions. He hides his abilities, attempting to deceive whom? How could you defend someone like him? Eldest brother, Yang Ling retorted, her gaze piercing as she glared at Yang Tenhao. Her voice was icy. There are many witnesses here. I have no desire to engage you in conflict. Should you continue to insult young Master Zhang, do not expect me to show you any leniency. Yang Tianhao's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Yang Ling then turned her attention back to the dueling platform, a smile of joy gracing her lips. However, a troubling thought soon clouded her features. Am I truly so inadequate? Why do you possess such strength yet refuse to participate in the crossing the river competition? On the dueling stage, Zhang Heng's eyes glinted with sharpness, exuding a chilling aura. A practitioner of the Fate Wheel realm ascended the platform and bowed to Yi Qingqiu. Thank you, young friend, for your mercy. With that, he led his disciple away. Congratulations to Zhang Yin for successfully defending his title. Next to take the stage is El Chuan, the chief disciple of Lingwei sect, the judge proclaimed. In the waiting area, El Chuan wore a grim expression as he brandished his large blade, fixating on Zhang Heng. El brother, do exercise caution. That lad is quite cunning, remarked the fourth prince of the royal family, a playful smile on his face. El Chuan snorted dismissively. Humph. This waste must have consumed some elixir to attain Fate Palace strength. Watch as I demonstrate how to eliminate him. Having previously suffered humiliation at the hands of Zhang Yan's protector at Fengshe Pass, he now saw an opportunity with the guardian absent, intending to kill Zhang Heng. A person like Zhang Yin, devoid of any backing, would be of no concern once he was dead. Zhang Yin, prepare to meet your demise, he bellowed, leaping onto the dueling stage with immense force, shattering the floor beneath him. With a flourish of his blade, he pointed it at the figure disguised as Zhang Heng. Yi Qingxiu, you, boy, Yangling is mine. A waste like you is unworthy. If you know what's good for you, surrender and spare yourself the pain. Cowards like you should concede immediately if you wish to avoid death. He laughed maniacally, attempting to provoke Yi Qingxiu, fearing that she might surrender without a fight. Yi Qingxiu's gaze darkened, her sword trembling violently in her grasp, akin to a taut bowstring ready to unleash its arrow. Meanwhile, several practitioners rushed into the seating area of Lingwei sect. My lord, we have urgent news to report. They bowed deeply to the elder in gray robes, the most esteemed among the Lingwei practitioners. The elder cast a sidelong glance at them. What is it? My lord, we have discovered the real Zhang Yin currently at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, one of the informants revealed. They had noticed the formidable Zhang Heng on the dueling stage, concluding that he must be an imposter. What? The elder's eyes widened in shock as he turned abruptly to the dueling platform. The judge raised his arm, declaring, the duel begins. In that instant, Yi Qingxiu, like an arrow released from its bow, charged at El Chuan with her sword, radiating an overwhelming force. El Chuan's face drained of color. It was this very momentum that had nearly claimed his life before. Stop! A thunderous voice boomed, causing those of lesser cultivation to cover their ears. Before the words could fully resonate, a palm strike hurtled towards Yi Qingxiu on the dueling stage. Feeling the impending danger, Yi Qingxiu swiftly shifted from offense to defense, channeling all her strength into the river-severing sword technique. Her sword aura surged forth like a torrential flood, clashing against the incoming palm strike. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Yi Qingxiu's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth, her sword energy meeting an immovable force akin to a mountain that had stood for a millennium, yielding not an inch. In the next moment, she was forced back to the edge of the dueling platform, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The crowd gasped in shock. The elder in gray robes materialized on the dueling stage, causing the judges to panic. Senior, this is a duel. Please do not interfere. The elder appeared oblivious to their pleas, fixating intently on Yi Qingxiu. Behind him, El Chuan was drenched in sweat, having narrowly escaped death moments ago. Master, El Chuan murmured, glancing at the elder, who, upon confirming his safety, turned back to Yi Qingxiu. With a sweeping gesture, an immense wave of spiritual power surged towards her. The judges rushed to intervene but were instantly repelled, leaving the residual force to strike Yi Qingxiu. Clenching her teeth, she realized evasion was futile. The 5 spiritual stores within her flared to life, flooding her dantian, her fate palace, with surging energy. In that instant, her aura soared, the illusions surrounding her shattered, revealing her true form. Buzzing, the Starfall sword trembled violently. Yi Qingxiu unleashed a strike, cleaving through the elder's incoming palm shadow, and aimed at the gray-robed elder. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he raised his hand to disperse the oncoming sword energy. Little girl, who are you? Midstage Fate Palace. Yet able to withstand my attack. He had never encountered such a prodigy before, and he could ascertain that even a peak Fate Will practitioner would not stand a chance against the young woman before him. As the audience beheld Yi Qingxiu's true identity, an awestruck silence enveloped the arena, with whispers of astonishment and doubt rippling through the crowd. This young woman was merely of the Fate Palace realm. They had previously assumed her to be of the Fate Will realm, given her effortless victory over El Chuan. Yet now, with a god-knocking practitioner personally verifying her status, they understood she was simply of the Fate Palace realm. In light of this revelation, how extraordinary must her talent be? She was likely on par with the prodigy of the Wang family. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Yang Ling watched Yi Qingxiu's true form, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. Was he truly just this kind of person, to allow a protector to engage in a duel? Sister, I told you. That boy's actions are improper. Now you see it for yourself, Yang Tianhao seethed. Yang Ling lowered her head, remaining silent. On the dueling stage, the elder in gray robes bore down on Yu Qingxiu with an oppressive aura characteristic of the god-knocking realm. Yu Qingxiu felt as if lead filled her legs, rendering her nearly immobile. Little girl, become my disciple, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will execute you on the spot. Accompanied by the voice of the elder in gray robes, Yu Qingxiu felt her body grow heavier, her legs trembling under the strain. What a despicable old man. Bullying the weak. With great difficulty, she raised her head, her tone resolute. If you are so foolish, then perish. The elder scoffed coldly. Predecessor, please show mercy. Yang Ling in the audience shouted desperately. Yu Qingxiu had come to participate in the contest for her sake. She could not bear the thought of Yu Qingxiu dying, nor Zhang Heng grieving. The elder in gray turned a deaf ear, raising his hand to strike down Yu Qingxiu. Li, my friend, for the sake of this old man's face, spare her life. Today is the auspicious day of my granddaughter. I wish to avoid bloodshed. Came the frail voice of Yang Yan from above. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The head of the Yang family had personally intervened to protect Yu Qingxiu. The elder paused momentarily, retracting his hand with a disdainful snort before swiftly returning to his seat in the audience. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Two judges from the Yang family soared onto the dueling platform, gazing at Yu Qingxiu with admiration. Zhang Yin has sent a substitute to fight, disqualifying himself. The victor is El Chuan, one judge announced loudly. However, the 5 surrounding spectators remained in a daze, still reeling from the previous event. At that moment, Yang Ling hurriedly flew to the dueling platform, reaching Yu Qingxiu's side. I am so sorry. It is all my fault. She bowed respectfully in apology. Yu Qingxiu shot a cold glare at the elder in gray. Suddenly, El Chuan broke into a sinister grin, having received a message from the elder. Sister Yang, I hope you are not deceived by that Zhang Yan, he proclaimed loudly, ensuring all could hear him. Not only did Zhang Yan send someone to fight in his stead, but he also went to the drunken immortal pavilion to indulge with courtesans. Truly a vile libertine. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Who would dare to behave so shamelessly at the Yang family's selection event, openly humiliating them? You seek death. How dare you slander my senior? Yu Qingxiu roared in fury, brandishing her sword and preparing to charge at El Chuan, but the 2 judges hastily intervened. Slander? Ha! If you do not believe me, go to the drunken immortal pavilion now. He is surely reveling with that courtesan, El Chuan mocked. I will kill you. Yu Qingxiu trembled with rage. Yang Ling's face turned pale upon hearing El Chuan's words. El Chuan, do not falsely accuse Master Zhang. Sister Yang, I can guarantee with my life that if I speak even a single falsehood, I shall die in atonement, El Chuan insisted. Suddenly, Yu Qingxiu broke through the judges and oppos blockade, charging at El Chuan. Humph! Arrogance! The elder in gray snorted, unleashing an invisible force that repelled Yu Qingxiu. If you dare to harm my disciple again, even with the Yang family's head protecting you, I shall kill you. Yu Qingxiu leaned on her sword, coughing blood from her injuries. Do not act impulsively, my dear. You cannot defeat them, Yang Ling urged, rushing to her side. Yu Qingxiu understood her precarious situation. She gritted her teeth, realizing she stood no chance against a deity-level expert. Remembering her master's advice to remain calm, she gradually steadied her breath, her gaze turning frigid. Yang Ling turned to El Chuan. I will take people to the drunken immortal pavilion now. If you dare to slander Master Zhang, do not forget your own words. Turning back to Yu Qingxiu, she asked, shall we go find your senior together? Though she felt uncertain, her faith in El Chuan's words was shaky. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng and Appo's actions today were indeed foul, and she wished to uncover the truth. Hearing this, Yu Qingxiu nodded. She could not confront the deity-level expert, but she could report to her master, just as her junior sister intended. Thus, Yang Ling and Yu Qingxiu soared away on their swords. In the audience, Yang Tianhao immediately followed, bringing along a fellow practitioner of the Fate Wheel realm. He aimed to go to the drunken immortal pavilion and break Zhang Heng's legs, fearing his sister might hesitate to act. Chapter 51. The Spirit-Eating Formation Sister, Wait for me. Yang Tianhao called as he pursued Yu Qingxiu and Yang Ling. What do you want? Yang Ling replied with a displeased expression. Of course, I am here to join you in capturing that. Yang Tianhao began, but was abruptly cut off. Shut your mouth. Yang Ling scolded fiercely, her eyes signaling him with a wild intensity. In that instant, Yang Tianhao felt a surge of murderous intent. He looked up to see Yu Qingxiu staring at him, causing him to shudder and hastily swallow his words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The group turned abruptly towards the dueling arena, where a colossal barrier enveloped the entire area. Upon it stood numerous high-ranking members of the Yang family, including the family head, Yang Yin. Yang Yin, what are you doing? An elderly figure in gray robes glared at Yang Yin from within the barrier, prompting other powerful figures to rise in agitation. My dear friends, we are merely experiencing a minor inconvenience. Please be patient, Yang Yin replied calmly, seated in midair. Enough of your nonsense. A powerful figure roared. It's a trap. Yang Yin, how dare you oppose the righteous forces of Chu? Another echoed, enraged. Everyone, this old dog Yang is attempting to ensnare us. Let us unite our strength to break this barrier, shouted the elderly figure in gray robes. Immediately, four powerful cultivators unleashed their artifacts against the barrier in the sky. Boom. Boom. The resonant explosions reverberated, sending shockwaves through the arena, akin to a tsunami crashing against the structures surrounding the dueling ground. The tremor shook Tianyang City, causing many old, dilapidated buildings to collapse. Chaos ensued outside the dueling arena. Yi Qingqiu and her companions were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the Yang family's elder, Yang Kuo, approached them swiftly. Father, what is happening? Yang Ling inquired urgently. Sigh, Yang Kuo sighed heavily. Linger, do not blame us. We have no choice. Father, please clarify why grandfather has trapped them. Yang Ling demanded. Yang Tianhao, listening beside them, was equally bewildered, unaware of the specifics. Ling and Appos, our Yang family has no escape. Either we are devoured by the righteous forces or annihilated by the demonic path, Yang Kuo explained. Yang Ling and Appos' mouth fell agape in shock, realizing that the Yang family's choice to ally with the demonic path and eliminate these righteous individuals was tantamount to signing a death warrant. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She looked towards the people trapped in the arena, listening to the thunderous impacts against the barrier, each sound resonating deeply within her heart. You lied to me. Unable to contain her emotions, tears streamed down her face. She understood that the so-called spiritual discussion was merely a ruse to lure the righteous forces into a trap. Come, ensure the protection of Linger and Tianhao, Yang Kuo commanded. Two cultivators of the Fate Wheel realm approached Yang Ling and Yang Tianhao. Little girl, Yang Kuo addressed the still-dazed Yi Qingqiu. If you choose to join our Yang family and align with the demonic path, we shall not treat you poorly, and perhaps your senior brother may yet survive. What do you mean? Yi Qingqiu lowered her head slightly, glaring coldly at Yang Kuo. She firmly believed that her master, with immense strength, would be safe. Your brother, Zhang Yan, is currently at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, being used as a furnace by the flower emissary of the demonic path. If you join the Yang family, and if Zhang Yan is fortunate enough to survive, he will be delivered to us, Yang Kuo stated. He admired Zhang Heng's master, believing that Yi Qingqiu and Zhang Heng must possess the legacy of that grandmaster of formations. If either of them joined the Yang family, their prowess in formations would ascend to new heights. Father, is he truly captured there? Can we rescue him? Yang Ling implored, her voice cracking with emotion. Ling and Appos, why are you still so naive? That boy went to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion of his own accord. He sought his own demise. Moreover, the flower emissary is as powerful as your grandfather. How could we possibly rescue him? Yang Kuo shouted in frustration. Yang Ling and Appos' complexion turned pale. Her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She felt utterly confused, believing everyone was deceiving her. Her family was using her marriage as bait to lure righteous cultivators to their doom. The person she cherished was also misleading her. He was nothing but a hypocrite. She struggled to accept the truth, silently weeping as she held her head in despair. Yang Tianhao, intending to curse Zhang Heng, found himself speechless at the sight of his sister's sorrow. Sigh, Yang Kuo lamented. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, noticing Yi Qingqiu flying towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He quickly commanded, capture her. A Fate Wheel cultivator rushed forward, intercepting Yi Qingqiu's path and launching a surprise attack that forced her back. Yang Kuo drew a flying sword from his storage ring and advanced slowly towards Yi Qingqiu. Yi Qingqiu found herself caught between two adversaries. Little girl, what difference is there between the righteous and the demonic? If you die here today, it would be such a waste. Why not join our Yang family? Yang Kuo suggested. Yi Qingqiu looked at him with disdain. I care not for your distinctions between righteous and demonic. Your Yang family is unworthy of my allegiance. Ah, you do possess some spirit, Yang Kuo replied darkly. Boom. Another thunderous sound resonated, shaking Tianyang City violently, causing buildings to collapse and people to flee in terror. It has begun, Yang Kuo remarked, gazing skyward. Yi Qingxiu followed his gaze and beheld, from all directions of Tianyang City, massive pillars of light shooting into the sky. Each crafted by different formations, their colors varied, resembling great rivers standing tall against the heavens. As the light pillars reached thousands of meters in height, they began to interconnect, emitting beams of light. The deafening tremors enveloped the entire city. A colossal arc-shaped barrier gradually formed, enveloping Tianyang City. The barrier radiated a crimson glow, instantly draining the spiritual energy within the city, exerting a powerful oppressive force that felt as though mountains were crashing down upon them. The Yang family's long-planned spirit-eating formation had finally taken shape. Yi Qingxiu felt an immediate heaviness wash over her, nearly choking her. Her strength was being suppressed. Yang Kuo looked at Yi Qingxiu with unwavering confidence. Little girl, beneath this spirit-eating formation, even the mightiest of warriors will be reduced to mere ants. Surrender and join the Yang family. It is your only path forward. Yi Qingxiu's expression darkened, unperturbed by Yang Kuo's words. What of your spirit-eating formation? As long as my master is here, your schemes will amount to naught. At that moment, a tremendous energy burst forth, shattering the barrier of the dueling arena. Crack! Crack! The sound was akin to shattering glass as the formation within the arena crumbled. However, as the cultivators emerged from the dueling arena, they were struck dumb by the sight of the crimson barrier above. What formation is this? Even I am being suppressed. The gray-robed elder exclaimed in astonishment. Young old dog, I swear to kill you. A powerful figure shouted. Yang Yin stood at the apex of the sky, looking down upon the crowd. All disciples of the Yang family, join me in vanquishing our foes. Yang Yin's voice echoed throughout Tianyang City. The external cultivators who had come to participate in the spiritual discussion were left utterly flabbergasted. The Yang family, renowned as the sixth major force of the righteous path, conspires to eliminate all righteous factions of the Chu kingdom within Tianyang City. Chapter 52. A sword that shatters the disciples of the Yang family surged forth, a dark cloud soaring into the sky as they charged towards the righteous cultivators. In an instant, the entire Tianyang City resembled a scene from the apocalypse. The cacophony of battle cries, wails of despair, and the thunderous sounds of conflict and explosions filled the air. Above, the soul-swallowing great array hovered ominously, casting a crimson glow that suppressed the righteous cultivators below. One by one, they were forced to retreat, suffering grievous losses, their flesh and blood, upon death, transformed into sustenance for the great array. For formidable cultivators at the God Contact stage looked on in horror at the unfolding chaos. If they did not break the array and escape swiftly, annihilation loomed. Fellow Taoists, assist me in fending off that old dog Yang. I shall dismantle this great array. The elder in gray robes bellowed, producing a talisman. Yang Yin and the three God Contact cultivators were taken aback at the sight of the talisman. The breaking profound talisman, a treasure of the Xian rank. Truly, the Lingwei sect is remarkable. Well done, Taoistly. The elder in gray scoffed. Old dog Yang, do not think for a moment that I am unprepared. This talisman can injure even a God Contact cultivator. It will surely dismantle your array. Previously, Chen Hong, a God Contact cultivator from the Lingwei sect, had perished while surveying the Qingshan sect. He could not afford to be without a means of survival on this outing. Yang Yan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that the opponent would carry a treasure of the Xian rank. Such artifacts were revered even among the grand sects like the Lingwei sect. It must be stopped. Yang Yan realized he could not ascertain whether the soul-swallowing great array could withstand an attack from the Xian rank talisman. He dashed toward Li Su, intent on seizing the talisman. However, the three God Contact cultivators immediately barred his path. Despite the suppression of the great array, Yang Yin found it challenging to contend alone against three equally formidable opponents. Together, they forced him back. Seizing the opportunity, Li Su bit his finger, channeling his essence into the talisman. With a resounding hum, the talisman unleashed a potent energy, blossoming into a massive golden radiance in the Crimson Realm. It is too late. Yang Yin gritted his teeth and shouted frantically, Flower Envoy, do not hesitate. If this array falls, you too shall bear the responsibility. His voice echoed throughout Tianyang City. Yet there was no response. In that moment of distraction, he was suddenly struck in the abdomen by a kick, sent flying thousands of meters away. Old dog Yang, and your entire Yang family, you have conspired to harm us today. When I return, I shall lead all righteous cultivators to eradicate your Yang family. Li Su's voice was hoarse as he shouted, coughing up blood. The toll of using a Xian rank treasure was immense, having injured his essence. He hurled the breaking profound talisman towards the array's barrier. Shooting forth like a meteor, the talisman struck the barrier, No. Yang Yin shouted in panic, hastily activating the soul-swallowing great array into a defensive state. In an instant, the invisible force weighing upon everyone vanished. Old dog Yang. Do not think this will protect your array. Li Su cackled madly. In that moment, the breaking profound talisman collided with the barrier. The entire Tianyang city shook violently. Buildings collapsing in unison, and the ground cracking as if the city was on the brink of destruction. All halted their actions, gazing up at the spectacle above. At that moment, both the Yang family and all righteous cultivators wore expressions of grave concern, holding their breath in anticipation of the talisman's outcome. Will it succeed? Someone pondered. Boom. The golden light abruptly dimmed, as though submerged in a quagmire, its radiance extinguished. A wave of taut energy erupted, exuding an aura of terror, exploding in the sky. Quick, flee from here. Someone shouted. All hurried to escape. In the next moment, the energy surged forth, sweeping away everything in its path, creating a terrifying crater in the ground. The deafening roar of the explosion shattered the senses of those present, rendering them momentarily deaf, as if the world had fallen silent. Moments later, as their hearing gradually returned, Tianyang city stabilized. The righteous cultivators bore expressions of hope. Did it succeed? Just then, a crimson veil descended, once again suppressing everyone. They looked up in astonishment, witnessing that the soul-swallowing great array had only sustained a few cracks, which rapidly healed before their eyes, as if no damage had ever occurred. How is this possible? Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. The breaking profound talisman was capable of injuring God contact cultivators, yet it had no effect on the soul-swallowing great array. Aha! What of a Xian rank treasure? This old man's soul-swallowing great array can withstand even a God contact cultivator. Yang Yin leaped into the air, laughing heartily. Taoistly, this is troublesome. The foundation of this old dog's array must also be a Xian rank treasure. A God contact cultivator from the wind-suspended pavilion exclaimed. Damn it, old dog Yang. I shall not rest until we are at odds. Li Su seethed with fury, trembling as he charged at Yang Yin with sword drawn. Taoistly, do not act impulsively. A God contact cultivator urgently warned. At that moment, the soul-swallowing great array unleashed a beam of red light directed at Li Su. Startled, he fell victim to the attack. Pierced through the shoulder, blood splattering as he sustained a grievous injury. The three God contact cultivators rushed to shield Li Su, preventing him from being slain by Yang Yin. What are we to do? If we cannot breach this array, we are doomed. A cultivator from the falling clouds sect lamented. Currently, we must locate the array's eye and damage its foundation to find a glimmer of hope, a wind-suspended pavilion cultivator replied helplessly. It is too late. Yang Yin sneered ominously. Suddenly, dozens of red beams descended from the sky. The God contact cultivators swiftly gathered all their disciples in one place, erecting a defensive barrier. Bang! Bang! The crimson radiance fell like a torrential rain of arrows, battering the defenses of the righteous cultivators. Trapped within, they were unable to fight back. At this point, the tide of battle had turned. My life is forfeit, Li Su cried in despair. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Some contemplated surrender, attempting to break free from the barrier, only to be mercilessly struck down by the rain of arrows from the soul-swallowing great array. At that moment, Yi Qingxiu found herself surrounded by the Yang family's cultivators. Little girl, I give you one last chance. Either join our Yang family or die alongside them. Yang Kui threatened. Yi Qingxiu remained unfazed, her demeanor calm, which elicited Yang Kui's admiration. She faced death with unwavering composure. Why must you be so stubborn? What harm is there in joining my Yang family? Yang Kui sighed. Yi Qingxiu scoffed. Do you believe your Yang family is guaranteed victory? My master has yet to make a move. Your master? Is he not dead? Yang Kui questioned, perplexed. Yi Qingxiu's fury ignited. It is you who shall perish. Just as she prepared to strike at Yang Kui, a thunderous roar erupted. Turning to look, she saw a terrifying sword energy cleaving through the entire Zui Xian Tower, obliterating it as it surged towards the crimson barrier in the sky. A sound resonated throughout Tianyang City, the cry of a sword. Clang! In that instant, the sword energy elongated infinitely, spanning thousands of miles, and sliced through the soul-swallowing great array's barrier as effortlessly as cutting through a melon. The crowd was left in astonishment. The crimson realm split open, casting down a cascade of white light, resembling a divine illumination. The great array has been shattered. Li Su and the others exclaimed in disbelief. We are saved. Someone shouted in ecstatic disbelief. That sword, is it wielded by a God contact cultivator? For cultivators of the divine knocking realm were struck with astonishment. It is my master. Yi Qingqiu exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the entire Yang family stood in utter disbelief. Yang Yin stared in horror at the split drunken immortal pavilion. Suddenly, a red figure rushed out from the ruins, revealing Hua Lian, the envoy of the demonic cultivation sect. There is another cultivator of the divine knocking realm. That is Hua Lian from the demonic cultivation sect, Li Su shouted. Just then, the crowd witnessed a figure in white, wielding a crimson longsword, slowly ascend into the air. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers clearly recognized the face of the white-clad man. It was none other than Zhang Yin, the young cultivator from the spiritual concealment realm who had effortlessly breached the two formidable formations of the Yang family. Moreover, he was also Yi Qingqiu's master, Zhang Heng. It is he. He has shattered the grand formation with a single stroke. Someone exclaimed in terror. Chapter 53, All Slander. I did not engage in dual cultivation with the courtesan moments ago. The drunken immortal pavilion was violently shaking. Zhang Heng was diligently excavating a well when suddenly he breached a barrier, and water gushed forth, splattering his face. An uncontrollable surge of pure energy surged into his body. Awakening abruptly, he found himself elevated to the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. Just as he was pondering this transformation, he noticed the courtesan, Hua Lian, blushing furiously. Glaring at him with palpable anger. "You brat! Return my yuan yin!" Hua Lian bellowed. Zhang Heng felt utterly perplexed, questioning what he had done to provoke her ire. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out. Divine Calamity Fragment detected. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze to Hua Lian's flushed face and noticed a pink dot nestled in the center of her brow, resembling a pink bean. "I found it," he exclaimed excitedly, reaching out to seize the Divine Calamity Fragment from her brow. However, Hua Lian, filled with rage, leaped up, donned a red dress, and struck towards him with a palm. Zhang Heng's body trembled suddenly as the brilliance of the sun enveloped him, completely nullifying Hua Lian's attack. "You dare to deceive me," she shouted, her body shaking with fury, tears brimming in her captivating eyes. Feeling as if death were a preferable option, she realized that after all her efforts, not only had she failed to obtain his yuan yang, but her own yuan yin had been taken instead. The realization struck her that he was no mere minor cultivator. He was likely even more powerful than herself. "You lecher! I will kill you!" Hua Lian roared. Zhang Heng frowned, bewildered. Why had she suddenly changed her mind? Had she regretted losing her virginity? What perplexed him further was that he could not discern her true cultivation level. Could it be a case of a celestial trick? Fuming with indignation, he decided to no longer show mercy and directly seize the Divine Calamity Fragment. At that moment, Hua Lian, gritting her teeth, shot a volley of silver needles towards him with her slender fingers. Zhang Heng swiftly drew the crimson sword he had acquired in the maze array, slicing through all the silver needles. "Miss, if you continue to attack me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness," he thought anxiously, aware that he could not gauge her strength and would have to fight with all his might. "You lecher! Since you have taken my yuan yin, you must give me your yuan yang," Hua Lian shouted in fury. "What yuan yang?" Zhang Heng questioned, confused. "Do you think you can trick me? If you refuse to comply, I shall kill you." Hua Lian retreated to a table adorned with sorrowful paraphernalia, drawing a long sword. "I will sever your limbs and see if you will surrender your yuan yang." With that, she charged at Zhang Heng. Infuriated, he had initially sought enjoyment, but was now ensnared in this celestial trick. River-severing sword technique. Zhang Heng unleashed a powerful strike, causing a terrifying force that shattered everything around him. Hua Lian gasped in horror and hastily fled through the rooftop. Zhang Heng's sword energy had cleaved through the entire drunken immortal pavilion and pierced the barrier of the sky. He descended, urging his power, donned his clothes, and pursued the fleeing Hua Lian. Upon soaring into the air, he was utterly stunned. What had happened to Tianyang City? He had been so engrossed in battle that he had lost track of the outside world. At this moment, all eyes were on him. "Zhang Yan." Yang Ling gasped in disbelief as she beheld Zhang Heng stepping through the air. He is a powerhouse above the life wheel realm. The righteous cultivators were equally astonished, especially Lu Chuan, who had previously vowed to kill Zhang Heng, but now realized he was a formidable opponent. Yang Tianhao, too, wished to flee at once. The four mighty forces' four god-contacting realm cultivators were not only astonished by Zhang Heng, but also by Hua Lian's presence. They recognized her as a renowned powerhouse of the demon-devouring sect, now appearing before them. "The formation has broken. Everyone, flee," a god-contacting cultivator suddenly shouted. Thus, the four cultivators dismantled their defensive barriers and hurried toward the rift in the sky. However, as they attempted to escape, the rift closed with astonishing speed. And the powerful suppression returned, casting despair upon their faces. This friend indeed hides his strength well, Yang Yin remarked coldly, glancing at Zhang Heng. No wonder he could break my two formations. Yet, the outcome remains the same. My devouring spirit great formation is invincible. Hualien hastily flew to Yang Yin's side. Trembling in fear as she looked at Zhang Heng, she felt a shiver run down her spine, knowing that had she been struck by that sword, death would have been imminent. Zhang, my friend, I apologize for our earlier offenses. Li Su in the air bowed to Zhang Heng. Zhang, let us join forces to break this formation once more. Otherwise, we shall all perish, urged the god-contacting cultivator from Wind's suspended pavilion. Listening to their words, Yang Yin scoffed. After witnessing the two previous formations being broken, he was confident in the strength of his devouring spirit great formation, crafted from materials gifted by the god-contacting sect, and deemed unbreakable. Feel free to try, but I advise against wasting your efforts. Surrender now, and you may die with some dignity. With the formation's support and the assistance of Hualien, a god-contacting realm powerhouse, Yang Yin was certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxiu, besieged by Yang's cultivators, spotted Zhang Heng and joyfully flew towards him, none daring to obstruct her path. Master, Zhang Heng watched his beautiful disciple approach, suddenly feeling anxious. What if she learned of his escapades? The image of the dignified master would surely be shattered. Master, they said they were going to the drunken immortal pavilion to find the courtesan. I do not believe it, Yi Qingxiu innocently remarked. Zhang Heng grew even more anxious. Perhaps he should silence her to prevent any loose ends. His dark gaze fell upon Hualien, feeling an ominous intent envelop her. Hualien felt as if she were plunging into an icy abyss, nearly suffocating. Please spare my life, esteemed one. I am willing to serve as your furnace. Just as before, her declaration shocked everyone present. Hualien was a peak god-contacting realm powerhouse, yet she surrendered without a fight, revealing her earlier dual cultivation with Zhang Heng at the drunken immortal pavilion. Yi Qingxiu gazed at Zhang Heng with curiosity. Master, is what she said true? She mused that if Hualien were to become her stepmother, it might not be a bad thing, considering her extraordinary beauty and formidable strength. Yi Qingxiu's words struck Zhang Heng like a thunderbolt. Show her, do not listen to her nonsense. Yi Qingxiu nodded, blinking her beautiful eyes. Zhang Heng's heart raced. Esteemed one, please accept me. Hualien's voice was soft and alluring, desperate to save her life. Zhang Heng was startled and quickly retorted, You demon, cease your foolish talk. Hand over the divine calamity fragment. Before she could respond, he declared, If you are so foolish, then taste my blade. River-severing sword technique. Zhang Heng swung his sword while simultaneously employing the 10,000 Flowers spirit realm to disrupt Hualien and Appo's consciousness. Suddenly, Hualien was engulfed in a white haze, a profound sense of peril flooding her heart. Yang Yin, save me, she screamed in terror. In the next moment, her body was cleaved in two by the sword energy, exploding with a resounding blast. Hualien met her demise, and from the side of her explosion, a pink light radiated, resembling a blooming peach blossom. Divine Calamity Fragment. Zhang Heng swiftly darted forward, seizing the fragment, its searing heat scorching his palm. A profound silence enveloped the arena. A formidable being of the god-breaking realm lay dead, vanquished by a single sword strike. The spectators were left in sheer disbelief. Indifferent to their astonishment, Zhang Heng was contemplating how to secure the Divine Calamity Fragment when, unexpectedly, the system absorbed it. Congratulations, host, on collecting the Divine Calamity Fragment. The Divine Calamity Fragment can shield the host from a portion of the tribulation's force. Warning, due to the host's slaying of Hualien and the appropriation of her primordial essence, your existence has attracted the attention of Hualien's true form. The flower-bearing Empress. What? The flower-bearing Empress. Her true form. Zhang Heng was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 54. Truly a master. The title alone resonated with immense power. The flower-bearing Empress. Just what caliber of being was she? Zhang Heng felt a profound loss. He had merely sought to engage in a few games with a technician, and instead, he had unwittingly invited calamity upon himself. This world of cultivation was fraught with treachery. Rife with traps, he desperately wished to be spared. With beads of sweat cascading down his back, Zhang Heng realized he could not dwell on the past. He needed to focus on elevating his disciples' cultivation and enhancing his own realm to withstand the looming threats. With heavenly tribulations above and the Empress below, he lamented his misfortune, hoping that when she sought him out, it would be at a later time. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Zhang Heng stood in the air, akin to a deity, unwavering. Suddenly, A crack echoed. The great spirit-devouring array shattered like glass, its crimson hue dissipating to reveal a sky of blue and white clouds. Sunlight illuminating the faces of all present. The array was broken. Could it be that the foundation of the array was located within Hualian's being? Thus, Zhang Heng, having vanquished her, rendered the array powerless. This elder must indeed be a formidable figure. The four god devotion cultivators analyzed the situation. Yang Yin and the upper echelon of the Yang family gazed in despair at the destruction of the array, rendered speechless. The situation was irrevocable. The spirit-devouring array lay in ruins, and a powerful adept stood among them. There was no hope left for the Yang family. Zhang Heng steadied his mind and regained his composure. Turning to face Yi Qingqiu, would she trust him? How could he explain that he had fallen victim to a trap? The mere thought tightened his chest. If only he could employ a binding contract for his disciple, then he would not need to worry about her fleeing. Yet, what would happen to her imaginative prowess if he did so? Master. Yi Qingqiu joyfully approached him. Master, I went to the drunken immortal pavilion. It was not as Hualian described. Zhang Heng could not grasp the situation, opting to deny any allegations. Of course, Master, you are truly remarkable. Your disciple understands. Yi Qingqiu replied with a smile. Wait, what do you understand? Zhang Heng questioned, puzzled. Did she comprehend that he had battled that enchantress for 300 rounds without defeat? He dared not say more, fearing that his eldest disciple might misconstrue the truth, which was that her master had been overwhelmed by desire and had sought entertainment. Master. You knew from the start that the foundation of the Yang family's array resided within that courtesan, which is why you sought her at the drunken immortal pavilion. However, when she refused to relinquish the foundation, you had no choice but to slay her. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost, Yi Qingqiu asserted proudly. Her beautiful eyes filled with admiration for Zhang Heng, as if seeking his praise. At that moment, Zhang Heng's heart sank, and he was stirred with excitement. Pausing to gather himself. Indeed, my dear, you are astute. You have discerned my intentions. My esteemed disciple, you are like a divine being to me. You have salvaged this narrative. How dare that courtesan attempt to slander my honorable master, so shamelessly? How could someone as noble as you engage in such acts? Yi Qingqiu declared, arms crossed, with indignation and pride. Qingqiu, are you accusing your master? Indeed, you speak the truth, dear disciple, Zhang Heng replied, feigning innocence. The onlookers were astonished by their exchange. This white-clad figure was undoubtedly a deity. Yang Ling, upon hearing Zhang Heng deny the sordid accusations, felt a flicker of joy, only to be engulfed by despair as reality set in. He was but a minor cultivator, burdened by the sins of the Yang family. And he might meet his end here today, with no hope for the future. Esteemed elder, you are truly a master. All my schemes are mere child's play in your presence, Yang Yin bowed solemnly to Zhang Heng. He had lost, and utterly so, his every plan had been unraveled, including the most deeply concealed foundation of the array. The Yang family was left with no hope, only despair and submission. Yi Qingqiu turned to Yang Yin with disdain. Old fool, my master has granted your family 3 chances, yet you remained ungrateful, still attempting to ensnare righteous cultivators with your spirit-devouring array. Her words stunned everyone into silence. Zhang Heng, too, was bewildered. When had he ever given the Yang family opportunities? 3, no less. Yang Yin pondered deeply, but could not recall a single instance when Zhang Heng had offered them a chance. Then Yi Qingqiu's voice rang out once more. When my master dismantled your 2 great arrays, he warned you twice. Otherwise, with his strength, those arrays would have been as nothing. He merely sought to guide the Yang family back to the right path. Yet you remained obstinate, resetting the trap, thus squandering your second chance. But my master, in his magnanimity, decided to grant you a 3rd opportunity. He personally sought the courtesan to retrieve the array's foundation, offering you 1 final chance. However, she refused to comply, and even dared to slander my master. Your fate is self-inflicted. You have brought this upon yourselves. Yi Qingqiu's cold voice resonated in everyone's ears. As the crowd absorbed her words, clarity dawned upon them. This enlightened master, with a heart of righteousness, had granted the Yang family 3 chances. Masquerading as a participant in their debates, dismantling the 2 great arrays, the mysterious path and the wind and amp, Oppos, might, solely to warn them against straying from the path. Yet the Yang family had ignored his counsel and persisted in their misguided ways. Otherwise, why would a formidable being of such caliber deign to participate in their trivial matters? Surely, he was not a lecherous man who had taken a fancy to the Yang family's 2nd daughter, Yang Ling, seeking dalliance at the drunken immortal pavilion. The thought was absurd. Powerful beings could obtain anything they desired with but a word. There was no need for such convoluted schemes. With this realization, the crowd cast their gazes upon Zhang Heng with reverence. Yang Yin, overwhelmed by the truth, broke down in silent tears, lamenting his failure to recognize the opportunities bestowed upon him and cursing his role in the demise of the Yang family. The upper echelons of the Yang family bore expressions of shame. Once revered as righteous individuals, they had now committed such acts, having been warned thrice by the master, yet remained unrepentant. They were wholly responsible for their own downfall. Very few harbored direct hatred for Zhang Heng. Rather, they resented the cruel hand of fate. The Yang family's strength had waned, their patriarch Yang Yan's life nearing its end, and with the righteous and demonic paths encircling them, they stood on the precipice of annihilation. Zhang Heng's heart swelled with joy. His beloved disciple was indeed a treasure, akin to a celestial being, and he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her in gratitude for her insightful deductions. Esteemed elder, I acknowledge my mistakes. I am willing to offer the entire Tianyang city to you and sacrifice my life in penitence. I beseech you to grant the Yang family another chance, so we may endure, Yang Yin implored, kneeling before Zhang Heng. Foolish old man, Li Su bellowed. Do not presume that your death will conclude this matter. Your Yang family has set traps to ensnare righteous cultivators, and thus, you have declared yourselves enemies of the world. You must sever your bloodline to appease the heavens and the people's wrath. Indeed, esteemed elder, do not spare the Yang family. They must be eradicated to prevent future troubles. A god-devotion cultivator echoed. Annihilate them. Eradicate them. The righteous cultivators were filled with indignation. The members of the Yang family were engulfed in fear. Yang Ling's complexion was ashen as she bit her lip, casting a tearful glance at Zhang Heng. At that moment, Yang Yin burst into laughter. Ha! The so-called righteousness. The plight of the Yang family today is entirely due to your coercion. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You come to participate in my granddaughter's suitor selection merely to usurp the foundation of the Yang family. Who among you does not know that Yang Ling is our last hope? Yet you swarm here like locusts, bringing disaster upon yourselves. It is truly your own doing. Old dog Yang, stop distorting the truth. Li Su roared, seemingly struck at a sensitive point, his fury palpable. It is a stroke of fortune for your Yang family that Yang Ling can wed my disciple. The other three god-knocking cultivators immediately joined in condemning Yang Yin, turning the scene into a bitter exchange of insults. No one dared to resort to violence, nor did anyone attempt to flee. All of this transpired under Zhang Heng's watchful presence. Zhang Heng stood as a figure of authority, listening to a cacophony of squabbling children. Growing increasingly vexed by the discord, he had no interest in the distinctions between righteousness and devilry. However, he understood the necessity of resolving the situation to preserve his image in the eyes of his eldest disciple. Silence, Zhang Heng commanded with a stern voice. And the crowd fell into an immediate hush, all eyes warily fixed upon him. Zhou'er, I am weary. You shall take charge of this matter, he declared. As he found himself at a loss for how to mediate, passing the responsibility to Yi Qingqiu. For he was unfamiliar with both factions and held no deep-seated animosity towards either. Instantly, all gazes turned towards Yi Qingqiu. Chapter 55. Reception. Yi Qingqiu gazed thoughtfully at the members of the Yang family. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Zhang Heng and spoke slowly. The head of the Yang family saved my life earlier. Let us settle this matter as he proposed. Master, what do you think? Yi Qingqiu was a person who valued gratitude and would repay kindness, even if the benefactor was deeply flawed. Just moments before, in the arena, she had nearly been slain by Li Su of Lingwei's sect, and it was Yang Yin who had stepped in to protect her. This act of kindness could not go unacknowledged. Upon hearing her words, the four major forces expressed their discontent immediately. Senior, we cannot simply let the Yang family off the hook. Senior, the Yang family has harmed many righteous disciples. How can we let it all in with Yang Yin's death? If we do not eliminate the Yang family entirely, they will surely seek vengeance against you, Senior, remembering today's events. Indeed, Senior cannot be soft-hearted. You have already given them too many chances. The righteous cultivators present understood that they had forged an irreparable enmity with the Yang family and could not afford to let a tiger return to the mountain. They wished to eliminate all potential threats, and the thought of handing the entire Yang family over to Zhang Heng to strengthen his power was unthinkable. In a world where resources were scarce, every little advantage mattered. Zhang Heng found himself in a quandary. The arguments put forth were indeed valid. He had already destroyed the Yang family's stronghold, resulting in the head of their family's demise, thus creating a deep-seated animosity. Yet, his disciple insisted on protecting them, placing him in a difficult position. Senior, after my death, My Yang family will never harbor ill will towards you, Yang Yin declared. Rising to bow solemnly to both Zhang Heng and Yi Qingqiu, he then turned to the members of the Yang family. All of you, immediately swear an oath to the heavens, pledging loyalty to Senior Zhang. The Yang family was weak and had nowhere else to turn. As long as they remained intact, there would always be a chance for resurgence. Furthermore, the Senior Zhang was exceptionally benevolent, having uncovered their schemes and offering them 3 chances. Aligning with him would undoubtedly yield benefits. Why are you still hesitating? Swear your oaths, Yang Yin urged anxiously. The Yang family, momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality. What had transpired that day was beyond their comprehension. In unison, they knelt before Zhang Heng. We hereby swear an oath to the heavens, pledging to follow you to the death. Should we betray this oath, may we face divine retribution. They cried out in unison. At that moment, a notification window popped up in Zhang Heng's system, detected loyalty from the Yang family of Tianyang City. Do you accept and impose a slavery contract upon them? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Heng agreed. He had intended to bolster the strength of the Piamiao sect, and the inclusion of the Yang family was fortuitous. With the existence of the slavery contract, he was not concerned about betrayal. Are you truly willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Zhang Heng asked in a low voice. The slavery contract would only bind those who genuinely wished to remain loyal. Senior, this cannot be. Keeping these people poses a threat to the righteous path. Li Su bellowed, attempting to dissuade Zhang Heng from accepting the Yang family. Zhang Heng turned sharply to face Li Su, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, causing Li Su to break into a cold sweat. Do I need your guidance in my affairs? Zhang Heng retorted calmly, striking out with a palm that descended like a mountain towards Li Su. In terror, Li Su attempted to defend himself, only to be slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. He lay within it, his bones shattered, coughing up blood incessantly. The crowd gasped in shock, none daring to speak. The remaining righteous cultivators trembled in fear. Zhang Heng then turned back to the members of the Yang family, waving his long sleeves to release countless golden rays that entered their bodies. This is proof of your allegiance to me. Should any of you harbor treachery, the consequences will be yours to bear. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 elders of the Yang family, both at the Destiny Wheel stage, suddenly exploded. One of whom was Yang Ding. He had naturally resisted Zhang Heng, nurturing thoughts of betrayal, and was thus punished by the slavery contract. Humph. Those who speak with 2 tongues are punished by the heavens. My master is an unparalleled power, and every word he utters resonates with the heavenly will. Do not think this oath to the heavens is mere trifling, Yi Qingqiu remarked coldly, observing the 2 exploded bodies. The remaining members of the Yang family trembled in fear. We harbor no ill will towards you, Senior. Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy as he beheld nearly 100 high-level cultivators submitting to him. He had been seeking a valid excuse to eliminate the Yang family, and his eldest disciple had unwittingly provided him with this opportunity. Yang Yin, witnessing the unfolding events, revealed a contented smile. His life had been dedicated to his family, and now that they had aligned with a powerful figure, their future was bright. What was his own life worth in comparison? He respectfully knelt before Zhang Heng. Thank you, Senior, for taking in the Yang family. Zhang Heng nodded slightly. At that moment, not a single person from the righteous faction dared to utter a word, watching helplessly as Zhang Heng absorbed the Yang family, becoming the greatest beneficiary in the process. Senior, before I take my own life to atone, I wish to remind you of something. Yang Yin paused before continuing. The one who forced my Yang family to set up traps to ambush righteous cultivators is the Enigmatic sect. If my Yang family does not comply, they will annihilate us. Now that you have taken us in, the Enigmatic sect may pose a threat to you, so you must exercise extreme caution. Zhang Heng regarded him calmly, knowing that this trouble was inevitable when he decided to take in the Yang family. Although he was cautious, he would not be weak. If he did not strive for something, he would never rise to the top, remaining a mere ant for eternity. Thank you, Senior. I shall now take my own life to atone, Yang Yin declared, preparing to end his own life. Grandfather, Yang Ling cried out in distress. Yang Yin turned to Yang Ling, a smile gracing his face. Linger, this is all my own doing. Do not hold a grudge against Senior Zhang. Wait, Zhang Heng suddenly interjected. The crowd looked on in confusion, wondering if he truly intended to save Yang Yin. The righteous cultivators seethed with anger. In a flash, Zhang Heng appeared beside Yi Qingqiu, casting out the thundercloud sparrow. Qiu'er, I must attend to an urgent matter. You shall ride the thundercloud sparrow and escort the Yang family to the sect. Master? Yi Qingqiu queried, puzzled. Go. Zhang Heng commanded, and in an instant, His figure vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of his presence, as if he had never existed in this world. Warning, second disciple Su Qingyu is in peril. Activating skill, disciple in distress. Above Piao sect, Zhu Lei and the two destiny wheel cultivators behind him stared in astonishment at the magnificent architecture below. When did such a grand sect appear here? Zhu Lei exclaimed, taken aback. He was a venerable elder of Lingwei's sect, a late-stage cultivator of the god-knocking realm. Recently, he had been dispatched to investigate after Qin Hong, another elder of Lingwei's sect, was secretly harmed while patrolling Qingshan's sect. They had initially gone to Qingshan's sect, only to find it seemingly evaporated, leaving behind countless craters and ruins. Jingyun Dao was known as the most impoverished place in the kingdom of Chu, only capable of sustaining small factions like Qingshan's sect. However, the strange and opulent sect below was something they had never encountered before. What sect could this possibly be? Zhu Lei wondered aloud, gazing toward the mountain gate of the sect. Piao sect? It has been a long time since I traversed the world. Do you know what kind of sect this Piao sect is? Two Wheel of Fate cultivators shook their heads in disbelief, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this sect, which seemed to have materialized out of thin air. The cultivation world had never heard of it before. What astonished them further was the grandeur of the sect. Yet not a single soul was in sight, as if it had been forsaken. There appears to be someone at the four offerings, one of the cultivators exclaimed, pointing towards a secluded corner of the misty sect. Zhu Lei followed his gaze to a nondescript small pavilion within the sect. He immediately extended his divine sense to probe the area, and since the misty sect lacked a protective formation, he soon detected three presences, two at the Wheel of Fate realm and one at the Spirit Concealment realm. Zhu Lei murmured to himself. After pondering for a moment, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense to ensure there were no enemies. Finding none, he led his two subordinates towards the small pavilion and landed in the courtyard. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? Yun Qiu and Yun Dong swiftly emerged from the pavilion, approaching Zhu Lei and his companions with caution. Zhu Lei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a haughty glance at the two, and then with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a bolt of lightning into the pavilion. In a short while, he seized a girl adorned with fox ears and a tail. A demon? Zhu Lei pondered. Senior, release second master. Yun Qiu shouted angrily, brandishing a long sword, her aura surging, prepared for a fierce battle. Su Qingyu, ensnared by the lightning around her neck, winced in pain. Villain, let me go? My master will not spare you. Zhu Lei regarded Su Qingyu with interest, chuckling, little fox, you possess quite the talent. You would be suitable for alchemical refinement. You, let me go, or I will bite you to death. Su Qingyu struggled fiercely. Zhu Lei held on to Su Qingyu, turning his gaze towards Yun Qiu and Yun Dong. Speak, who killed my sect's offering, Qin Hong? Yun Qiu and Yun Dong were instantly alarmed, too frightened to utter a word. They could not betray their sect master. Old man, it was my master who killed him. Release me, and when my master arrives, I will take your life. Su Qingyu exclaimed uncontrollably. At her words, Zhu Lei's expression turned cold. Your master did the deed? Then I shall kill you and wait for your master to return, if he dares to show his face. Humph. He believed that the fox demon's master must have fled in fear upon learning of his presence. After all, he was a mid-stage god-calling cultivator, far beyond Qin Hong's capabilities. Raising his hand, he prepared to slay the fox demon, reasoning that her corpse would still serve well for alchemical purposes. Just then, a furious voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 56. Relentless endeavors. Upon hearing a voice from above, Zhu Lei was taken aback, unable to discern when the newcomer had arrived, indicating that this individual was certainly formidable. In an instant, the fox spirit in Zhu Lei's hand vanished and reappeared at a distance before him, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man in white, alongside two female cultivators at the Fate Wheel stage, who knelt before the white-clad figure. Greetings, Sect Master. Zhu Lei scrutinized the white-clad man's cultivation level. Spirit Concealment Realm? How is that possible? A Spirit Concealment Realm expert had rescued someone from him, and was being revered by two Fate Wheel masters. Such prowess must be a facade. Zhu Lei cautiously bowed to the white-clad man. Esteemed friend, are you the sect master of this sect? The man in white lifted his gaze, causing Zhu Lei's heart to race. He was a cautious individual, never engaging in battles without confidence, yet the man before him was shrouded in mystery. At the very least a god-knocking stage powerhouse. However, the specifics of his realm remained unclear. It was certain that he was not a transcendence expert. For in the Chu Kingdom's cultivation world, all such beings were the esteemed ancestors of grand sects, and this obscure place, despite its ornate sect, was relatively unknown. Unless Zhu Lei's heart tightened, There was another possibility. This person could be a demonic cultivator. The demonic path in Chu Kingdom had been eradicated by the righteous factions a millennium ago and had since vanished from the annals of history. Yet, the man's aura did not resemble that of a demonic cultivator. Fellow cultivators, what brings you to my mysterious cloud sect? The white-clad man inquired in a deep, somber tone. As Zhu Lei contemplated how to avert conflict, the fox spirit suddenly spoke. Master, this person intends to kill me. The fox spirit pointed a delicate finger at him, causing Zhu Lei to feel a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat trickling down his back. Esteemed friend, this is a misunderstanding. Zhu Lei attempted to clarify. But the white-clad man raised his hand to silence him. Leave, he commanded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lei's heart secretly rejoiced. Is that all? I thought a formidable expert had arrived. Even his own disciple nearly met her demise, yet he remains powerless. Thank you, esteemed friend. Zhu Lei bowed to Zhang Heng and then leisurely departed from the mysterious cloud sect. Voices of confusion arose from his two subordinates behind him. Fourth elder. Are we simply leaving like this? I suspect the sixth elder was killed by this individual. Humph. You know he is the one responsible, so why linger here? If a battle ensues, I won't have time to concern myself with you, Zhu Lei replied, not genuinely caring for the lives of his subordinates. He deemed it wiser to return to Lingwei sect for assistance rather than risk an uncertain confrontation. Thank you, fourth elder. We were too hasty and nearly lost our lives. His subordinates expressed respectfully. Zhu Lei smiled in satisfaction. The sect's spiritual vein was decent. If he could seize it, it would serve as his retreat for closed-door cultivation. Moreover, that fox spirit, capable of transformation at the spirit concealment level, possessed a precious bloodline, sure to yield exquisite elixirs, possibly aiding him in breaking through to the transcendence realm. He calculated his gains, feeling quite pleased. There was no need for concrete evidence to deduce that the white-clad man had indeed killed Shen Hong. When the forces of Lingwei sect arrived, everything here would belong to him, including the nearby lake known for its rare white spirit fish, a treasure of immense value. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Zhu Lei's heart. A terrifying killing intent enveloping him, rendering him immobile as if burdened by a great mountain. He abruptly halted. What's wrong, fourth elder? His subordinates inquired, puzzled. Not good. Zhu Lei gritted his teeth. That man does not intend to let us leave. He is preparing for battle. Buzz. The earth trembled violently as the sky darkened ominously. Heavy clouds converging above. A formidable power locked onto Zhu Lei and his two subordinates. Zhu Lei felt as though he were engulfed in a sea of blades and flames. The crisis of death flooding his consciousness, tightening his nerves. It's insurmountable. We are doomed. Esteemed friend, let us speak amicably. Why resort to violence? Zhu Lei shouted desperately, pleading for mercy. A deep, desolate voice echoed from the heavens. It is too late. As the words fell, a colossal golden finger, adorned with mysterious patterns and radiating a destructive aura, descended upon Zhu Lei. Bathed in the golden light, Zhu Lei and his two subordinates were overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, their internal organs rupturing as they coughed up blood. In despair, Zhu Lei gazed at the enormous finger as it slowly descended. This is transcendence. A transcendence realm expert. Senior, please spare me. I am from Lingwei secta. Cough, cough, Zhu Lei's bones shattered, his consciousness torn asunder, excruciating pain rending through his mind. In the next moment, the golden finger obliterated Zhu Lei, creating a massive crater in the ground, as if a meteor had struck, shaking the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Zhang Heng observed the crater with an indifferent expression, noting the absence of any corpses. The three had been reduced to dust along with their treasures. He felt a tinge of regret. The divine desolation capturing Heaven Finger was indeed powerful, yet its destructive force was too great, annihilating everything in its wake. Humph. You thought you could leave after injuring my disciple? I refrained from killing you earlier only to avoid damaging the sect, Zhang Heng scoffed. These individuals belonged to Lingwei sect, previously associated with the Wang family, and their restlessness was intolerable. He had gathered some understanding of the cultivation landscape in Chu Kingdom while in Tianyang City. There were 5 major righteous factions: the Royal Shao clan, the Yinwu Wang family, Lingwei sect, Luoyun sect, and Fengxian Pavilion. While the demonic path was represented solely by the Nok Demon sect, it was said that a millennium ago, the forces of righteousness and demonic paths were evenly matched, leading to a catastrophic battle in which the demonic path was vanquished, leaving only the reclusive Nok Demon sect. I have now offended both righteous and demonic factions. It is imperative that my 2 disciples make significant progress in their cultivation allowing me to ascend to the law manifestation realm, ensuring my safety and enabling me to withstand the impending tribulation. With the fragments of the divine tribulation in hand, he felt confident in overcoming the tribulation. It seems taking in the Yang family was a prudent decision. My mysterious cloud sect lacks a protective array, merely a hollow shell devoid of resources. Task activated. Please elevate both disciples' cultivation levels by one major realm. Upon reading the system task, Zhang Heng smiled gently. The system was quite considerate. Should both disciples ascend by 2 major realms, he might indeed reach the law manifestation realm. He was only 2 small realms away from it. Having gained 1 small realm through his intimate moments with Huaoyan, currently at the mid-level of the Transcendence realm. The Great Sun Divine Radiance technique served as a defensive measure, while the Divine Desolation capturing Heaven Finger was an offensive technique. Lacking offensive techniques with his meager talent, he would undoubtedly falter against opponents of equal standing. Several protectors of Lingwei sect were at the god-knocking stage, and their ancestors would surely be transcendence experts. Should they arrive now, he would be in grave peril. Zhang Heng felt the weight of pressure. The best course of action now was to remain concealed, refraining from drawing attention. Just as he contemplated how to elevate the cultivation of his second disciple, Su Qingyu, the system issued a warning. Warning, the eldest disciple, Yu Qingqiu, is in mortal danger. Please rush to her aid. Staring at the system notification, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned. What transpired? How did my eldest disciple find herself in peril? I left the Thundercloud Sparrow with her. Could it be that those god-knocking realm cultivators intend to kill her? Damn it! Zhang Heng seethed. The figure of Zhang Heng suddenly vanished, traversing the void as he made his way towards Tianyang City. Chapter 57. Regret in the city of Tianyang. The crowd gazed in awe and confusion at the colossal beast that appeared in the sky. The formidable expert had vanished without a trace. Both the Yang family and the righteous cultivators stood stunned in disbelief at Zhang Heng's sudden disappearance. The 4 divine realm cultivators exchanged glances, frantically searching for traces of Zhang Heng's aura, hesitant to act for fear of his abrupt return and their potential demise. Yang Yin halted his impending self-destruction, having heard Zhang Heng's urging to wait. Despite his grave sins, the instinct to survive prevailed. Yu Qingqiu, puzzled, speculated whether her junior sister was in peril, prompting their master to retreat first. She leaped onto the back of the Thundercloud Sparrow. Addressing the members of the Yang family, esteemed ones, my master has commanded me to escort you back to the sect. Very well, they replied in unison. Having acknowledged Zhang Heng as their leader and witnessing the tragic deaths of 2 elders, they dared not betray him. Where do you think you're going? Li Su shouted from the air. You intend to leave while Yang Yin is still alive? The other 3 divine realm cultivators keenly watched Li Su's movements. Yet the absence of the white-clad expert emboldened them, and they surged toward the Thundercloud Sparrow, determined to block their escape. What are you planning? Senior Zhang has permitted our departure. Yang Kuo shouted in anger. You have injured many of our disciples. Do not think you can leave so easily. Suddenly, Li Su launched a surprise attack on Yang Kuo, sending him crashing to the ground, where he landed heavily, creating a massive pit. As the dust settled, Yang Kuo coughed violently, clearly gravely injured. Old thief, what do you intend? Yang Yin roared. Ha ha ha, I see now that Zhang Yin was merely putting on an act, relying on medicinal pills to force his way into the divine realm. Now that the time is up, he has fled. Li Su laughed maniacally. The 3 divine realm cultivators, encouraged by Li Su's audacity, felt a sense of relief. Today, the Yang family would surely face annihilation. Capture that man's disciples. They will serve as leverage in the future. In an instant, the 3 divine realm cultivators charged toward the Thundercloud Sparrow. Thundercloud Sparrow, quickly flee, Yu Qingqiu urged. The Thundercloud Sparrow flapped its wings, enveloped in violet lightning, preparing to take flight when a sword chi sliced through the air. It narrowly evaded the attack, but a fierce whirlwind suddenly enveloped it. With a piercing cry, the Thundercloud Sparrow soared into the sky, its body crackling with lightning, carrying Yu Qingqiu upward. Suddenly, a blade descended from the eye of the storm, and Yu Qingqiu quickly unleashed the river-cutting sword technique to defend herself. The clash of sword and blade resonated, sending sparks flying like fireworks in the sky. Yu Qingqiu struggled against the relentless onslaught of blades, an endless storm that seemed impossible to withstand. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her, and her gaze froze as she spotted a figure descending from above, hurtling towards her with a fist like a falling star. The energy parting the winds and blades around it, aimed directly at Yu Qingqiu. With a fierce cry, the Thundercloud Sparrow darted upward, shielding her. Thundercloud Sparrow. Yu Qingqiu cried out in anguish. A thunderous boom echoed as the fist of the divine realm cultivator struck the thundercloud sparrow. Blood and lightning erupting in a vivid display, resembling a blooming crimson flower. The immense force sent the thundercloud sparrow crashing down onto Yi Qingqiu, both plummeting towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled as the thundercloud sparrow lay in a massive pit, its body quivering, feathers stained crimson. Yi Qingqiu crawled from beneath the injured creature, battered and coughing blood, her complexion ashen. Ha! That spirit beast is mine. One of the divine realm cultivators charged toward the thundercloud sparrow. Suddenly, a formation materialized around Yi Qingqiu and the thundercloud sparrow. Old dog Yang, you dare impede my affairs? Fellow Taoists, let us first eliminate this old thief. In unison, the 4 divine realm cultivators lunged at Yang Yan. Surrounded, Yang Yan activated a protective formation. Bang! Bang! The 4 divine realm cultivators attacked relentlessly, the formation retaliating and causing him immense pain. Grandfather! Yang Ling cried out in distress. Quickly, take Senior Zhang's disciple and flee. Yang Yan urged. The Yang family was now irrevocably tied to Senior Zhang. Regardless of his true strength, there was no turning back. Annihilate them. Li Su sneered, commanding his subordinates to slaughter the Yang family members. Chaos erupted on the scene. Yang Kuo flew to Yi Qingqiu's side, shielding her. We must escape now, he insisted. Damn it. Yi Qingqiu seethed, gazing at the severely injured thundercloud sparrow. The 4 divine realm cultivators had conspired to attack them. These treacherous wretches would have been long dead if not for their master's intervention. Once their master departed, their true colors emerged. This was the so-called righteousness? Humph. Yi Qingqiu scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, she spotted her master's figure. Qiu'er, I have returned late, he said, standing before her. Master, the thundercloud sparrow is injured. Yi Qingqiu replied, her eyes glistening with tears. Senior, you have returned, Yang Kuo said, bewildered as he turned to survey the surroundings. Petals began to fall from the sky, forming a beautiful floral rain, as if entering a realm of immortality. In that moment, all present stood frozen, as if time itself had ceased. Zhang Heng looked towards Yang Kuo, his tone somber. Gather all the members of your Yang family, including your patriarch. Yang Kuo's heart swelled with joy at the command. As you wish, respected one. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he promptly gathered the Yang family members. Zhang Heng cast his gaze upon the injured thundercloud sparrow, extending his hand to draw it into his system. Qiu'er, do you believe those people deserve death? He raised his head towards the 4 divine realm cultivators. Immobilized in the air, Yi Qingqiu fell silent for a moment before her eyes hardened. Master, they deserve death. Zhang Heng smiled lightly. It matters not whether one is righteous or wicked. Strength commands respect. In the next instant, the realm of myriad flowers dissipated, and everyone awoke from the illusion. The Yang family members had been gathered by Yang Kuo. They stared in astonishment at the white-clad figure before them, awed by his imposing presence. Respected one. The Yang family members knelt before Zhang Heng, including Yang Yan. The righteous cultivators regained their composure, horrified at Zhang Heng's return. Why you returned? Li Su stammered, panic evident in his voice. He had assumed that Zhang Heng, having consumed a highly potent medicinal pill, would be gravely injured, yet here he stood, calm and composed. The 3 divine realm cultivators grew anxious. Zhang Heng took a deliberate step forward. I take no pleasure in slaughter, yet you seek death. His voice resonated with a chilling aura, akin to the wrath of the heavens. The righteous cultivators shuddered in fear, and even the Yang family felt the tension rise. Senior, you cannot kill us. Li Su pleaded. Our ancestor will not spare you. The other 3 divine realm cultivators echoed similar sentiments. Realizing they could not overpower Zhang Heng and resorting to threats from their backing forces. At that moment, a sinister cackle rang out. Ha! A mere yellow-haired boy dares to pose as a master. This sound was akin to a chilling breeze, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Whether it was the Yang family or the righteous cultivators, they all turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, half of the sky had been shrouded in ominous crimson clouds, as if they were standing at the very gates of hell. Chapter 58. The transformation of spirit into celestial hands. Suddenly, the blood clouds swiftly enveloped the entire Tianyang city, staining it crimson as if it had submerged in a sea of blood. An eerie and terrifying pressure descended, akin to countless silver needles piercing through the limbs and bones of the crowd, rendering them motionless, breathless, their vacant gazes fixated on the impending doom. This was an insurmountable chasm of power, akin to ants gazing up at a giant elephant, or a grasshopper confronting a towering tree. Gradually, beneath the blood clouds, a figure began to coalesce. The 5 divine knocking cultivators present broke into a cold sweat, for the arrival was none other than the ancient ancestor of the Blood Cloud sect, a legendary figure who had lived for over 1,000 years, the Blood Cloud Elder. It was said that the Blood Cloud Elder was indestructible, and during a great battle a millennium ago, he had betrayed several ancestral figures of the righteous path. Using his Blood Cloud divine ability to consume all living beings in a Dao province of the Chu Kingdom, rendering him invincible across the realm. Such a formidable being had emerged from seclusion and arrived here. Zhang Heng felt the tension rise within him. He sensed that the opponent's realm was at the late stage of the divine knocking realm, merely 2 steps away from the law manifestation realm, an entity far beyond his own capabilities. How could he contend with such a monster? Youngster, no matter who you are, surrender the fragments of the divine calamity to me. The Blood Cloud Elder's voice resonated like a muffled thunder, causing the sky of blood clouds to roil as if a hellish furnace was unleashed. Within the blood clouds, grotesque faces manifested, emitting a cacophony of howls and wails, akin to countless vengeful spirits shrieking, shattering the souls of those present. The junior, Li Su, stepped forth to acknowledge the Blood Cloud Elder. He bowed deeply, followed promptly by the other 3 divine knocking cultivators, their disciples frozen in place, perhaps unworthy even to bow before the Blood Cloud Elder. This matter does not concern us. It is entirely the doing of that Zhang. The 4 righteous divine knocking cultivators hastily distanced themselves from the situation, for they had no knowledge of the divine calamity fragments. Yet they wished to remain untouched, hoping that the Blood Cloud Elder would spare them, fearful of the powers backing them. The Blood Cloud Elder paid no heed to their words, his crimson gaze fixated solely on Zhang Heng. Yang Yan's spirits plummeted. It was this very Blood Cloud Elder who had commanded him to ambush the righteous cultivators and coerce the Yang family into joining the demonic path. He had once hoped that Zhang Heng could save their family, yet now the Blood Cloud Elder himself had appeared, a peerless powerhouse of the divine knocking realm. Renowned for a millennium, even if Zhang Heng was also in the divine knocking realm, he could never rival the Blood Cloud Elder. Today, their Yang family was doomed to annihilation. Yi Qingqiu felt a surge of dread. The aura of death enveloped her, yet as she gazed upon her master's silhouette, her fears subsided. What was the Blood Cloud Elder compared to her master? She had encountered true strength before. Her former Yi family had possessed beings far stronger than the Blood Cloud Elder. Alas, that family now stood against her, allowing her to perceive the distinction of power more acutely than anyone else present. Yet, her master exuded an aura akin to the heavens, eternally unfathomable, an object of her admiration. In contrast, the Blood Cloud Elder felt within reach. Given enough time, she believed she could surpass him. Zhang Yan, return the stolen items to the Blood Cloud Elder at once, Li Su urged, desperate for mercy from the Blood Cloud Elder. Zhang Heng disregarded the clamor of the divine knocking cultivators. To him, they were akin to mere insects. He raised his gaze to the Blood Cloud Elder hovering above. Esteemed Elder, I offer you a chance. Flee at once, for I have no desire to spill blood. Zhang Heng spoke with an unsettling calmness. At this proclamation, astonishment swept through the assembly. How audacious was Zhang Heng to address the legendary Blood Cloud Elder in such a manner? Were he deluded or simply foolish? They regarded Zhang Heng with trepidation, fearing that his words might entangle them in peril. Ha ha ha, young one. It is the first time in a millennium someone has dared to speak thus to me. The Blood Cloud Elder erupted into laughter, the blood veil behind him quivering violently. The wails of the faces within the clouds unending. How amusing. I shall refine your soul and see what makes you so unique. For the last time, surrender the fragments of the divine calamity, and you may die more easily. In the face of the Blood Cloud Elder's threat, Zhang Heng sighed and shook his head, reluctant to engage in violence. Esteemed Elder, I grant you 3 breaths of time. 3. As he spoke, he began his countdown. 2. The onlookers believed Zhang Heng had lost his senses, save for Yi Qingqiu, who maintained her faith in him. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall allow you to finish your countdown. Let us see what you can do. The Blood Cloud Elder hunched over, his ancient visage brimming with disdain. Zhang Heng gradually retrieved a lethal item card from his system, a reward acquired upon accepting Yi Qingqiu as a disciple. This card could eliminate any being below the law manifestation realm, and using it against a late-stage divine knocking cultivator felt like a waste. Thus, he had offered the Blood Cloud Elder a chance to flee. Regrettably, the Elder seemed too obstinate, rushing headlong towards his demise. 1. Zhang Heng declared, his final utterance resonating with heightened intensity. An abrupt silence fell over the assembly as they fixated on Zhang Heng, eager to witness his impending demise. Ha ha, young one. The blood cloud elder's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression shifting from amusement to alarm as he felt an ominous pulse. As though a blade were poised to pierce his heart from behind, Zhang Heng's hand erupted with a brilliant blue light, flames dancing upon it. One-hit kill card activated. Secondary killing move. The transformation of spirit into celestial hands. The transformation of spirit into celestial hands. Zhang Heng murmured, unleashing a powerful strike. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even the cultivators hovering in the air, both Wheel of Fate and Divine Knocking, struggled to maintain their footing under the immense weight. The temperature around them surged, akin to being near a raging inferno. The blood cloud elder's countenance shifted to one of shock, and he hurriedly looked up. Boom! The blood clouds that had shrouded the sky vanished in an instant, as though evaporated, leaving a radiant blue light illuminating the ground. The Divine Knocking cultivators strained to look up, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld a colossal hand engulfed in blue flames descending upon them, as if the very heavens were collapsing. The blood cloud elder's expression morphed from astonishment to sheer terror. What kind of divine ability is this? He thought frantically. Flee. Just as the blood cloud elder sought to escape, an overwhelming force of confinement surged from all directions, rendering him immobile. He could not even blink. Great One, spare me. I acknowledge my error. The blood cloud elder cried internally, his lips unable to part as he silently wailed. In the next moment, that massive hand descended towards his head. No, please, spare me. The blood cloud elder's mind was consumed by a cacophony of fear, despair, helplessness, insignificance, resentment, and shock. Ah, he screamed within, his body and soul ablaze, engulfed in excruciating agony. The blood within him boiled, every breath seared as if swallowing a fiery coal. The 5 Divine Knocking cultivators, including Yang Yin, beheld the blue hand reaching for the blood cloud elder, as if grasping an ant within their palm. Bang! The hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that manifested as a violent gale, sweeping outwards in all directions. Moments later, the immense hand vanished as if it had never existed, leaving behind 10 crimson elixirs in the sky, radiating a resplendent red glow, dazzling to behold. The blood cloud ancestor also disappeared without a trace, as though he had never been. The crowd gazed upwards at the azure sky dotted with white clouds, while the surrounding temperature dropped, as if everything had returned to normal. All present, including Yi Qingxiu, were left in a state of stupefaction. A powerful being of the divine realm, aged a millennium, and an ancient devilish ancestor, had perished just like that. Chapter 59. Annihilation. The blood cloud ancestor has perished. A profound silence enveloped the entire venue. The young family members did not erupt in cheers. Instead, they were consumed by a deep reverence. Such an unparalleled master, who had once dominated the cultivation realm, was vanquished with but a single strike. After a considerable time, the spectators regained their composure. The righteous cultivators were drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. In the presence of such a formidable being, their lives were but a fleeting thought. The 4 God-knocking cultivators bowed silently before Zhang Heng, offering their silent homage, too terrified to voice their pleas, hoping only for his mercy to spare their insignificant lives. Zhang Heng, however, regarded their supplications with indifference as he soared towards the 10 crimson elixirs that lingered in the air. This spirit-quenching heaven transformation technique is truly remarkable. It can even transmute individuals into elixirs. He reached out to touch the 10 red pills, and the system promptly displayed an informational prompt. Spirit Nurturing Profound Elixir, Level 1. Refined by the Spirit-Quenching Heaven Transformation Technique. Consuming it aids cultivators in their practice. Seeing the system's description of the elixirs, Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy. Even though he had expended a one-hit kill card, he had acquired 10 elixirs. While they were merely of the lowest tier, they were not entirely without value. Alas, all the possessions of the godly cultivator had been refined alongside him. Zhang Heng lamented inwardly. Had they not been transmuted, that old fellow must have possessed numerous treasures. Storing the elixirs in the system's inventory, he found it filled solely with 10 spirit-nurturing profound elixirs and a fragment of divine calamity. It seemed the inventory could only accommodate special items due to its low tier, while the thundercloud sparrow was relegated to the pet section. How impoverished I am. However, with the Yang family now under my dominion, if all the resources of Tianyang City were transferred, the Misty sect would certainly gain prominence. He contemplated his future visit to the Wang family to erase his dark past, knowing that Feng Wen's sister was likely involved, as only the Wang family recognized him. Regaining his focus, he turned to the righteous cultivators who were kneeling in unison. These individuals, whom he had spared, had turned against his beloved disciple the moment he departed. His greatest disdain was for betrayal. Annihilate them all. After all, I have already forged enmity with them. You, who have gone back on your word, have betrayed me and harmed my disciple. Zhang Heng's voice resonated, echoing in every ear like a thunderclap, shaking their very souls. Master, we were wrong. We implore your mercy. If you do not despise us, we are willing to follow you. Should you find us unworthy, we shall return to our sect and offer grand gifts to atone for our sins. The four God-knocking cultivators humbly begged for Zhang Heng's forgiveness. Zhang Heng snorted coldly within. To let you return only to bring help to slay me? How absurd. You sealed your fate the moment you betrayed me. Upon hearing his words, the righteous cultivators were overcome with despair, their primal instinct for survival urging them to flee in terror. Suddenly, all those below the Fate Palace realm self-detonated, while those at the Fate Will realm suffered severe injuries, barely clinging to life. Only the God-knocking cultivators managed to shield themselves from Zhang Heng's mental assault. With a resonant clang, the sound of a sword echoed ominously. The four God-knocking cultivators were cleaved in twain, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the Yang family was drenched in sweat. This elder had eradicated all the righteous cultivators present in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the Yang family. Instantly, they stiffened, paralyzed with fear. Only Yang Yin dared to speak. Thank you, esteemed elder, for avenging us. I am willing to bear the blame with my life. Yang Yin's expression was calm, having witnessed Zhang Heng's power. He had come to trust Zhang Heng with the Yang family's future, believing that as long as there were no traitors, the family would flourish and become an enduring lineage. No need for that. You saved my disciple. If you sincerely wish to follow me, I will spare you, Zhang Heng replied. Yang Yin was taken aback for a moment, then filled with joy, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed master. He had never expected to survive and follow such an extraordinary powerhouse. Perhaps under this esteemed master, he could break through to the godly realm and extend his lifespan by several centuries. Zhang Heng noted the system recognizing Yang Yin's genuine allegiance and extended a servitude contract to him. Contract successful, congratulations, host, you have acquired a peak God-knocking cultivator. Regrettably, there were no rewards, but with his addition, the Misty sect could finally be regarded as a proper sect. Zhang Heng, observing the system notification, sighed internally. Congratulations, host. You are one step closer to exiting the novice phase. What does this mean, novice phase? Zhang Heng pondered, inquiring within his mind, but the system remained silent. He decided to put the matter aside for now, for the immediate priority was relocating the Yang family. With so many lives lost here, both righteous and demonic factions would surely take notice and rush to Tianyang City. From now on, you shall follow me, Zhang Heng addressed the Yang family. Yang Yin promptly led the Yang family members in a bow. We pay our respects to our master. Zhang Heng's eyes narrowed. He disliked the term master. Despite holding their fates in his hands, able to command them as he pleased. Rise, he commanded, and they all stood in unison. From now on, address me as the sect master. Our sect shall be known as the Misty Sect. As he spoke, Zhang Heng pointed to Yi Qingqiu. This is your grand teacher. The Yang family members then bowed deeply to Yi Qingqiu, offering their respects. After the formalities, Zhang Heng instructed them to gather their belongings, clear the battlefield, and collect all spoils of war, before setting off as a family toward the Misty Sect. As a prominent family well-versed in formations, the Yang family possessed numerous flying vessels, making their relocation quite convenient. Before long, they arrived at the Misty Sect. Standing on the deck of their vessel, the Yang family gazed curiously at the imposing gates of the sect. They beheld magnificent structures that rivaled those of Tianyang City. Yet Yang Yin noticed a peculiar absence of protective formations around the sect. After contemplating, he deemed it reasonable. A master of such strength as their sect master would not require such defenses. However, to his eyes, while the Misty Sect was splendid, its scale was considerably smaller than the 5 major powers. Yet, with the presence of such a formidable sect master, these shortcomings could be overlooked. At that moment, they noticed a vast pit spanning 100 miles amidst the mountains, its surroundings stripped bare of vegetation, and ominous energies emanating from within, adorned with mysterious patterns that lingered ominously. This is an extraordinary divine ability, Yang Yin exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, he understood. The sect master had vanished from Tianyang City to engage in a fierce battle here, annihilating a formidable opponent before returning. He was nearly overwhelmed by disbelief. The distance between the Misty Sect and Tianyang City was immense. Even with his god-knocking cultivation, it would take him an hour to fly back and forth. Yet, their sect master had accomplished it in mere moments, all while battling another. How terrifying. The sect master is indeed an unparalleled powerhouse, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Upon arriving at the Misty Sect, the family stood in awe. Zhang Heng instructed Yunqiu to arrange for them a mountain peak to serve as the residence for the Yang family. He established regulations, appointing the head of the Yang family, Yang Yan, as the elder of formation, overseeing the position of hall master and commanding the affiliated members of the Yang clan, along with several mortals who had been brought along. As for the cultivators of the Yang family, no specific arrangements were made. They were to maintain their original management structure. As Zhang Heng was disinclined to intervene, the entire Piao sect suddenly became vibrant. Yet Zhang Heng had set a rule. The central area of the sect, comprising the main hall and the small basin embraced by mountains where his own modest loft resided, was off-limits without an invitation. Although it was not explicitly stated, it had evidently transformed into the sacred core of the sect. On this day, Zhang Heng summoned 2 of his disciples to sit around a stone table. Xiaoyu, Qiu, observe what your master has brought for you. With that, Zhang Heng opened his palm to reveal 2 vividly red elixirs. The instant he unveiled them, the pills radiated a crimson glow, releasing an intoxicating aroma while emanating a powerful wave of energy. Su Qingyu wagged her tail, her ears twitching, her beautiful eyes blinking in curiosity. Master, what kind of elixir is this? It looks quite delectable. In contrast, Yi Qingqiu wore a solemn expression, having discerned the extraordinary nature of the elixirs. Master, do you intend to give us these elixirs? However, our cultivation levels are too low. If we were to consume them, our bodies might not withstand the potency and could explode. Chapter 60. The dreadful pills. These elixirs can assist you in your cultivation, Zhang Heng remarked, albeit uncertain of their precise benefits, merely believing they might augment one's prowess. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Master, I want them, she exclaimed, gazing at Zhang Heng with an expression of eager yearning, her innate charm stirring something within him, prompting a silent vow. Once he ascended to immortality, he would seek a fox spirit as his partner. Zhang Heng summoned his magical energy, retrieving 10 nourishing mystical pills from the system, 5 of which floated gracefully to each of his 2 disciples. Su Qingyu eagerly extended her small hands, grasping 5 pills and cradling them with delight, while Yi Qingqiu maintained her composure, elegantly taking each one and placing it into her storage ring. Thank you, Master, for the gift of pills, Yi Qingqiu said, her demeanor calm and composed. Zhang Heng nodded, admiring his elegant eldest disciple, who appeared strikingly beautiful when not consuming food, reminiscent of a rare flower that commanded admiration. Master, how should we? Yi Qingqiu began to inquire, but Zhang Heng, sensing impending trouble, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He lacked any understanding of the intricacies of these pills. Take them and study them yourselves, he declared, swiftly departing to escape the situation. Yi Qingqiu gazed at the empty seat left by Zhang Heng, a bitter expression crossing her face. Master wishes for us to explore the usage of these pills independently, but we are rather dim-witted, and that fox is even more foolish. She had intended to ask how to consume them safely, but to her dismay, Master had vanished. The potency of these pills was evident. They were undoubtedly of the mystical tier, meant only for those at the god-knocking level. Yet she and her sister were at the Fate Palace and Spiritual Vault realms, hardly ready to consume them. Just then, Yi Qingqiu's attention was drawn to Su Qingyu, who was just about to bring a nourishing mystical pill to her lips. Stop, she cried out urgently. Su Qingyu looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Bad elder sister? Are you trying to steal mine? I'll tell Master on you. Shaking her head at her Navi sister, Yi Qingqiu admonished, foolish fox. That could be fatal. You want to kill me? Su Qingyu exclaimed, springing to her feet. Master, save me. Sister wants to kill me, she shouted as she attempted to flee. Yi Qingqiu's anger flared. Her fists clenched tightly as she caught Su Qingyu by the wrist, her sharp gaze piercing into her sister. Sister, don't kill me. I'll give you the pills. Su Qingyu pleaded, her eyes wide with fear. Unable to contain her fury any longer, Yi Qingqiu struck Su Qingyu lightly on the head, producing a sound like a bell. That's what you get for your foolish thoughts. Are you now more subdued? Does sister know that when you and Master were absent, I secretly slept in Master's room? Su Qingyu muttered to herself. Yi Qingqiu, overhearing, felt her anger reignite. She seized one of Su Qingyu's fox ears. How dare you? Ow, sister, please let go? Su Qingyu winced in pain. Blasphemous child, sneaking into Master S chambers. My Master S bed has a lovely scent. Bam! Su Qingyu received another light reprimand to her head. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please don't tell Master. Su Qingyu implored. Clutching Yi Qingqiu's garment like a chastised puppy. Seeing her sister's pitiful demeanor, Yi Qingqiu's anger dissipated significantly. Master knows everything. Surely he is aware of Su Qingyu's misdeeds, and perhaps her sister sought comfort in his presence. After contemplating, Yi Qingqiu decided not to pursue the matter further. All right, I'll let this slide for now. Let us focus on how to use the pills Master has gifted us. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu beamed with joy and then declared proudly, Sister, you're too naive. The pills should be swallowed whole, of course. I was an assistant to an alchemist back at the Qingshan sect. Yi Qingqiu was at a loss for words. Her sister was boasting again. You think you know everything? This entire Chu kingdom is merely a wild land compared to the experiences I've had at the Yi family. Do you wish to die? What have I done wrong? If you desire death, just swallow the pills directly, and you shall explode. What? Su Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. Though she cautiously leaned closer to Yi Qingqiu, whispering, Does Master wish to poison us? Does he know I secretly slept on his bed? Or did you offend him outside? Bam! Another light reprimand struck Su Qingyu's head. You foolish fox, perhaps you should consider cutting out your tongue. Yi Qingqiu retorted in frustration. Su Qingyu quickly covered her mouth. Though I'm uncertain of the exact grade of the pills Master gave us, their quality clearly indicates they are of the mystical tier. Their potency far too strong for our current levels. Direct ingestion would surely result in our demise. What? Mystical tier? Su Qingyu's alluring eyes widened in disbelief. When I was at the Qingshan sect, even the sect leader did not possess such level pills. Now you understand how formidable our master truly is. Su Qingyu nodded obediently. Then, sister, how should we consume them? From Master S' anxious departure, it seems he is also unsure. Yi Qingqiu shot Su Qingyu an exasperated glance. How could Master possibly be unaware? He is merely testing us. We must devise our own method for safe consumption. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingqiu resolved to seek assistance from Yang Yin, who, as a god-knocking level cultivator, might provide guidance. Patriarch, something seems amiss with our newly joined sect. In a room atop the newly renamed Tianyang Peak, Yang Yin pondered his son Yang Kui's words. The Yang family had relocated here, finding temporary safety. Yet they had left behind many resources in their haste. The journey back to the mysterious Mist sect was perilous, and they had no means to acquire resources here. As the area was known to be the most barren in the Great Chu, Yang Yin surveyed the gathered elders of the Yang family, including Yang Tianhao and Yang Ling. At their first meeting since joining the mysterious Mist sect, where the pressing issue of resources took center stage. Without sufficient resources, not only would the Yang family's descendants be unable to learn formation techniques, but even their basic cultivation would be hindered. As the spiritual energy within the sect was far too sparse. Perhaps I should plead with the sect leader, Yang Ling suggested, her cheeks tinged with pink. Lingo, do not disturb one as powerful as the sect leader. If he desires to assist us, he shall do so on his own accord, Yang Yin replied. Recognizing his daughter's intentions, it was not merely about securing resources for the family. She also wished to meet the sect leader. However, it seems illogical. A sect leader of such strength should possess abundant resources. Could it be that this sect was seized by him? Yang Kuo whispered. Silence. You are not in a position to discuss the sect leader. Yang Yin reprimanded sharply. The conference hall fell into a sudden silence, with everyone exchanging glances, rendered speechless. At that moment, a guard stationed at the entrance stepped inside. The head of the family, Sir Da, and Sir Air have arrived and wish to see you. All eyes turned to Yang Yin. Could it be that they came to seek retribution? They had just spoken ill of the clan leader. And now the two gentlemen had come. Yang Yin's palms grew clammy, and a sense of unease settled in his heart. I should have anticipated this. The clan leader withholding resources is a test for us. With a soft sigh, he slowly rose to his feet. Everyone, let us proceed together to meet the two gentlemen. Chapter 61. The punishment. Yi Qingqiu, accompanied by Su Qingyu, soared on their swords to Tianyang Peak, where the Yang family resided. She dispatched someone to inform the head of the Yang family of their arrival. In truth, she and her junior sister could have barged in without hesitation. Their status within the Miao Miao sect was second only to their master, Zhang Heng. However, she valued decorum, a lesson imparted by the elders in their village, who insisted that girls should maintain a semblance of modesty to secure a good marriage. They often stressed the importance of etiquette during mealtimes. Yet she found herself unable to adhere to such teachings, as she would forget to uphold her image the moment food was present. The disciples of the Yang family welcomed her and her junior sister with respect, seating themselves in the main hall as they awaited the arrival of Yang Yin. Before the tea could even be served, Yang Yin appeared, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Yang family to greet them. "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder and the second elder," they all bowed in unison. Yi Qingqiu felt somewhat weary of these formalities. Yet as representatives of their master, they were obliged to accept them, and thus she simply nodded in acknowledgement. She noticed that most gazes were fixed upon her junior sister. A transformed fox demon was indeed a rare sight, even in her former Yi family. Consequently, the curiosity was entirely understandable. "Elder Yang, we apologize for the intrusion," Yi Qingqiu said. Su Qingyu remained quietly by her side, resembling a porcelain doll that could not move. Yi Qingqiu scoffed inwardly. This foolish fox had two faces, so lively in front of me and our master, yet so reserved before outsiders. If it weren't for the treasures bestowed upon her by our master, she would likely be chattering incessantly by now. A glance at her junior sister revealed tightly pursed lips, as if she were struggling to contain herself. "What commands do you have for us, esteemed elder?" Yang Yan's tone was imbued with deep respect, and he, along with the others, stood without taking a seat. Yi Qingqiu produced a nourishing. The moment the pill appeared, the eyes of everyone in the Yang family widened in astonishment. As members of a prestigious cultivation family, they were well versed in the lore of elixirs within the realm of immortality. "This is a high grade," Yang Yan stammered, his voice trembling. Such a level of elixir would be difficult to procure even among the 5 great powers of the Great Chu. "This exemplifies our sect master's prowess," he mused inwardly. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. "This elixir is intended for our cultivation, but our realms are too low to utilize it properly," Yi Qingqiu spoke calmly, fully anticipating the reaction of the Yang family. The mere act of their master presenting such an item would incite frenzy among the transcendent beings. Yang Yan's expression turned troubled. "Esteemed elder, I have dedicated myself to arrays and the principles of elixirs, but I am not well versed in this matter. I suggest returning to seek enlightenment from our sect master. Otherwise, even with your exceptional talents, should you fail to withstand the powerful energies of this high-grade elixir, you may irreparably damage your foundations." Yi Qingqiu's expression soured. "Our master has instructed us to conduct our own research. Elder Yang is a transcendent being. Your experience must surely surpass mine." Yang Yin fell silent, exchanging glances with the members of the Yang family. "Very well, I shall study this thoroughly." Yang Yin viewed this as a test from Zhang Heng for the Yang family, yet as a master of arrays. He felt somewhat burdened by the request to delve into elixirs. The Yang household quickly became a hive of activity as they scoured through texts, speculating and calculating various methods. Time swiftly passed, and evening approached. "Esteemed elder, I regret my inadequacy. I truly have no means to safely diminish the potency of this nourishing," Yang Yin reported helplessly to Yi Qingqiu. With no alternative, she resigned herself to returning with Su Qingyu. "Sister, what shall we do? Our master has bestowed upon us such a precious elixir, yet we are at a loss for how to use it." Su Qingyu followed closely, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yi Qingqiu did not respond, lost in contemplation. "Surely, we cannot wait until we reach the transcendental realm to consume it." Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked within her, and her eyes lit up as she turned to her junior sister with a smile. Seeing Yi Qingqiu smile, Su Qingyu assumed she had found a solution and also smiled in return. "Sister, have you thought of a way?" "Indeed, I have," Yi Qingqiu replied with a grin. "What is it?" Su Qingyu inquired, curiosity evident on her face. "You should seek our master's guidance on the correct method of consumption." Me?" Su Qingyu's delicate finger pointed at herself in disbelief. "You want me to seduce our master? No way. I regard him as a maternal figure." Thud. A delicate hand struck Su Qingyu's head. "Sister, why did you hit me?" she exclaimed indignantly. Yi Qingqiu retracted her hand, shooting a disapproving look at Su Qingyu. "You foolish fox, how could your thoughts be so utterly outrageous? Then what do you suggest I do to elicit our master's response?" Su Qingyu, unwilling to face reprimand from their master, queried. "I don't know, just go and ask him. Otherwise, I shall reveal your secret of sneaking into his bed," Yi Qingqiu said with a teasing smile, confident in her position. She did not wish to disappoint their master again, and thus felt compelled to pressure her junior sister. You. Su Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a chastised puppy. In a small attic, within Yang Qin's room, he stretched lazily, having collapsed onto his bed. Whether it was fatigue from battling Huo Yin or another reason, he found himself reclined without a care. What is this? Zhang Heng rose, leaning down to inspect his pillow, noticing numerous strands of bright white fur, short in length, resembling that of a cat. Where did this wild cat come from? Sleeping on my pillow? I must ask Yunqiu to replace it. Lost in thought, Zhang Heng suddenly spotted a small fox at his doorstep, chattering incessantly. What to do? What to do? If I ask our master, will he think I'm foolish? But if I don't ask, my sister will surely spill the secret to him. If our master discovers that I secretly slept in her bed, he will certainly cast me away. Listening to Su Qingyu's anxious ramblings while observing the smooth fur in his hand, Zhang Heng's fist clenched. He had raised cats in his past life, but would never allow them to sleep on his bed. If they dared to do so today, tomorrow they would think nothing of having their young in his bed. He had not denied them a cozy nook. This little rascal needs to be taught a lesson. Zhang Heng leapt from his bed and strode toward the door, flinging it open to reveal a flustered Su Qingyu, pacing anxiously. Ah, master. Su Qingyu gasped, immediately kneeling. Zhang Heng regarded her quietly before abruptly turning his gaze toward a large rock in the distance of the courtyard. His spiritual sense detected a shapely woman hidden behind it. Zhang Heng fell silent. What is going on? Why is my eldest disciple hiding there? Qiu'er, what are you doing? Suddenly, a figure leaped from behind the stone. It was Yi Qingqiu. Master, I was just here to enjoy the cool air. Zhang Heng stared at her, incredulous. It was nighttime. What cool air was there to enjoy? Go fetch me a branch. Yi Qingqiu froze, seemingly realizing she had overstepped her bounds. Master, go. Hearing this, Su Qingyu trembled in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. Master, please don't kick me out. Zhang Heng looked down at Su Qingyu. I won't kick you out. I will only give you a few lashes for daring to sneak onto my bed. If only. Zhang Heng abruptly trailed off, feeling the words sounded rather peculiar. Is it true, master? That's splendid. A mere few lashes. I am willing to accept my punishment, Su Qingyu said, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled. Zhang Heng regarded her pitiable demeanor with a twinge of reluctance, yet as a mentor, he understood the necessity of upholding discipline. Otherwise, should she ever venture into his bedchamber, it would be utterly daunting. It was not that he was opposed to her. He had aspirations of ascension, and the noble image of a master must remain intact. Everything would be addressed once he achieved immortality. Little you need not fear. Your senior sister will accompany you. Does senior sister also face punishment? Indeed, she must. She dared to bully a fellow disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu, who had just fetched the willow switches, stood frozen in disbelief midway. Chapter 62. Punishment. What should I do if the master finds out? A wave of anxiety washed over Yi Qingqiu. She had deceived and coerced her junior sister into seeking methods for concocting elixirs, causing her to weep. The master would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Her gaze fell upon the slender willow branch in her hands, a pang of regret surfacing. If only she had confessed earlier, the branch should have been thicker, for the pain was intensified by its delicate nature. With a heart full of trepidation, she approached Zhang Heng and Su Qingyu, trembling as she knelt before them, offering the branch with both hands. Please punish me, master. I have wronged my junior sister. Her head bowed low. She dared not meet Zhang Heng's gaze, fear and reverence flooding her heart. The master was formidable. A single strike could send her soul into disarray. Although she knew he would never harm her or Su Qingyu fatally, the punishment would still be severe. You two are truly a source of worry, Zhang Heng remarked, secretly amused at the sight of his quaking disciples. They still held respect for him, a testament to his recent efforts to maintain his image. Master, we were in the wrong. Su Qingyu and Yi Qingqiu spoke in unison. Zhang Heng picked up the branch presented by Yi Qingqiu, lost in thought. How to administer a punishment that preserves his image as a master? A strike to the rear? That would hardly be effective, especially considering they were both young maidens. Such an approach would tarnish his reputation. After deliberation, he resolved to strike their palms as a minor chastisement. 3 strikes each. Very well, he announced. Yes, master. The 2 disciples replied in unison. Suddenly, Yi Qingqiu watched in shock as Su Qingyu began to loosen her waistband, her hands gripping her skirt as if to remove it. Yi Qingqiu's face flushed crimson. This is too much. At 16, she was a young lady, already of marriageable age by mortal standards. Her shyness overwhelmed her, especially with the master being a handsome man. Yet, she did not dare protest. Her life was in the hands of her master, and she would comply with whatever he commanded. Hastily, she loosened her own waistband, fearful of inciting Zhang Heng's wrath. Zhang Heng, bewildered, shouted, "What are you doing?" His voice, imbued with authority, silenced their actions. Yi Qingqiu trembled, confused, while Su Qingyu looked up at Zhang Heng, puzzled. Master, if we do not remove our skirts, how will you strike our backsides? Zhang Heng was taken aback. What kind of thoughts did these two disciples possess? Did they think him a lecher? Extend your left hand, he commanded Su Qingyu. Yes, master, Su Qingyu replied, lifting her hand in delight. To her, as long as Zhang Heng did not dismiss her, she could endure any punishment. Zhang Heng withdrew his magical energy, relying solely on his physical strength. He lightly struck Su Qingyu's palm 3 times, leaving only 3 faint red marks. Woohoo! Su Qingyu suddenly burst into tears. Zhang Heng frowned, perplexed at her reaction. Why are you crying? I struck lightly. Master, do you not want me anymore? Su Qingyu sobbed. What do you mean? Zhang Heng asked, bewildered. Master, your strikes were so gentle. It must mean you do not want me anymore, she continued, tears flowing. Zhang Heng was astonished, suspecting his disciples might harbor masochistic tendencies. However, he found it difficult to impose a harsh punishment on them. In this world, devoid of friends or family, they were like daughters to him. How could he bear to be too severe? Enough of the tears. I am sparing you this time due to your first offense. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being harsh, he stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's tears ceased, replaced by a radiant smile, akin to flowers blooming after the snow melts. Thank you for your mercy, master. I shall not dare again. She bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxiu felt a tightening in her chest. She had heard that punishments for first offenses were lighter. But since she had bullied her junior sister twice, she feared the master might imprison her for decades. In her previous home, the punishment for transgressions could last for decades, with some even confined for a millennium. At that moment, Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon her, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out upon her fair face. How would the master punish her? Extend your left hand, Zhang Heng instructed Yi Qingxiu. She was taken aback. Would she face the same punishment as her junior sister? Hesitantly, she extended her hand, suppressing her thoughts. 3 sharp cracks echoed as the branch struck her palm, leaving 3 red marks. For a practitioner like Yi Qingxiu, such an injury would heal within moments. Master? She summoned the courage to look up, confusion etched on her face. Xiu'er, do you think I struck lightly? Zhang Heng's cold gaze bore into her. No, master, she replied hastily. Could it be that there was a deeper meaning to his words? Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. The master was testing their control over spiritual energy. They must learn to delay the healing process of the marks to enhance their mastery of energy manipulation. A mix of surprise and joy coursed through her. The master was indeed an extraordinary figure, his every action profound and inscrutable. Her delight was evident on her face. Noticing her smile, Zhang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. What is this eldest disciple grinning about? He suspected her of harboring ulterior motives, especially since she had coerced Su Qingyu into approaching him about elixir methods. Master, I am foolish and do not know how to properly consume the elixir you bestowed upon us. I was merely pressuring my junior sister to plead on my behalf. Please forgive me, Yi Qingxiu implored, her beautiful eyes wide with sincerity. Having been punished, she sought knowledge on how to consume the elixir, as she could not afford to waste time. If she could safely take the nourishing Xian pill, her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate, and she would not forget her deep-seated vendetta. Su Qingyu chimed in, Master, we truly do not know how to proceed. Even Elder Yang is at a loss. We beseech you to enlighten us. As she spoke, she adopted a cute demeanor, her fox ears drooping, eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Zhang Heng listened to his disciples, puzzled. It is merely a low-grade elixir. How could you not know how to take it? He wondered if the elixir was too unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu glanced at Yi Qingxiu, who paused before responding, Yes, master, the elixir is indeed too bitter. High-grade elixirs were indeed too potent for them, their bodies struggling to tolerate the strong medicinal properties, rendering them nearly inedible. I see, Zhang Heng nodded thoughtfully. You must take it with warm water. That will alleviate the bitterness. He concluded that the elixir's flavor must be unpleasant, akin to swallowing a pill without any aid. With warm water, they would be able to consume it more easily. Yi Qingxiu listened, her expression one of bewilderment. Su Qingyu, however, was filled with exuberance. Master, I understand now. So this is how it's done. Yi Qingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingyu. Foolish fox, what do you truly comprehend? She wished to inquire about the specifics of this warm water, yet having erred once again today, and with Zhang Heng already providing a hint, she felt it inappropriate to ask further. Her fortitude paled in comparison to that of Su Qingyu. Stand up, proceed with your cultivation. Zhang Heng hastily urged them to leave, anxious that they might pose questions concerning their practice. Yi Qingxiu and Su Qingyu promptly rose, shoulder to shoulder, turning to depart. Should you encounter minor issues, you may consult Yang Yan. He is a practitioner of the divine knocking. Zhang Heng, feeling a pang of guilt, nonetheless pointed them in a clearer direction before they took their leave. The two disciples nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain, before they departed. Chapter 63. Senior Sister and Junior Sister in the Alchemy Room of the Miao Miao Sect. Yi Qingxiu led her junior sister, Su Qingyu, into the vacant chamber. Junior Sister. Did you comprehend the meaning behind Master S words just now? Why? Senior Sister, do you not understand? It's so simple that you fail to grasp it. Su Qingyu replied, her face radiating pride. Seeing Su Qingyu's smug demeanor, Yi Qingxiu felt a strong urge to strike her. However, in her quest to acquire the method for safely consuming the nourishing Xian pill, she restrained herself, lowering her posture and respectfully asking, "Please, Junior Sister, enlighten me." Hee. Su Qingyu chuckled, standing tall with great confidence. Didn't he expect that one day you would seek my guidance, huh? Yi Qingxiu gritted her teeth, clenching her delicate fists. Are you not going to share the method with me? Then I shall remain silent about why Master punished us. What? Su Qingyu became anxious. She had been punished for sneaking onto Master's bed and feared there were deeper implications. Senior Sister, is Master punishing us not because I slept in his bed? Yi Qingxiu rolled her eyes. You think too highly of yourself. That is merely one of the reasons. Hurry and tell me how to consume the pill. Or it may be too late. All right, Senior Sister, I promise to tell you. But you must first share your insights, Su Qingyu insisted. Though she remained skeptical of her mischievous senior, Yi Qingxiu fell silent, gazing quietly at Su Qingyu. As Su Qingyu and Appo's eyes began to glisten, she leaned closer, pleading, Senior Sister. I beg you, please tell me. Yi Qingxiu couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing how easily this little fox could be deceived. Yet this time, she had no intention of tricking Su Qingyu. She slowly opened her left hand, revealing a red mark on her palm. Su Qingyu scratched her head, observing Yi Qingxiu's hand. Senior Sister, Master struck you quite hard. With your strength, you still haven't recovered? No, foolish fox, that is precisely the point. I did this intentionally. You did it on purpose? Show me your left hand. Su Qingyu complied, revealing the thorny imprint on her palm. Yi Qingxiu sighed in relief. Junior Sister, this is Master training us in controlling our spiritual energy. Control? Su Qingyu blinked in confusion. Then, Yi Qingxiu elaborated on her insights. After listening, Su Qingyu exclaimed in admiration, Goodness, Master is truly magnificent. I thought he was merely punishing us, but I never realized there was such profound meaning behind it. Yi Qingxiu gently patted Su Qingyu's head. Otherwise, if Master truly wished to punish us, we might not even be able to walk. Su Qingyu nodded. Suddenly her eyes lit up. So, does that mean Master allows me to sleep on his bed? Bang. Yi Qingxiu sharply tapped Su Qingyu's head, producing a crisp sound. How audacious. Master would never permit that. He is merely lenient and does not wish to impose a severe penalty on you. My punishment is likely a result of your actions. Su Qingyu covered her head, looking displeased. Isn't it because you bullied me that Master punished you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu fell speechless, quickly shifting the topic. I have shared my insights. Now it is your turn. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu perked up, placing her hands on her hips, striking a pose of authority. Senior Sister, fetch me some clean water. I shall demonstrate for you. Yi Qingxiu paused for a moment, resisting the urge to quarrel with this little fox, and obediently went to fetch a basin of cool water, placing it before Su Qingyu. Here, the clean water has arrived. Senior Sister, pay close attention, Su Qingyu commanded, tossing a pill into the basin, then settling into a meditative position, resembling a skilled alchemist. Yi Qingxiu stood by, observing patiently. After a long while, the pill in the basin showed no signs of change. Junior Sister? Yi Qingxiu called out, how much longer? Why are you just sitting there motionless? What are you doing? Su Qingyu, deep in her meditative state, ignored her, appearing as if she were an alchemist wholly focused on her craft. Yi Qingxiu furrowed her brow. When did Junior Sister become so astute? I don't understand at all. Suddenly, she noticed Su Qingyu's head drooping, rhythmic breaths emanating from her. Moments later, Su Qingyu lay sprawled on the ground, her petite body rising and falling with each breath. Yi Qingxiu was taken aback. She has fallen asleep. Her fists clenched involuntarily as she suddenly grasped Su Qingyu and Appo's tail, lifting her entire form. Su Qingyu awoke, feeling pain in her backside and tail. Upon seeing herself being held upside down by Yi Qingxiu, she cried out, Senior Sister, what are you doing? I asked you to teach me how to consume the pill, yet you fell asleep. Yi Qingxiu exclaimed in frustration. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I just couldn't help it. Su Qingyu pleaded pitifully. Yi Qingxiu was left speechless. You could have simply told me your insights instead of making me wait for so long. With that, she set Su Qingyu down. Su Qingyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she continued to feign profundity. Senior sister, there's no need to rush. Come dawn tomorrow, you will know. Observing Su Qingyu, Yi Qingxiu thought she bore a resemblance to Master, though Su Qingyu's antics were merely an act, while Master was genuinely profound and inscrutable. Very well. I shall await the results by tomorrow morning. Yi Qingxiu lightly tapped Su Qingyu on the head. What are you doing now, senior sister? You're not allowed to sleep. Stay with me until dawn. Oh. The two sat in silence, taking the opportunity to cultivate their control over spiritual energy, strongly suppressing the fading of the red marks. Time passed swiftly, and dawn arrived. Su Qingyu immediately commanded Yi Qingxiu to heat the cool water into warm water. Then, with the basin containing the nourishing Xian pill, they soared to the mountain peak. At that moment, as the sun rose, its rays illuminated the basin with a golden hue, and the red pill was adorned with a golden edge, a faint energy wave radiating from it. Yi Qingxiu's pupils constricted in astonishment. It actually works. Some energy has indeed been diluted and infused into the warm water. See that, senior sister? Su Qingyu proclaimed triumphantly. How did you decipher Master's words? Yi Qingxiu inquired. Puzzled. You didn't comprehend because you were too timid to look at Master's face. When he spoke of how to use the pills, his face and entire being sparkled like a great sun, filling me with immense admiration. Chuckling, Su Qingyu reached for the pill in the basin, preparing to swallow it whole. Yi Qingxiu swiftly grasped her head. Foolish fox. That pill has only diluted a minuscule amount of energy. The energy contained within could still burst you apart. What? Su Qingyu exclaimed in shock. Yi Qingxiu sighed in exasperation, suspecting that this silly fox understood nothing at all. The method of basking in the morning sun was likely a serendipitous discovery with minimal effect. If diluted to a level they could absorb, it would take an eternity. I should never have trusted your foolish words. Yi Qingxiu crossed her arms, wearing a bitter expression. At that moment, Yi Qingxiu suddenly recalled what Zhang Heng had said before they departed. If one encounters minor issues, they may consult Yang Yin. Could it be that assistance from the formation is required? Yi Qingxiu and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qingyu gazed at her senior sister and Apos' peculiar behavior with a look of confusion, as if observing a madwoman. Chapter 64, Spiritual Liquid at the Spirit Pool of the Sect. Zhang Heng approached slowly, wielding a scoop net, gazing quietly into the water. To the eyes of an ordinary person, the pond appeared filled with mere common fish. However, within Zhang Heng's discerning gaze, he spotted 4 or 5 white spirit fish. These were caught by Su Qingyu, Yun Qiu, and Yun Dong at Yulan Lake, varying in size, with the largest nearly the size of an adult and the smallest merely the size of a palm. Zhang Heng scooped up 2 of the white spirit fish, subsequently enveloping them in water before vanishing in an instant, reappearing in the kitchen. He extracted the white spirit pearl from the largest fish and called for Yun Qiu, instructing her to deliver the sizable fish to Yang Yin as a small gift. The smaller fish remained for his own enjoyment, coincidentally providing 2 white spirit pearls, one for each of his disciples. The Qi Miao sect was devoid of resources and relied solely on the efforts of its members. During breakfast, having prepared the white spirit pearls, Zhang Heng summoned his 2 disciples along with Yun Qiu and her sister to dine. Yi Qingxiu arrived with Su Qingyu, and upon seeing a large pot of white spirit fish soup, her eyes sparkled with delight, her nose greedily inhaling the aroma. The 2 received the spirit-concealing pills from Zhang Heng with elation, swallowing them eagerly without hesitation. Zhang Heng hesitated to dissuade them, suspecting this might indeed be the correct method of utilizing the white spirit pills, particularly since both were cultivators, and he presumed there would be no adverse effects. However, he noticed the marks on his disciples' left hands from the prior night still lingered, stirring a sense of guilt within him. With my current cultivation at the divine ability realm, even without exerting my spiritual energy, I must have dealt them considerable harm. It is my fault as their master. Contemplating this, he resolved to visit Yulan Lake to catch more white spirit fish to nourish his disciples. Yang Yin beheld the enormous white spirit fish on the table, overwhelmed with admiration. The senior members of the Yang family surrounding him also stared in astonishment at the fish, the largest they had ever seen. The white spirit fish was a precious resource, residing within the underground spiritual veins, elusive and challenging to capture. Even deity-level cultivators expended great effort to procure them. The 5 major factions largely controlled the white spirit fish, which served as a critical resource for nurturing exceptional talents. The Yang family had previously only purchased them from these factions, and the fish lacked white spirit pearls. Yet today, they were witnessing such a magnificent specimen. Truly, the sect master is an unparalleled powerhouse, Yang Yin exclaimed. Quickly, let us store this white spirit fish using the array formation and distribute it among the deserving disciples later. Yes, Yang Kuo replied, taking the fish away. Grandfather. Yang Ling approached, her thoughts racing. The sect master is indeed a supreme powerhouse, yet he leads a seemingly hollow sect. In my view, this is not due to a lack of resources but rather a test for us. In the cultivation world, everything is a competition. The sect master is conveying that we must develop the sect properly to ascend the path to greatness. Indeed, Yang Yin concurred. My Yang family is renowned for its mastery of formations, yet the Qi Miao sect lacks a protective array. The sect master undoubtedly expects us to establish a defensive grand array ourselves. But grandfather, what scale should our array be? Yang Ling inquired. Silence enveloped the gathering. Crafting an array that would satisfy the sect master required not only profound mastery of formations but also substantial resources. After deviating from the orthodox path, the Yang family's external assets had been seized by the righteous path, and they were pursued by the entire righteous faction. Leaving the Qi Miao sect would undoubtedly invite danger. Patriarch, 2 gentlemen seek an audience, a Yang family disciple announced. The group exchanged glances, first recalling that Yun Xiao, the sect master and Appos, as attendant, had brought the fish. And now 2 gentlemen were arriving once more, suggesting an underlying significance. This is dire, Yang Yin fretted. The 2 gentlemen are here to demand accountability. The crowd was puzzled. Previously, the 2 gentlemen approached us regarding the issue with the Yangxian pills, which we failed to resolve. The sect master must be furious. We should hasten to apologize to them, Yang Yin urged, promptly leading everyone to the main hall. A moment later, they arrived in the main hall where the 2 gentlemen, Yi Qingqiu and Su Qingyu, stood. Without a word, they bowed deeply. Forgive us, esteemed gentlemen, for our incompetence in addressing the pill issue, Yang Yin implored from his kneeling position. Seeing the senior members of the Yang family kneeling before her, Yi Qingqiu was initially bewildered but quickly comprehended the situation. Please rise. Everyone, my master bears no grievance. Yi Qingqiu rose from her chair, addressing the assembly. The members stood hesitantly, casting fearful glances at Su Qingyu, who remained silent, seemingly harboring resentment towards them, which unnerved Yang Yin. Although the 2 gentlemen appeared delicate and gentle, Yang Yin perceived a cruel nature within them, a quiet yet formidable presence. Young elder, last night, we met with my master, who mentioned that the Yangxian pill merely requires. Yi Qingqiu recounted Zhang Heng's words, along with Su Qingyu's accidental blunder. Once she finished, silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered deeply. This warm water, could it be the spiritual liquid? Yang Ling and Appos' voice suddenly shattered the stillness. Yang Yin and Appos' eyes widened, clarity dawning upon him as he exclaimed, precisely. This spiritual liquid embodies pure and refined spiritual energy, necessitating an array for its convergence. No matter the environment, the spiritual liquid always resembles warm water. Thus, the warm water the sect master referred to must be this spiritual liquid. Immediately, the gathering began their experiments. Yang Yin led Yi Qingqiu and Su Qingyu to the peak of the mountain, establishing a spirit-gathering array complemented by various smaller formations. The altar was inscribed with exquisite runes. Subsequently, Yang Yin commanded Yang Ling to place several top-grade spirit stones stored by the Yang family into the array. As the array activated, a powerful compression force exerted pressure on the spirit stones, gradually transforming them into liquid that dripped into the golden basin atop the altar. After repeating this process multiple times, the liquid within the golden basin finally exhibited a certain depth. Great gentlemen, our top-grade spirit stones have been exhausted. Should we resort to inferior stones, the spiritual liquid could become contaminated, Yang Yin remarked. Yi Qingqiu nodded in agreement, aware of the Yang family's resource scarcity. The spiritual liquid requires specific conditions to form. The array must remain intact. And we shall wait for the morning sun to rise before adding the Yangxian pills to observe the results, Yang Yin concluded. Indeed, as Yang Elder stated, Yi Qingqiu affirmed. Numerous senior members of the Yang family surrounded the grand array, which continuously consumed vast amounts of spirit stones, depleting the family's entire reserve of top-grade stones, causing them considerable distress. On the following morning, as the sun's rays poured in, Yi Qingqiu hurriedly added the Yangxian pills into the spiritual liquid. Before long, Everyone witnessed the pills dissolving within the liquid. "Senior sister, that's my pill. Return my pill." Su Qingyu, who had been holding her tongue, suddenly panicked upon seeing the dissolving pills. Yi Qingxiu smiled apologetically, then reassured, "Do not worry, junior sister. You are favored by our master. Even if this pill is destroyed, he will surely provide you with a new one." Suddenly, Su Qingyu seized Yi Qingxiu's hand, biting down fiercely. Yi Qingxiu winced in pain, trying to shake her off, but to no avail. With a bitter expression, Yi Qingxiu realized that, given the crowd, it was inappropriate to reprimand the foolish fox. Just then, as the pills fully dissolved, the spiritual liquid erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering like a radiant rainbow, a truly breathtaking sight. "It worked," Yang Yin exclaimed in excitement. The crowd turned to witness, feeling a pure and gentle energy ripple through the air. Everyone marveled in awe. "Indeed, the sect master is extraordinary. Such prowess is truly remarkable. We have only now begun to comprehend the profound intentions of our master, yet I find myself utterly incapable of grasping even a fraction of his wisdom." The crowd harbored a genuine reverence for Zhang Heng. Su Qingyu also discerned the extraordinary nature of the spiritual liquid. She released her grip on Yi Qingxiu and stood in a daze, her spiritual sense assuring her of its safety. "Dispel the formation," commanded Yang Yan, and as the formation was dismantled, the spiritual liquid remained undisturbed. Su Qingyu rushed forward and consumed all of it in one swift motion. In an instant, her body radiated a golden light, as if she were adorned with a gilded aura, exuding an aura of sanctity. Suddenly, she trembled violently. After a brief moment of shivering, she succumbed to a deep slumber, rendered unconscious. Chapter 65. Let your imagination run wild. Yi Qingxiu and Yang Yin hurried over to check. And upon seeing Su Qingyu and Apos, as calm and orderly breathing, both of them sighed in relief. Mr. Air and Apos, S limbs and internal organs had undergone a remarkable enhancement. "Wait, what kind of cultivation technique is this?" Yang Yin observed the 5 types of spiritual energy swirling around Su Qingyu, corresponding to the 5 elements. Su Qingyu's realm suddenly ascended to the peak of the spirit concealment stage. Yi Qingxiu displayed an envious expression but did not respond to Yang Yan's question. She had initially intended to play a trick on her junior sister, only to find that it had backfired and benefited her instead. The 5 types of spiritual energy entwined around Su Qingyu were naturally from the 5 elements nourishing technique. Yi Qingxiu also noticed that Su Qingyu's body absorbed the spiritual herbs remarkably well, with minimal side effects, allowing her realm to rise swiftly. Nearly from a deep slumber, faster than her own progress during the spirit concealment stage, realization dawned on her. It turned out that the master was not intentionally making things difficult for her and her junior sister, but rather facilitating their better absorption of elixirs. The thought of the 5 elixirs in her possession stirred Yi Qingxiu's ambition. If she absorbed them all, she might break through to the fateful stage. "Elder Yang, can we continue with the spirit gathering array? I still have nourishing essence pills," she inquired. "Ah, my dear disciple, to produce spiritual liquid, we not only require the enhancement of the spirit gathering array, but also need top-grade spirit stones, of which we have none," Yang Yin lamented softly. Even if they had top-grade spirit stones, the resources to maintain the spirit-gathering array were depleted in the Yang family. Yi Qingxiu, unwilling to accept this, pressed on. "Then where can we obtain top-grade spirit stones?" Yang Yin shook his head. "Top-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. A medium-sized spirit stone mine may yield only a single fist-sized top-grade spirit stone, while large spirit mines are entirely controlled by powerful factions. The Yang family once possessed a large spirit mine, but after pledging allegiance to the sect leader, all external properties were seized by the 5 major powers. Our current safety is largely due to the sect leader's protection, and partly because those major factions are preoccupied with dividing the Yang family's assets. Once they have finished, they will turn their attention to us. Unless the sect leader personally protects us, we cannot venture out to exploit the large spirit mine to obtain top-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxiu said little more, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing Tianyang Peak with the slumbering Su Qingyu. She was aware of the reasons behind the Yang family's resource scarcity, not only due to the hasty relocation but also because of their previous allegiance to the demonic path, which had likely siphoned most of their resources away. Consequently, many harbored grievances against her master, and she understood the cause. After all, the Pyamyo sect had no resources to speak of. Holding Su Qingyu, she flew on her sword, contemplating. Her master was an extraordinary being, indifferent to worldly fame and fortune. But as his disciple, she would never allow his reputation to falter. She vowed to elevate the Piao sect to become the foremost sect in the world. Determined, she pondered how to strengthen the sect's power and found herself soaring towards the small pavilion. Zhang Heng lounged lazily in a chair, admiring the sunrise from the rooftop when he suddenly spotted Yu Qingqiu returning with Su Qingyu in her arms, startling him. Could it be that my second disciple has been injured by me and has fainted? He wondered. Qiu, what happened to your junior sister? Zhang Heng asked urgently. Yu Qingqiu, lost in thought, was startled by Zhang Heng's call, instinctively raising her guard upon looking up. Noticing her expression, Zhang Heng felt a pang of guilt. Does my eldest disciple resent me? That shouldn't be the case. I merely tapped her gently. Master, she is fine. She has merely fallen asleep, Yi Qingqiu reassured him. Zhang Heng immediately felt relieved, realizing his initial concern was unfounded. Indeed, it must be because of my actions. Yes, master. I should not have. Master, we understand, Yi Qingqiu said, flying over to place Su Qingyu beside Zhang Heng, gazing at him with admiration. However, Zhang Heng, upon witnessing such a look, became increasingly anxious. Knowing that whenever his eldest disciple wore that expression, it signaled her tendency to overthink. Master, you allowed me and my junior sister to explore how to use the nourishing essence pills on our own instead of resolving it directly yourself, guiding us to seek out the Yang family. This is to teach us that the cultivation world is an exceedingly cruel place. Without resources, one cannot progress. To become true powerhouses, we must not rely solely on you. We must seize resources ourselves and contend for strength. Master, you are truly magnificent. Through this minor matter, you have imparted such profound truths to your disciple. I am foolish, requiring your guidance a second time to awaken to this understanding. When you previously took me to Tianyang City, I also learned much. There is no clear distinction between righteous and demonic paths, only the strong hold sway. If we remain weak, those so-called righteous would seek our demise. Our continued existence is solely because you are stronger than them. Yu Qingqiu spoke with conviction, her eyes glistening with tears as she declared passionately, Master, I vow to make the Piao sect the foremost sect in the world, to protect those who seek protection. Zhang Heng was taken aback by her words. Eldest disciple, what do you intend to do? He steadied himself, attempting to maintain an air of profundity. Qiu, it brings me great comfort that you understand my good intentions. But do explain how your junior sister fell unconscious, he urged. At that moment, Zhang Heng noticed the faint red marks on Yu Qingqiu's left hand, though they had faded significantly since before. Qiu, how's your hand? He inquired with concern. Master, I am useless, Yu Qingqiu replied, lowering her head, her expression sorrowful. Zhang Heng frowned, utterly perplexed. Yu Qingqiu opened her left hand, revealing the red marks, and continued. I can only endure for about 3 days. What? Zhang Heng was astonished. You can't mean that after 3 days, you too will faint? What then? Who will enhance my cultivation? The heavenly tribulation and the flower burial empress are always watching over me. Master, your striking our palms was to train our control over spiritual power. However, I can only last 3 days. I am too inadequate, Yu Qingqiu lamented further. Zhang Heng was even more bewildered, feeling as though his mind had been twisted into knots. All right, so this is how we are to play it. He began to piece together that perhaps his second disciple had merely consumed too many elixirs and fallen asleep, rather than it being his fault. He promptly adjusted his demeanor to comfort Yi Qingqiu. Qiu and Apos, you are already quite formidable, stronger than most. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqiu and Apos' spirits lifted, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Indeed. And what about me, master? Su Qingyu suddenly interjected. Yi Qingqiu was taken aback, nearly delivering a punch to Su Qingyu's head. Junior sister, are you pretending to be asleep? Master, sister just snatched my elixirs. Su Qingyu retorted. I did not. I was helping her, without my assistance. How could you have ascended so dramatically? Yi Qingqiu blushed, taken aback by her foolish junior sister's audacity to report her to the master. Humph, clearly. You were the one who stole from me. Su Qingyu protested defiantly. Observing the playful banter between his two disciples, Zhang Heng's face broke into a smile. Such harmonious moments in life seemed rather delightful. As evening approached, Zhang Heng embarked on his first patrol of Tianyang Peak. The peak was vast, ample enough for the Yang family to reside comfortably. Upon his arrival, the members of the Yang family prostrated before him, but Zhang Heng dismissed the others, leaving only Yang Yin in the hall. Yang Yin gazed at Zhang Heng, seated at the head of the table, his heart racing with trepidation. He feared that Zhang Heng had come to demand justice on behalf of Yi Qingqiu. It was not that he was unwilling to assist. Rather, the Yang family had been stripped of all resources, rendering their disciples incapable of proper cultivation. Master, I am at a loss, Yang Yin lamented. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, casting a perplexed glance at Yang Yin. Did this old man truly believe I am here to demand Yang Ling? Do I strike you as a licentious sect leader? Elder Yang, there is no need for alarm. I am aware of your predicament and shall not force you, Zhang Heng reassured him. Yang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief at Zhang Heng's words. Thank you for your understanding, Master. The fish I gifted you should be consumed by now, I presume? In response to your inquiry, we have yet to partake of it. We intended to wait until our disciples were ready to break through before consuming it, Yang Yin explained. Interpreting Zhang Heng's bestowal of the white spirit fish as a means to nurture talent rather than squander it on the upper echelons of cultivators. Hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a pang of guilt. The Yang family had remained loyal to him, yet the mysterious Cloud sect possessed nothing. To suddenly transform from esteemed officials to humble tenants was indeed pitiful. A single fish awaited better days to be savored. I understand your difficulties, but we must proceed gradually and with patience, Zhang Heng advised, recalling the platitudes from his former life as leaders. How about this? Tomorrow, accompany me to fish. This will alleviate your immediate concerns. Fishing? Yang Yin was bewildered. How could fishing possibly resolve the Yang family's resource crisis? He suspected Zhang Heng was merely speaking nonsense to deceive him. Bring all the cultivators of the Yang family along, Zhang Heng instructed, recognizing that the more participants, the greater the likelihood of catching the white spirit fish. Everyone together to fish? Yang Yin was astonished, suspecting that Zhang Heng was playing a trick on him. However, he dared not voice his dissent and quickly acquiesced. Yes, Master. Chapter 66. So it is after Zhang Heng's departure. Yang Yin convened all the high-ranking members of the Yang family to announce Zhang Heng's words. What? The Master actually wants us to waste our time fishing? Yang Kuo exclaimed in astonishment. What does the Master mean? We are all willing to follow him, yet he does not trust us? Is it because we failed to provide the great Master with spiritual medicine that he holds us accountable? However, the resources of the Yang family have already been depleted. We truly cannot produce any spiritual liquid. Does he expect us to venture out and risk our lives to seize resources from the 5 great powers? If that is his wish, he could simply command us to our deaths without this roundabout torment. The crowd was incensed, though they dared not rebel. Such treatment of loyal individuals was disheartening. Silence, Yang Yin commanded. We must not be disrespectful to the Master. Whatever he says, we shall comply. A hush fell over the assembly. Living under another's roof was stifling, and bound by a servitude contract, they found themselves unable to betray Zhang Heng. Perhaps the Master's words carry profound meaning, Yang Ling suggested. She had always believed that Zhang Heng was a good person who would never intentionally torment the Yang family. The others looked at Yang Ling, sighing in silence. If only the second miss could serve by the Master's side, our family might suffer less. One elder voiced the collective sentiment. Upon their arrival at the Miao sect, the Yang family had no foundation or connections. Their status was even inferior to that of the 2 early-stage disciples of the Master. If Yang Ling could become a disciple of the Master, their situation might improve. At least they would be considered one of their own. Yang Ling's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. The Master was a transcendent being. How could she possibly be worthy to serve him? Enough, we cannot speculate without basis. Since the Master has instructed us to go fishing together, then let us do so. Yang Yin sighed. The next morning, as dawn broke, the members of the Yang family boarded a flying vessel bound for Yilan Lake. Zhang Heng, as the Master, occupied the most luxurious ship, accompanied by 2 maidens and 2 disciples, along with several high-ranking members of the Yang family and attendants. Master, please enjoy some tea. Yang Ling approached gracefully, serving Zhang Heng respectfully as if she were a servant. As he watched the elegant, fragrant beauty present tea to him, Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy, experiencing the pleasures of a superior. Excellent. Zhang Heng took the tea and savored it, imagining the wise sages. As if he too had transcended mundane pleasures and began contemplating the greater meanings of life. Yang Ling and Yang Yin gazed at Zhang Heng, perceiving him as a divine figure, pure and extraordinary. In that instant, Yang Yin dispelled much of his grievances, just as the exquisite atmosphere enveloped them. A voice like silver bells shattered the tranquility. Master, you are so handsome. Su Qingyu exclaimed, playfully tugging at Yi Qingqiu's dress while covering her mouth with her small hand. Her face filled with excitement. Zhang Heng nearly choked. This silly girl had a knack for ruining his dignified image. Everyone, please leave. Elder Yang, stay behind. I wish to discuss some matters with you, he commanded. As the others exited, Yang Yin grew tense, beads of sweat forming on his wrinkled forehead. Master, what are your instructions? Yang Yin asked, trembling. Zhang Heng took a sip of fragrant tea and spoke with feigned profundity. Elder Yang, are you skilled in fishing? Yang Yin was taken aback, racking his brain to decipher Zhang Heng's meaning. Suddenly, he shivered. He understood. He had previously set a trap to lure righteous cultivators. Was that not akin to fishing? Master, I have some experience, he replied cautiously. Excellent. Are you more adept at fishing techniques or bait? Zhang Heng inquired eagerly, hoping to glean the old man and Appos' fishing methods discreetly. After a moment and Appos' reflection, Yang Yin responded. The bait is crucial. Without strong bait, it is challenging to catch fish with my ordinary methods. He believed that it was Yang Ling's exceptional qualities that had attracted the righteous cultivators, enabling him to successfully set this trap. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, agreeing with this reasoning. In the realm of cultivation, the position and technique mattered little when it came to the fish. Elder Yang, might I request some of your bait? Zhang Heng asked, hopeful that with the old man's bait, he might catch a few white spirit fish. Yang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhang Heng would request Yang Ling. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather perplexed. If the master desired Yang Ling, it was merely a matter of a single command. Why torment the Yang family with such roundabout methods? What? Are you unwilling? Zhang Heng observed Yang Yan's dazed expression, puzzled. Was this old man truly so miserly? The entire Yang family belonged to him. Could he not spare a little bait? Forgive me, master. I was momentarily lost in thought. I am more than willing to provide whatever you desire. The entire Yang family belongs to you, Yang Yin exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. This old fellow had a commendable awareness. With the bait secured, Zhang Heng felt confident about the fishing expedition. After Yang Yin exited, he approached Yang Ling and Appos' chamber, his face alight with joy. Lingo, it's done. Yang Ling looked puzzled. Grandfather, what is done? The master wants you. Yang Ling's face flushed scarlet, her heart racing. The flying vessel soon arrived above Yulan Lake. This lake was not far from the Miao sect. A distance of a few hundred miles was but a fleeting moment for the vessel. The younger members of the Yang family gazed at the vast lake below, harboring resentment yet daring not voice any complaints. Zhang Heng was the first to leap down, landing gracefully on the water's surface, followed closely by his two disciples. Yu Qingxiu produced a small boat from her storage ring, and the three stood upon it. Su Qingyu eagerly dipped her tail into the water while Zhang Heng and Yu Qingxiu prepared their fishing rods, leaving the Yang family members in astonishment. They had initially believed they were here to do menial labor, not to actually fish. Elder Yang, bring the bait, Zhang Heng called out to the bewildered Yang Yin. Yang Yin turned to Yang Ling beside him, whispering, hurry, the master is calling for you. Yes. Yang Ling bit her lip, leaping onto Zhang Heng and Appos' boat. Approaching him with nervous steps, Zhang Heng watched her, causing her to blush and grow anxious, leaving her frozen in place, unsure of what to do. After a long pause, Zhang Heng asked curiously, Miss Yang, where's your grandfather's bait? Master, I am the bait, Yang Ling blurted out without thinking. Zhang Heng was taken aback. Was this old man truly so ruthless as to use his own granddaughter as bait for fishing? He could hardly believe the absurdity of the situation. Very well. You may stay here, he said, shaking his head as he cast his line, beginning to fish. Yang Ling stood quietly beside Zhang Heng, ready to serve him at any moment. After some time, Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, glancing at the Yang family members hovering above. Elder Yang, why are you not coming down to fish? Upon hearing this, the Yang family found themselves in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed. Should they fish like Zhang Heng, leap into the water to catch fish, or was there a deeper significance to the master's words? Ultimately, Yang Yin made the decision, commanding the high-ranking members of the Yang family to fish as Zhang Heng did, insisting that they must not dampen his spirits. A group of 7 or 8 practitioners at the Fate Will stage, along with a master at the God-knocking stage and another at the Divine Ability stage, sat cross-legged upon the water's surface, resembling mere mortals as they engaged in fishing. Such a formidable assembly could effortlessly obliterate any mid-sized faction within the state of Chu. Yet, at this moment, they were all focused on catching fish. Suddenly, Zhang Heng observed Yang Yin reeling in a large fish, surpassing all present in size, while he himself had caught nothing. How cunning this old man is, Zhang Heng thought, hiding the good bait for himself while letting Yang Ling fool me. He made a mental note of this slyness. The senior members of the Yang family, engaged in fishing, bore expressions of deep frustration, even when they caught a large fish. No joy graced their faces. As esteemed fate-will practitioners, they found themselves participating in such a trivial endeavor. At that moment, a shrill scream pierced the air. "Oh no! Master! It bit me!" exclaimed Su Qingyu. The others, drawn by this seemingly ambiguous exclamation, instinctively turned their gazes toward her. They beheld tumultuous waves at the water and Apos' surface near Su Qingyu and Apos' tail, as if some colossal creature was thrashing about. Su Qingyu quickly grasped the hand of her senior sister. Yi Qingxiu, her expression contorted with pain. Witnessing this, Zhang Heng raised his palm, channeling a surge of magical energy that scooped a vast amount of water into the air, forming a spherical enclosure that captured the struggling being within. In the next moment, the creature revealed its true form, a resplendent white spirit fish glistening with iridescent scales. The members of the Yang family gasped in astonishment. Yang Yan's jaw dropped. It was his first encounter with such an enormous white spirit fish, even larger than the one Zhang Heng had previously gifted them. Here lies a spiritual lake of meridian connection, Yang Yan exclaimed in shock. The so-called spiritual lake of meridian connection was a lake that connected to underground spiritual veins, thus explaining the presence of the white spirit fish. In an instant, Yang Yan experienced a revelation. The connection to the underground spiritual veins implied the existence of a vast and high-quality spiritual stone mine below. Everything clicked into place. So that was the intention of the sect leader. Haha. Yang Yan laughed excitedly. Chapter 67. Elder Yang, why do you laugh? The senior members of the Yang family also began to react, with some unable to suppress their laughter. Yang Ling gazed at Zhang Heng, her eyes brimming with admiration. Zhang Heng, bewildered, looked at Yang Yan, questioning whether the old man was mocking him for catching the white spirit fish with his disciple. Elder Yang, why do you laugh? Zhang Heng exclaimed in indignation. Yang Yan's laughter abruptly ceased as he led the senior members of the Yang family to kneel before Zhang Heng's small boat in unison. Forgive us, master. We have misunderstood your intentions, Yang Yan said, his eyes reddening. Zhang Heng remained perplexed, unsure of what Yang Yan was implying. The Yang family disciples aboard the flying boat were equally bewildered. Yang Yan continued, "We deserve punishment for failing to recognize your hints. You knew well of our Yang family's urgent need for cultivation resources and thus had the two gentlemen subtly imply that there are high-grade spiritual mines in the spiritual lake near our sect. Yet, we were too foolish to perceive this, even after 2 hints. Only when you explicitly demonstrated it through fishing did we finally awaken to the truth." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even those who were unaware of the spiritual mines beneath the Yulan Lake now realized that everything was orchestrated by the master, who had repeatedly signaled the Yang family to come here for mining. For how could they have brought the entire Yang family merely for fishing? Yi Qingxiu gasped in awe, never expecting her master to possess such profound foresight. She had thought he merely wished to expose her and her junior sister to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Master, you are truly unfathomable, Yi Qingxiu marveled inwardly. Su Qingyu, cradling her injured tail, appeared dazed and inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Could it just be a coincidence? Perhaps master did not intend this at all. Zhang Heng was startled by her words. What are you saying, second disciple? Are you here to dismantle my platform? Just then, a delicate hand struck Su Qingyu's head. Ouch! Why do you keep hitting me, senior sister? You foolish girl, how could this be mere coincidence? Everything in this world is under Master's control, Yi Qingxiu retorted, her small fists clenched in indignation. Indeed, as expected of my eldest disciple. Zhang Heng mused inwardly with a smile. The others regarded Yi Qingxiu with admiration, especially the senior members of the Yang family, who recalled the last incident when their ambush against righteous cultivators was easily discerned by the master, who had warned them thrice. Reflecting on this, Yang Yan felt a deep sense of shame, as if he had wasted hundreds of years. Master, your words are laden with meaning. It's merely that junior sister does not comprehend them, right, master? Yi Qingxiu said. Zhang Heng paused, then replied leisurely, as expected of Qiu'er. You understand all of my intentions. Yi Qingxiu beamed, her cheeks flushed, nodding obediently. The crowd looked at her with envy and admiration. Truly, she was the master's foremost disciple. Such a profound riddle, and she could fathom it all. Meanwhile, the second disciple, though petite and resembling a fox spirit, possessed wisdom that paled in comparison to Yi Qingxiu's, let alone the master's. Master. We shall dive into the lake now to explore the exact location of the spiritual mines, Yang Yan declared with enthusiasm. The Yang family members were equally exhilarated. The scarcity of resources had driven them nearly to madness. At that moment, Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled as he suddenly cast his fishing rod. the line soaring with formidable energy toward the distance. Moments later, a scream echoed, followed by the golden line retracting, dragging a figure clad in black toward them. "Spare me. Please do not kill me." The black-clad figure, a cultivator at the Fatewheel realm, was drenched in blood, his face stricken with terror as he desperately pleaded for mercy. The crowd was taken aback, questioning the identity of this individual. The senior members of the Yang family surrounded him, demanding, "Speak. Who are you? What is your purpose in watching us?" I am merely passing through and did not realize I had entered your territory. Please show mercy," the black-clad figure begged. However, the surrounding individuals remained silent, clearly disbelieving his words. The black-clad figure, seeing their skepticism, fell silent, his complexion paling as beads of sweat streamed down his face. Suddenly, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he attempted to activate the death talisman within him to commit suicide. "He is going to kill himself. Stop him," Yang Yin shouted. Yet, it was too late. They could not establish a sealing formation in time, and the man's suicide was inevitable. At that moment, Zhang Heng raised his hand gently and cast the 10,000 Flowers Spirit Realm, instantly controlling the black-clad figure. The man froze, his eyes rolling back as if entranced. After a moment, he slowly opened his mouth. "I am Wang Qing, a cultivator from the Wind-Suspended Pavilion, sent to investigate the mystery behind the deaths of 6 righteous cultivators in the Jingzhen path. There are 4 others like me, each belonging to one of the other 4 major forces, all at the Fatewheel realm. The 5 major forces are collaborating, and we have essentially locked down the area, which is precisely this Jingyan path." The black-clad figure divulged all the information. The venue fell silent. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Heng caused the black-clad figure's soul to perish. "Master, what shall we do? The 5 major forces are searching for us," Yang Yin asked anxiously. "Do not concern yourselves with them," Zhang Heng replied calmly. "Continue with your tasks as planned." Although he felt a tinge of panic, the discovery of the spiritual mines beneath Yulan Lake was a monumental opportunity. To flee now would be a grave mistake. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the enemy's cultivators at the Divine Passage realm had already surrounded Jingzhen Path. If he fled, it would only reveal his trepidation, prompting them to pursue him relentlessly. It was better to observe the situation and buy some time. Seeing their master's composed demeanor, the senior members of the Yang family breathed a sigh of relief. They had witnessed the master's might. Having effortlessly slain the renowned Blood Cloud ancestor with a single strike and traversed vast distances in an instant, his strength was unfathomable, instilling them with immense confidence. "We shall obey your orders," Yang Yin nodded, then commanded the Yang family members to dive into Yulan Lake and explore the spiritual mines within. Zhang Heng promptly led his 2 disciples back to the mysterious Cloud sect, assigning Yun Qiu and Yun Dong to assist the Yang family in mining the spiritual resources. Upon returning to the mysterious Cloud sect, Zhang Heng settled his 2 disciples and released the Thunder Cloud Sparrow. "Go eliminate those spies," he instructed. The Thunder Cloud Sparrow was remarkable. Now at the late Fatewheel realm, it would grow stronger alongside Zhang Heng, easily capable of dispatching 4 ordinary Fatewheel realm spies. The Thunder Cloud Sparrow soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of purple lightning, vanishing into the horizon. As Zhang Heng gazed at the empty sky, a sense of insecurity washed over him. The absence of a protective formation for the sect remained a concern. It seemed imperative to have the Yang family establish such a formation, especially now that they had discovered the spiritual mines. Zhang Heng turned to his 2 disciples. "Zhou, Chengyu, enemies are approaching. You must diligently cultivate and not rely solely on your master. My dear disciples, I may not be dependable this time. It's up to you to retaliate with your cultivation." "Yes, master," Yi Qingxiu responded. "Master, you seem a bit frightened," the candid Su Qingyu remarked thoughtlessly. Zhang Heng, caught off guard by her revelation, nearly stumbled. "You little rascal. You merely wish to diminish your master, do you?" With a resounding thud, Su Qingyu's head suffered yet another blow, delivered by none other than Yi Qingxiu. "Sure, well struck," Zhang Heng internally rejoiced. "Foolish junior sister, what do you comprehend? Our master is an unparalleled being, unafraid of anything. This is merely a test for us," Yi Qingxiu remarked coldly. "Oh," Su Qingyu clutched her head, casting a pitiful glance at Zhang Heng, hoping he would intercede on her behalf and reprimand her senior sister. However, Zhang Heng merely waved his hand gently, stating, "Return to your training." Hearing this, Su Qingyu's ears drooped in dismay. "Yes, master," Yi Qingxiu said, leading Su Qingyu away. Zhang Heng took a deep breath, accessing the system to review his information. Personal attributes, name, Zhang Heng realm, mid-stage divine passage techniques, River-severing sword technique, perfection. 10,000 flowers, spiritual realm, perfection. Heavenly divine refinement, perfection. 5 elements nurturing technique, perfection. Abilities, great wilderness capturing heaven finger, great sun divine radiant skills, aid for disciple in distress. Enslavement contract, spiritual companion. Thundercloud sparrow, mid-stage fate wheel, ancient breed, items, fragment of divine calamity, X1 quests. Please elevate both disciples' realms by 1 substantial level. Senior disciple, name, Yiqing Xiu traits, sword elemental bone realm, mid-stage fate wheel techniques, 5 elements nurturing technique, perfection, river severing sword technique, major achievement. Falling leaves sword technique, perfection, junior disciple name, Su Qingyu traits, clear mind, demon emperor bloodline, anomalous, realm, 5th stage of spiritual abode techniques, heavenly divine refinement, perfection. 5 elements nurturing technique, perfection, 10,000 flowers spiritual realm, minor achievement. Upon reviewing this information, Zhang Heng sighed softly. Alas, they are too weak. The junior disciple is on the verge of Fate Palace, while the senior disciple still lacks 2 minor realms. This task appears somewhat daunting. He pondered the junior disciple's dual traits. What did the anomalous demon emperor bloodline signify? At that moment, a notification window appeared from the system. Congratulations, host. Junior disciple Su Qingyu has ascended to Fate Palace realm. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming internally, excellent. Splendid. What rewards shall accompany the junior disciple's ascension to Fate Palace? Zhang Heng's anticipation grew. Chapter 68, From Innocent Girl to Stalwart Man? Reward, Level 1 Body Refinement Technique Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong, designated for 2 disciples. Reward, Level 1 Protective Array Ling Xian Piao Miaozhen. Reward, Item Card, Level 1 Enlightenment Hand. This can help non-disciples and others transcend their cultivation constraints. 100-fold return of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the late stage of Divine Power Realm. Upon surveying these rewards, Zhang Heng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, these were much-needed rewards, as the Piao Miao sect finally possessed a protective array. Alas, it was merely a manual for the formation, and not the formation itself. Fortunately, I have taken in the Yang family. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to set up this protective array. Moreover, this item card, the Enlightenment Hand, could elevate a non-disciple by a significant realm. Yang Yin is currently at the pinnacle of the God-calling realm, making him an ideal candidate for direct enlightenment into a divine power cultivator. Bound by the enslavement contract, he would pose no threat of betrayal. Zhang Heng felt an immediate sense of relief. He estimated that the ancestors of the 5 major factions were mostly at the divine power realm as well. Now, counting himself, the Piao Miao sect boasted 2 divine power cultivators, allowing them to remain hidden and develop in seclusion. With this thought, Zhang Heng focused his gaze on the first reward, the body refinement technique, specifically designated for Su Qingyu. What a dreadful system! Would this body refinement technique transform my beautiful fox spirit into a muscle-bound brute? A girl with bulging muscles? The very thought made Zhang Heng's scalp tingle. Conjuring images from a comical animation he had seen in his past life, featuring Neza. How terrifying. System, could you not provide a more suitable technique? Zhang Heng felt powerless. He urgently needed to enhance the cultivation of his 2 disciples to complete his tasks, gain rewards, and counter the threats posed by the 5 major factions, the demonic path, and the impending heavenly tribulation. Alas, dear second disciple, it seems you must endure this hardship. Suffer a little longer, and when I ascend to immortality, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. With a heavy heart, Zhang Heng resolved to impart the Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong to Su Qingyu. He approached her training chamber and gently knocked on the door, waiting for a response that never came. Puzzled, Zhang Heng pushed the door open, only to find Su Qingyu sprawled in the center of the room, sound asleep, her body curled up, cradling her fluffy white tail like a puppy. Here I am, living in constant trepidation, and yet this girl sleeps so peacefully. Zhang Heng's anger dissipated, replaced by a wave of guilt. How unfortunate it is. The once dainty and adorable little fox spirit is destined to become a muscle-bound man. He had initially intended to tug on Su Qingyu's ear to wake her, but now, filled with remorse, he gently patted her shoulder. Su Qingyu let out a soft groan, her hazy vision clearing to reveal the handsome face of her master. Master, master, she exclaimed, sitting up in a flurry, her face flushed, her hands instinctively covering her bosom, a mixture of guilt and fear etched on her features. Master, I am sorry. I didn't mean to fall asleep. She feared Zhang Heng's ire, and though she spoke truthfully, having diligently practiced earlier, she had succumbed to sleep without realizing it. Surely it was the fault of her senior sister. Master, you must believe me. I have been earnest in my practice every day when you are not around. Zhang Heng was at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone so foolish as to self-incriminate. Still playful. Be careful. I might just give you a few lashes. Yes, I shall not dare again, Su Qingyu replied, kneeling and gazing up at Zhang Heng with pitiful eyes. Zhang Heng stood before her. Merely lowering his head would present a dangerously tempting view. Ahem, rise. This time, I shall spare you. Thank you, master, Su Qingyu beamed with an innocent smile. As she rose, a large hand suddenly reached toward her forehead. Ah! She yelped in fright, her body trembling, convinced Zhang Heng was about to punish her. However, she soon felt his hand gently resting on her head, followed by a profound message flooding into her mind. Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong, Su Qingyu murmured. Indeed. Now focus on your training and do not squander the opportunities one have provided. With that, Zhang Heng turned to leave, dreading the inquiries his disciples might pose. Master, why a body refinement technique? Su Qingyu and Apos' voice called from behind. Master, I am not a man. I do not wish to become coarse. Zhang Heng and Apos' heart sank. How could this second disciple be so astute? Do not overthink it. This technique is most suitable for you. Oh, Su Qingyu's tone was tinged with disappointment. She then voiced her thoughts. Is it because you are too poor to provide a proper technique, and thus you resort to this as a mere pretense? Zhang Heng nearly stumbled, his fist clenching involuntarily. Thud. He turned and struck her lightly on the head. Oh, that hurts. Master, why do you strike me like senior sister? Su Qingyu complained, holding her head with a sullen expression. Taken aback, Zhang Heng hadn't anticipated his own hand would move against her. Why do I strike you? Because you deserve it, openly mocking your master. He steadied his emotions and continued, as a practitioner, one must cast aside distractions and avoid frivolous thoughts. Master, I understand my error. I simply couldn't help but speak my mind, Su Qingyu admitted, lowering her gaze. Zhang Heng felt a vain throb in his temple. This second disciple seemed utterly oblivious to her faults. Frustrated, he departed, retreating to the comfort of his lounge chair atop the building, reveling in the tranquility. Oh, my eldest disciple is far better, never causing me such embarrassment. Just then, a graceful figure riding a sword appeared in the distance. Yongling Zhang Heng was puzzled. This was his private domain, and unless there was a significant matter, members of the Yang family were not permitted entry. Could something grave have occurred at Yulan Lake? Greetings. Sect Master, Yongling knelt before him. Yongling, has something happened at Yulan Lake? Yes, Sect Master, I have come to report a matter. Zhang Heng's heart tightened. Yulan Lake was a vital resource for the protective array he had set up. It could not afford any mishaps. We have successfully discovered a high-quality spirit stone mine beneath Yulan Lake. Elder Yang has also captured several white spirit fish, which are currently en route back. In one more day, the mine will be ready for normal extraction, Yongling reported. So it is a joyful announcement after all. You have caused me unnecessary anxiety. Well done. You all have performed admirably. Zhang Heng reclined back, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze, and upon squinting, he saw that Yongling had not left but was fanning him with a handkerchief. Could this young lady have developed feelings for me? Or has Elder Yang sent her to warm my bed? Yet, Zhang Heng could not dare to entertain such thoughts. Firstly, it would be unbecoming. He must maintain an image of a sage. Secondly, the shadow of the flower burial empress lingered. What if Yongling were another celestial being's avatar or reincarnation? He would find himself ensnared once more. Sect Master, may I remain to serve you? Yongling cautiously observed Zhang Heng and Apos' expression, fearful of uttering a misstep. In contrast to this lofty sect leader, she found herself more enamored with young Master Zhang. However, having encountered Zhang Heng, no one else in the world could capture her heart. Miss Yang, extend your hand, Zhang Heng instructed. Upon hearing this, Yongling's entire being trembled. Her grandfather had instructed her to serve the sect leader well, and when necessary, to be brave enough to offer her body. Was this the moment? As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she breathed heavily, a blend of excitement and anxiety coursing through her. Her fair skin glistened with fragrant perspiration, exuding an alluring aroma. Yes, she replied softly, gradually moving closer to Zhang Heng as she extended her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Chapter 69. Obsession. Suddenly, a tome fell into Yongling and Apos' hands, its cover adorned with the grand characters, Spirit Xian Ethereal Array. Yongling looked up in surprise. Meeting Zhang Heng's calm gaze. This is the protective array of our sect. Take it to your grandfather for his perusal. The safeguarding of our sect relies upon your lineage. Zhang Heng stated. Regaining her composure, Yang Ling felt a wave of shame wash over her. How could she have imagined the sect leader as someone so casual? She had judged him with a narrow mind, yet Zhang Gongzi remained unchanged. However, this thought left her with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Understood, Yang Ling replied, cradling the array book with a forlorn expression before departing on her sword. At Yulan Lake, the Yang family was fervently engaged in array formation, transforming the lake and opening mining channels. Yang Ling found her grandfather, Yang Yin, and presented him with the array book. Grandfather, the sect leader instructed me to deliver this to you. Yang Yin paused his work. Turning to Yang Ling, noticing her despondent demeanor, he furrowed his brow. Liner, did the sect leader not accept you? Yang Ling nodded, then shook her head. What does this mean? What has transpired? Yang Yin's concern shifted from the array book to his granddaughter's future. Grandfather, I do not know, Yang Ling murmured, her gaze lowered. Yang Yin fell into contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightening. Lin and Appos, I understand now, he said, lowering his voice. The sect leader desires you, but cannot voice it openly due to pride. You comprehend this, do you not? Yang Ling and Appos' mind became a tangled mess, unable to grasp her grandfather and Appos' words. When you return, declare that grandfather no longer wishes for you. Do you understand? Yang Ling replied, bewildered. Just do as instructed. Yes, Yang Ling acquiesced, bowing her head. At that moment, Yang Yin opened the array book, and upon seeing the intricate array concepts within, he felt a surge of excitement. This is the work of a true master of arrays, he exclaimed. Grandfather, the sect leader has commanded us to establish the protective array. Indeed, but alas, my realm has not yet reached the divine stage. Completing this array is exceedingly difficult. Yang Yin lamented, glancing at the busy upper echelons of the Yang family. He then raised his voice. Everyone, accelerate your efforts. We must complete the mining operation without delay. The sect leader's orders have arrived. We must establish the protective array. While the Yang family was immersed in their mining endeavors at the same time, at the Piaomio sect, the Thundercloud Sparrow soared back and forth. It had eliminated all the spies sent to investigate Jingzun Dao. As Zhang Heng reached the late stage of the divine realm, the Thundercloud Sparrow ascended to the pinnacle of the Fate Wheel realm, just a step away from the God-knocking realm. Zhang Heng dismissed the Thundercloud Sparrow, stretching lazily. Feeling fatigued, he sought out various pursuits, playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, though regrettably, the system lacked a shortcut. Nonetheless, this very absence allowed him to relish his time. Occasionally, he would secretly observe the training of his two disciples, particularly the one who favored idleness, the fox demon. A day later, a flying vessel from the Yang family approached overhead, laden with spirit stones from the mining operations. The Piaomio sect was finally on the right track. As spirit stones were a versatile resource, Zhang Heng's disciples' training chambers would automatically absorb the spirit energy, but with the addition of spirit stones, the effects would be even more pronounced, as a substantial quantity of spirit stones was deposited into the sect's resource storage. Yi Qingxiu quickly took Su Qingyu to retrieve some stones to enhance their training chambers. Zhang Heng, however, remained oblivious. He understood little of disciple cultivation, believing it to be a matter of fate, and he intentionally avoided them, only encountering his two disciples during mealtimes. The development of the spirit mine at Yulan Lake continued, and after several days and nights, none of the upper echelons of the Yang family returned. Only those delivering spirit stones came and went promptly. Zhang Heng visited the storage and was overjoyed to see a towering pile of spirit stones, glowing with a white luminescence. This is the feeling of wealth, he thought. Once we overcome the sect's crisis and establish a foothold in the cultivation world of Chu, I shall indulge myself. As he envisioned a future of lavish spending, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Master, I feel terrible. Master, come save me. Zhang Heng's heart jolted. That was the voice of his second disciple. He swiftly flew back to the small attic and burst into Su Qingyu's training chamber. Upon glancing inside, his blood surged. There lay Su Qingyu, disheveled and sweating profusely, her body radiating a wave of warmth that carried her fragrance throughout the room. Her face was flushed, eyes filled with insatiable desire, drool glistening at the corners of her mouth, and she gasped for breath, her fox tail raised excitedly. Witnessing such an alluring scene, Zhang Heng felt his own vitality stirred. Master, Su Qingyu's nose twitched as she caught Zhang Heng's scent, her eyes gleaming with fervor. She sprang to her feet, arms bent as if to pounce on her prey, her fingers morphing into sharp claws. "Howl!" Su Qingyu cried, lunging towards Zhang Heng. "Master! Master!" she shouted, seemingly intent on unleashing her every desire. Zhang Heng swiftly sidestepped, and Su Qingyu, having missed her target, suddenly found herself caught by Zhang Heng, who grasped her tail, lifting her upside down with ease. Despite her petite frame, she continued to struggle like a frenzied kitten, attempting to claw at her master. "Master, I feel terrible. Please, hug me," Su Qingyu implored, her voice dripping with seduction. At her words, Zhang Heng's body trembled. What? Has she fallen into obsession? Does she seek to violate me, her master? This is dire. I know not how to remedy this. Master, I beg you. I feel like I'm burning up. Sister is not here, and she doesn't know. Hurry, hurry. Do you wish for such a lovely disciple to perish? Woo-woo. Su Qingyu and Appo's voice quivered, though not a single tear fell. Her face still bore a greedy smile. Master, I know you desire your disciple's body. Ah, ouch. Su Qingyu cried out in pain. Zhang Heng tightened his grip on her tail, then delivered a swift punch to her head. With a resounding thud, Su Qingyu cradled her head, and her body suddenly radiated golden light, illuminating her meridians. Every detail starkly visible. The golden light flowed like water from her head down her body toward her tail. Buzz. The energy rippled through the air, producing a sound. Abruptly, her tail emitted golden light, the white fur transforming into gold. Zhang Heng beheld this spectacle, the golden radiance erupting from Su Qingyu's tail, dazzling in its brilliance. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, second disciple Su Qingyu has entered the threshold of Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong. Hundredfold return. Host has achieved minor success in Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong. Zhang Heng was taken aback. How did this happen? In his moment of exasperation with Su Qingyu's madness, he inadvertently struck her, leading to this unexpected success. At that moment, Su Qingyu regained her awareness, though the heat coursing through her body remained. She stared, bewildered, at Zhang Heng, who had her tail in his grip, holding her upside down. Master? She queried, her confusion evident. Seeing her state, Zhang Heng promptly set Su Qingyu down. Su Qingyu, still perplexed, examined her disheveled attire, her already flushed face now even more radiant, as if she might burst. Master, you actually took your disciple's body. Zhang Heng was taken aback, and in that moment, his fists clenched tightly, contemplating delivering a beating to his insufferable second disciple. However, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning around, he was met with the astonished yet bashful expression of Yang Ling. Master, I did not witness anything, Yang Ling exclaimed before hastily fleeing on his sword. Zhang Heng stood there, bewildered. What on earth? Chapter 70. The cunning Yi Qingxiu. Zhang Heng clenched his fists, turning back to the insolent Su Qingyu, wishing to strike her down with a single blow. Master, you need not act this way. If you desire something, simply tell your disciple. Su Qingyu sat on the ground, her complexion flushed, seductively licking her red lips. You wretched girl. I will not let this slide today. Zhang Heng seethed internally, knowing that Yang Ling had likely misinterpreted the situation, assuming an unethical relationship between him and his disciple. If this were to reach Yi Qingxiu's ears, it would tarnish his lifelong reputation. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Master, what are you and junior sister doing? Zhang Heng whirled around to find Yi Qingxiu standing behind him, her face blushing as she curiously peered into the room, seemingly taken aback by Su Qingyu's disheveled appearance. Zhang Heng felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, his head spinning with confusion. Disciple, you must understand, it is not as you perceive. The words lodged in Zhang Heng's throat, unable to escape. Yi Qingxiu approached slowly. Master, I just saw Yang Ling flee in a panic. Did she harm junior sister? That is not the case. Zhang Heng responded instinctively, his thoughts a chaotic swirl, unsure of how to rationally explain the situation to Yi Qingxiu. Sister, how did you arrive? Nothing occurred between Master and me, Su Qingyu chimed in, unwittingly revealing her own guilt. Zhang Heng felt a profound melancholy. Perhaps it was best to abandon this troublesome disciple. Yi Qingxiu eyed them both with suspicion, her face growing increasingly red. Zhang Heng's heart raced as he urged, Qiu'er, do not believe your sister's nonsense. Regret washed over him. After all, Su Qingyu lay there in a state that could easily incite suspicion. The more he explained, the deeper the doubt seemed to grow. Master, I understand. Yi Qingxiu said softly, moving towards Su Qingyu with a slightly disheartened expression. She retrieved a garment from her storage ring and draped it over Su Qingyu. Witnessing her forlorn demeanor, Zhang Heng felt an impending doom. What do you understand? I am truly innocent," he silently cried out. Suddenly, Yi Qingqiu seized Su Qingyu by the ear, her expression filled with anger. "It hurts, sister." "I'm sorry," Su Qingyu yelped. "Your thoughts are impure. Master helped you clear your meridians, allowing you to cultivate the Daodian Guiyuan technique, but you lost your sanity during practice, resulting in your disheveled state. I warned you repeatedly not to practice alone if you could not succeed, and you ignored my advice. Had Master not arrived, you would have perished." Su Qingyu had previously succumbed to madness during her cultivation several times, and it was Yu Qingxiu who had helped her expel the chaotic energy from within. Su Qingyu lowered her head, looking pitifully aggrieved. "But I couldn't find Master. He seems to be deliberately avoiding us." Zhang Heng and Appos, as heart sank, could it be that his second disciple could hear his thoughts? "Eldest disciple, please save me," he pleaded internally. Thud. Yu Qingxiu delivered a punch to Su Qingyu's head. "Stop your nonsense. Your own foolishness is to blame, not Master." "Oh," Su Qingyu mumbled, her spirit dampened. Suddenly, she recalled that Master had come to her aid, and her excitement surged. "Master truly favors me." She wagged her tail joyfully, creating a gust of wind that unexpectedly sent Yu Qingxiu flying several dozen meters away. "Ah!" Yu Qingxiu exclaimed, astonished as she landed heavily on the ground. "Sister, you are deceiving me. Master, do not believe her." Yu Qingxiu quickly scrambled to her feet, staring at Su Qingyu in shock. She realized that Su Qingyu and Appos' tail had unwittingly wielded such formidable force, and she understood that Master had transferred his power to Su Qingyu and Appos' tail. How could this foolish fox receive such a great fortune and still strike me? Does Master think my talents unworthy of cultivation? Yu Qingxiu felt a surge of despair. But then an idea struck her. She suddenly covered her mouth and nose, discreetly holding a red pill in her hand. In a moment of stealth, she bit into the pill, releasing a crimson liquid that resembled blood. Feigning a violent cough, she removed her hand to reveal it smeared with what appeared to be blood, a trickle escaping her lips. "Junior sister, your tail," she stammered, swaying as if injured, and sank to the ground, one hand clutching her abdomen. Su Qingyu froze, quickly turning to Zhang Heng with a pitiful gaze. "Master, it wasn't me. Sister is deceiving me." Zhang Heng's consciousness swiftly scanned Yu Qingxiu, noting that she bore no injuries. The blood was merely from the ruptured fake blood packet. What kind of elder sister deceives her innocent junior? He mused, realizing the weight of Su Qingyu's tail had indeed been significant, yet not enough to harm Yu Qingxiu. Zhang Heng considered playing along with Yu Qingxiu's ruse to teach Su Qingyu a lesson, but ultimately decided against it for the sake of his image. He turned to Yi Qingxiu and said, "All right, Qiu'er, do not frighten her further." Yi Qingxiu smiled knowingly, aware that her little trick would likely be seen through by Master, and merely wished to frighten Su Qingyu. "Yes, Master," she replied, rising slowly and wiping the blood from her lips with a mocking glance at Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu, taken aback, soon filled with rage, casting aside the garment draped over her and lunging at Yi Qingxiu. "Wretched sister, you dare deceive me? Let me show you the divine skills I have just mastered." The two immediately engaged in a spirited battle within the confines of the room. Zhang Heng chuckled softly to himself and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Ling had rushed to Yulan Lake, finding the newly constructed building and approaching Yang Yin, kneeling before him with a thud. "Grandfather, I. Yang Yin looked at the flustered Yang Ling with confusion. "What has you so agitated? Speak slowly." Yang Ling gasped for breath, taking a while to calm herself. "Grandfather, I witnessed something I should not have." She proceeded to recount in detail the incident involving the sect leader and the second master engaging in dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin stood frozen like a statue. "Grandfather, what should I do?" Yang Ling asked anxiously. Yang Yin remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly rose, sweeping his hand through the air as he took Yang Ling back to the sect, where they respectfully bowed outside the sacred grounds. Subordinate Yang Yin seeks an audience with the sect leader. Yang Ling's face turned pale. She felt as though her life was in jeopardy for having stumbled upon the leader's secret. Although dual cultivation between masters and disciples was not uncommon in the cultivation world, one could never be sure of the leader's regard for their reputation. "Enter," came Zhang Heng's voice from a distance. The two flew over the sect's grand hall and onto the rooftop of a small pavilion, where Zhang Heng lay on a bamboo chair, reading an obscure book. As he set the book aside and noticed Yang Yin and Yang Ling approaching, his gaze fell upon Yang Ling, reminded of her expression when she had left earlier. He sensed she must have misunderstood something. Just as he was about to clarify, Yang Ling suddenly knelt, while Yang Yin bowed deeply before Zhang Heng. "Leader, my subordinate has failed to educate his granddaughter properly, causing a grave incident. I have brought her here to apologize, and I leave the matter to your discretion. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, puzzled. What grave incident? Has my spiritual mind been destroyed? What crime has she committed? Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization, and he knelt down. He implored the sect leader for mercy, offering his own life in exchange for hers, assuring that he would never divulge the leader's secrets. Zhang Heng was utterly bewildered. What could Yang Ling possibly know about him? Yang Ling, lifting her head, demanded to know what crime she had committed. Trembling, Yang Ling raised her gaze and, resigned to her fate, spoke to Zhang Heng. Leader, I inadvertently witnessed your dealings with the second master. I am guilty. You may kill me, but please do not implicate my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was at a loss for words and then helplessly explained the situation. After learning the truth, Yang Ling was overcome with shame for having imagined the leader in such a manner. Observing this, Yang Yin hastily remarked, Leader, my granddaughter has erred. Perhaps allowing her to serve by your side in the future would atone for her transgressions. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, turning to Yang Ling. Can you cook? Yang Ling hesitated, and before she could utter a second word, Yang Yan's thoughts interrupted her. Whatever it is, just say you can, he urged telepathically. Gritting her teeth and betraying her conscience, Yang Ling replied, I can. In truth, she had never cooked. The esteemed young lady of the Yang family had enjoyed a life of luxury, focusing solely on her cultivation, entirely unacquainted with mundane tasks. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then you shall stay. Yang Ling was taken aback, never expecting success to come so easily. Yang Yan, on the other hand, trembled with excitement. Just then, 5 cultivators of the divine knocking realm appeared in the skies above the Miao Miao sect. Yang Yin suddenly rose, turning to the direction of the mountain gate, and solemnly declared, Leader, enemies are approaching. Chapter 71. The ancestor of 1,000 blades, 5 formidable figures from the 5 major orthodox forces of the state of Chu, all at the threshold of the divine realm, descended upon the skies above the mysterious sect. This must be the hiding place of the Yang family, one remarked. Let us be cautious. Our purpose here is merely to probe. With so many divine practitioners from our 5 factions, it is evident that the Yang family is backed by the demonic path. How curious. If they have aligned with the dark forces, why conceal themselves here? They have not even set up a protective formation for their sect. Are they inviting death? A sense of unease fell over the 5 as they exchanged glances. Hesitant to charge forward, the Yang family had withstood the test of time in the state of Chu for a millennium, renowned for their unparalleled array of formations. Even a powerful practitioner could fall prey to their traps, let alone them. They cautiously extended their spiritual senses to survey the mysterious sect, meticulously noting the absence of any protective formations. Their investigation revealed only a few individuals within the sect, and they had previously observed a multitude of Yang family practitioners mining precious spiritual or at Yulon Lake. One practitioner from the Wind Suspension Pavilion spoke up, Friends, we have the protection of the ancestor of 1,000 blades. As long as no divine practitioners are present, we are safe. Let us seize this opportunity to capture Yang Yin. Large formations require many practitioners to maintain. Even if there are hidden protective arrays, such a small number cannot sustain them. The Wind Suspension Pavilion was also well-versed in formations, lending credibility to this assertion. After a lengthy silence, a practitioner from the Wang family declared, If we do not eliminate the Yang family now, when will we? The others nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, commanded the royal practitioner. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from within the mysterious sect, imbued with a terrifying and commanding presence. Those who step into my sect shall die. The 5 were taken aback, the sheer force of the voice instilling dread within them. As sensitive as they were to spiritual energy, they could immediately discern that the speaker's cultivation vastly exceeded their own. Their intended advance was abruptly halted. A divine realm practitioner, they murmured in unison. Quickly, alert the ancestor of 1,000 blades. One urged. A divine realm practitioner here is beyond our capacity to confront. The Wang family practitioner nodded and swiftly sent a message with the talisman, which transformed into a streak of light, cutting through the air and traversing mountains and rivers towards a majestic palace beyond the Jingyan Road. Moments later, a long blade slashed through the sky like a meteor, exuding formidable might as it approached. The 5 practitioners felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes widening in alarm as they turned to see a disheveled elder. Despite his aged appearance, he bore a robust physique, muscular and imposing, resembling a towering tiger surveying its prey. Greetings, ancestor of 1,000 blades, the 5 practitioners spoke in unison. This man was none other than the Wang family's ancestor of 1,000 blades, a divine realm practitioner known for his love of battle. It was said that before becoming an elder, he wielded a blade that cut through the entirety of the cultivation world in the state of Chu, rising to power after the conflict between the righteous and the demonic a millennium ago. Where is the divine realm practitioner? I wish to meet him. The ancestor of 1,000 blades rasped, excitement gleaming in his deep-set eyes. The Wang family practitioner pointed towards Zhang Heng, who was perched in a small pavilion. Ancestor. That individual appears to be the divine realm practitioner, radiating immense power, yet we cannot sense his true cultivation. The ancestor's fervent gaze fixed on Zhang Heng. But upon realizing he was merely a mortal, his brows furrowed in disdain and anger. Are you jesting with me? This person is not a divine realm practitioner. Having encountered all the divine realm practitioners in the state of Chu, he did not recognize Zhang Heng. If he were truly a rising power, how could he remain unknown to the ancestor? In a fit of rage, the massive blade hovering behind him vibrated ominously, exuding a terrifying aura. The 5 practitioners turned pale with fear. Ancestor, that person is undoubtedly a divine realm practitioner. The Wang family practitioner insisted urgently. He then stepped forward to issue a challenge. We, the righteous sect, stand here with the ancestor of 1,000 blades. If you have the courage, step forth and engage us. Inside the pavilion, Yang Yin's face drained of color as he trembled. Sect Master, what should we do? That burly elder is the legendary ancestor of 1,000 blades. Zhang Heng reclined in his chair, his expression calm, though anxiety churned within him like ants on a hot stove. The ancestor of 1,000 blades was in the mid-stage of the divine realm. Although Zhang Heng was in the late stage, he felt uncertain about engaging in combat at the same level, let alone against such a formidable opponent. Yet, he had no choice but to maintain his faade of composure as his 2 disciples approached. Master, that old fool is insufferably arrogant. We must eliminate them. Su Qingyu exclaimed. Zhang Heng felt a pang of bitterness. Su Qingyu, you rebellious disciple, do you wish for me to march to my demise? He glanced at Yi Qingxiu, who appeared equally excited, seemingly eager to witness her master in action. Zhang Heng's heart sank further. These mere ants bark loudly. There is no need for me to intervene. He then turned to Yang Yin. Elder Yang, I must ask you to confront this so-called ancestor of 1,000 blades. Yang Yin and the 2 disciples were taken aback. Yang Yin, in particular, was stunned, believing he had misheard. Me? He is merely at the peak of the divine realm. How can I contend with a practitioner of the divine realm? He stammered. Sect Master, do not jest. For you to send me against the ancestor of 1,000 blades is akin to sending me to my death. However, Zhang Heng appeared unfazed, conveying a message to the enemies outside the mountain gate. That ancestor of 1,000 blades is not worthy of my attention. Let the head of the Yang family, Yang Yin, meet him instead. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin sank into despair. Yang Ling's eyes widened in shock, wanting to speak but swallowing her words. Feeling responsible for her grandfather and aunt, Appo's impending fate, Yi Qingxiu maintained a calm expression, confident that her master had everything under control. Su Qingyu scratched her head, feigning cleverness. Master, are you afraid? Which is why you sent Elder Yang to his doom. Rebellious disciple, do not voice my innermost thoughts. Zhang Heng scolded Su Qingyu internally. His fists clenched in frustration. He truly wished to silence the foolish fox. Her words echoed his own thoughts. He did not intend to send Yang Yin to his death, but merely wished for him to gauge the opponent's strength. He possessed a transformative item that could elevate Yang Yin to the divine realm, ensuring he would not be instantly slain. A sharp sound echoed as Yi Qingxiu playfully struck Su Qingyu on the head. Mind your words, or I shall teach you a lesson, she warned, her voice filled with indignation. Oh, Su Qingyu mumbled, feeling wronged. Meanwhile, the ancestor of 1,000 blades and his companions erupted into laughter upon receiving Zhang Heng's message. Ha! What an arrogant young man. I shall dispatch Yang Yin with a single stroke. The ancestor chuckled. The 5 divine realm practitioners chimed in. Indeed, Yang Yin is unworthy to serve the ancestor's needs. That boy does not even recognize the ancestor. It seems we were mistaken. He is certainly not a divine practitioner. Ancestor, we have heard tales of your renown. Why not demonstrate your prowess and cleave this mountain sect in twain, granting us a glimpse of your might? They laughed heartily. The master of 1,000 blades erupted into wild laughter, proclaiming, This is splendid. You shall bear witness. As he spoke, he summoned the might of his blade, and in an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy swirled around him like a vortex, converging upon his formidable sword. The air trembled with the overwhelming force of his blade, and a blinding, Icy light shot forth in all directions, akin to a myriad of silver needles. The 5 divine cultivators were taken aback, hastily channeling their powers to steady themselves. Chapter 72. You are unworthy to face me. A colossal wave of sword energy loomed in the heavens, enveloping the entire Piao sect like a towering mountain. Thunderous roars echoed. The overwhelming might of the sword trembled the sect, shaking the very earth beneath. A powerful pressure descended like a mountain, rendering Yang Yin and Yang Ling paralyzed with fear. Had they been in Tianyang City, secured by the protective array, they might have withstood this divine power. Yet, at this moment, they stood defenseless within the Piao sect. How could I possibly contend with this? A sense of despair gripped Yang Yin, who had already resigned himself to death. Elder Yang, there is no need for panic, Zhang Heng's calm voice rang out. If the sect master commands his subordinates to perish, they must comply, hoping that the sect master will treat the Yang family kindly after their demise. Yang Yin bowed respectfully to Zhang Heng. Elder Yang, you need only proceed, Zhang Heng remarked with an indifferent smile. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a stream of platinum light shot forth from his palm. You have activated a level 1 enlightenment card. Target. Yang Yin, the light surged into Yang Yin's brow, pouring into his life wheel and into his divine sea. In the previously desolate divine sea, it felt as if a long-awaited rain had arrived, rejuvenating it instantaneously. Waves surged, welcoming this new life, and in the next moment, a golden figure appeared atop the divine sea, an ethereal manifestation known only to those at the divine power realm. Intricate inscriptions emerged upon Yang Yan's divine spirit, radiating an aura of divinity. Yang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, divine power, celestial ceiling. He appeared as if he had stepped into a dream, disbelief etched upon his face. In that moment, he ascended to the pinnacle of the divine power realm, transcending a significant realm in an instant. His body revitalized, his features transforming from those of an aged man to a robust elder, resembling someone merely in their 60s. Is this a dream? For centuries, he had daydreamed of ascending to the divine power realm, and now, in a fleeting moment, it had come to fruition, leaving him in disbelief. Sect Master. Yang Yin trembled, his eyes reddening. A man of 500 or 600 years was on the verge of tears like a child. Do not dawdle. The enemy and Oppos's attack is imminent. Zhang Heng urged. Yes. Yang Yin shouted, his spirit soaring. Sect Master, I shall not disappoint you. With that, he soared into the air, charging toward the descending great blade. The 5 divine sealing cultivators hovering above the sect's gate watched in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yang Yin would dare to confront the divine powers head-on. A reckless act verging on suicide. Yet, in the next moment, a massive 8 trigrams formation rose above Yang Yin's head, extending to envelop the entire Piao sect. Boom. The great blade struck the formation, producing a tremendous sound that reverberated, sending shockwaves throughout the surroundings, clearing the white clouds from the sky and revealing a pure azure expanse. Buzz. Suddenly, the great blade trembled violently. The thousand-blade ancestor, startled, hastily channeled his power to intensify the blade's might, only to be met with confusion as he realized he had lost contact with the divine blade. Instantly, the onlookers witnessed the blade's silhouette in the sky shatter, dissolving into countless light points that vanished without a trace. Damn, this person is a divine power realm cultivator, a mere trifler with formations. The thousand-blade ancestor seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He loathed engaging with formations, as they never fought directly and instead resorted to irritating tactics. Upon hearing this, the 5 divine sealing cultivators were taken aback. How is this possible? How did Zhang Yin become a divine power realm cultivator? Elder, we must kill him. Indeed. Elder Qian Dao, Yang Yin must have refined the fallen divine sealing peers, enabling his ascension to the divine power realm. Such dark sorcery. The Yang family has truly allied with the dark forces. They exclaimed in a mix of shock and fear. Yang Yin, what does your ascension to the divine power realm matter? When I gained my fame, you were not even born. With that, the thousand-blade ancestor brandished his great blade, lunging at the airborne Yang Yin. However, halfway through his flight, he found himself ensnared by formations that encircled him, each inscribed with a single character, seal. With a calm demeanor, Yang Yin uttered, celestial sealing. Seal. As his words fell, multiple formations surged toward the thousand-blade ancestor. Yang Yin, withdraw the formation and face me in direct combat, roared the thousand-blade ancestor, frantically cleaving at the encroaching formations. Bang, bang. The sounds of violent impacts echoed across the skies. In the next moment, the thousand-blade ancestor could no longer resist, his powers rendered ineffective, his divine spirit sealed. He was captured by Yang Yan. The 5 divine sealing cultivators, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with terror, fleeing in disarray, devoid of the demeanor of strong warriors. Yet, Yang Yan was faster, appearing before them, summoning the 8 trigrams formation and striking their foreheads. Instantly, they were stripped of their powers, reduced to the state of mere mortals, unable even to channel their flight. Moments later, the 6 captives were brought before Zhang Heng. "Sect Master, all the villains have been captured and await your command," Yang Yan announced, bowing respectfully. Zhang Heng nodded slightly, observing the 6 with a tranquil expression. The 5 divine sealing cultivators were bewildered. Merely a month prior, Yang Yan had been a divine sealing cultivator himself, yet today he was a formidable divine power realm master, effortlessly subduing the renowned thousand-blade ancestor. This powerful Yang Yan now stood in reverence before the youthful figure known as the Sect Master. "Do you not kneel before the Sect Master?" Yang Yan's voice cut through the air. Without hesitation, the 5 fell to their knees, desperate to save their lives. The thousand-blade ancestor, stubborn and defiant, scoffed. "What nonsense, Sect Master? Yang Yan, if you dare, unseal my powers and face me in 300 rounds." In an instant, Yang Yan appeared beside the thousand-blade ancestor and, with a swift kick, shattered his legs. "Kneel." With his powers sealed, the thousand-blade ancestor found his body uncontrollably succumbing to humiliation, collapsing to the ground. "You dark sorcerer, I will never rest until you are vanquished." The thousand-blade ancestor glared fiercely at Zhang Heng, his teeth bared in defiance. Suddenly, a pitch-black longsword sliced through the air, piercing his mouth and emerging through his neck. Blood gushing forth. "Dare to insult my master again, and I shall end you with a single strike." Yi Qingxiu's piercing gaze froze the thousand-blade ancestor in shock, leaving him unable to move. With a graceful motion, Yi Qingxiu withdrew the Starfall sword, flicking off the blood, before quietly stepping back to stand behind Zhang Heng. Observing the once mighty figures kneeling before Zhang Heng, Yang Ling was struck by the realization that her grandfather, who had longed for ascension to the divine power realm, had been effortlessly granted that wish by Zhang Heng. The shock left her in awe. Zhang Heng now appeared as a radiant sun in the sky, deserving of admiration. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Heng rested his elbows on the armrests, his fists pressed against his chin, head tilted slightly, his expression calm and composed. With a hint of languor, he slowly spoke. "Thousand-blade ancestor, you are but a trivial matter. You are unworthy of my personal intervention." The 5 divine sealing cultivators squirmed uncomfortably, their heads bowed in fear. They had foolishly thought to provoke this powerful figure. Yet a single subordinate like Yang Yan could obliterate them. If the master himself intervened, they would surely be reduced to ashes. I, Qiandao Laozu, felt a deep sense of shame and gradually regained my composure. I realized that Yang Yan had attained the pinnacle of divine ability, and the individual before me was undoubtedly Yang Yan's master, possessing even more terrifying strength. If I could not even contend with his subordinates, I truly lacked the qualifications to engage him in combat. "Senior, who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of your name? I hope to understand before my demise," I inquired. I had seen the portraits of the 3 great ancestors of the Kumo sect, yet none resembled the youth before me. Zhang Heng smiled lightly. "I am but an ordinary mortal." Chapter 73. Your title, this jest, once uttered, left no one daring to contradict it. Such is the nature of the strong, whatever they say is deemed truth. This sensation was liberating, and Zhang Heng was filled with elation. He had not anticipated that Yang Yan would triumph over the thousand-blade ancestor, enlightening the artifact card, which directly elevated Yang Yan to the pinnacle of the divine passage realm. Fortunately, the enslavement contract contained limitations only at the time of signing. Thereafter, regardless of how powerful the slave became, betrayal would not occur. This was precisely why he felt emboldened to use the enlightenment card on Yang Yan. With such a formidable enforcer at his side, his own strength as the orchestrator would remain enigmatic. This was the effect he desired. One must not reveal their true capabilities indiscriminately. As the saying goes, if one showcases their genuine prowess, others will discern their true limitations. Though he could not defeat the thousand-blade ancestor, Zhang Heng was confident that the latter would kneel before him. His gaze swept over the 6 individuals, each one an elite force from the 5 major factions, including an ancestor who was the very foundation of these powers. Having previously eliminated a number of them, should he strike again, it would undoubtedly provoke a furious coalition against him, spiraling the situation out of control. He resolved to wait until he ascended to the law manifestation realm, at which point his safety would be significantly assured. Zhang Heng decided to retain these individuals as hostages, as the mining operations at Yulan Lake were currently in dire need of manpower. Elder Yang, confiscate all their resources. After interrogation, release the restrictions on these 5 divine tapping cultivators and escort them to Yulan Lake for atonement. As for the Thousand-Blade Ancestor, he is the progenitor of a sect. So grant him some courtesy, continue his confinement, and keep him in the dungeon. Zhang Heng's intent was not to show favor to the Thousand-Blade Ancestor, but rather due to the latter's formidable combat prowess, which Zhang Heng could not match. Understood, Sect Master, Yang Yin replied. To him, these 5 divine tapping cultivators were akin to ants. With his presence, there would be no chaos. Thank you for your mercy, Senior. The 5 divine tapping cultivators expressed gratefully. Vowing deeply, the rules of the cultivation world are quite straightforward. Strength reigns supreme, regardless of the distinction between righteous and demonic paths. Such differences lie solely in the methods of cultivation. Although they belonged to the righteous sects, they felt no psychological burden kneeling before Zhang Heng, who was suspected of being demonic. The demonic path of the Chu Kingdom was nearly eradicated a millennium ago, leaving only the tapping demon sect, which bore no significant enmity towards the demonic path. They had merely come to probe. And thus all 5 factions had chosen astute individuals who had no ties to those Zhang Heng had previously slain. Senior, which esteemed ancestor of the tapping demon sect are you? The Thousand-Blade Ancestor was keen to ascertain Zhang Heng's identity. He was merely a powerful figure who had risen within the past few centuries, while the 3 ancestors of the tapping demon sect had lived for over a millennium. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, gazing at the Thousand-Blade Ancestor with interest. Do you truly wish to know my title? The implications of this knowledge, can you bear them? I beseech you to reveal it, the Thousand-Blade Ancestor insisted earnestly. The 5 divine tapping cultivators also turned their curious gazes towards Zhang Heng, awaiting his words. Seeing the seriousness in the Thousand-Blade Ancestor's demeanor, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that when he ventured into the world, he would need to adopt a resounding name for himself. However, he had not yet devised one. It would be unwise to speak carelessly. At that moment, Yu Qingqiu unexpectedly interjected, My master is an immortal, revered as the carefree immortal. The 6 kneeling individuals gaped in astonishment, not because of the title containing the word immortal, but rather because they had never heard of such a title. How could someone so powerful have lived in obscurity within desolate mountains for millennia, their identity shrouded in mystery, beyond the realms of both righteousness and demonhood? Yang Yin and Yang Ling were equally taken aback. The Yang family, a venerable lineage that had endured for a millennium, had once produced a powerful figure in the divine passage realm. Due to their status as a formation family, they were well-connected and well-informed. Yet, they too had never encountered the title of the carefree immortal, as if it had materialized from thin air. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yang Ling as she recalled a novel she had once read, authored by a writer who went by the pen name Carefree Immortal. Sect Master, are you the author of And Apos, The Immortal Descends to Earth and Apos? She exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Heng felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, nearly collapsing into his chair. How could she possibly know of his past? However, he soon noticed the curiosity displayed by Yang Yin and the Thousand-Blade Ancestor, who seemed eager to delve into Zhang Heng and Apos' literary work, perhaps hoping to uncover insights beneficial to their cultivation. With a resigned heart, Zhang Heng opted for silence, hastily shifting the subject. Ahem, Elder Yang, please see to their arrangements. Yang Yin complied and led the 6 individuals away, leaving only 3 women and Zhang Heng behind. Master, what is the immortal descends to earth? Su Qingyu asked innocently, her gaze fixed on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety. His eldest disciple had already strayed, and it appeared his second disciple was not far behind. If only he had written Journey to the West instead, it would have been far superior. Go ask your senior sister. She knows best, he replied, no longer wishing to struggle against the tide. He never imagined that the tawdry novel he had casually penned would garner such a reaction. With someone of Yang Ling's noble lineage even indulging in it, this was truly difficult for him to face. Yu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt as if her master was reproaching her for wasting time on novels. Master, I assure you, I will not squander time reading it again, she promised earnestly. Zhang Heng nodded, internally scoffing. Humph, you've read it dozens of times. The system occasionally reminds you of your insights from it. Now go cultivate. Yes, master. The 2 disciples soared away. He longed to recline carelessly, but alas, Yang Ling was still nearby. Yang Ling, since you will be assisting me in the kitchen henceforth, there is a cookbook I authored in the study of the small attic. Find the time to learn from it, he instructed. Yes, Sect Master, Yang Ling replied. Yet she remained rooted in place. Zhang Heng frowned internally. Do you intend to shadow me like a personal attendant? I prefer solitude. Maintaining appearances before disciples and outsiders is exhausting. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze to Yang Ling, who stood at the ready beside him. You are in the late stages of the Life Palace realm now, are you not? Indeed, Sect Master, she affirmed. Descend and intensify your cultivation. Our matters with the 5 major factions are far from settled, and a great battle could erupt at any moment. Yang Ling paused for a moment, then nodded respectfully and retreated. At last, Zhang Heng found himself alone atop the attic, exhaling a long breath, feeling like a languid being as he reclined in a chair. What a relief. It was a close call, he mused. Maintaining an image of high sophistication is truly challenging. He slowly retrieved a book from his storage ring, its title reading How to be a Mysterious and Formidable Strongman. This tome was a gem he had unearthed from the Yang family's library, and his storage ring contained many similar works. 100 Methods to Educate Disciples, How to Establish Authority in Front of Disciples, How to Manage a Sect, The 10 Most Beautiful Courtesans of the Chu Kingdom. But that last title was absent. With the immediate crisis averted, Zhang Heng returned to his routine life, the bedroom, the kitchen, and the attic, occasionally supervising his disciples' training. During moments of leisure, he would have Yang Ling attend to him. To maintain his lofty image, he deliberately perused those grandiose books. Though he could not comprehend them, he must never forget the importance of upholding his persona. At Yulan Lake, the presence of 5 divine tapping cultivators as free laborers gradually enhanced the mining operations. After a fortnight, the pace there slowed considerably, and the sisters Yunxiu and Yundong returned to the small attic. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, accompanied by the upper echelons of the Yang family and those 5 laborers, began to arrange the protective formation for the sect. Above the once desolate sect, a faint barrier began to manifest, providing much-needed protection. From an external perspective, unless one possesses the cultivation of a deity or above, the magnificent grand sect here would remain entirely concealed. Meanwhile, the venerable thousand-blade ancestor remained imprisoned in the dungeon, with Yang Yin periodically visiting to reinforce the seals, ensuring he could not escape. Zhang Heng felt vindicated in his strategy, having detained these individuals as hostages. This served not only to intimidate the 5 major forces, but also prevented them from acting rashly, granting him ample time. Although the cultivation of his 2 disciples steadily progressed, it was lamentable that the second disciple ultimately strayed from the righteous path. Congratulations, host. The second disciple, Su Qingyu, has comprehended the descent of immortals and grasped the methods of body refinement, achieving minor success in Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong. 100-fold return. The host Dao Tian Gui Yuan Gong has reached great success. It appeared that the second disciple had been afflicted by the delusions of the first disciple. Zhang Heng felt despair creeping in. At that moment, he heard Yi Qingxiu's voice calling out, Master, the junior sister has fallen into madness again. Frowning, Zhang Heng hurried over to Su Qingyu's training chamber, where he found her gazing longingly at her senior sister, Yi Qingxiu, attempting to entice her, only to be met with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving her in a most disheveled state. Upon seeing Zhang Heng arrive, Su Qingyu immediately shifted her focus. Master, I desire. And with that, she lunged towards him. Zhang Heng swiftly sidestepped and seized her tail, hoisting her upside down, employing the same method as before. After a considerable time, Su Qingyu finally regained her senses, while Yi Qingxiu, drenched in sweat, sighed in relief. At that moment, Yang Ling entered, witnessing a scene easily misconstrued. This time, it involved not 1 but 2 women. Although she understood that Zhang Heng was merely treating Su Qingyu, she could not help but let her thoughts drift elsewhere. Steadying her mind, she bowed to Zhang Heng. Master, my grandfather has sent word. The 5 major forces are dispatching individuals to demand the 6 captives of the thousand-blade ancestor. Chapter 74. Ascension to the Law Manifestation Realm. Zhang Heng gently placed Su Qingyu down and spoke in a somber tone, let us discuss matters a few more times. He needed to delay for a while longer, as Yi Qingxiu had yet to break through to the Destiny Will realm. Understood, Yang Ling replied, bowing slightly as she took her leave. While tending to Su Qingyu, Yi Qingxiu looked up at Zhang Heng. Master, why not eliminate those individuals? Allowing them to return only fortifies our adversaries. Zhang Heng gazed at Yi Qingxiu in surprise. What a fierce sentiment for a young lady. He too harbored thoughts of annihilation, but the timing was not right. Furthermore, he could not enslave these individuals. Unlike the Yang family, they would not willingly submit. Yi Qingxiu had conjured a scenario where she had offered the young family 3 chances before they acquiesced. However, these 6 were from formidable factions, and the allure of the Misty sect was insufficient to sway them. For now, we shall spare their lives. Master is benevolent. Yi Qingxiu looked at Zhang Heng with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Master, are you perhaps afraid of them? Is that why you are allowing their return? Just as Su Qingyu had regained her senses, she began to tease Zhang Heng. With a playful thud, Yi Qingxiu struck with both fists, yet this time, Su Qingyu felt little pain. Sister, have you grown old? Your strikes no longer hurt. Su Qingyu laughed mischievously. Yi Qingxiu was taken aback. She had carefully calibrated her strength to inflict pain without injury, but this time it had failed to achieve the desired effect. She was aware of Su Qingyu's progress and body refinement. Even a full-force strike from a Destiny Wheel Realm practitioner might not severely wound her now. Golden light radiated from Su Qingyu's tail, appearing as though liquid gold flowed within. Such a solid foundation in her cultivation. Zhang Heng thought fondly of Su Qingyu, noting that she was now in the mid-stage of the Destiny Palace realm. With that, Zhang Heng swiftly departed to the secluded space atop the building, releasing his divine sense to monitor the representatives sent by the 5 major factions. One of them was a practitioner of the Destiny Wheel Realm. It seemed the 5 factions feared sending stronger individuals, lest they be captured again. Zhang Heng observed as Yang Yin approached to negotiate, not permitting the envoy to enter the sect. The envoy, trembling, articulated the demands of the 5 factions. Not only must the Misty sect return their people, but they also required substantial compensation. Following Zhang Heng's orders, Yang Yin flatly rejected the terms and countered with numerous stringent conditions, even suggesting that to redeem the Thousand Blades ancestor, they would need a high-grade spiritual treasure of the Xian rank. This was indeed a deliberate attempt to complicate matters, as throughout the entirety of Chu State, one might not encounter a single high-grade Xian treasure. According to Zhang Heng's knowledge, the so-called 10 treasures of Chu State only listed the first treasure as a mid-grade Xian item. The envoy, merely a practitioner of the Destiny Wheel Realm, dared not overstep. Upon realizing the Misty sect would not release their captives, he returned to report. In the ensuing days, the Misty sect returned to a state of tranquility. One day, the envoy returned to the Misty sect to convey the 5 factions' latest communications. This time, they took a step back, simply demanding the release of their people. However, Yang Yin, understanding Zhang Heng's intentions, refused to comply, though he did lower the ransom conditions. Thus, the 2 sides engaged in a protracted tug-of-war for several dozen days. On this day, Yang Yin approached Zhang Heng with an update. Sect Master, I believe they have reached their limit. The ransom they have offered is substantial, enough to sustain a major faction for a century. Truly, your foresight has proven invaluable. Sparing their lives has not only expedited the mining of spiritual resources, but has also facilitated the arrangement of our sect's protective array, yielding such abundant resources. With our limited numbers, the ransom will sustain us for decades. Yang Yin praised Zhang Heng profusely. Zhang Heng nodded placidly, as if the immense wealth meant little to him. Well done. Sect Master, when shall we release them? But is it truly necessary to release them? Should we not take measures to cripple their cultivation? Release them now, without resorting to any trickery. Their cultivation is the very value these factions hold. Otherwise, it would be akin to killing them. Your wisdom is unmatched, Yang Yin said before taking his leave. Zhang Heng exhaled deeply, unable to contain his mirth any longer. It has been accomplished. He laughed heartily, nearly straining his face in the process. Not only had he acquired a wealth of cultivation resources, but his eldest disciple had finally ascended to the Destiny Wheel Realm, which was why he had chosen to release the captives. Congratulations to the host. Your eldest disciple Yi Qingxiu has advanced to the Destiny Wheel Realm. Your cultivation has been returned 100-fold, allowing you to ascend to the initial stage of the Law Manifestation Realm. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, Origin Law Manifestation, 10,000 Paths of Void. Reward, Level 1 Item Card, Instant Kill Card, effective against all below the Law Manifestation Realm. Reward, Level 1 Item Card, Absolute Defense Card, nullifying attacks from below the Law Manifestation Realm for 60 seconds. Reward, Level 1 Spiritual Treasure, 10-Blade Steel Claws, designated for your second disciple Su Qingyu. Reward, Level 1 Sword Cultivation Technique, Heart of the Divine Sword, designated for your eldest disciple Yi Qingxiu. Gazing at the splendid list of rewards, Zhang Heng trembled with excitement. I am invincible in this world. At that moment, the system presented an unprecedented notification. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the secondary system task. The system is now bound to the second host, Misty Sect. Secondary task. The host must elevate the Misty Sect to a first-tier sect to unlock the secondary system. Secondary task requirements. The host must possess a third disciple. With the sect housing 3 practitioners of the Law Manifestation Realm, 5 of the Divine Power Realm, 20 of the Destiny Will Realm, and a total of at least 100,000 ordinary practitioners. The sect's infrastructure and resources must meet first-tier standards. Zhang Heng was left dumbfounded. The system could actually upgrade. He suddenly realized why the rewards previously offered were all at the first level. It was because the system itself was at the first level. To obtain secondary rewards, he needed to fulfill the secondary task to elevate the system. The rewards at the second level would surely be far superior. He would no longer need to bestow upon his disciples the first-tier rubbish. However, this secondary task was rather daunting. He needed a third disciple and to have 2 practitioners of the Law Manifestation Realm within the sect. As he himself was at the Law Manifestation Realm, how could he expect others of the same level to submit to him? Alas, he wondered what realms lay beyond the Law Manifestation Realm. As Zhang Heng pondered, the system kindly displayed a hint. The realms of the Xian Huang Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Spirit Repository Realm, Destiny Palace Realm, Destiny Will Realm, Divine Power Realm, Law Manifestation Realm, Divine Bridge Realm, Star Plucking Realm, Ascending Realm, these 10 major realms. I am merely 3 realms away from becoming an immortal. Excellent, delightful. Zhang Heng was filled with joy. But wait, something seemed amiss. If the Ascending Realm signified immortality, then the system's tier structure appeared inadequate. Could it be that immortals also had multiple levels? He recalled reading about the Hong Huang novels in his previous life, which spoke of true immortals, golden immortals, and Great Luo, indeed possessing numerous levels. The path to longevity is fraught with challenges. Then, he checked the system for the arrival time of the Heavenly Tribulation. Heavenly Tribulation will arrive in 10 days. Sighing, he realized he could only confront the Heavenly Tribulation with his cultivation at the initial stage of the Law Manifestation Realm. As of now, despite his elevated status, even with both disciples receiving a 100-fold return, ascending to the next small realm would be a formidable task. Zhang Heng estimated that he would need both disciples to advance a major realm before he could reach the mid-stage of the Law Manifestation Realm. If he wished to expedite his ascension, perhaps he would need to wait for the system to upgrade to the second level, where he might achieve a 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold return. However, these matters pertain to the future. His immediate priority lies in addressing the celestial tribulation and the affairs of the 5 dominant factions, as well as the demonic knocking sect. Having vanquished an elder from the demonic knocking sect, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Their current silence likely indicates a strategy to wait until he and the 5 factions are mutually weakened, allowing them to profit from the ensuing chaos. With his ascension to the Law Manifestation Realm, Zhang Heng's inner divine sea has vanished, coalescing entirely into his primordial spirit. He is now capable of projecting his primordial spirit beyond his physical form. His mental prowess formidable enough to severely injure even the most adept cultivators of the God-knocking realm with mere mental attacks. Should he pursue techniques focused on mental cultivation, he could potentially eliminate God-knocking cultivators from a distance. Zhang Heng gradually closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, his pupils radiating a golden light. His mental energy spread forth, sweeping across all directions, revealing everything within his perception. To his astonishment, his mental probe extended to encompass the entirety of the Jingyun path. There were 6 powerful cultivators within the Jingyun path, encircling the 6 cardinal directions of the mysterious Cloud sect, accompanied by numerous formidable practitioners. Had Zhang Heng not ascended to the Law Manifestation Realm, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. Indeed, danger lurks everywhere. He must hasten to elevate his disciples' cultivation levels. He observed the envoy from the 5 dominant factions as they soared towards a gathering place at the boundary of the Jingyun path, where numerous cultivators had congregated. Subsequently, 5 God-knocking realm practitioners assembled, seemingly convening a meeting. Zhang Heng retracted his consciousness. Such extensive mental probing was immensely taxing. A day later, the envoy, accompanied by a throng of cultivators, arrived at the entrance of the mysterious Cloud sect. Chapter 75. Gift and abundance of cultivation resources flowed into the Misty sect, leaving the young family members in a flurry of activity. In the courtyard of the pavilion, Zhang Heng summoned 2 of his disciples. Yi Qingqiu, clad in a flowing azure dress, exuded an air of ethereal elegance, her tall and graceful figure resembling a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Yet, when it came to mealtime, all semblance of her refined image vanished. In stark contrast, Su Qingyu donned a loose-fitting gown of pristine white silk, her ample bosom necessitating a larger size, and her petite stature causing the fabric to drag upon the ground. The voluminous sleeves enveloped her hands, revealing only a hint of her delicate fingers, with a naive expression and her fluffy fox ears twitching adorably. She appeared utterly endearing, though this charm was contingent upon her silence. Zhang Heng felt fortunate that his second disciple had cultivated the Dao Tiangui Yuan technique without transforming into a muscular figure. Her strength manifested solely within her tail. Reminiscent of his golden retriever from a past life, seemingly harmless, yet capable of inflicting considerable damage when its tail wagged vigorously. "Master, are you planning to sneak us away?" Su Qingyu asked innocently. Yi Qingqiu shot her a disapproving glance, tempted to tap her on the head, but regrettably. Su Qingyu's head had become quite resilient and impervious to such reprimands. "Do not speak foolishly. No one in this realm could threaten our master," Zhang Heng retorted internally, feeling a sense of exasperation. Presently, he possessed 2 talisman cards for self-preservation, yet should an individual of the Dharma realm appear, his fate would be sealed. "Qingqiu, you have ascended to the Fate Wheel realm. It is time I impart a new technique to you," Zhang Heng announced. A smile graced Yi Qingqiu's face, her relentless training finally earning her master's commendation. "Thank you, master," she replied earnestly, while Su Qingyu gazed at her in astonishment. "Sister, when did you reach the Fate Wheel realm? Have you been consuming elixirs recklessly? Those can harm your foundation. Surely, you wouldn't forsake your future just to surpass me. Unlike me, I rely solely on diligent practice." Listening to Su Qingyu's sarcastic remarks, Yi Qingqiu's anger flared, her fists clenching involuntarily as she shot a furious glare at her companion. "When have you ever relied on yourself? You consistently falter, relying on Master to rescue you. If not for Master's integrity, you, as a fox spirit, would have lost your essence countless times." "Humph. That is not my fault. It's the method Master taught me. He must think I'm beautiful, wanting me to become possessed so we could engage in duel." Su Qingyu's words trailed off as Zhang Heng, using his magical power, pinched her tail, lifting her off the ground, causing her to grimace in pain. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken my thoughts aloud. Please forgive me. My tail feels like it might break." Zhang Heng cast a cold glance at Su Qingyu before releasing her. Yi Qingqiu, observing the scene, stifled a chuckle, finding amusement in her foolish friend finally receiving due reprimand. As Su Qingyu returned to the ground, she cradled her tail, blowing on it in a display of feigned distress, her fox ears drooping sadly, eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Heng felt a twinge of guilt, yet he acknowledged that her incessant chatter warranted a firmer hand. Ahem. He cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. "Qingqiu, while this technique may not be divine, it is most suitable for you." With that, he directed a beam of light towards her forehead. He was particularly anxious that Yi Qingqiu might dismiss the technique he offered, for she hailed from a prestigious family and possessed a breadth of knowledge that rendered her discerning. In contrast, Su Qingyu would accept anything, having little prior exposure. As Yi Qingqiu absorbed the essence of the Tianxin divine sword technique, her eyes widened in disbelief. "This is a sword-nurturing technique," she marveled internally. The rarity and value of sword-nurturing methods contrasted sharply with sword techniques, focusing on the cultivation of sword intent rather than mere swordplay. Such a technique was extraordinary. With sufficient cultivation, one could slay foes several realms above them. Its efficacy did not hinge on one's current level, but rather on the time invested in nurturing it. Although the Chu Kingdom was merely a remote region beneath the eastern Xian continent, the Tianxin divine sword was invaluable, a treasure coveted by the most elite sword sections. Despite its rarity, such a technique was trivial in Master's eyes. Yi Qingqiu sighed, having anticipated Zhang Heng would provide something exceptional, yet she was astounded by its uniqueness. "Thank you, Master," she said, bowing earnestly. Zhang Heng smiled in acknowledgement. Observing Yi Qingqiu's excitement, Su Qingyu felt a pang of envy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she turned to Zhang Heng with a pitiful expression. "Master," she implored softly, inching closer and lifting her innocent face to gaze at him. Zhang Heng, recognizing her desire, feigned ignorance. "What is it? Master, do you perhaps have something you wish to gift me?" she inquired hesitantly. "None," he replied curtly. Su Qingyu's mouth fell open in disappointment, her head drooping as she berated herself for speaking out of turn, convinced that her master now held disdain for her. Yet, she found it unbearable to suppress her feelings. It would be easier to endure pain than stifle her thoughts. At that moment, a large hand gently stroked her head. She looked up in surprise. It was Master S' hand. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. I almost forgot. I do have something for you. Su Qingyu and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her previous gloom dissipating as a radiant smile illuminated her face, akin to flowers blooming at dawn. Zhang Heng opened his palm to reveal a delicate bracelet of pale red, adorned with 10 platinum gems. Wow, how beautiful! Su Qingyu exclaimed, gingerly taking it and cradling it in her hands to admire. Yi Qingqiu leaned closer, convinced that whatever Master gifted would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, she could not discern its nature, and her brow furrowed in confusion as she looked up at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, feeling a wave of sweat break out, thought to himself, how could this be? This was supposed to resemble 10 wolf claws in the system, yet it manifests as a bracelet now. He felt a pang of fear that his words might lead Yi Qingqiu to misunderstand and think he had ill intentions towards Su Qingyu. Just then, as Su Qingyu adorned her right wrist with the bracelet, a flash of white light enveloped her hands, which suddenly transformed, encased in a hard, golden-white metal, resembling a pair of gloves. Her fingers morphed into sharp metallic claws, glinting ominously. Curious, Su Qingyu examined her new appendages, discovering she could manipulate the length of the claws, using them as both gloves and weapons. When she withdrew her spiritual energy, the metallic form reverted to a simple bracelet. With a joyful laugh, she exclaimed, "This is so much fun. Thank you, Master. What a marvelous weapon." Yi Qingqiu marveled, indeed, a remarkable weapon. Recognizing the weapon's true quality during its transformation, she noted it was of high-grade Xian class, equivalent to her own Starfall sword. Her admiration for Zhang Heng grew, realizing the vast treasures her master possessed. Very well. You may return to your cultivation, Zhang Heng concluded. Zhang Heng, fully aware that he could not articulate his thoughts clearly, contemplated a hasty retreat. As he attempted to depart, Yi Qingqiu urgently interjected, Master, after I ascend to the Fateful Realm. Yet, before she could complete her inquiry, Zhang Heng vanished from sight. Could it be that Master wishes for me to comprehend this on my own? Su Qingyu observed Yi Qingqiu with a smile and remarked, Perhaps Master fled because he could not answer your question. Yi Qingqiu turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Su Qingyu. Are you itching for trouble again? Su Qingyu quickly recoiled. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had slipped into his private space. Fortunately, he had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been burdened with another round of inquiries. At that moment, he lifted his gaze to see Yang Yin escorting the 6 individuals, including the ancient Blade Ancestor, out of the mysterious ethereal sect. In that fleeting instant, 5 formidable beings from the Divine Power Realm, who had been hovering within the Jingzhen Dao realm, hastily approached the mysterious ethereal sect. Chapter 76. The open door. 5 formidable auras descended upon the entrance of the Miaoling sect with the force of thunder, arriving to welcome the liberated Qian Dao Old Ancestor. In an instant, both the Miaoling sect members and those from the 5 great powers were left in awe at the sight of 6 transcendent beings hovering in the air. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed in a millennium, leaving everyone utterly astonished. The world seemed to have pressed the mute button, enveloped in a heavy silence. A chilling atmosphere of impending doom permeated the air, causing everyone to tense up, breathing carefully, fearful of igniting a spark that could lead to a cataclysmic battle. Thank you, dear friends, for coming to my aid. Qian Dao Old Ancestor bowed deeply to the 5 transcendent beings, his former pride completely extinguished. He had come to understand the true meaning of strength. Even someone as formidable as Yang Yin was merely a subordinate to these beings. He now realized that there are greater heights beyond what he had known. The 5 transcendent beings regarded Qian Dao with disdain. Wang Qian Dao, having risen to prominence after the righteous and demonic battle in the state of Chu, held the weakest position among them, his capture a disgrace to their righteous path. Wang Qian Dao, is your primordial spirit unharmed? An elderly man, also an ancestor of the Wang family, reached out telepathically to inquire. It is safe. They have not harmed my primordial spirit, Wang Qian Dao responded quietly. In the realm of transcendent beings, the primordial spirit is of utmost importance. If it suffers damage, not only would one be gravely injured, but their path of cultivation would be severed, leaving no room for advancement. Since Wang Qian Dao is unharmed, Wang Guan, let us annihilate this small sect. The royal transcendent being communicated. Agreed. Let us act to eliminate this small sect. My Wang family requires only 1/10 of the spiritual mines in Yulan Lake, Wang Guan replied. With that, the 5 revealed their overwhelming auras. Their immense pressure akin to colossal mountains crashing down, instilling despair. In an instant, the ground trembled. The cultivators who had come to deliver the ransom hastily activated their flying vessels formations to protect themselves. The strength of the transcendent beings could shift mountains and drain seas with mere gestures, a terrifying display of power that rendered any involvement on their part utterly futile. Even the aftermath of such a battle could obliterate them. Within the Miaoling sect, the Yang family members gazed in terror at the sky above the mountain gate, witnessing 5 godlike figures. The oppressive weight of their presence, even through the protective barrier, caused their hearts to tremble as if doomsday were upon them. Yang Yan's expression turned grave. He anticipated the possibility of a change in the adversary's intent, but never expected such a swift betrayal. Just as they had released their grip on the Miaoling sect, they immediately moved to attack. Now, the sect possessed no leverage and could only rely on sheer strength. He looked up at the sect's barrier. The combined assault of 6 transcendent ancestors would likely prove insurmountable, even for a profound raid formation. On the rooftop of a small pavilion, Zhang Heng reclined in a chair, perspiration beading in his palms as he observed the 6 transcendent cultivators outside the mountain gate. What to do? My one-hit-kill item can only eliminate one, and my absolute defense can only protect me for 60 seconds against damage. It is still too weak. If they possess a transcendent being capable of crossing realms to kill enemies, I will be finished. 2 disciples hurriedly flew to Zhang Heng's side. Su Qingyu, frightened, hid behind him, while Yu Qingxiu stood resolutely beside Zhang Heng like a guardian. Master, should we escape? Su Qingyu's voice trembled as she spoke. Zhang Heng's expression remained calm. He was unafraid of these individuals, but was uncertain of the powerful beings backing them. If a law avatar-level being were present, killing these foes could lead to the Miaoling sect and Apos' eternal unrest. Moreover, he still needed to complete the system and Apos' immediate task. Abandoning it would be a tremendous loss. Esteemed guests, how can you linger outside the gates of the Miaoling sect? Why not come in for a cup of spiritual tea? Zhang Heng spoke slowly, employing a strategy of retreating to advance. Should these individuals indeed breach the sect, he would have no choice but to escape after eliminating them. His voice, though seemingly soft, resonated with a powerful aura, penetrating the souls of all present, whether they were from the 5 great powers outside or the Miaoling sect within, causing their hearts to quiver. Another ancestor-level being. The members of the 5 great powers gasped in shock, their eyes wide. The 5 transcendent beings, poised to strike, were equally taken aback by Zhang Heng and Apos' commanding voice, which they had never encountered before. They had initially believed him to be merely one of the 3 ancestors from the demonic cult, hiding here. If all 3 were indeed present, Wang Qiandao and his companions would undoubtedly be doomed. Who are you? Wang Guan shouted. This old ancestor has never heard of any new transcendent being from the demonic path. Merely bluster. With 6 of us here. Even if the 3 ancestors of the demonic cult were present, we could obliterate them. The royal ancestor snorted coldly. The other 4 nodded in agreement. In the past, even the most powerful demonic sects dared not behave in such a manner. 2 had been eradicated, and the last, the demonic cult, had since concealed itself for over a millennium. They felt no fear toward these defeated foes. Dear friends, you must not. Wang Qiandao attempted to explain that the strong presence within the Miaoling sect was not one of the demonic cult's ancestors. However, his words were cut short as a voice echoed from within the sect. Elder Yang, some guests have arrived. Why not quickly withdraw the protective barrier and welcome them in? We must not disgrace the hospitality of the Miaoling sect. The 5 transcendent beings, who had been ready to strike, froze. They had never encountered such a situation where the opponent would voluntarily lower their protective barrier and invite them in as guests. What could this mean? Shouldn't they be defending the barrier against their 6 imposing figures? Otherwise, what difference would it make from offering themselves up to death? Even 1,000 years ago, the most powerful demonic sects would not have dared such a thing. Yang Yan within the Miaoling sect was bewildered. He could not fathom why the sect leader would retract the protective barrier, akin to inviting wolves into the fold and exposing oneself to a dagger. This defied his understanding. However, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized the truth. Who was the sect leader? The unparalleled being known as the Transcendent Immortal would not fear these individuals. With that, Yang Yin retracted the protective barrier. The entire Miaoling sect now stood exposed, as if a maiden stripped bare before the 5 great powers. Seeing the protective barrier of the Miaoling sect truly withdrawn, the onlookers were left even more astounded. The 5 transcendent beings, ancient monsters who had lived for over a millennium, hesitated, glancing at Wang Qiandao and the 5 captured God Transcendence cultivators. Friends, within the Miaoling sect, there is more than one transcendent being. Besides Yang Yin, there is also Wang Qian Dao elaborated on the situation within the Miaoling sect, providing the 5 God Transcendence cultivators with further details. After listening to the entirety of the tale, the 5 transcendent beings were solemn expressions. The sect leader of the Miaoling sect was shrouded in mystery, known as the Transcendent Immortal, and claimed to be an immortal, indicating profound confidence. For 1,000 years, no one had heard of such a name. Could this person be a law avatar? The ancestor of the fallen cloud sect speculated darkly. Absolutely impossible, Wang Guan retorted. If a law avatar were present, would they treat us with such courtesy? The divide between transcendent and law avatar is a vast chasm. Even when united, they might not stand a chance against such an opponent. The remaining individuals nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, even so, if the opponent dared to lower the protective barrier, they must have some contingency plan. Furthermore, there are disparities among transcendent beings. The strength of their abilities cannot be solely measured by rank. A powerful transcendent could defeat an opponent of a higher realm. Dear friends, my sect leader invites you. Please come in as guests, Yang Yin called out to them. The atmosphere was charged with tension as everyone present, regardless of their faction, turned their gaze towards the 6 venerable ancestors. Each individual was on high alert, anxiously awaiting the decision of these esteemed figures. A great battle could erupt at any moment. Chapter 77. No one dares to enter. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhang Heng gazed at the 6 cultivators of the divine passage realm standing outside the mountain gate, his heart taut as if stretched by a string on the verge of snapping. Should anyone dare to step into the territory of the mysterious cloud sect, he would instantly utilize a lethal card to eliminate them, thereby deterring the others. If they were to retreat in fear, he could conserve a trump card, which was his strategy. The lethal card was most effective against those of the law manifestation realm, creating an absolute shock, ensuring his safety unless his opponents possessed the strength of the divine bridge realm, in which case he would have no choice but to flee. He had no desire to squander his resources here. What choice would they make? Zhang Heng waited anxiously. At that moment, Wang Guan, the elder of the Wang family, clasped his fists in salute towards Zhang Heng. Thank you, friend, for your kind regard. We are quite busy and shall not impose further. The crowd was astonished. The 6 elders did not dare to enter. Moreover, they had retracted their protective formation. What kind of terrifying existence was this sect? The doors of the sect stood wide open, yet none of the 5 leading forces in the Chu Kingdom dared to enter. A collective gasp echoed as they were both shocked and relieved that the anticipated battle did not unfold. After expressing his words, Wang Guan gritted his teeth. As a venerable elder, he had suffered great humiliation today, losing face before all the cultivators of the Chu Kingdom. This grudge must be repaid tenfold. Helpless, the other 4 divine passage cultivators, like him, dared not step into the mysterious cloud sect and could only urge him to decline. This matter of redemption benefited the Wang family the most, as they had safely retrieved Wang Qian Dao, a powerful cultivator of the divine passage realm. Had he fallen to the mysterious cloud sect, the Wang family would not merely suffer the loss of an arm, they could potentially decline and be suppressed by other forces, never to rise again. The balance of power among the 5 major forces had been maintained for over a millennium. Any misstep could lead to an instantaneous collapse of the entire system. The 4 divine passage elders, though they did not openly concede like Wang Guan, nevertheless showed their fear by not daring to enter, which was still a disgrace. However, this matter would not simply end here. The 5 major forces, having upheld a 1,000-year structure, might compete among themselves, but should a new force attempt to ascend the ranks in the Chu Kingdom, they would immediately ally to annihilate any threats, refusing to allow anyone to siphon off their resources. While they did not dare to enter the mysterious cloud sect, they did not believe Zhang Heng would remain within its confines indefinitely. The moment he dared to emerge, they would unite to strike him down. Esteemed one, calling yourself the carefree immortal, a title unprecedented in history, the royal elder proclaimed. In 3 months, the secret realm of my royal tomb shall open. A grand assembly for the cultivators of the Great Chu. Both righteous and demonic factions may attend. I wonder if you would be bold enough to join us. In an attempt to salvage face, the royal elder deliberately mentioned this event. The royal tomb indeed hosted a secret realm that opened once every 100 years, where a contest of prodigies would take place, a true celebration for cultivators worldwide. However, among the world's prodigies, none could rival those of the 5 major forces, and ultimately, all gains would be claimed by them. You, as the sect master and a powerful cultivator of the divine passage realm, undoubtedly have esteemed disciples. Would you dare to attend this grand event with us? The elder of the wind suspended pavilion chuckled. They had just learned from the mouths of Wang Qiandao and his companions that the master of the mysterious Cloud sect had but two personal disciples, two delicate young girls. Weak in strength, the spiritual or from the Yulan Lake had only just begun to be mined, meaning they had previously lacked the essential white spirit fish to nurture prodigies, leaving their foundation unstable. How could they possibly defeat their own prodigies? By revealing this information, they aimed to diminish Zhang Heng's confidence, believing he would surely decline, thus regaining some semblance of pride. After a moment of silence, a deep and magnetic voice broke through. Since you extend such a grand invitation, how could I possibly refuse? The speaker was none other than Zhang Heng, the master of the mysterious Cloud sect. The 5 divine passage cultivators were taken aback. They had not anticipated Zhang Heng's agreement, and joy surged within them. Since Zhang Heng dared to emerge, it would be all the more convenient for them to kill him. Excellent, friend, your response is refreshing. The royal elder smiled. I look forward to your arrival. With that, the 6 elders vanished in an instant, and the ordinary cultivators hastily fled the scene. The sky, once filled with flying vessels, was now cleared once more. Yang Yin reactivated the protective formation, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Although the sect master was present, facing 6 renowned powerhouses still left him tense. The members of the Yang family felt as if they had survived a calamity, as if awakening from a dream. It was the first time in their lives they had witnessed so many elder-level powerhouses descend. In a small pavilion, Zhang Heng watched as the sky was once again enveloped by the barrier, and he finally felt a sense of ease. For the time being, they were safe. He noticed that the divine passage cultivators had not left the Jingzhen path but had merely distanced themselves from the detection range of the divine passage. If he were not currently at the law manifestation realm, he would not have been aware that these old foxes had not truly departed. If he were to move away from the sect, the enemy would surely swarm in. In the shadows, another figure, suspected to be a divine passage powerhouse from the demon suppression sect, lurked with keen eyes, having not accompanied the 5 major forces, suggesting they were not of the same faction. Master, why did you not eliminate those who sought to annihilate our sect? Yi Qingqiu asked, her gaze sharp and icy. Alas, my dear disciple, you seem a bit extreme, but I cannot act recklessly, Zhang Heng internally grumbled. He avoided battles he was uncertain of. The opponent's strength was at least 2 realms above his own, and if he could avoid confrontation, he would. Moreover, even if they were below 2 realms, the danger remained considerable. Should he encounter a child of destiny capable of slaying foes 2 realms higher, it would be truly terrifying. Qiu'er, see how anxious you are. Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile, feigning profundity. The master's intention. I understand. You wish to temper me in Xiaoyu, don't you? If you were to eliminate them all, there would be no one left to challenge us, Yi Qingqiu said, her eyes filled with admiration for Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled without speaking, allowing her to indulge in her imagination. Master is truly formidable, Su Qingyu exclaimed, jumping up and pointing in the direction of the departing figures. Those old monsters, each one more cowardly than the last, even retracting their protective formation and not daring to enter. A bunch of timid fools, Zhang Heng rolled his eyes at Su Qingyu internally, who had just been so frightened as to hide behind him. Master, at the Royal Tomb Secret Realm, during the Prodigy Assembly, I shall personally slay Wang Ming, Yi Qingqiu declared with a fierce grin. When she first arrived in the Chu Kingdom, she had been ensnared by Wang Ming of the Wang family, who sought to force her into becoming a furnace cauldron. Thanks to the life-saving treasure from her sister, the Peach Demon, she had managed to escape, finding refuge in the Jing'an path. Hearing Yi Qingqiu's words, Zhang Heng's heart tightened. He reviewed the instant mission that had just been triggered by the system. Instant mission, participate in the Great Chu Prodigy Assembly and ensure both disciples place in the top 3, thus earning fame and recognition. This mission had been activated when the others invited him to the grand event. He had initially agreed merely to send them away, but now, not only had a mission been triggered, but his eldest disciple was also resolutely determined to participate. This was turning into quite the predicament. Go down and cultivate. Zhang Heng instructed his 2 disciples. Yes, master, they replied, soaring off to their respective training chambers. Zhang Heng clasped his head in frustration, uncertain of how to proceed. Going to the royal capital would be akin to walking into a trap, yet if he chose not to attend, the image he had painstakingly maintained could be lost. Furthermore, there was the system mission. While it could be declined, completing it would surely yield substantial rewards. He gazed at the spirit pet, Thunderlark, within the system. With his current elevation and strength, Thunderlark had also ascended to the pinnacle of the God Knock realm. The swiftness of Thunderlark, complemented by my formidable presence in the law manifestation realm, should facilitate our escape. However, It is too perilous. First, I must endure the tribulation and thereafter assess the situation. Those fellows are still loitering around Jingyun Road. How amusing. Just wait. My heavenly tribulation is imminent. Zhang Heng's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 78. The refinement of heavenly tribulation. A few days later, Yang Yin came to report. Master, I have recently discovered that the cultivators from the 5 major forces continue to hover within the Jingjin path, monitoring our every move. Moreover, I have found that some disciples who ventured out have inexplicably fallen victim to covert attacks, clearly orchestrated by the cultivators of these 5 forces. Master, what should we do? If the external blockade persists, it will ultimately lead to our downfall. The most vital resource for our sect is the spiritual mine of Yulan Lake. The enemy's elimination of our disciples likely serves as a test. If the Pyamyao sect remains unresponsive, the 5 major forces may directly assault the Yulan spiritual mine. In just 7 or 8 days, the ordinary disciples of the Yang family have been gripped by fear, anxious about becoming targets. Zhang Heng, suppressing the anger within, replied calmly. Proceed as usual. I will handle it. As you command, Yang Yin responded, departing without further inquiry. After the previous series of events, he had developed profound admiration for Zhang Heng, believing that there must be significant intention behind his words. Zhang Heng sat upright, his eyes shimmering with light. In an instant, his spiritual energy enveloped the entire Jingjin path, revealing the presence of over 10,000 cultivators within. The 5 major forces, with their deep-rooted heritage, were indeed formidable. Each day, they advanced 100 miles toward the Pyamyao sect, occasionally dispatching agents to covertly harm its disciples, gradually testing the limits of the sect. Behind these thousands of cultivators stood 5 venerable ancestors stationed at the borders. It seems that unless I impose a stern warning, they will become increasingly audacious, mistaking our inaction for fear, and inevitably launch an attack on the Yulan spiritual mine, coveting my resource. Zhang Heng clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in a grand post station, Wang Guan was communicating with the other 4 powerful beings through a transmission stone. After 7 days of probing, the Pyamyao sect has yet to respond. Could it be that they fear leaving their sect? It appears to be nothing more than that. We shall continue to intensify our probes and directly dispatch people to disrupt the mining operations. If the Pyamyao sect remains silent, we can ascertain that those 2 powerful cultivators do not dare to leave the protection of their sect. At that point, once we seize the Yulan spiritual mine, we shall besiege the Pyamyao sect, exhausting them with the resources of this superior spiritual mine. The humiliation from days prior remained fresh in memory. This matter could not be left unresolved. The 6 ancestors had descended upon the gates of others, dismantling their protective formations, yet not a single person dared enter. This incident quickly spread throughout the entire Chu kingdom. Those long oppressed under the rule of the 5 major forces were now filled with discontent and eagerly disseminated the news, reveling in the triumph of the 6 ancestors' renown, albeit through a different means. Within an underground palace, an elder sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform, refining an ancient fragment that emitted a chilling bloodlight, staining the entire chamber crimson. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from outside the chamber. Elder, the one who sees the sacred artifact is the master of the Pyamyao sect, and he is currently besieged by the righteous 5 factions. This individual recounted the recent occurrences within the Pyamyao sect. My subordinate believes this person is not a cultivator of the Dharma aspect realm. Recently, the 5 righteous factions have continuously provoked the Pyamyao sect, yet the master of the Pyamyao sect does not dare to step beyond the threshold of his sect. However, it is rather peculiar that after Yang Yan's visit to the Pyamyao sect, his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed to the realm of divine powers. The elder opened his eyes and spoke leisurely. There is no need for concern. It seems this individual is aware of some applications of the sacred artifact. Keep a close watch on him. Furthermore, hasten the advancement of matters concerning the Nanling path, for this is the ultimate undertaking of our sect over a millennium. As you command, replied the person outside the door. The elder then continued to close his eyes, refining the sacred artifact in his hand. As the day of the heavenly tribulation approached, Zhang Heng slowly emerged from the Pyamyao sect. Over the past 10 days, he had observed the actions of the 5 major forces. Many disciples of the Yang family had met with misfortune, and enemies had audaciously launched attacks on the facilities of the Yulan spiritual mine. Surrounding the Pyamyao sect were spies from the 5 major forces, and the 7 cultivators of divine powers had brazenly entered the detection range of Zhang Heng and Apos' spiritual awareness, showing no fear that he might discover them. Upon Zhang Heng's exit from the Pyamyao sect, he sensed 7 gazes fixated upon him. Please prepare, host, the heavenly tribulation is imminent. The system prompted him. And as he took a step forward, he vanished from the air above the Piamiao sect. The 7 divine power cultivators, witnessing Zhang Heng's sudden disappearance, instantly had their pupils constrict. He intends to flee. Pursue. Except for the ancestor of the Cowdman sect, who had chosen to remain hidden. The other 6 swiftly pursued Zhang Heng's direction. The next moment, Zhang Heng found himself in a desolate wilderness. Through his spiritual perception, he could sense the 6 cultivators of divine powers drawing nearer. Zhang Heng halted, sitting cross-legged in midair. Infusing his voice with mana, he gradually proclaimed, "All cultivators who are not from the Jingyun path are to depart within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Otherwise, they shall face annihilation." His voice resonated throughout the entire Jingjun path like a divine decree. Whether mortals or cultivators, humans or beasts, all raised their heads to gaze upward, their hearts trembling in fear, as if the voice echoed right beside them. What sort of divine power is this? The cultivators of the 5 major forces, stationed at the newly established post stations, along with those from the Cowdman sect, were thrown into disarray. Some, valuing their lives, immediately fled. Among the 5 factions, the divine power cultivators hastily emerged to restore order, conveying the commands of their ancestors. "Do not panic. We have the protection of our ancestors and need not fear the opponent's divine power cultivators. Do not flee without orders. The ancestors command us to advance toward the Yulan's spiritual mind. The master of the Piamiao sect has emerged from his sect, and the ancestors are in pursuit. We must seize the Yulan's spiritual mind before anyone else." Encouraged by the divine power cultivators, the practitioners of the 5 major forces became invigorated, hastening their flight toward the Yulan's spiritual mind. They believed that the 6 ancestors' previous hesitance to enter the Piamiao sect stemmed from a hidden deception within. And now that the master of the Piamiao sect had fled, the 6 ancestors were pursuing him, leaving them unafraid of the so-called annihilation threat. They all aspired to make great contributions in this battle. Only those who were especially fearful for their lives hurriedly fled, unwilling to linger. Thunder rumbled. The wilderness was shrouded in dark clouds, dense as a city, dimming the entire landscape, akin to twilight. The thunderclouds brimmed with a terrifying aura of slaughter, with dazzling bolts of lightning rolling within, resembling a rampaging beast. Zhang Heng sat beneath the tribulation clouds, eyes closed in meditation, remaining steadfast and unmoving. His white robes as pristine as snow, exuding an ethereal aura, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The 6 who were about to strike down Zhang Heng halted abruptly upon witnessing this scene, hesitant to advance further as they sensed the terrifying presence of the thunderclouds, threatening to rend the very heavens. What kind of divine power is this? Wang Guan and Appo's brow furrowed. Thunder-based divine power? Who exactly is this individual, employing such bizarre methods? The 6 exchanged thoughts telepathically, none daring to approach, all waiting for the situation to unfold. Boom. Crack. A colossal bolt of lightning, akin to a pillar, struck down toward Zhang Heng beneath the thunderclouds. Zhang Heng summoned the fragments of the divine tribulation, invoking the divine power of the great sun and manifesting the Dharma aspect of myriad paths into void. The tribulation lightning struck the divine tribulation fragment, and the residual lightning cascaded down like a torrential rain upon Zhang Heng below. Zhang Heng winced in pain, feeling his entire body tingle, yet he endured the suffering, striving to maintain his lofty demeanor. Damn, where's my Dharma aspect? Zhang Heng was perplexed. He had observed in the ancient texts of the Yang family that practitioners at the Dharma aspect realm would manifest a divine silhouette, towering at 10 zhang in height during the initial stages, exuding an air of grandeur. However, he found himself lacking such an extraordinary manifestation. Nonetheless, the effects of the Dharma aspect remained, aiding him in withstanding a significant amount of calamity force. Currently refining the fragments of the divine calamity. Progress at 10 Zhang Heng was astonished. These fragments were being refined with the aid of the heavenly tribulation. Boom. Another formidable bolt of tribulation lightning struck the fragments, instantly emanating a dazzling crimson radiance and unleashing a terrifying aura. Onlookers from a distance gazed in astonishment at the spectacle. What is he doing? It appears he is refining something. Such a fearsome presence. Chapter 79, Bloodshed on Jingjun Path. Gentlemen, I have encountered a similar description in an ancient text. The royal ancestor conveyed to the assembly. Could it be that what the esteemed friend speaks of pertains to the tribulations faced by mighty beings of the ascendant realm? Wang Guan inquired. Indeed, it bears resemblance. However, this individual, no matter how formidable, is at most half a step into the Dharma aspect realm. He must be summoning heavenly lightning to refine some treasured artifact or perhaps executing a lethal technique, the royal ancestor elucidated. Curse be the situation. What shall we do? Should we intervene to halt him? This fellow is far too reckless. Does he truly wish to engage us in a deadly conflict? One of the elders exclaimed. For these powerful beings, who have lived for millennia, life is of utmost value. They would never risk it unless absolutely necessary. Which is one of the primary reasons they hesitated to enter the Misty sect. Boom. Another bolt of thunder descended, striking the resplendent crimson treasure. Emanating a terrifying aura filled with fierce murderous intent, the sheer might of this display left the six in a state of shock. At that moment, Zhang Heng, clad in white, abruptly opened his eyes, filled with a sharp murderous intent, casting a glance at the six formidable beings. The six were aghast. This fellow means business. Flee! Someone shouted, and the six mighty beings hastily retreated from Jingyun Path. The elder, who had been covertly observing from the shadows, upon witnessing the retreat of the six righteous ancestors, dared not linger and immediately exerted all his strength to escape. At the Yulan spirit mine, the disciples of the Yang family, engaged in the extraction of spirit stones, suddenly beheld numerous flying vessels and cultivators overhead. Activate the defensive array, Yang bellowed. The Yang disciples, gripped by terror, swiftly initiated the formation to establish their defenses. Ha! The cultivators of the God-invoking realm above erupted in laughter. Young family, you are the scum of the righteous path. Today, we shall rid the world of your menace. Kill. Another God-invoking cultivator shouted. The forces of the 5 great factions were assembled here, and they united to assault the defensive array of the Yulan spirit mine. In mere moments, cracks began to appear in the formation, and those maintaining the array suffered backlash, spitting blood. What shall we do, elder? A Wheel of Destiny realm cultivator cried out anxiously to Yangqua. Yangqua surveyed the imminent collapse of their barrier, his face ashen. Outside, the 5 great factions surrounded them. No one could break through to seek aid from the sect master of the Misty sect. If they waited until the master realized they were under attack, they would likely all perish. Once the array was shattered, the hundreds of Yang cultivators would be doomed. At that moment, voices of several God-invoking cultivators echoed from the vessels above. Cease the attack! Cease the attack! They shouted anxiously, as if facing a great enemy. The Yang disciples were perplexed, unsure of what was transpiring, suspecting that perhaps their master's reinforcements had arrived. The cultivators of the 5 great factions, engaged in breaching the barrier, were equally baffled. Suddenly, 5 God-invoking cultivators urgently transmitted messages to their comrades. Everyone, return to the vessels. Activate the vessel's defensive formation. Escape Jing's path at full speed. Curse be this. Hurry. For those who do not wish to perish, move swiftly. They screamed desperately. The cultivators immediately panicked, racing back to their vessels, activating the formations and propelling them with all their might to flee the scene, with even the God-invoking cultivators hastening the vessel's speed. The 5 God-invoking cultivators were now drenched in sweat, their faces ashen with fear, their jaws clenched, as though they had witnessed the most horrifying sight of their lives. They had received a singular message from their respective ancestors. One word: flee. The young disciples gazed at the desolate sky in confusion, scanning the surroundings for any sign of reinforcements, yet seeing none. They remained oblivious to the unfolding events as the 5 great factions fled in panic. Just then, a resounding voice descended from the heavens, as though it were a divine proclamation. Those who have not fled Jingyun Path within the span of an incense stick's burning shall perish. The voice reverberated through the hearts of all present. It is the sect master, a young disciple exclaimed with excitement. In an instant, they witnessed a streak of crimson light descending from the horizon, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the fleeing vessels of the 5 great factions. Following this, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. Though the Yulan spirit mine lay 100 miles away, the powerful shockwave reverberated, shaking the very earth. The young disciples gasped in unison, a silence enveloping them as if a pin drop could be heard. On the side of the fleeing vessels of the 5 great factions, the members of the Wind Suspension Pavilion turned to gaze at the site of the explosion, their hearts pounding and faces pale. The God-invoking cultivators of Wind Suspension Pavilion, witnessing this spectacle, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank heavens! Thank heavens! The unfortunate ones are those from the Falling Clouds sect. That attack came from an immeasurable distance and must have lost its potency. I am safe. However, in the next instant, terror gripped him to the core as he beheld a formidable scarlet light hurtling toward their vessel. Hold on! The God-invoking cultivator screamed in anguish. Each cultivator aboard the vessel desperately sought to reinforce the defensive array. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light approached the barrier of the formation. The array shattered, surging forward as if traversing an unguarded realm. Despair enveloped them. The red light was a fragment. Upon reaching the cultivators, a terrifying lightning burst forth, obliterating all in its path. Even the god-invoking cultivators fell victim, their attempts to escape rendered futile against the speed of the divine fragment, resulting in their utter annihilation. The wind suspension pavilion's contingent was completely eradicated, their vessels exploding like fireworks, and the cultivators' bodies reduced to dust, save for a few treasures safely ensconced in storage rings. In the very next moment, the royal faction, Lingwei sect, and Wang family forces were likewise obliterated, with not a single survivor left. Explosions resonated in succession, and those scattered spies in various locations beheld their vessels erupting. Flee for your lives. The spies dared not linger, initially believing they had gone unnoticed. Yet, upon the appearance of the crimson light, they met instant demise. The divine fragment surged forth, enveloped in a sphere of lightning, akin to a beam of light sweeping through Jingyun Path, annihilating all adversaries in its wake. Wherever it passed, a fierce red glow illuminated the heavens and the earth. Be it mortals, cultivators, or mountain-dwelling beasts, all were left astonished by the sight of the radiant light soaring forth. The world seemed to fall into a momentary silence. All cultivators of the 5 great factions present on Jingjun Path were reduced to mere dust. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Life Tokens at the headquarters of the 5 great factions, countless life tokens shattered in unison, as if a bomb had been tossed within. The guardians of the hall stood frozen in disbelief. Moreover, within the Hall of Life lamps, the lights of many prominent figures extinguished, plunging the entire sect into chaos. Outside Jingyun Path, the 6 elders of the 5 great factions, witnessing the horror of the treasure, which had obliterated all those they had brought with them, were left with ashen expressions, grinding their teeth in fury. This battle has nearly decimated 1/5 of our respective fighting strength. If that attack had been directed at us, we can hardly fathom the outcome. This individual's prowess is indeed formidable. Even if we join forces, we may not be able to vanquish him. Cursed be this fate. Henceforth, we shall be unable to thwart the growth of the Misty Sect. It appears we must re-evaluate our relationship with the Misty Sect, the 6 elders pondered, each harboring their own schemes. Meanwhile, on a secluded mountain peak, the god-invoking elder of the demonic-seeking sect trembled at the sight of the recent events, filled with both excitement and dread. Such power in a holy artifact! It must be reclaimed. In the desolate wilderness, Zhang Heng remained seated in meditation. The ominous clouds of tribulation having dissipated, his garments were still impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of the trials he had endured. Gradually, he opened his eyes, a crimson light soaring back into the palm of his hand. Gazing at the refined fragment of divine tribulation in his grasp, Zhang Heng smiled serenely. Ha ha ha. Remarkable. With this treasure, I am ready to participate in the gathering of prodigies. Chapter 80. Reconciliation. The next calamity will descend in 512 days. The host is expected to safely traverse the divine bridge realm. The fragment of the divine tribulation has been successfully refined, becoming a first-level magical artifact, Divine Will Shuttle. Upon reviewing this system information, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The calamity would incessantly descend until he ascended to immortality. Were it not for the system, his demise would be inevitable. The decline of the mysterious Cloud sect could be largely attributed to this relentless divine retribution. With tribulations occurring at intervals, those without a system would find it insurmountable. The impending calamity loomed ever closer, necessitating the swift completion of secondary system tasks. At present, his cultivation was insufficient to support a significant elevation in realm. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng unleashed his spiritual energy, enveloping the entirety of Jingjin Path to seek any lingering threats. His pupils constricted as he observed several oblivious cultivators daring to tread within the confines of Jingjin Path once more. Go. The fragment of divine tribulation flickered with lightning, transforming into a radiant beam, traversing the boundaries of Jingjin Path, soaring over mountains and rivers like a meteor, illuminating the sky with a sudden flash of crimson. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the divine object hurtling towards the periphery. 5 cultivators at the Fate Palace realm beheld the red light. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, they lost consciousness, their bodies reduced to mere dust. Outside Jingjin Path, 6 venerable ancestors observed the scene with grave expressions. This individual possesses formidable powers. I initially believed it to be a unique skill, limited in usage. It appears I was mistaken. Let us convene a council of righteous powers to discuss how to address the matters concerning the mysterious cloud sect. The esteemed leaders of the 5 righteous factions were not limited to these few. Each faction boasted multiple ancestors of the Fate Palace realm, ensuring their stability in Chu country for a millennium. Chu country's vast expanse was divided into 16 districts, with the 5 major factions having long established their territories. The most barren Jingzhen Path, once the domain of Lingwei sect, had now been wholly annexed by the mysterious Cloud sect. Following today's events, Jingzhen Path had transformed into a forbidden zone for external cultivators. In the wilderness, Zhang Heng gathered his thoughts as the fragment of divine tribulation returned to his hand. Stored within the system's inventory, he gradually rose, taking a step forward, and in the next moment, he found himself hovering above the mysterious Cloud sect. Below, a throng of people stood, including all the cultivators of the Yang family, some mortals they had brought along, and members of Lingbo sect, all gazing up in admiration at Zhang Heng, with his 2 disciples positioned prominently at the forefront. "Welcome back, sect master," they exclaimed in unison. Zhang Heng nodded slightly and spoke. "Elder Yang, dispatch someone to take charge of the entirety of Jingyan Path and manage the spoils." "Yes, sect master," Yang Yin replied, immediately leading the Yang family members away to fulfill Zhang Heng's orders. Each of them held their heads high, filled with pride at being disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect, having witnessed their sect master single-handedly eradicate all invaders. The 6 righteous ancestors had not dared to intervene. Such unparalleled powers were only heard of in legends. The past battles between the righteous and demonic factions had brought untold suffering upon Chu country. This event would be etched into the annals of Chu and Appos as history, as one individual wielded a single technique to annihilate nearly 10,000 from the 5 major factions, clearing the entire Jingyan Path. The world trembled in response. Smaller factions stirred restlessly, eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos, sending envoys to negotiate with the Yang family. Many wandering cultivators sought to ally with the mysterious Cloud sect. With Zhang Heng's requirements being straightforward, those of the Fate Palace realm and above could join after verification, while those below must undergo trials to earn their place within the mysterious Cloud sect. Following the series of events, Zhang Heng finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber, as everything returned to normal. After 30 days of blockade, he instructed Yang Yin to lift the restrictions on Jingzhen Path, allowing for the resumption of trade. Jingyan Path was impoverished, relying solely on the resources of the Yulan spirit mine, and the mysterious Cloud sect could not afford to squander the ransom sent by the 5 major factions. In Longyang City, the capital of Chu country, a grand palace hosted all the powers of the 5 factions, gathered to deliberate on an unprecedented upheaval. Could the mysterious Cloud sect be a clandestine sect? One mused. The sect master's actions do not resemble those of a demonic faction. He boldly presents himself, unafraid of our ambush. Although this sect had only recently emerged, it wielded 2 formidable cultivators, and the sect master was shrouded in mystery and unmatched strength. Their supernatural artifact struck terror into their hearts. Jingzhen Path had become his territory. Should they attempt a forceful assault, even if they succeeded in annihilating the mysterious Cloud sect, it would come at a grievous cost. Should they fail to eradicate the sect master, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Indeed, if we were to engage the mysterious Cloud sect in a mutually destructive conflict, the hidden demon-devouring sect, which has lurked for over a millennium, could very well seize the opportunity to re-emerge. Then what if we concede a district to him? Jingyan Path is already barren. The discussion grew heated. Ultimately, after various negotiations and compromises, they resolved to address the mysterious Cloud sect through traditional means. They would extend an olive branch, proposing reconciliation and a cessation of hostilities, with the distribution of benefits determined by the upcoming talents tournament. Should he remain obstinate and provoke a war, they would have no choice but to unite in utterly annihilating the mysterious Cloud sect. The gathered leaders deemed this approach feasible. The talents tournament served as a platform for the distribution of interests within the cultivation community of Chu country. The allocation across the 16 districts was contingent upon the rankings of the exceptional talents, which had ensured stability among the 5 major factions for millennia and thwarted the resurgence of demonic forces. They had learned from the captured Wang Qiandao and others that the 2 direct disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect master were of average cultivation. And even including Yang Ling of the Yang family, they could not possibly contend with their exceptional talents. Thus, they felt assured of victory in the upcoming tournament. using this pretext to compel the mysterious Cloud sect to yield, believing they would prefer to avoid mutual destruction. Subsequently, they commissioned the crafting of transmission talismans to be sent to the mysterious Cloud sect. Sect Master, here are the transmission talismans sent by the 5 major factions. On that day, Yang Ling searched extensively and finally located Zhang Heng within the main hall of the sect, personally delivering the talismans. Zhang Heng gestured, and the talisman flew into his grasp. As he tightened his hold, it transformed into sound and text. Friends of the mysterious Cloud sect, let us put aside our grievances and jointly participate in the Talents Tournament of Chu country. All disputes can be discussed face to face. I hope you will not break this promise and will work together to maintain the stability of the cultivation world. Upon reading this message, Zhang Heng recognized the effectiveness of his intimidation. They wished to unite against him, but had to consider the repercussions. As for the Talents Tournament, he had resolved to attend, not only to fulfill his task, but also to enhance the reputation of the mysterious Cloud sect and recruit more formidable allies to complete the secondary system task. Reply to them. I accept, Zhang Heng instructed. Understood, Yang Ling replied before departing. Days later, Yang Yin rushed in, eager to report to Zhang Heng. Sect Master, disciples of Lingyue sect are attacking our members outside Jingyan Path. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What do these people intend? They send us a reconciliation letter, yet seek to engage us in battle? What is happening? Why are Lingyue sect members assaulting us? Sect Master, those individuals claim we attacked them first. I assure you, none of our people would act without your command. At that moment, Yang Kwa hurried into the hall. Sect Master, Lingyue sect has sent a handwritten letter from their ancestor, specifically for your attention. Zhang Heng took out the letter and examined it. The envelope bore the message, Dear Sir, do not overstep your bounds. The matter of the allocation of the Dao is to be determined by the Heavenly Pride Conference. Why, then, do you send your men to assault the affiliated sect of my Lingyue sect? Sir, I demand an explanation. If you are truly unwilling to seek reconciliation, we shall commence a great war. His words were laden with fury and threat. Zhang Heng seethed with anger. They were the ones who initially attacked his Piao Miao sect. Yet they now played the victim. Were these individuals feigning a desire for peace, all the while plotting to ensnare me? Chapter 81. The siege. Zhang Heng fell into contemplation. Could it be that the demonic sect is deliberately instigating this? He deemed this possibility plausible and suppressed the anger brewing within him, issuing orders to Yang Yin. Elder Yang, respond to Lingyue sect and clarify the truth. However, if their people dare to provoke us, they shall face our wrath without hesitation. Understood, Sect Master. Yang Yin and the others withdrew. Presently, the mysterious sect had begun to take shape, with all the cultivator forces of Jingzhen Dao rallying under its banner. Yet, these individuals could hardly be considered true disciples of the mysterious sect. The secondary system task required the sect to possess 100,000 ordinary cultivators, a target easily achievable. The greater challenge lay in securing high-end combatants, 3 law manifestation realm cultivators and 5 divine ability realm cultivators. Being the only law manifestation realm expert, he pondered how to locate such powerful allies. The current mysterious sect could at most attract scattered cultivators of the godly manifestation realm to join. Am I to gather all the cultivators of Chu Nation under my command? Zhang Heng sighed. However, misfortune seldom comes alone. In just a few days, Yang Yin reported frequent attacks on the cultivators emerging from Jingyun Dao by the surrounding Dao districts. Jingyun Dao now resembled the previous state of the mysterious sect, besieged and isolated. Most infuriatingly, those major sects sent letters of condemnation, lambasting Zhang Heng for his alleged breach of trust and unauthorized seizure of the Dao districts. Zhang Heng clenched his fists in rage. These wretches, do they think me an easy target? Even if it is the demonic sect's provocation, I shall make the 5 major sects see my resolve. At that moment, Yang Yin entered the small loft, accompanied by a cultivator of the Fate Wheel realm to meet Zhang Heng. Reclining in his chair, Zhang Heng regarded the middle-aged man, who trembled and, upon meeting Zhang Heng's gaze, knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Greetings, master of the mysterious sect. A divine ability realm cultivator stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world in the Chu Nation. Regardless of sect affiliation, any cultivator encountered by a divine ability realm expert would show due respect. Sect Master, this is Elder Oren from the CS sect of Huaidong Dao. Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes, sensing that this man had come with significant business. Rise. What brings you before me? Oren bowed deeply, his demeanor ingratiating. Esteemed senior, our CS sect has long admired your prowess and wishes to join your ranks. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow. recalling that the Siye sect was a prominent sect occupying a Dao district, akin to the Yang clan, and was a subordinate sect to the Wang clan in Huaidong Dao. This Huaidong Dao adjoined Jingyun Dao, and according to reports from Yang Yin, the Siye sect had recently attacked the cultivators of Jingyun Dao. He was contemplating vengeance against the 5 major sects when the Siye sect unexpectedly sought to ally with him. What could be the reason behind this? Speak. What is the true reason for your visit? If you harbor insincere intentions, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhang Heng said leisurely. His enslavement contract could discern loyalty from treachery, rendering him unafraid of potential spies infiltrating his sect. Oren, startled by Zhang Heng's words, broke into a cold sweat. Esteemed senior, our Siye sect has been oppressed by the Wang clan of the 5 major sects for a millennium. Currently, during the Grand Assembly of Heroes, the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Ming, has cultivated a nefarious technique that requires a superior furnace vessel. Unfortunately, the daughter of our sect master, the young sect master, has been selected by him. If she is taken as a furnace vessel, she is doomed to perish. All sects in the Great Shu have long suffered under the oppression of the 5 major forces. In the past, we were unable to resist. But now that you have appeared to uphold justice, we look up to you and beseech your protection for our Siye sect. Listening intently, Zhang Heng sank into thought. The Siye sect merely sought to leverage the mysterious sect against the Wang clan. Bluntly put, they intended to use the mysterious sect as a pawn. Furthermore, with only a godly manifestation realm expert, their worth was negligible. Additionally, the Siye sect had previously attacked the cultivators of Jingyun Dao, which Zhang Heng now regarded as his own. Why did you send people to attack the cultivators of Jingyun Dao? Zhang Heng inquired. Esteemed senior, Oren stammered. Those who attacked the cultivators of Jingyun Dao were all lackeys of the Wang clan within the Siye sect. They acted on the Wang clan's orders to isolate the mysterious sect within Jingyun Dao. Is it true that the Wang clan accuses me of initiating the attacks against you? Zhang Heng pressed further. Esteemed senior, this indeed occurred. However, we suspect that it was the work of demonic forces in disguise, seeking to frame our sect. Oren replied. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, realizing the situation. The 5 major sects were fully aware that it was the handiwork of the demonic sect, yet they feigned ignorance, using it as an excuse to besiege Jingyun Dao. In light of this, Zhang Heng resolved to accept the Siye sect, vexing the Wang clan. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Qingxiu suddenly emerged from nowhere, exclaiming with righteous fervor, that despicable Wang Ming. I must slay him. Master, let us take in the Siye sect. Zhang Heng turned to look at the earnest Yi Qingxiu in astonishment. By heavens, my dear disciple, wherever injustice lurks, you are sure to be there. Since you have spoken, so shall it be. Upon hearing this, Oren knelt in gratitude to both Zhang Heng and Yi Qingxiu. Elder Yang, personally lead a team to Huaidong Dao and purge all Wang clan elements from the Siye sect. Yes, sect master. Moreover, declare to the world that all who sincerely wish to ally with the mysterious sect shall be sheltered by us. However, their higher-ups must come to meet me personally. At this proclamation, Yang Yin was taken aback. Yi Qingxiu was elated. Master, are you beginning to develop the sect? Could it be that you are aware of my ambitions to elevate our sect to the pinnacle of all? A wave of emotion surged through her heart. She believed that her master's return to fundamental principles was rooted in care for her and her junior sister. In her view, advancing the sect would not only elevate her master's reputation but also allow her to uphold the justice she cherished. Yang Yin nodded solemnly. Rest assured, sect master. I will complete the task. No matter where the supplicants are, I will personally ensure their safety. Very well, go. Zhang Heng replied with a gentle smile. He could already envision the ripples his strategy would create, as those smaller forces oppressed by the 5 major sects would undoubtedly begin to waver. Even if none dared to approach the mysterious sect, the 5 major sects would be preoccupied with internal turmoil. Oren expressed his profound gratitude and withdrew with Yang Yin. Just as Zhang Heng intended to relax, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, immediately realizing what was about to transpire. Master, I am incompetent and have yet to succeed in nurturing my sword. Yi Qingxiu murmured beside Zhang Heng, her head bowed. Zhang Heng's heart tightened. The inevitable had finally arrived. He had evaded this confrontation for a month, but it had caught up with him. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to navigate through this. Qingxiu, demonstrate your sword nurturing techniques before me, so that I may observe closely. Yi Qingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly sat down to execute the sword nurturing formula. The Starfall sword hovered before her, and as she channeled her energy, waves of sword intent surged around her, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Zhang Heng beheld the spiraling sword energy enveloping Yi Qingxiu, yet it failed to enter the Starfall sword. Before long, Yi Qingqiu was drenched in sweat. Damn it! I completely don't understand. Zhang Heng inwardly lamented. At that moment, Yi Qingqiu opened her eyes, panting heavily as she ceased her technique, causing the sword intent to dissipate. Master, what should I do? Yi Qingqiu inquired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Heng was momentarily at a loss. What to do? Let it be. Chapter 82. A declaration of war. Chioer, do you know what is most emphasized in the way of the sword? Zhang Heng inquired. Since he himself was uncertain, he directly posed the question to Yi Qingqiu, hoping she would ponder and then he could offer a vague response to evade the issue. My master once said that the essence of the sword path lies in comprehension. Yi Qingqiu looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng felt a pang of anxiety. Did I really say that? He recalled that he had indeed uttered those words once, when he was still inexperienced at deceiving his disciples and had carelessly spoken them, leaving himself in a predicament. However, the notion of comprehension was rather abstract, and he deemed it not a significant trap. Indeed, but you have not yet reached that level. The sword is both an external object and an intrinsic self. Zhang Heng struggled to continue his ruse. Chioer, watch closely. Zhang Heng stood, aligning his middle and index fingers, turning to face Yi Qingqiu. At this moment, do I possess a sword, or am I without one? Yi Qingqiu contemplated his fingers intently, then glanced down at her own starfall sword. My master holds no sword. Suddenly, Zhang Heng's sword intent converged at his fingertips, manifesting an ethereal sword aura. The air stilled, and leaves cascaded to the ground. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a blade of sword energy shot forth from his fingertips, slicing the fallen leaves cleanly in two. Once the wind settled, everything returned to normal. Yi Qingqiu's eyes widened in astonishment as she absorbed the scene before her, lost in thought. Then, her lips parted slightly, her eyes gleaming with realization. Master, I understand. You wield no sword, yet your heart bears one. Comprehension must be heartfelt, Master. I was too hasty. Zhang Heng nodded slightly. As long as you have understood, it is good. You have successfully navigated this challenge. Proceed diligently to comprehend, for the path of the sword resides within your heart. Yes, Master, I shall remember. Yi Qingqiu turned to head towards her training chamber. Zhang Heng exhaled in relief. Empty rhetoric can indeed prove useful. It seems I must read more. He discreetly slipped away to his study, wary of being sought out by a second disciple now that the first had departed. Days later, a piece of news reverberated throughout the cultivation circles of the Chu kingdom. The CES sect had betrayed the Wang family and pledged allegiance to the Piaomiao sect, which boldly proclaimed that all forces were welcome to join them. Initially, the populace was skeptical, but upon learning that a powerful ancestral figure from the Piaomiao sect had personally come to protect the CES sect, they realized the Piaomiao sect genuinely intended to contend with the five major forces. Public sentiment was in turmoil, and the Wang family, in a fit of rage, dispatched divine realm cultivators to suppress the Piaomiao sect, only to suffer complete annihilation. In the imperial capital of Chang'an City, at the divine conference, Wang Guan roared. That Piaomiao sect seeks to engage us in a life and death struggle. Others echoed his fury. Before the contest of heroes even begins, the Piaomiao sect dares to encroach upon our territories. The patriarch of Ling with sect gritted his teeth. Currently, Weidong Dao has become the territory of the Piaomiao sect. They disregard all rules, directly sending divine realm cultivators to protect the CS sect. Such actions equate to a declaration of war against us. Let us not hesitate. Unite and eradicate the Piaomiao sect. Wang Guan declared, filled with righteous indignation. The others fell silent. The emergence of the Piaomiao sect, coupled with the successful allegiance of the CS sect, severely threatened their grip on power. While their subordinate forces were making small moves, they had not yet openly rebelled. However, if this trend continued, their influence would be eroded step by step. Yet, a direct confrontation could yield unpredictable consequences. Their previous encounter in Jingyun Dao had cost them a fifth of their strength, though the Piaomiao sect boasted only 2 divine realm cultivators. The sect leader's combat prowess could easily rival multiple opponents. Everyone, please voice your opinions. If we remain passive regarding the CES sect, this matter will inevitably repeat itself. The elder of Feng Xian Pavilion urged anxiously, as his territory bordering Jingyun Dao was currently unstable, showing signs of leaning towards the Piaomiao sect. Such actions by the Piaomiao sect are tantamount to declaring war against us. They must be eliminated, but not on their territory. Since the Piaomiao sect leader has agreed to attend the Heroes and Oppos conference, let us ambush him in the secret realm, the royal elder proposed. This indeed minimizes our costs. The Heroes conference is imminent, Even if the Piaomiao sect expands swiftly, they can only consume 3 territories adjacent to Jingzhundao at most. If we follow through with this plan, our 3 families will bear the brunt of the losses, but after vanquishing the Piaomiao sect, we shall claim the lion's share of the spoils, Wang Wan added. The assembly nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng's might compelled them to unite. Everyone, strengthen the management below. If necessary, make an example of someone. The royal elders said with a chilling resolve. In the Piaomiao sect's sacred hall, Li Hui led 4 elders from the Ces sect, following Yang Yin into the grand hall. They gazed upon the vast and magnificent palace, where a beautifully crafted throne loomed above, supported by massive pillars adorned with intricate ancient carvings, resembling celestial columns holding up the hall. The decor within radiated splendor, as if surrounding a celestial being. Li Hui felt the weight of his responsibility. As the sect leader of Xie, he had gambled everything for his daughter and the future of the sect, betraying the Wang family to ally with the Piaomiao sect. Should the Piaomiao sect turn against them, not only would his daughter be doomed, but the entire Xie sect would face utter destruction. He turned to the 4 elders beside him, attempting to calm his racing heart, but seeing their even greater anxiety felt as if a mountain pressed upon him, making it hard to breathe. Rumors circulated that the leader of the Piaomiao sect was a cruel figure, mercilessly slaughtering countless cultivators in an instant. Having repelled 6 esteemed ancestors of the righteous path single-handedly and claiming to be an immortal, known as the Carefree Immortal. At this thought, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, each breath feeling like a dagger piercing his heart. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from the high platform. Li Hui quickly lowered his head, suppressing his aura and senses. Fearful of provoking the elder, he promptly knelt. I pay my respects to the Carefree Immortal. As he knelt, the 4 elders behind him followed suit. All 5 bowed low, drenched in sweat, too afraid to meet the gaze of the person on the high platform. A figure approached the throne. She wore flowing garments of pure white. With lively fox ears and a fluffy tail, her delicate features and petite stature belied her ample bosom. Su Qingyu gazed curiously at the 5 kneeling figures below. She suddenly turned, thinking they had spotted her master. Did you see my master?